Yo, that's mad paper. Who makes more? You or her?
Hold on a second.
Alright.
Hold on. I gotta make a phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
Then
She
go
makes
for it.
way
Go for it.
she makes way more than me, bro. I'll be right back.
Alright.
Yo.
Yo. That's really good.
Hey, I'm watching such an interesting video right now. Man, why is YouTube allowing this stuff now?
What's the video about?
I can send. I'll put it in the chat for you.
Will you? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much it says that the Greeks and the Romans were descendants of the Irish. No, not
Descendants of
descendants.
the
They
Irish?
were the Irish are the ancestors of the Greek. My bad.
I'm confused as fuck, bro. Who was what?
Irish are the ancestors of the Greco-Romans.
So the Irish came about before the Romans.
Oh yeah, these were like the original Germanic language and the combination of Celtic and other paganism, and these people were studying the sun and the stars. They were astrotheologists. It's interesting stuff, man. Like when you think about the origins of Christianity, and then it talks about how these people are also the roots are in paganism, man. I don't know what to say.
I gotta ask you though, like when you watch these things, do you just believe it, or like what do you do to verify if it's true or not?
This is another alternate version of history. So this channel's awesome because it just breaks down how there's so many versions of history that we're given about Christianity and like how we discovered America. And this is just like, well, what's all this information? Like, where did this come from? People just, people writing stuff hundreds of years ago about what's going on. And this information is hard to find. Google's not letting you find this in the algorithms at all. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you think it's true?
Well, what do you want me to do about the fact that there's so many different versions of history? What does it matter? What about the fact that there's a whole layer of deception around what they want me to believe is true?
How do you know that for a fact? When you see these 7 different
How I know that
versions
there's
of history.
deception for a fact? Because there's many different versions of history that I'm being told.
Yeah, but when you see these 7 different versions of history, what compels you to take the other 6 versions seriously and then come to the conclusion
What
that there's
compels me to
deception?
take the version of history seriously that has been
If you
spoon-fed to me since I was a child, that has been misdirecting my understanding of history?
That's not even what I asked you, bro. So just
I
let me
know,
get the
because
question.
you don't want to address what I'm talking about.
But how should I address it, bro? Like, what do you want me to say about it?
You want me to just blindly eat up all the stuff that I'm being given to as a child? The stupid stuff like the story of Adam and Eve
Say
and
that?
the story of the
But
Big Bang. You
did I
just want me
say
to eat
that?
that garbage up? All right. Well,
Did
I'm
I
not
say
eating
that?
it. Well,
But
what
did
are
I
you
say
getting?
that?
What are you getting at?
That's what I'm saying. You gotta let me get the question out. You don't
All
even
right.
know what I'm
I'm
saying,
revealing
man.
context to whatever questions you might have. Cool.
But why not let me get the question out? Then you add the context.
I'm
Because
waiting
what
for
you
it.
saying isn't
Go
even
ahead.
what I was gonna ask. So my question is, I understand there's this main version of history and events that we're given, but when you see these other 7 different versions, what compels you to take them seriously and
Why is it
think that
7
there's
now?
this? Oh my God, bro! Just let me finish the question. It's 7, 8. It's just a random number I threw out there, right? So what compels you to take these other versions seriously and feel like there's deception around the main one?
I
Go
think
for it.
it's not what compels me to take the other one seriously. It's what's compelling me to not take the original one seriously anymore.
I see.
Like
And
what's invalidating the original, what they want me to perceive as reality and history is just how it actually helps
Mhm.
construct a form of mental slavery rather than understanding and illumination. Like if people understood how we built society and these structures and how we came to be, then we would be smart and we wouldn't be crippled. We wouldn't be defect at all. We would function with the fucking world rather than against it. Like we're literally destroying ourselves.
deep. You have very what the fuck? It's connected, bitch. You have very strong opinions on these things. But my underlying question is, what have you seen to verify the uh the current position you have towards the mainstream?
People think adhering to the common narrative within religions and mainstream narratives, mainstream peddled knowledge about how you want to perceive political parties or your religion, or if you want to be a progressive liberal, you want to believe in acceptance and tolerance of all these new like cultures or whatever, right? All this weird stuff that kids want to get into, and you just gotta accept it all these stupid narratives that they're pushing. What makes that any more true than just something else?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. But I guess I'm asking you in reverse. What makes the mainstream narrative less true than these alternatives?
Good question. Well,
Yeah, you must have.
I study this stuff. Like I'm throwing up these videos because I like I've been in this silly little rabbit hole for years, but I came to accept that we're being deceived on a very big level in 2016 when they started attacking my brother. He was putting up a lot of information on Reddit and Twitter, and they shadow banned like everything about his IP address. He couldn't make accounts for about a year.
So it's personal.
Well, if you don't want to accept that there is a version of history that we're being fed that's not true, then that's on you. But I've seen so much deception in the past years.
That's what I'm asking you. What have you seen? Like, tell me what you saw that makes you think the mainstream narrative is less true than these alternatives. Like, what have you seen? Share it with me.
The word Christ or Jesus Christ, you have characters like Krishna, um, where there's just they just reiterate this character. Christ was more of a principle or a characteristic before they tried to personify it with the Jesuit order and Jesus Christ, and you made this white bearded man that everybody considers a holy figure that actually walked the earth, and just tons and tons of documents, supposedly just all this great evidence of this guy existing, right? But these people they don't care about that. They came up with this character. The word Jesus and the letter J, and then Moses, like all this syncretism between Moses and Jesus, and then there's syncretism between, like, there is a character named L. There's characters that you can find out about that are just super similar to what they call Jesus Christ. So then you got to ask yourself, like, where did they get it from? And then you look into like the history and the roots of Christianity, and it comes from like these sects that they were hoarding ancient knowledge, like people that studied Celtic Druidism and You have like Scottish brotherhoods. You have the Ararat, and there's like all this weird shit I'm finding out about, like the origins of Christianity, the origins of like religion in general, origins of all these symbols, pagan symbolism, Celtic Druidism, and now I'm learning about Phoenicians and the origins of the Irish or the Scottish Freemasons, and then you have the Irish and the Phoenicians, and their influence on America. So there's all these versions of history, and it's pretty clear that they don't want us to know everything. So if you don't believe in layers of deception, like altering how you perceive history, then I can't help you.
I what?
Layers of deception, altering how you perceive history.
Layers of deception. Yeah.
Yeah, like, dude, there's people don't believe they're being lied to. That's the problem. They believe that, you know, the mainstream really wants people to live as long as possible. That's what people want to believe. That NASA and Joe Biden have your best interests in mind.
And when
These people aren't even
find
relevant.
a
These are just the
document that
propped up faces and talking heads that they need
yeah.
to. Bro, they will never say their real names or their real identities. They are completely out of the fucking narratives that we have. So when I talk about Phoenicians and the heretics, or like you have the Moors that were in America, or you have all this stuff, I'm still speaking so vaguely on the topic. Like, these are just what they give us. We don't know the real names of the identities of these beings.
So I mean, when you see these hidden books telling you that the Phoenicians and whatnot influenced America, how do you know that's not a lie? Hello?
I mean, okay, so I'm Native American and Irish, and my great great grandmother
You told me
in
you were black, bro.
in the 1840s. Excuse me. My
You told
father
me you were
is
black.
my father is dark skinned, and he is Native American and black, and he's part Irish. And actually, my great 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 grandmother was a slave to an Irish plantation owner. And knowing this history in the 1840s Victorian Restoration period, you have the South, you have like the World Fairs around the 1800s. All this random stuff is pointing at the fact me being Irish and my roots from the South. And then you have like the Dutch West India Company or whatever that thing is, and this whole concept of slavery and, you know, boats coming from Africa like filled with slaves or whatever. But now I'm learning this alternate history that kind of makes a connection in my own roots of there being Irish in America before the supposed European transatlantic slave trade settling of Europeans over here.
Irish Europeans.
Because if this dude, like, okay, let's say that like some random settler came over, built a plantation, and had a bunch of slaves with him, like, what is he, a genius? What did he inherit, like his uncle's boat, or was he already here? The ancestor of, or like, you know, his ancestors being in America as well. The Phoenicians suggest that, you know, the Irish were in America as early as the 1500s. That's like what I'm learning now from like a bunch of videos. I can't even make sense of it. Sorry. And you just have to watch all these crazy ass videos I watch with me, I guess.
Nah, I'm good, man. I'm good, but that's interesting stuff.
Yeah, what kind of videos you like to watch?
I like to watch a lot of thrash videos, you know, skating videos. I like to watch. I don't really watch videos much. I read a lot more. You know, to sit and watch something, I feel is a bit mind numbing. You know, I don't like looking at a screen too much. So I
Well,
prefer
usually the
reading.
type of video, it's not, I say I watch videos. I put on videos of people talking about history. So literally, it's more like audio because I'm like not using my hands or actually looking at the screen.
Okay.
And I'm not at my computer when I'm listening to this stuff, dude. I'm actually at work when I'm freaking gathering all this stuff.
That's what's up.
But yeah,
But yeah,
that's what I do when I'm at work and I
much
got my
for you.
headphones in. I'll just like pop on some video explaining some alternate version of Christian history. That's like, oh, this is interesting. I'm not to say
Yeah,
I'm not going to say any of it is true, but who's to say? Yeah.
Before I started with you people, I used to do a lot of audiobooks at work.
Oh hell yeah,
What's
bro.
up?
That's how you get stuff done right there. You can't be reading words on paper. That's barbaric, bro.
Yeah, hook me up, bro. I need those audio. I used to have my whatever iBooks, but I haven't used that in a minute. I just been
Dude,
on YouTube.
you know where I used to get them from? The torrent. UTorrent.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm
They
afraid
got
of all that
tons.
stuff now.
Well, it's just the MP3 file or whatever. It's not nothing crazy. And I don't think they're really checking for books like that. They're mostly checking for like movies and stuff. Plus, there's a safe way to do it where they don't have your IP or something.
Yeah, when you
Why are
find
you
a
so
good
criminal
audiobook
minded?
and the person reading it is just like, yeah,
Hi.
that's when you could just play it back over and over.
Why are you so criminal minded, Jeremy? Like, why can't you just pay for shit?
Yeah, dude, why don't you pay for books?
Man, people put blood, sweat, and tears into writing all of that knowledge and information down for you.
I'm sure the people who write books that contain important knowledge, they don't care how much you pay to receive it. They just want you to get it however you can.
Oh no, they want you to pay for it. That's why they publish it and still sell it in bookstores, right?
Maybe some maybe some shills worry about how much money they make
Yeah.
from what they consider translating important knowledge to the public.
What if that chill has like a daughter and a son that he needs to feed?
Dude, if I write a book, I might hand it out in the park every day. Like I don't really know if I need to profit from a book. Like if I need to spend like $1,000 printing a whole ton of copies of it.
But where are you gonna get money to print more books? You know, if people ain't buying it, like it's
I
called
don't even think
supporting
people are trying to
the
read books
the
anymore, dude. I would
person.
just make a sick video. That's what everybody wants. Everybody just wants to pop their headphones in and not have to press any buttons and just listen to something just make sense and not even like have to touch anything, you know?
Yeah, you never even actually have to publish it. You just read it on a YouTube video, and now it's out there as an audiobook. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a best-selling author if I want to just get a message across. If somebody has a goal to make a book, then that's what it is. But I don't even know what we're talking about.
Yeah, this is why Flat Earth doesn't get anywhere because y'all don't support each other. Like if Jeremy put out a documentary and needed you guys to pay for it so that he could put out more documentaries, you guys would be
Is
like,
that
"Fuck
even what
Jeremy."
we were talking about? That kind of seemed like that's something else you were thinking about right there. So what's that issue? Wait, what's going on?
Oh,
That Flat Earth has a
just saying.
problem? What's the issue with Flat Earth? What's going on, bro?
I was just saying you guys don't seem to support each other much. That's all. But ignore me, man. Ignore me. I'm actually not focusing right now.
I support a lot of people. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't know. I haven't seen what they want me to send them money. Do they need that type of support? I don't know.
Of course they do. You ever thrown money at Nathan Oakley or Kiwi?
Kiwi's awesome. Actually, I support everything Kiwi does.
That's what's up.
Of course, man.
Jeremy loves Kiwi. He's like a father figure to Jeremy.
Yeah, I'm in Kiwi's
hell
channel all
yeah,
the
I
time,
love him. He's
posting.
fucking great.
I post pictures of old structures that I find. Just when I peep, windows below ground around Manhattan and the financial district. This is what I was talking about with the Phoenicians and the Irish Freemasons. These people claim that they came to America and built all these structures during the Victorian Restoration period, right? During the 1850s and stuff. But if you look at images of like the World Fairs, even more interesting, I found an image of the Newark International Airport, the first terminal, the Art Deco Administration Building in 1934, supposedly when they first started building this place. And I found a picture of this building and it was abandoned. The windows were shattered, dirty walls, cracked rock, cracked on the exterior. And I have this picture saved on my phone. I'll send it up right now. They claim they built this place in 1934, and the first Art Deco building looks like it was being restored rather than built from the ground up. You feel me? This is
Feel
in
you,
this
bro.
is in my town. This is just me just peeping stuff around my town.
Peeping game. Yo, what
Whatever.
borough you in?
I'm in Newark, so this is Hudson County, New Jersey.
You ain't even in the city. Oh shit.
And then there goes, around the same time period, the building abandoned before they, renewed it. So when was this building abandoned? That's the question. If they built it and the
You in
airport has
you in the
been
brick
active since. Hmm.
brick city.
Here's another picture of it being built, supposedly. And you can see already the building looks like they're digging it out of the ground and it's fucking weathered. And then here
Brick
goes one
city.
more image. This is when they opened up the airport, and all the people are now actively using it. And it hasn't been shut down or shattered windowed bullshit since. So, if anybody wants to provide an explanation for how that's possible without them digging this building out the ground, I'd like to. And that's the type of stuff I bring to Kiwi's channel. I always pull my bullshit about that up in there.
Mhm. Word.
Nobody ever gave me an answer about this airport. Yeah, it's literally in my town. Newark International Airport is the first international airport in America, supposedly, and they dug it out the fucking ground.
Ooh, I don't know about all that. Is that a
Well,
fact?
can you explain why the building is weathered when they were building it?
I had no idea, bro. I don't know.
It's because they dug it out the ground, man. What else is there to say? It's old. It's an old building. The Art
Yeah,
Deco
it's
building
old.
is
That's
based on the foundation of an older building.
everything in Newark is old.
Yeah. So
I
these
ain't
people
I
that
ain't
claim that in the Victorian Restoration period they came through and they, laid the foundation of these bricks, I'm suggesting that there was an older civilization that was intelligent. That they claimed the Native Americans were these, they claimed that they had mud huts and teepees and that's it, and that they were just hunter gatherers, right? No, I think that they built everything. I think that
you
these
think
were the
the native
original builders,
built
and
an
that they,
airport?
yeah, I think they built the railroads. I think they built the airports. I think they built the financial district. I think they built the Grand Canyon. I think they built everything
Native
around here.
Americans built the
Mount
Grand
Rushmore.
Canyon?
Yep, that's what I think.
That's why I've never heard anyone say this before. That is wild.
I would challenge that the Grand Canyon is not a naturally formed thing. I mean, if you look at it, it doesn't look like it's natural at all.
How does it not look natural? I've been there. It's just like a lot of stone.
Well, that's
How does it
just the
not look
narrative
natural?
that they want to give you. That's what I'm saying. Like now there's an alternate version of history for you. If you want to entertain it, you can. If you don't want, then whatever.
Mm.
And it's not even about like which one is more interesting or which one has more evidence. I just noticed that motherfuckers is lying to us, bro. So like you're gonna judge me what I choose to research and find interesting? Because it's not what I subscribe to. I'm just throwing at you all these versions of history that they're not shoving down your face. Anyway, I hope
Yeah,
you got
no. Do you think, man? I'm just saying that's a wild theory. I've never heard anyone say that before.
Yeah, I can hook you up with a bunch of videos of people saying it if you want.
No, I'm good. Watching videos. I'm not
You
a
don't even
fan of
know
that.
or you
People
just
have
listen to
their own
what
agendas in
I was saying.
videos, and a lot of the time, when you
The
watch
YouTube video, but all
documentaries,
you need to
you
do is
try
listen
to
to the audio.
yeah, a lot of times when you watch a documentary, you try to verify the claims being made. 90% of the time, it's made up stuff.
And
That's why I ask you
how
when
do
you
you
watch these
verify the claims
documentaries.
of of George Washington or Christopher Columbus? What are you using to verify all this?
The claims of Christopher Columbus depends what claims he made. He claimed he discovered
I mean, do you
America, right?
subscribe?
But at
Subscribe.
the
You know
end of
what
the
I mean?
day,
Subscribe. Like
yeah, but come
subscribe is
on,
when you would
let
defend it
me
as
answer you. Yeah,
okay.
but let me answer you though. So Christopher Columbus claims he discovered America, but we have evidence for people being here long before he got here. That's how I verify his claim.
So then, right there, what like the mainstream narrative about Christopher Columbus discovering America that you learned in school from academia, like what they wanted every single child to learn in the '90s about Christopher Columbus discovering America, you would consider that a false version of history.
It's a false version of history. But
Right? And that's
just
what
because that
everybody is
version of it,
forced to
hang on
fucking
though, hang on.
admit.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Just because that version of history is false doesn't mean I should start jumping on the bandwagon of these other versions. They could be false as well. If Christopher Columbus' story is false, that should teach me that I shouldn't just believe anything. I should look into everything. And that's what I'm questioning now. If you feel the mainstream is false, do you give these other narratives the same sort of scrutiny or not? I don't know.
Listen, that's I actually mentioned this before. So anything circulating within the internet, like I can't honestly say that there's independent sources that are going to libraries and finding their way into these museums and actually reading ancient documents like the curators in the museums and the current people that can allow you access into these archives. You open up all that as book and look, this isn't accurate with the current curriculum that I was fed when I was a child, like anything like that, I can't say is true. And that point I made about how everything encompassing history that I feel like I'm learning, I feel like the true identities is completely out of the equation. And that they pretend that when you stumble upon an alternate history, you say, oh, wow, this must be the truth. Actually, no. You are being seeded and led down a mysterious, cloaked path. Once again, it's these hidden, misleading undergrounds. And it's always going to divert you from the truth. They're never going to put their name in their versions of history. So you have to ask yourself, when it comes to something as simple as Christopher Columbus, and then you break down George Washington, and then you break down the Freemasons, and then you break down the Scottish Brotherhood, and then the Aryans, and then the Ararat, and then you have Kemet, you have Egypt, you have Assyria, you have Mesopotamia, you have the Mediterranean, you have Rome. All these stupid fucking people, Greek mythology, are trying to make sense of just one thing, and I think it's the Christ principle. It's like Moses and Jesus, basically, or God, or somebody coming and blessing us with illumination and the understanding of our own principles, and that we're now cut off from that. That's the Garden of Eden, the story of us biting from the apple, getting the knowledge, and then God cursing us because now fiery sword cutting down the tree of life. This story, like I'm piecing together like 100 stories right now. But basically, we're just being thrown in the loop. It's playing fetch. They're just throwing a stick and we go fetch it, and we think that we're stumbling on new things. But you know, they give us tons of versions of history, bro. My point is that why are you accepting any of them?
It's hard to hear you breaking up and like you said a lot, man. Like if you can keep your things short and concise.
You
But
think religion
I
can
guess
be
your
broken
last
down
question
short and
was why
concise?
do I believe
But
Christopher
religion
Columbus?
is meant to convolute the ideas in the first place. Like when you want to talk about religion, you have to understand it is mental manipulation. The core of its
Why are you
existence.
preaching to me? You didn't hear me talk about religion. Like, why are you telling me this stuff? You know, I didn't say none. I
I don't
didn't
know.
say none of
Nobody was
this.
in
You're
here
preaching.
talking, and I just started talking about stuff. This is the type of stuff that I think about. If you don't want me to talk about it, I won't.
No, I mean, I'm not saying don't talk about what's on your mind. What I'm saying is don't preach to me.
I don't think I'm preaching. This is just what I
I'm
consider
preaching.
the
You're
conclusion
making it
of
sound
things
like I just
that
blindly believe
I'm looking
religion
at.
and I just believe Christopher Columbus and I'm one of the sheep. Like, relax yourself.
All right, man. Well, I'm passionate about this subject, and I can talk
I
fast
hear
about it.
you, but
I think I'm
let's
talking
but
too
let's
fast.
have a
Whatever.
discussion. Let's ask each other questions. Let's understand each other. I'm asking you questions to understand where you coming from, but you making assumptions about me. You even asked me. The only question you asked me was about Christopher Columbus. Everything else, like you just
I don't know.
assuming I just believe shit.
I guess you're asking me questions in a way. I guess you're kind of judging me, aren't you? What do you
I'm
What are
not
you even
judging
asking
you
me
at
about?
all.
What do you
I'm
expect me to
not
tell you?
judging you at all. I've asked you questions. You've answered them, and I've accepted your answers. I haven't challenged your position or anything.
Oh, well,
I'm
I
just trying to talk
apologize
to
if
you, man.
I came off.
Like you don't gotta
I'm
get.
not trying to judge you. I'm not trying to say what you believe in or
Mm,
whatever. I'm not trying to preach or whatever.
okay. So I'm guessing you aren't religious, or you are
I used to be.
Christian. Or
Yep.
okay, but now you're questioning it, or you still believe. You just question the narrative. I don't know if you're still there, man.
Religion is indoctrination. They need to tap into your subconscious when you're young and impressionable and absorbing just basic ideas of reality and how you conceive yourself and how you perceive reality. They just need to get to you while you're young. So when you grow up, your framework is just wrapped around what they want it to be. And
And
if
you
you want to
believe
disassemble that and you
evil
want to break it
because,
down and if you want to break free from that, you gotta let go, bro. You can't hold on to none of this stuff.
but you believe what you're saying is true because.
Because I think that we are not at our maximum potential as people. I think we are being held back. I think there's some dark forces that have will in this realm, and it is up to us as people to identify them and overcome how we're being held back. And I think they're literally killing us, and we don't want to accept that. We want to think that all these people care about us and that they want us to live.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, I think that we are being attacked. I think human beings are under the will of some people that don't want us to live. I think there
Okay.
there are deceitful power. There are deceitful powers at will. Yep.
And
What
are
do you
these
think about?
powers
I mean, what do
winning?
you think about the
Are
Jimmy?
we
What do you think
winning?
about the past 2 years? Do you think that these people care about your health, bro?
Yeah, but let's have a back and forth, man. So like, are we winning? Are they winning? Do we have a chance? Can we stop them? Like, how bad is it for
They're
us?
losing horribly because humanity
Okay.
always wins. You can't defeat blood. You can't defeat what I would say
Mm.
is the kingdom. Humankind is a kingdom, and it doesn't go anywhere. We're preserved by our own consciousness. Like nothing can make us go away. So whatever's attacking us is it's just a challenge for us to overcome. And I feel like a lot of people just they don't realize that they're losing a war when they just subscribe to so many narratives.
But we are winning, right? Like the bad guys are losing horribly, according to you. So it's not something we should really worry
Yeah,
about, right?
because
We,
consciousness
we
can't be defeated because we
right,
are the creator. So whatever's
right.
attacking us,
So we should just focus on being happy and living our lives. We shouldn't worry about these evil, bad people because they're losing horribly, right?
well, that's what I'm gonna say because I don't want them to win. I'm in this fight, and I'm not gonna let these motherfuckers win.
But is it really a
You want me to
fight
say
if
they're
they're
winning?
losing
I'll never
horribly?
say they're winning, bro. They're fucking losing. Fuck them.
I
They're
don't.
losing.
I don't want you to say anything. Like, relax, bro. I asked you a question. You told me they're losing horribly. So
I'm telling
what
you
I'm
again, bro.
trying to
We're
what I'm
talking
trying
about
to
something that I'm
insinuate
passionate
is,
about. So don't get offended by something I
I
say
hear you. I
because
hear
I
you.
can speak a lot
Yeah.
quickly on my opinion on this stuff. I know it sounds a lot of radical opinions, but I've thought about this, man.
No, I'm not saying you radical, but it's when you say things like, "Do I want you to say this, that, or the third?" Like, I don't know where that's coming from. So, your position is we are winning this fight and they're losing horribly, and I agree with you. You know, whoever these bad people are, they're losing. You know, they're losing so bad that they can't come out in public. They have to work in
Right.
the shadows and be deceitful. That's how bad they're losing. But my question to you now is, if they're losing so badly, why should we focus so much attention on them? Shouldn't we just focus on living our lives and being happy if they are no threat to us whatsoever?
What do you consider us?
You, me, ordinary people, right? That ain't
You,
trying to hurt other people.
you think they're not under? You think we're not under attack? That's the thing.
Even if we are under attack, according to you, and I agree with you, their attacks are useless. They're losing horribly. You know, it's like fighting a 2-year-old. The 2-year-old's trying to punch you. You're under attack, but these punches ain't doing shit. It's like shadow boxing, right? So my question to you is, if we're fighting 2-year-olds that can't hurt us, can't do anything to us, why should we focus so much attention on them? Shouldn't we just focus on living our lives and being happy if they're not a threat to us?
All right, try to hear me out. I'm trying to
Okay.
identify the weapon being used against people because even though I might feel like I'm above their weapon and I can see how they're using it and I'm not going to let it affect me anymore, I'm still bound. I still see the circumstances that they've created, and that's what's holding people down. And I see people that don't see the weapon, and I want to like stop and talk to people a lot of the times during the day. You know, like specifically right now, I guess I want to talk about homeless people or people that just like are out on the street right now.
Okay, that's a totally different conversation, but we can talk about that.
I'm talking about people being misled and they're not like happy. I'm talking about people that suffer, man. I'm talking about suffering. Like, what do you consider suffering?
I don't know, man. It's hard to say. Suffering can be a lot of things. But I would say I associate suffering with pain.
Yeah, but pain is like, I don't like using materialistic type terms anymore, really. But we consider pain like a physical thing. And like pain can also be an emotional thing or like a financial thing. Like you could be like dealing with a lot of stress when under like financial struggles. And I just know people, and I know that there's people out there that really don't have a lot. And I don't think people consider that a super big problem. Like it's like as if it's their fault. Like everybody just wants to blame everybody for not whatever you call it. Pick up your bootstraps and work hard for yourself. That's the challenge of reality. This is reality. This is nature. You gotta pick yourself up by the bootstraps and fight the bull. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say?
Mm.
And this idea that we belong in financial struggle and emotional pain and suffering and not being able to provide for our families, and I see homeless people every day and it hurts my feelings. I feel bad for people. Like I don't want to blame them for, like I look at myself and I'm like, damn, I work hard. I go out and I try to make a living for myself. But what makes me more comprehending of reality than this homeless person that is, I don't know if they consider themselves quote unquote suffering, but it hurts my feelings to see it. Like I feel bad for them that maybe there's something that they don't understand that I understand. I don't want to blame them for something like that. I want to blame whoever's holding them back from knowledge, like whoever's holding them back from But I consider all these fake, hidden underground, alternate versions of history that's causing misunderstanding, causing like emotional struggles, emotional illiteracy, and all these struggles that people deal with that like misleads us, and we're all misguided, and we all deal with financial struggles, and we're all like in debt to these providers, and everybody got to eat what they give us. We got to eat everything that they give us. We are completely dependent on their information, on their food, on our understanding of ourselves is all through them. They have the experiments, they have the tools, they have the history, they have the science. We trust them, and we're in a financial struggle, and people are homeless, and people are confused, and there's a divide when it comes to knowledge, and it shows. Like, people don't have understanding. Like, I'm sitting here acting like I understand history. No, I'll tell you that all these versions of history are bullshit. I think that it's a big rigmarole. That's what I think. The real identity of these people are not in the rigmarole. That's what I'm saying. And that these people that are creating the financial struggle and the monetary system and the taxations and the debt and the slavery and the mental slavery and the perpetuating of these conditions, they don't want to show their faces. And when we act like that, we should all just be happy, and then they're dropping bombs, and then they're making jibby jabs, and then people are dying of cancer, and then people are, drinking alcohol and dying, and all the suffering. And we want to act like this is how it should be. And I'm trying to picture a better world. And I don't like all this suffering. I think there's much better shit to be had for people. We should be flying around. We should be smiling and laughing all the time. People shouldn't be getting bombed. People shouldn't be dying from drug addiction. People shouldn't be miseducated. People should be able to read. People shouldn't be homeless. People shouldn't be hungry. Right? So what? We're gonna accept the adherence to Christianity, the adherence to curriculum, the adherence to academia, and accept the financial struggles, accept the capitalist society, accept the fucking emotional pain of not being able to provide for yourself and your family. Like, this is what people want to say, that this is the right way to do stuff, and it's all up to you to grab the bull and ride the fucking capitalist fucking bull until you fucking die of some stupid disease because of a diet of their fucking choice. Right. I got that off my chest. Thanks. I hope that made sense, because I've been thinking about this a lot, man.
Yeah, capitalism's only going to get us so far away. If we look at money as the goal for everything, you know what I mean? That's not going to lead us down any good path in the long run.
This stuff has been around for thousands of years, so the people that are in power have been using taxation on people and religion and deception and twisting their own history. I think that there was a generation of orphans that genuinely didn't know who their parents were, and that they were able to twist history for these people and tell them about George Washington and Christopher Columbus. And this was before the Victorian Restoration period. Maybe there was some kind of flood. Maybe there was a great migration. Maybe there was a big plague. Maybe there was a big fire. They claimed all these things, but I don't think it's the absolute truth. The real truth is never.
Hello, is anyone in here? My bad.
Yeah, I've been talking a whole lot, man. You're good.
No, I had to check. I went into a women's bathroom to make sure no one was in there. I was even talking about
What the fuck? What are you doing?
I'm a janitor.
Oh, my bad.
I don't just be walking in a women's bathroom. So when I do, I got to make sure no one's in there.
Yeah, out of context, that was funny as hell.
Just randomly walking in a women's bathroom. I mean, hey, if I want to identify that way now, I can. You can do that.
Are there any transgender kids at that school, Jared?
If you do that, you
I do not interact with the kids, bro. I don't know about the kids. I don't care about the kids. I try not to even. I don't look at them.
To be discriminated against while walking into a bathroom and claiming to be transgender, a lawyer might want to jump. Crazy shit.
Brazy, bro. Fucking brazy.
Yo, Shirality. What's your? Is that how you pronounce your name? Shirility? How do you say that?
Chirality.
Dude, you always got some goofy name, man. What's that mean now?
Oh, this one deep. Like you guys wouldn't even. It's basically the left-handedness or the right-handedness of particles and how they can't be translated fully through any type of symmetry. Or let me say they're not symmetrical through any type of translation.
You saying
For
particles aren't
example,
symmetrical?
if you chirality is a property of certain particles. So, for example, if you take your hands, your left and your right hand, and you put one hand over the other, it looks identical. It's a translation, but it's not symmetrical because there's some difference between your hands. You know, that's one way to look at
Yeah.
it.
I
So
like your
you
older names
speaks
better.
to like what
This is gay.
phlogiston?
Yeah,
What's
that
gay?
represented you guys. Phlogiston
What the
represented your whole belief system perfectly.
heck? Phlogiston and what was the other one I had? There was another one. Something to do.
So you
Bro, why you
subscribe
keep
to?
changing your name, bro? No one even knows who you are anymore.
So you subscribe to
That's
all
how I
that
wanted.
particle science stuff? You really believe that stuff is happening on a molecular level?
Yeah, I work in that field of physics, so it's not
So
really
when you
about
look through a
belief, you know.
telescope, what kind of telescope are you? Not a telescope, sorry. What kind of microscope are you looking through?
Depends what I'm trying to look at, right?
You can't tell me. What kind of microscope do you look through when it comes to your job?
It depends what I'm trying to look at.
Okay, so let's say you're trying to look at chirality.
Chirality?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
How do you look at chirality through a microscope? That's where you see
Chirality
that's not happening on a molecular
speaks
level,
to
right?
yeah, but chirality speaks to the chemical properties of something. It's not something I look at.
Okay, so a chemical is a molecule?
Uh,
How, how would you
a
know
chemical.
if it's symmetrical if you don't look at it?
Hmm?
Yeah,
Bro,
how are
how do
you
you know
knowing the
something's
property of
symmetrical
something if
without
you're
looking
not
at it?
looking at it? Yeah.
It's a geometric property.
A
Geometric
geometric
property.
property and you're not looking at it?
No.
How are you gathering the data from this for this geometric property if you haven't looked at it?
So when we look at the at chiral molecules or at the chirality or helicity of a particle, we're not looking at the particle through a microscope. We are looking at its chemical structure and formula, right? So um, a- enantiomers. Let me try to
Right.
show you a picture.
You're
Like,
referencing a formula and you just think that
yeah,
that's
exactly. It's a formula. Yeah, thank you. It's a
yeah, so this
formula.
has not actually been observed under a microscope like you claim. You said you do this for a living. Did I hear that correct? I'm sorry.
I look at as part of my work, I do need to look at things that are subatomic. But when I look at something subatomic, I don't see its chirality or its helicity. Those are formulas describing the properties
What
of
kind of microscope
it,
are
right?
you looking at to see the subatomic level?
It's like saying you look through a microscope and you see charge.
I actually
You don't
want to
see
type this
charge.
microscope. I
It's
want to type this
properties.
microscope in right now. I'll use my hands to do this. What's the name of the microscope that you're looking at to view the subatomic level?
You can use electron tunneling microscopes, all sorts of microscopes. Google electron tunneling microscope. You can also use synchrotrons. You can use electron storage rings. These
Which one do
produce
you choose? I just want
high
to know the
energy.
one that when you put your eye through a telescope, what is the name of that? Telescope. I'm sorry, I keep saying telescope.
Look into, for example, electron tunnel microscopes.
All right, here we go.
Or you can look up what
How
do you
does a
call it?
tunneling electron microscope work? The scanner.
Atomic. You can
Can I
you can look
read this out
you
for
can
you,
look
and you
up
can correct me after?
atomic gyroscopes. You know, there are a lot of things we use.
Do you mind if I read this out loud and then you could correct anything I said?
Go for it.
All right, cool. One sec. The scanning tunneling electron microscope works by scanning a very sharp metal wire tip over a surface. By bringing the tip very close to the surface and by applying an electrical voltage to the tip or sample, we can image the surface at an extremely small scale. Oh, they can image the surface? What does that mean?
Basically, we bounce something off of the surface of this particle, and that interaction is what we image.
Computer generated image?
Yeah. Did you think we actually see it with the naked eye? If you thought that, then you mistake.
So then you have to understand the general consensus and what people want to base realistic observations off of is a real observation.
I don't understand what you just said, man.
A computer generated image is not a real observation.
Okay.
An
What's
electron
the point
microscope,
you
if
getting
this
at?
is really what they consider to be, what you're seeing when a computer has to generate the image, it is not lens, it is not your eye, your line of sight being lensed and magnified. That's what
But what's
people
the
want to
point?
depend on. That's the general consensus when you want to have, like, when you want to
No,
call something
not the
observable data.
general
For me,
consensus. For you, yeah, that's your personal want and need. But generally, people accept the fact that we can't see these subatomic particles directly, but we can look at the interactions between them, use these interactions to model something using a computer, and then
but you
using
can't
that
claim that's
modeling.
what's
I'm
actually
not
happening.
done, bro. Please, I'm not done. And then using that modeling to make predictions, which we can test.
That's not what's actually happening.
That is what's happening.
That's a
Not once
computer's
did I
effort
say.
using simple light. It's using a light display to represent something that they
Yeah,
call the subatomic level. But it literally says right here. Let's read it again. My bad. Let me go
yeah,
back.
It might be beneficial to think of it as a computer translated image rather than a computer generated image. The computer didn't just make this up, it took the input.
Works by scanning a very sharp metal wire tip over a surface, by bringing the tip very close to the surface and by applying an electrical voltage to the tip or sample, we can image the surface at an extremely small scale. So it's claiming that when you do this, it's making an observation at a very, very small level. But who's to say that's really what's happening right there, man? Who's to say?
if you don't believe it, that's fine, bro. I don't think anyone here is trying to
Exactly.
prove
It's about
anything to
belief.
you
It's not about
or make you go along with something. If you're against the idea that this is what's actually happening or it doesn't gel with you well, that's fine, bro. You know? Like it really doesn't bother me none.
It is the effect that allows us to see the surface. Another principle is the piezoelectric effect. It is this effect that allows us to precisely scan the tip with angstrom level control. The feedback loop is required, monitoring the tunneling current and coordinates the current and the positioning of the tip. So that's a pretty complicated thing that this little tiny piece of metal is doing on the surface of this to create this quantum mechanical effect of tunneling. And this precise level of control that it says it needs for the principle of the piezoelectric effect. So let me put this article up. I'm gonna put this in the chat for you right now, man. This is just how they say that an electron microscope works. But really, you got to admit that you're just looking at a computer generated image when it tells you that you have something under your microscope. It's just going to pop up whatever it thinks is happening.
Whatever, bro. If that's what you think, I'm not really trying to argue with you about it because I know you just read this. You didn't know what it was 10 minutes ago, and all
Oh,
of a
that's not
sudden
true. I
you
actually have
wanna
been looking into
you
this.
wanna
I
engage with it.
pretend like I don't
I'm
know
not
about
gonna
this, but I
entertain
actually
this.
have been looking into this a lot, man. Sorry.
You have?
Yeah, I have been.
Oh, so, I mean, tell me more. Tell me more, man. But don't read anything. Just tell me in your,
Yeah,
from your own
look up
from
the
your own
inventor of the
understanding.
electron
For
microscope, and
example, if
you know
I
what?
wanted to look at a gluon, how would I go about doing that? Tell me, man.
Yeah, we could look up where the theory of particle science originally came from with this guy that
Look it up.
invented
Tell me, because
the
you've been looking into this. How would I observe a gluon?
inventor. Oh, I'll tell you his exact name. Inventor of the electron microscope. I forgot his name. Ernst Ruska.
Yeah, but
So this
stop
guy,
reading stuff, bro. I mean, you've been looking into this, like you know this, right? So I mean,
no,
tell
I'm
me
not
how I
saying.
would go about observing a gluon.
See, that's the thing. Stop right there, man. I'm not
Uh,
here to pretend like any of this is true or act like I subscribe or I'm here to bring you some awesome truth to your life. Just, I'm entertaining all these
don't,
crazy
don't,
topics.
don't, 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 don't steal my line, bro. Because that's literally what I said to you. Please don't do that.
No,
That's insult.
I ain't steal nothing from you. What are you talking about?
I literally told you I'm not here to try to convince you of anything, and now you're just gonna take what I said. Like, come on, man.
Dude, I'm just casting the line and I'm seeing what I can reel back in. And then I'm going to eat the fish and then I'm going to spit out the bones.
All
And
right,
I'm going
man.
to cast my line again into a different pond. And I'm going to eat the fish and I'm going to spit out the bones and see how much meat and how much bones I got. You understand that analogy or
I did
metaphor or
not
whatever the fuck?
understand that at
No?
all.
Okay, so I'm going to reach and I'm going to look into all these different topics, and what I think I can absorb from it, I'm going to take what I can get, whatever topic it might be. I look into the globe, I look into flat earth, I look into Hebrew Israelite cosmology, I look into the stupid flat earth stuff, I look into the geometry stuff. I look at everything, bro. I'm not discriminating against anybody.
All right, man.
I'm not judging you. You keep acting like I'm pressing you. No, I'm just bringing up random stuff. Like, you're taking it personally, bro. But it's a lot. If it's compelling your thoughts like that,
Taking
then
anything
don't blame
personally.
me. I'm just reading the fucking article.
I'm not taking anything personally, but you are getting way
You
too
got
animated, and you're looking for a fight, man. I'm just
we got to
telling you,
take it
like
easy.
you asked.
Nate is very sensitive.
Wow, Jared.
I'm
Wow.
I'm
just
not
saying,
picking on you, man. Like, I just throw these things into the conversation and see what happens. And if nobody cares, then whatever, we can move on.
Yeah. Where are these things? Where are these fucks? I see y'all. Ain't stupid. Know what you want to do.
So, what's been on your mind, rather than all this stuff? If this doesn't interest you,
What doesn't interest me? This stuff does interest me, but
what
I mean,
interests you more than this stuff?
what?
What interests you more than this stuff?
What do you mean by this stuff, though? Because we've been talking about a lot.
I don't know.
What? What do you mean you don't know?
That's why I'm asking you.
But what do you mean by this stuff? Like,
What
reli-
grinds your gears, bro? Like what's something in your head that you like you can't jump over right now? What's a hurdle? What's something that you got a problem with? I don't know.
something I got a
These
problem
guys are
with?
all set. They got their mainstream narrative. They're
I
good.
got a problem with the fact that I can't go to a store and buy breast milk. That shit fucks me.
What the hell?
What?
Well,
You asked, bro. Why'd you ask?
Wait, that needs to be explained. What?
You ever try to buy breast milk, bro? Online?
No.
That shit's expensive as hell, yeah.
Whose
is
breast
it?
milk are you trying
Is
to
it
buy?
worse than formula?
Is it? Oh yeah.
Dude,
Most of it,
formula is
like,
wild expensive.
oh yeah, formula crazy expensive.
Your girl can't breastfeed.
You can.
That's personal. Never mind. My bad.
Oh,
But you
dude.
can. No, it's just like, when I used to work out a lot.
Oh, this is for you. For you, no doubt. The
Yeah,
breast
for
milk's for you. I
me.
got you.
Who do you think it
What
was
the
for?
fuck, Nate?
Dude,
I
you
don't know.
have
Your
to
kid.
tell us what you're talking about. What are you talking
Your
about?
kid, bro. What do you mean? That was
No,
anyone's
my
first.
kid got a mother, bro. Like,
Is this a struggle story
Well, you
about
guys can
somebody
take
not being able
turns.
to breastfeed, or what? Like, what are you telling
Hold
us?
on. Listen, I can solve this problem. All you gotta do is take turns.
we take turns.
Yeah. He has a little bit. You have a little bit. You gotta share.
We gotta share it. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I do steal my kid's breast milk sometimes. Put in some
Dude,
chocolate
what
powder.
in the
That shit
hell?
goes fucking down. Jeremy, don't act like you ain't ever, drank some of your kid's breast milk before.
No,
This is
bro.
what this is what you
Hell
do
no.
now.
So
You
when
can't
your
be
wife
serious.
pumps and leaves bottles in the fridge, you don't fuck around and find out what it tastes like?
Hell no. I don't know nothing about what that tastes like. Is it good?
Just
I mean, you're
lying.
putting chocolate in it,
Lioness.
so it's probably great.
Wait
Yeah,
a second. Wait a
it
second.
tastes
Wait a second. Wait a
amazing.
You could put chocolate in anything and it tastes good.
Yeah, I mean, I like the flavor of my milk.
Say that
So
shit
what?
again, bro. What's the point of this? What'd you say?
What's the point of what?
Did you just tell me that you steal your girl's breast milk from your son?
Yeah, that's
Yo,
what he said.
that's not
That's
what I
definitely what
said.
he said.
That's not what I
Yeah,
said.
bro.
Well, you
That's
better
not.
fucking explain what the hell you talking about right now, bro.
That's what he said. Said he steals his kid's breast milk.
I didn't say that. I asked Jeremy if he's never stolen his kid's breast milk. If he's
I'm
never
sitting here
tried to
listening to
steal
this guy complain that he can't buy breast milk from the store. He's not fucking telling me what the fuck he's talking about, bro.
He's trying to get
No, I
big
mean,
at the
when I
gym.
used
What are
to
you
work
trying to
out a
get?
lot.
Muscles?
Yeah, I mean, like I used to play a lot of sports in high school, so breast milk is a really good source of protein and good high energy fats.
Are you serious?
Yeah, a lot of people that work out drink breast milk. It's pretty common. You guys never knew of this?
No, I didn't
So,
know
I,
it was.
so you
I didn't
work
know it
out?
was like a
You
mainstream
work
thing.
out?
Not
Like
not
you go to
anymore.
the
When
gym?
I was younger, man. Like when I was, a
So
young
now
buck.
now you just want to drink breast milk, but you don't work out.
Well, I just had a kid like like a month ago, so my girl got a lot of breast milk. So I am dipping in now and then. But it just made me think of the times I used to buy breast milk online, how expensive it was.
I saw this video of some dude putting some like chocolate protein powder on his spaghetti and pasta, and some dude was like, "Yo, what the hell are you doing?" He's like, "The fuck you mean? What am I doing? You can put this shit on anything."
Mm.
So how much is breast? I mean, is there a big market for this or
Huge market, Jeremy. I
huh?
didn't know about this. Yeah.
How much is like a pint or something?
Let me see.
I
Hang on.
like
I haven't
one
checked
pint
in a while.
or cup or quart. I don't know what kind of units they sell it in, but
This is the
So it's
kind
like
of
five
backwards stuff.
dollars.
This
Five
is the kind of
dollars an
stuff that
ounce.
they want people to be
That's
worried
donated
about,
breast
bro.
milk.
You got drones dropping
$5 an
bombs on
ounce.
schools.
Yeah, but that's like donated breast milk. That's not high premium breast milk.
What's high premium? Like you gotta get it from like Cambodia or something. Like what's up?
The finest Cambodian
How do
breast
you know
milk.
what is it a country? Is it country based or like how do you know what the high quality bread?
They look at the nutrient content.
Oh,
So normally,
alright. I
if you
feel
as a
you.
woman sell your breast milk, you're gonna make sure you have a very good diet, so that your breast milk is
Yeah,
rich in nutrients, and then you can charge a higher price, right?
yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
This is the only thing that's on your mind lately.
It was one of the things. I mean, I got a lot on my mind, bro. Like, but I'm not trying to go too
What's on your
deep into
plate, Nate?
what am I dealing with in
What do
life.
you got on your plate?
Oof, a lot, bro. Like, I
Yeah,
got
you got
stuff
it
on my
made. You
plate at
got
work. that you guys wouldn't understand. And if I try to tell you guys about it, you're gonna Google it, and in 5 minutes you're gonna be a pro on it, and then try and argue with me about it. Like I'm not really trying to do that right now.
Dude, I don't even Google half of this stuff we talk about, bro. It's all freestyle fire off the top.
Is there a better way to research this stuff besides being in your field? Like, do I gotta be working at your job to understand this stuff?
I think you got to look into it for more than 5 minutes. For example, if you worked in an
Respectfully, I
airport,
will, man. Like, I
yeah,
actually have been looking up electron.
yeah, but I'm not done, bro. Come on, like you literally asked me a question. Let me answer. For example, if you worked in an airport with planes, and I Google planes, I can't tell you shit about planes in 5 minutes, right? Like that would be so disrespectful. You worked on planes your whole life. Who the fuck am I, to come from nowhere after 5 minute Google and try and argue with you about planes? I'm gonna humble myself and ask you questions about it. Try and understand and learn from you. Like if Jeremy told me about mops, I'm not gonna tell Jeremy this, that, and the third about mops. I'm gonna listen to him.
Dude, I was asking you, what's the name of the microscope you look into?
And I gave it to you. And then after reading about it for 5 minutes, you became an expert and just started telling us it's not real, this, that, and the third,
Well, let me keep entertaining that it's real then. Let's go.
No one's saying you got to entertain it's real. What I'm saying is don't come to a conclusion so quickly. Take some time to get a deeper understanding.
I was just entertaining that it's a computer generated image and that it's not truly representing what you're looking at.
You see what I'm saying? Like you've come to a conclusion. So it's cool.
That's just something that I'm willing to entertain in the moment, but okay.
All right. Anywho, what else do I have on my mind? I got a brand new daughter, so I don't know, man. A lot on my mind.
Here, you want a physics one?
How's that working out? You getting a lot of sleep or what?
Not at all, bro. Not at all. Like I could give her away the way this girl keep us up at night.
Dude, 2 months in? 2 months into it?
A month in, bro. A month in.
The whole night, bro. Yeah, it was beautiful.
Them, what do you call them? Colic babies? Them babies that cry for no reason?
No, yours?
Yeah, mine. Sorry.
Oh, damn, bro. That sucks. Yeah. Well, babies just be crying all the time. They probably want to be held or want some milk or want to get something,
Yeah, but she's so manipulative, bro.
Where's she right now?
What's up?
She's sleeping with her mom. No, I said she's manipulative,
What babies do, bro.
Yeah.
Your whole life, you think that stops when they're a baby? It gets worse the older they get.
Yeah, you better get used to that right now, man.
No, I'm used to it. I mean, I have a 7-year-old. It's just
like I would actually strongly suggest you just go find a way to just go be with her right now, even though she's sleeping. Like I don't know, find something. Like I don't know what I'm doing to help you. Really, am I doing anything to help you? I don't know.
Yeah, but what should I do with a sleeping baby, man? If I touch
leave her alone. Is what I would.
Yeah,
do.
exactly.
I wouldn't even go. Don't even look at her. don't even look at her right now. She's sleeping.
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, like you don't touch a sleeping baby because you're doing yourself dirty doing that, man. Just let that baby
That's
sleep.
not what I meant. I was talking about like how can you were talking about. My bad, bro. Let me explain what I meant. Like you just said, a toddler baby. Like if you want to, like, since the baby's sleeping, quote unquote, be with them. How do we like look into this college baby situation? That's what I meant. You feel me?
Huh? I'm listening.
Not be with them physically, like in the spirit. How am I helping you?
You ain't gotta help me. It's cool, bro. I mean, this is my second kid. Like I'm used to it. It's just it's been so long since I've had a baby around. Like my other daughter, she's 7 now. I just gotta get used to all of this again.
All right, bro. You be telling me shit like way after I be talking about it.
Yeah, but that's why you gotta ask questions. Don't just jump to conclusions and like decide things.
Bro, you be like, Alright, bro. I'm using this, but it's like pulling teeth.
Say what?
Just it's like pulling teeth.
It's like pulling teeth. What's like pulling teeth?
Talking with Glovers is like pulling teeth.
It's like pulling teeth. Yeah, but I mean,
Talking with
you gotta admit, sure. I mean, I'm not like a
See how I like
overreader,
spiel about all
you
the
know?
stupid ideas I have, whether I think they're right or wrong, or I agree with them or I don't. Like with you, you're like, yo, man, I can't buy breast milk. And I'm like, what do you mean? What the fuck is he talking about? Yeah, yo, like I want to go in the fridge and steal my wife's breast milk. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? And then you're like, oh, yo, it's actually more serious. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, my bad. I didn't mean to make jokes about something you were making jokes about. And then it got real serious, and now I'm like, I feel bad. What would you want me to do?
Yo, my bad, man. Don't take me too seriously, man.
You got to start a company, Nate. Breast milks
Yeah.
for adults, whatever you're gonna call it.
Yeah. Thebreast.com.
Can we think about like if anybody were successful and their company grew, the implications of what they would need to do to like mass produce breast milk? I do not want to think about this.
Yeah, get these women on the roster. Get them squeezing all day.
I mean, yeah, if there's a big market for this, I mean, pregnant women can usually use a little bit of extra money. So,
well, there is actually
you
a
know,
market
women-
for it for people that need it. Yeah, like people that can't breastfeed, and it actually should be. There is something about that. I don't know why it's not like allowed or regulated more, because you can
We
go on
can't
like
synthesize it anymore. Like, what happened to synthesizing stuff?
No, it's got to be the real deal. But don't women like keep breastfeeding? Like if they like getting pregnant once, can't they like keep breastfeeding if they continue milking like indefinitely?
No. The milk dries up, you know, like you run out
No,
of
but
milk.
if you keep milking it, it keeps coming.
yeah, I think you can go for years and years. After
Yeah.
What do you mean years and years? Like, you think you can breastfeed a 10-year-old? I don't understand what you guys say.
It depends on the woman and her exact hormone secretion. Some can go longer than others. Some will have it dry up within a matter of weeks of the child being.
Well, then
Yeah,
there's a
come on,
problem.
Nate, hormones.
If that's happening, you got all kinds of problems.
Yeah, I think most women breastfeed until the child's like 3, 4 at the latest. You know, 4 is really pushing it.
All right, but what I'm saying is this: like, let's say we're talking about this idea. Let's just say that there was actual like a company or business that was making human breast milk. What I'm saying is that if a woman gets pregnant once, she can keep milking for a long amount of time.
Yeah,
like years and years and years. I think my understanding, if they're really healthy and have all the real nutrition, like I don't know if it's indefinite. I mean, I don't know if you can milk for 30 years on just one pregnancy or whether you need to get pregnant again.
Not 30 years, maybe 5 at the max. Like, but that's even pushing it.
But see, my understanding is that if you keep the glands going, it just keeps coming. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you could go for years and years and years after
No,
that.
the body's not going to produce stuff it doesn't need anymore. Number one. Number two, there are rare situations where if you stimulate a woman's breasts enough, they can lactate. But that's very rare. Like, she's got to be super turned on, you know? Even men can lactate in certain situations. Crazy.
So how
huh?
much is men's breast milk worth?
I don't
Is that better?
I had no idea, bro. I don't know. Would you buy men's breast milk?
I'm not buying any breast milk, bro. None.
Yeah, what
Not
do you
for
mean?
me, boys.
What do you mean men can lactate? What are you talking
I
about?
gotta admit,
Men can
You know-
lactate.
What are you talking about? Some transgender thing, or
No, men like you and me.
my brother had a kid in
You and
2018, And I was always texting him like through the whole pregnancy, and after he has, like, I text him all the time, middle of the night, doesn't matter what time. Me and my brother are super always texting each other. And there was a period of time where he could not stop talking about breast milk.
Well, I've always
Well,
been surprised that there isn't like a business of people doing human breast milk, you know, like as an alternative to cow's milk, or I don't know if there's like laws against it. I mean, there are, like, you can go on Craigslist and buy breast milk or whatever from people, like if you need it for your own child. And then like Nate was saying, there are a couple like organizations where you can, you know, there's certain like trades or whatever. Like there are some websites that you can, right, Nate? You can get it. You can get, like, you know, if I'm saying if you need it for a child, I'm not really talking about an adult drinking it, but it is
Yeah.
interesting, like why we don't even have it for adults drinking as well. Like you would think when in this world of everyone wanting to make money, you know, porn and all the, I'm not saying this is porn, but I'm just saying all the women doing all this stuff for money. You would think that somebody would have been like, yeah, let's do this human breast milk company and sell it at least to children who are, you know, babies who need it, who can't get breast milk, instead of this soy-based, toxic-ass, genetically modified formula sludge. Or if adults even wanted to drink it, you know, I'm not sure, but maybe there's laws against it. Like it's just too much for them to allow it or something.
When my last child was born, my now ex-wife breastfed, and she produced more than our child needed. So she did go on Craigslist or the exchange site, Facebook Marketplace, whatever you want to call it, and did peer-to-peer sales of it.
Yeah, it's big on Facebook. Very big on Facebook. And you can make good money selling your breast milk, you know. You just need to be willing to sit down and pump a lot.
A lot of pumping.
A lot of pumping, yeah.
all these things they try to synthesize in medicine, and they can't come up with something to imitate breast milk, what it does for the body. All these microscopes, and you're looking at these processes of, like, you know, genetic growth.
But that's what formula does.
Like, they say that they can clone, and they have like all this crazy stuff going on, but they can't have something like this be readily available for children.
Yeah, formula is awful. Truly destroys a newborn child's health. It can.
Yeah, formula doesn't taste that nice.
No, it's full of genetically modified plants. It doesn't even have any of the right stuff that the baby needs.
Wow. Yeah, I never looked into that.
Yeah, it is best to avoid formula as much as you can. But you know, there are some women that can't produce breast milk, so they have to rely on it. Jeez, where do I go from here?
Wow. What a conundrum.
What was the topic before Nate's obsession with breast milk?
These guys wanted to know what was on my mind.
I'm kidding. Maybe it's not an obsession. I'm just joking. But it's like when people are like at work and they know they have ice cream in the fridge at home and they're just thinking about it all day. That's what I'm thinking of. You're just sitting there thinking of it all day.
Yeah, no,
I don't know. I was talking about so many things before that. I was talking about like 100 things. I was talking about struggles and adherence to the current narrative, not making mankind progress how it should. Like, are we being held back? Is all the information that they peddle to us growing up, does it help us grow? And this dude just told me that he can't even get enough breast milk for his kid. It's actually kind of like, that's another thing that would honestly make me want to fucking cry. Like, I can honestly see why my brother was blowing up my phone about it in the middle of the night back in the day. About
That's fucked up. Damn.
I heard you guys earlier talk about whether people like people in power if they're winning or losing. Were you guys talking about that?
Mm.
yeah, I would never say that they're winning. Like, I can't. They're fucking losing. I don't care. I can't say it. They're always losing.
Well, I mean, they've certainly been wreaking some havoc. I guess it's sort of like in a movie, you know, it's like when the evil, like let's say Lord of the Rings, where there's all those, you know, Sauron and all this evil shit going on, and then you got like the good guys and they're trying to, but it's like the evil definitely causes some wreckage. But then the question is like, what happens in the end?
Yeah. Wow.
So like in the situation we're in right now with like the idea of a new world order, or, you know, like if they're gonna take things to another level, like to some 1984 shit, or you know something worse, or some AI. So to me, that's like the bigger question: is what's gonna actually unfold? Like it's like the game is still kind of in motion. Like whatever, like reset, whatever they've done, they already clearly have some position of power. Federal Reserve, World War I, World War II, and then once they establish the Federal Reserve and everything, NASA, all this stuff. I mean, yeah, they're just kind of ravaging through with all the lies and deceptions at this current time. But then are they going to like get away with it and then take it to another level, or are we going to push back enough or get our sovereignty back by either becoming aware of the truth and or not allowing them to keep kind of pushing forward the way that they have been for the last 100 years at least?
What was World War One exactly? Like, when I try to research that, it's just so, I don't get it. I really don't understand World War One like that.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to think what was actually going on. I mean, it seems like genocide and some kind of reset, like continuation of whatever reset was already going on, I think. Trying to get control over these countries.
Yeah, like you said, they are definitely wreaking havoc. So that's why I was bringing up, like, how do we identify the sword? Like, what kind of weapon have they formulated against us? What do you think about that, chirality?
What do I think about what? So sorry?
Do you think that we're being attacked?
By who?
I don't know, people in power.
I think people in power are just trying to solidify their power. And they will do it no matter what the cost, even if that cost is other human beings. They're just humans being humans, you know? I don't know. But at the end of the day, I agree with your stance that they're not winning. They're not that much of a threat to us. So we shouldn't worry too much about them, you know?
I think it's really important that people stop accepting their lies, because this is one of their best weapons against us, is convincing us that we can trust them and anything that they tell us.
But you're not saying that because you think that's what I'm saying, right?
I'm saying that because that's why I really be talking about this stuff, because I'm just trying to, I really honestly believe that the more people entertain every possible scenario, then the better we can discern the truth. So I'm gonna jump and try to. I literally talk to everybody I know about this stuff all the time. I'll never let go of the stuff that happened to my brother. That's just kind of crazy. And for me, it was just like a whole bunch of, trying to support him. But for him, it was definitely really different. So yeah, I can't accept that. Like what we're dealing with in society today is like we really got to be trying to like discern the truth. And that's why I'm like out here like trying to understand what an electron microscope is, I guess. These people probably they could be lying about that stuff, man. I don't know.
They could be, but why care if they're lying, man? If you think they're lying, then fuck them, right?
I think about health and public health, like things that happen, and they claim that they have all these billions and billions of dollars invested in public health, and then we have all these public health crises. So, what are you going to say about their ability to sustain public health while under this medical industry in place? Do you think they really care about our health? I think that they're harvesting everything about us and turning it into a profit. And that us being in a state of needing their cures is the ultimate goal
Did you
of the
see
industry.
what you just did there? You said a lot, then you asked me a question. When I was about to answer it, you kept on saying more.
Because I want you to understand, like, I don't want you to think that I'm like,
Yeah, but don't you want to have a two-way conversation? Maybe also try and understand what I think, or do you have all of the answers? And you should just preach to me and make me understand. You see what I'm saying? You're very preachy, man.
all right, so here goes my question to you then, and then I'm done. Do you think the current state of public health for the past like 100 years that they care about public health?
Do I think the current state of public health for the last 100 years that they care about our public health? Like, do you want to reformulate that question? Because I don't understand what you asked me, dude. Are you asking
All right.
do I think they
I
care
don't need
about
to
our
ask
health?
you anything. I'll just answer my own questions, and you can just talk about whatever you want right now. I don't need to ask you anything about that, honestly. Like, how I feel about that is I have a strong stance, dude. That's why I'm
But
able
you
to
don't.
just keep going and
But don't
going
you
and going.
care?
I don't really need to ask you
Don't you
anything about
care
that.
about what I feel about it? Like, or it's just
Yeah,
what
you can say what you want. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know. What
but
do you
I don't even understand your question. That's why I'm asking you to ask it again.
do? You trust this shit, bro?
Do I trust the system we live in? Not fully, but I don't fully distrust it either. It's 50-50. Yeah. What about you? You don't trust it at all?
50-50. Damn, you
Yeah.
giving that?
You don't trust it at all?
Dude, I think it's 120% that they are after our freaking survival.
All
Like
right.
they have a full hand, tentacle, thumb over how we survive.
Hmm. But you
Like
acknowledge that you could
they're
be wrong, right?
sevenfold in control
Shit.
of our lifespan, of our mortality rate. It's really bad.
But you acknowledge that you might be wrong, right? And there's a possibility that it's not all doom and gloom as you make it
No,
out
I
to be.
think they fully control the mortality rate. I think
So,
that
so you
their
think you're 100%
influence on the
right.
mortality rate is like they 100% control every aspect of it.
So you are
All the
100%
statistics and
right.
all the properties of why we die, all the reasons why people die. I think it's 100% things that they have put into motion.
So you are
That's why
100% right with your theory. There's no way you could be wrong.
I think there's evidence of me being right. Yes, I think that you
No,
can
there's
look at people
definitely
living to
evidence,
certain
but
ages.
you could be 80% right, isn't it? right? But according to you, 120% right.
Okay.
So there's no way you could be a little bit wrong.
You guys are like an old married couple.
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking. Like, isn't that a reasonable question to ask? He might be a little bit wrong. That's why maybe it's safer to 50-50. I don't know.
What am I wrong about?
I don't know. There might actually be good people, good doctors out there that are part of the public healthcare systems that care about us, right? That deliver
We
our
all
babies,
we all have
that
to work
provide
within
me
the
with
same.
medication when I get sick. I don't know. Maybe it's not all doom and gloom the way you make it out to be.
There's like a lot of like metaphysical like parameters to healthcare. I don't know, man. You just told me that you just really need and want breast milk, so I just find that interesting. That kind of just points to what I'm talking about right now.
Me wanting breast milk is evidence for
Yeah, it's under the
public
umbrella.
healthcare industry not caring about us. What?
It's under the umbrella. Yeah, sure. You can throw that in there. It's just one of the grains of the big salt shaker, man.
Aye, man. All right.
I don't know what the hell you got me trying to talk about either.
Well, yeah, I mean, Nate, I mean, I guess when it comes to health, do you think that let's just say the people in power, as it were, we're not really talking about like, I mean, there's definitely some doctors and people that started on the journey that they wanted to help. I think that's the best way, but they're just kind of in a system where that's what the training is in today's world. I mean, this Rockefeller medicine, Rockefeller took over all this shit. So the actual herbal medicines, the real plants and nutrition that people were using was all overtaken by this petroleum based, chemical based, isolated molecule based kind of medicine. So now if you're just a regular human and you want to quote unquote help people, that's the system you got to go in. You got to go get that medical education and these drugs and these drug companies. But so what I'm not talking about the doctors at the ground level, just someone who wants to help someone's health who got wrapped into the system. I'm talking about the actual people in control of the system. Do you think that they are really seeking for our best health, or are they actually just trying to control us and maybe even kill us in certain ways and slowly poison us in various ways?
Keep us in a state of dependency,
Would say
needing their treatments, needing their drugs. I know people that are growing up on antidepressants and mood stabilizers and weird like benzos, and they need this shit, and they're now in their 30s. Like, I know a kid that he's a good guy and he's smart and he does everything, but he needs this shit his entire life. That's a dependency they created for this kid, and they're gonna blame it on him having like some kind of like mental disorder when he was younger.
what I would say, Gio, is that they are people in power that don't care about other people, and they'll exploit us, even if it means killing us, to solidify and improve their positions of power. But I'd also say they are good people in positions of power that care about us and fight for us. It's it's not all black and white. They are good people out there that care about us, that do look out for us.
All right. So that's great. We want to talk about the people out there doing good for us. But really, the topic of the conversation is who are these people that are putting us in this state of suffering? It's obviously not the good people, right?
Yeah, if you just want to focus on the bad people, go for it, bro. I don't want to do that. I want to focus on the good people doing God's work. But if you want to be negative and just doom and gloom, yeah, I'm not going to stop you.
Wow. If you really think that's what's going on here, then what are you doing hanging out here?
I'm here to talk to my friends. Yeah, that's what I'm doing here. What are you
This
doing?
isn't
Are you
doom and
just
gloom,
here?
bro.
Are you
There's
just
no
here to
doom and gloom.
be doom and gloom and talk about how the world's gonna end and we fucked and this that, and the third?
I
Or
literally keep saying they're
maybe
losing.
maybe we could joke around and keep it lighthearted and talk about breast milk. I don't know, man, but It just gets boring when all you guys want to talk about is how fucked up the world is.
Yeah, and I think it's boring when you want to ignore how much suffering happens and act like everything is all flowers and la-di-da and you live in a fucking bubble, sir. Look at you with your freaking avatar and your freaking bubble science. So stupid. You want me to say that to you?
I don't want you to say that to me, but I mean, all I'm saying is, we're surrounded by suffering. We all live.
Bro, you want to ignore the mass
Please,
incarceration
please
rates?
let
You
me
want to
finish.
ignore
Please let me
starvation?
finish,
You
bro.
want to ignore
Please let me
homelessness
finish.
rates? Like, you want to ignore
Control
homelessness?
yourself and
Nah,
let me
fuck
finish,
that.
please.
I'm not. Nah, fuck talking about me controlling myself, bro. You're ignoring suffering.
Never
That's
mind, man.
what
Cool.
you do.
If you don't want to control yourself and you're not gonna have a conversation, you just want to dominate the mic, go for it, bro. I'll see you guys later.
Well, Nate, oh, you just left.
Yeah, because that's what it really is now with them. They want to live in their bubble, bro. See, that's my problem. I start coming off as rude once I feel like somebody starts trying to attack my character. And yeah, you want to hear my character? That's my genuine opinion of what the hell he just tried to say to me right there. My bad if that was rude.
Well, what I was going to say is I think there's a difference between, like, the idea of like black pill, where there's like white pill, black pill, where like white pill is like like being really hopeful, positive, that things can transform for the positive and seeing the positive outlook on it. Whereas a black pill would just be like, everything's totally fucked. We're all going to die, that kind of thing, just really negative. But then there's like an in between of also like being aware of certain things that are negative, but not black pilling. Like basically like white pilling while being aware of the negative thing to
Nah, I never heard of it.
bring more awareness to it to then for an actual positive outcome.
Yeah, I'll focus on that for the next time I bring this stuff up. Maybe I did sound kind of doomy and gloomy for a minute. That's called black pilling. I'll remember that. I understand that. Yeah.
Well, but I think it's a fine line. Like I don't consider that I ever do black pilling, but I do talk about think about and talk about certain negative things, like that are happening. But yeah, it just seems like it's like a fine line, Like if we're going to talk about the medical industry, for example, like, I mean, I often refer to it as the controlled death matrix. I mean, it's unbelievable what they're doing. I mean, they're basically controlling humans' death. They're purposely killing people in multiple ways. Mainstream medicine. I mean, it's crazy how dark it is, like on some levels, especially when it comes to like the whole cancer treatment thing and they just absolutely kill people. It's insane. Like they create
Right.
the cancer is a real thing. I don't think it's a hoax or anything. Like, but then they have treatments. So they created something that can kill you or that is bad for your health, like cancer itself. And then they created this like fear around it. And then this treatment for it that kills people. The treatment kills people more than the cancer does. Anyways, it's just a whole thing. But it's like that's very dark. So it's like, is there a way to talk about that without necessarily blackpilling? It's like it's a very fine line. Like, how could you like have a positive, way of? It's like there's something about shining light on something that's good. Like so in that way. It doesn't always have to be a black pill just talking about something negative. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of a fine line whether you like the person's like pushing a black pill thing or whether it's more like trying to illuminate something that is dark so that we can have more awareness around it.
You just opened my mind to something crazy. I appreciate you so much for that, man. I feel like because I never had kids and, just me, I guess, having like a really flexible schedule and just having time and just being who I am, that I've gained a perspective where I feel like I do want to attack really big, dark issues that maybe people that got a lot of personal issues pertaining to their own family, that shit just does not matter to them. And I do sound doomy and gloomy. but I am willing to bring my understanding of their evil shit to a higher level, I guess. And other people, that does nothing for them. Yeah. Wow, thanks a lot for that, Gio. And what's up, Elbow?
Yo, what's going on?
How do you talk about this stuff in a nice fashion? That's why I wanted to talk about. I don't even know. Can't talk about the gibbers, the jabby jubes.
Well, yeah, it's like if there's a criminal act going on, you have to bring awareness to it in order to even have a hopes of getting a grasp on it. You know, like let's just say like your house is getting robbed, once a week or something, and you just like you come home and all your shit's gone like week after week, or like what's going on. It's like you're gonna have to kind of shine some light on that, figure out what's going on. So I mean, there is something to like talking about something negative in that way, or just like looking into something dark so that you can kind of work it out. But then there's like another level of like, kind of like being put into fear from it or something. It's like, in my viewpoint of what's really going on in humanity with like these people in control, like if humanity just instantly had awareness of all of that, I'm not even saying I have awareness of all of it, but it's like, yeah, it is dark. Like there is some crazy dark shit going on. So like, we're not going to kind of be able to liberate from that unless we're aware of it. It's like you have to be able to quarantine the parasite basically, or get rid of it.
Yeah, that stuff about the Rockefeller Institution and like petrol-based medicine and basically the smearing of holistic medicine and natural remedies and all that, food being your medicine type. Like, oh, you get sick, chicken soup. Oh, you get sick, banana, apple. Let's go. Like, you know what I mean? No, you need this and that for that and this. Yeah. That's a version of history that I didn't get in school. Dude, why don't they teach about medicine in school? In school, it's more like just take your medicine. You don't learn about what the medicine is, who made it, processes or the properties. Do you?
Yeah, it's all been like corporatized. No, it is weird. Yeah, you're right. It's all been corporatized to where like, think about these doctors, like they go to school, they learn whatever, all the protocols and things. They're told about this treatment, that treatment, and they're told how to treat it. They're told how to diagnose it. They're told how to treat it. And then they're given the diagnostic tools and the drugs to give people. Meanwhile, they don't even really know how the diagnostic tools were made, like the machinery and they don't necessarily even know the details of that. They definitely don't even know truly what's in the drug. I mean, they often release a little bit of, but it's pretty proprietary. So it's like, are they really doctors? Like, what are they? They're just basically like repeaters of a protocol. They're not men of medicine that are like true medicine. They're like they're doctoring the body from training. They're not really medicinally healing the body.
Man, I watched a presentation, somebody break down like the origin of medicine in America and like the original medicine men and how they wore like these long nose masks and the top hats. These are like the original traveling snake oil salesmen. And they had the ethers and the elixirs. Yeah, that's where it comes from.
Yep. Yeah.
Traveling salesman. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the actual quacks.
Yeah, just telling you you're sick, telling you you need their stuff because you're not as strong as you can be. Wow. Yeah, that stuff is dark. I don't know what to do with all this information. I literally want to go to like the most populated area in New York City and just start screaming at the top of my lungs like the wildest stuff. Like the first thing I want to say is like it's just so disgusting. Like I think about the worst shit ever. Bro, I think about foreskins. Like it's terrible. Like I'm seriously like off the walls like in the black pill right now.
About what?
I think about like why do they need foreskins? This is what I think about right now.
Oh no, that whole thing's crazy. Circumcision and you're saying they're taking the foreskins? Yeah, where are
I'm
those
saying that
foreskins? Yeah.
if you actually look up what's in that when you're born, it's like the most regenerative stem cell that they're aware of in modern science is actually the tip of a penis when you're born because of the amount of regenerative properties. It's like something like that. Like I could look it up right now and actually try to make sense of that, but I don't know. Even I don't like going down this road. It's way too far. These people are all the way in the darkest of dark, and we're sitting here acting like it's not happening. They think that dropping bombs is the worst thing that's happening, and it's really not. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore. This fucking fucked up shit going on. What's up, dude?
Yo. Hey, I have 1 minute only. I'm on my phone. That's why it might sound off and wrong. Shout out to you and whoever else is here. I got one observation and one question. It's going to take me 45 seconds, maybe less. First observation, I was listening on YouTube. It was entertaining. There was some guy talking about milk and whatever bullshit. He was having fun. He was trolling responsibly, right? That's what I saw it. And then whoever this guy that stay here, my observation is he ran him away. So it's kind of like, oh man, now there's nothing to talk about. Then I heard you talking about, and now is my question: who do you think is evil or more evil? Who do you think is evil? I got two people. One that want to have fun and find the positive out of the situation, out of whatever is negative. He try to find the positive and have fun about it. Or the person to my right that is self-aware of everything and just want to talk about the negative of everything and bring the awareness of how negative everything is. That's my point. And I'm gonna hang up and I'll listen
The
again.
word negative, how you perceive it in this conversation, scares the fuck out of an idiot like you. The word negative is not even real. Just that I feel like that word was created by the CIA. But anyway,
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what Jose was. Yeah, I guess he left already, but I wanted to ask for some clarification what he meant by that. But
he's trying to say that I'm evil because I'm willing to speak on things that are happening to people, and he wants to be unaware of it. I mean, I don't see how anybody could really have a problem with the stuff I say. Like, it's not like I'm the one doing it. I'm just fucking telling you, like, bro, stop ignoring what's happening to people in the world because you don't see it. You hear one person talking about it, and then you in your little bubble, you start thinking that, oh, here comes the two axioms of good and evil between these two people. No, dude, I'm a regular ass person just talking. I'm just bringing up stuff that scares the fuck out of people.
well, I think this whole discussion, there's a lot of different layers and levels to this. I think, like focusing on positive is definitely good, and there's no doubt about that. Like actually focusing on, beauty and love and gratitude and compassion and understanding, all those good things. Like, but then there's a side to that where if you're too focused on positivity, then are you then going to possibly be missing some things that are actually happening? Like, for example, like they're like people murder people. Like that's a dark thing. But it's also a real thing that exists. And obviously there's like detectives and people that live their whole lives, dealing with that, like criminals and stuff. So I don't, yeah, it's like a fine line between awareness, having awareness of things in my mind versus like the black pill. Yeah, it can kind of be broken down like black pill, white pill, like in that idea, like we were saying before, like the white pill is like having hope and positivity. Black pill would be like excessively pushing the negative thing. But then I think there can be a version of white pilling where you're aware of the darkness and actually shedding light on it. I don't know. I was just trying to interpret what Jose said. I wish he had stayed because I wanted to hear.
He wanted to say that one person was cool and one person was evil. He jumped in here just to tell me that I'm evil. So that's what I got from it. And that's why I told him that he's just scared of the conversation. But yeah, I agree with more of what you're saying, Gio. It's true, man. I be talking about the wildest stuff that people be fucking... Nope, let's not talk about that. I'm like beyond believing in a globe. I'm like looking at what has caused people to be so disillusioned.
Well, like for example, I was just thinking of this. Like, let's say vegans, for example. Like, kind of. Sorry if you were going to go on with the something with the globe, but I was just thinking this, and so sorry if it's kind of like a topic change real quick, or it's kind of the same topic as before.
No, it's a good thing, bro. Yeah.
Well, it's just like an example, like vegans, like who are fighting against factory farming, kind of thing. They might be like trying to. It's like they're shedding, like in an example of that. And let's just say what they're doing is righteous or whatever for the moment, which I mean, I do think factory farm is messed up. Like the way they treat animals, I think most people would agree with that. Like it's inhumane and crazy. But like a vegan type person, or even just someone who's not vegan, but they're just speaking out against factory farming, they are focusing on something very negative, factory farming. And they're making videos about it and all this horrible torture they put the animals through and all the stuff that they do. But they're not necessarily doing it just to like in some like satanic ritual to just be negative or just to kind of be this like a demonic thing that's just trying to torture animals. In the case of that, they're trying to shed light on it. They're trying to bring some light to it or let other people know, hey, this is something, there's an injustice here. Meanwhile, they're getting up every day talking about animals being tortured. So it's sort of like on one level, you could say they're focusing on the negative. Like, oh my God, every day this guy is talking about animals being tortured and all the horrible stuff they do. So you could say that he's just wallowing in some negative thing. However, the factory farming is happening. It is real. So in order to stop it or speak out about it, you kind of have to talk about it.
You have such a better way of addressing the issues than I do. Yeah, I gotta get away from the dark undertones of what I'm talking about. I get that a lot. Wow. But yeah, let me try.
I mean, I wasn't really getting that vibe from you. I'm just kind of in my mind, it's like the philosophical kind of thought of this. Yeah, it's just an interesting. I wasn't saying that you were being negative. I've never really gotten that. I mean, I feel
that's
like
that's what Flip Flop got, and no matter how I feel about what I said, what he got from it is what matters. So like, I gotta think about my audience and what people are absorbing from what I'm saying and how they can like, I guess, just twist it into their own.
Well, I don't know if he was talking about you in particular. I think maybe he was just talking about the general thing that we were talking about, which is sort of.
I took that really personally.
Wallowing in
he jumped in to say that.
Like just that line between wallowing in negativity versus actually illuminating something or shedding light on something. Yeah, the whole white pill, black pill. I feel like he was just commenting on that. I didn't think, that he was necessarily talking about you in particular, but.
Huh. Well, I'll definitely try to do better. I'm going to take a step back and think about why that's what he felt like he needed to say to me.
Well, it is interesting. It's almost like if there's something dark going on, you almost have to take on that darkness to some extent in order to shed light on it. It's like you just have to. Like, let's just say people who work in like, domestic abuse jobs, something like that. It's like every day they're dealing with people being, beat up and physically attacked and all that stuff, but at the same time, like they're trying to help the situation. So it's almost like to be like a healer, you have to sort of take on at least part of the darkness and like look at it and be aware of it. But there's a difference between that and actually.
Yeah, I could skip all that and just talk about solutions for the problems rather than saying, yo, man, you don't see that these problems exist. I could just go right to the solution.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, it's like somebody who actually is killing people is, that's really dark, like some like mass murder. But then there's somebody investigating that person and trying to stop them, let's say. So it's like the person trying to stop them is still thinking about their murders and showing up at their murder scenes and dealing with it, and thinking about it and seeing all the impacts from it. But let's just say they're actually, the detective person is actually trying to stop them or trying to help the situation, whereas the murderer is actually doing the murdering, So that's the difference. Like the people doing the medical stuff, for example, like we were talking about before, some of the toxic medicines and what they've done with Rockefeller medicines, like they're actually doing that stuff. For us to talk about it doesn't mean that we're not doing that as well. We're not like I'm not at least supporting toxins or whatever, or synthetic medicines and the ways that they do it. But in order to like shed light on like, hey, is this really the best thing? Are these the best chemicals to be using on the body? Then you have to kind of like look into you have to kind of peer into the mastermind of evil in order to have any chance of transforming it or shedding light on it.
Yeah. One of my favorite things I used to bring up until like I got all these new things I like to talk about, but a couple years ago, I used to love to bring this up, how in Roman Catholicism, they started to change the size of their cups. And this is like an indication that they were measuring substances and, ingesting different types of mind-altering substances in, the early days. And that's kind of evidence of them being able to domesticate, mood stabilizers, whether it be vaccines, cures, just ingesting and measuring what you're ingesting like that. That's where the idea of the Grail comes from, in like wine glasses. Fabulous is really, really fancy cups, and like worshiping what's within the cup. You ever see the images of people inside the churches holding a cup in the air? So that hit me like a ton of bricks when I was younger, and then I was just like I went on about that with everybody, and then the jibby jab happened. So I was going off about Roman Catholicism and all that stuff, and then the jibby jab happened. So now I'm just like, yo, man, come on, this is clear as day. How is anybody trying to tell me this isn't happening?
Yeah, it's insane what they've done with mainstream medicine and what people have kind of allowed for the Rockefeller takeover to push on people as to what is considered medicine and not. It's insane, actually. Yeah, it's like deep control of our bodies. And like, yeah, like, is that wallowing in the negative to talk about that? Well, the problem is, I mean, they're prematurely killing and make a lot of people and causing massive amounts of suffering.
You could even point to what they call Egypt, and how they taught us in school that these were the first people to have medicine and surgery Is that what they claim? I remember, I'll never forget this, being in like 4th grade and having somebody tell me the story of how they used to take the brain out of your head. Like, that is the darkest thing ever that I ever heard when I was a kid. But why am I sitting there hearing this from somebody? And I never applied it to real life. It was just a piece of information that really just stuck with me for years. The story of how they used to take brains out of skulls in Egypt is just stuck in my head.
While you were alive?
Nobody, you know what I'm talking about, Gio, right?
I'm not sure. What do you mean taking
This
some?
is the darkest thing ever. I literally can't even say it because it's so dark. I know really, really dark stuff, so I don't know how to talk about it. In Egypt, when they wanted to preserve bodies and they wanted to remove the organs from inside of you, they would, to remove your brain, they would stick something in your nose and scramble it around inside your skull and yank it all out like a freaking line of spaghetti. And this is how they would, and then they would put your body in the preservatives and put you in the coffin, wrap you up, and you're good to go. And this is what they told us was Egypt and mummies when I was in like 4th grade. This is what I learned in school. I thought that story was so disgusting. It stuck with me for years. But this is how I learned about, the origin of surgery. What the fuck? That's dark as shit. But this is what I think about. It's kind of messed up. Another thing I learned about that stuff back in the day is that a lot of these people in Egypt that they wanted to, what is it? Is the word martyrdom where you like worship the dead? What's the word for worshiping the dead? I don't know. Either way, they would like preserve the body. Maybe I actually don't know which word I'm thinking of, so I wouldn't even know if you said the right one. But yeah, when preserving bodies, like it would be the kids, they would be preserving like 9, 10 year olds. They would dress them up like girls, and yeah, people leave when I get into this stuff. It is dark, fucking shit, bro. Oh shit, it's too dark. I mean, this is where cosmetics comes from. This is where wearing, head fashion and face fashion and body fashion and worshiping the anatomy of a being and preserving the state of the anatomy of a being and considering it holy or prophetic. That's where you get Tutankhamun and Aten and Akhenaten and all of these Egyptian characters that I was forced to learn about in school. What's up with this? I must have had some kind of crazy teacher. I don't know. I did have a crazy teacher, actually. I know I had a crazy teacher, Mrs. Whitaker in 5th grade. I think she was supposed to be a science teacher, and she always broke out these black history books about Egypt. I swear to God. Ugh. Yeah, I wonder if that's actually a part of the curriculum now. Like, whatever Mrs. Whitaker was doing in my 5th grade class, I don't know if that was part of the curriculum. She had us reading books about fucking how they preserved mummies. Is that what you learned, Gio, in 5th grade? No? That's literally what I learned. It's crazy.
I mean, I learned it. I don't know what grade it was in, but yeah, they taught us about that. We put
Where?
all the organs in containers and pull the brain out through the nose with this thing and all that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so that was a part of your curriculum too. Cool, confirmed. Nasty stuff, man. Origins of medicine and surgery, and supposedly we need to do this stuff, right? These are these intelligent beings. Yo, man, they were so smart scrambling the brains of dead kids. It's what you need to learn in 5th grade. Very black pilled. Yo, Gio, I cannot get over how black pill I feel at the moment. Do my best to not do that anymore. After what Flip Flop wanted to say, he jumped in just to tell me that he thinks I'm evil.
Oh, is Jose in here?
Yeah.
Flip flop?
I'm gonna do my best
Yeah.
for real. Yeah, I really am gonna do my best to not like, I guess, sound doomy and gloomy. Figure out how to talk about this stuff without it being so doomy and gloomy. I wonder how. We're working like 45 minutes. So, Jeremy,
What's up?
you were born in the Bronx? You lived in the Bronx your whole life?
No, I lived in Brooklyn for a year, but I've never lived in the Bronx.
Who said they lived in the Bronx? That wasn't you.
Show. He's faking the funk though. He's from a cul-de-sac. He only knows about the streets if they end in a circle.
It's just because I work in Manhattan every day.
How's that commute?
Right. He said he fakes from the Bronx. He's really from the suburbs. I mean, I wasn't born in Manhattan or Newark, but I live here now. I was actually born in Hackensack. And I lived
Hackensack?
around, Hackensack, New Jersey.
Oh, I just drove through there recently.
Oh, word. Yeah, the City Hall area. Did you go down State Street or
I
Central?
don't know, bro.
Central
I
Street?
don't know.
No.
No idea, bro. It was fucking
State
3
building
a.m. or something.
the state building in New Jersey is actually like super duper old. It's right there. Hackensack is actually like a very old capital city of New Jersey. It's a very old city. Like the administration buildings around there are super old. And it's on the side of a mountain right next to the river. Gio, where are you from? I never even know where anybody's from ever.
I'm from New York State.
Right. Gio, where are you from? Well, you must be busy. But yeah, I need to get out of New Jersey. I feel like the globe got destroyed pretty hardcore in the past week. Like everything I've been listening to with a few of the phone calls I heard and a few of the videos I've seen the globe get totally destroyed. If I was hanging on to anything before, I feel like it would be a complete desperate move just for the globe. Like Flatzoid Perspective put out a video and he was talking about angular distance and
Angular
changing.
size change with distance.
Yeah, that video, he broke it down so well for me. That just shuts down. I feel like that shuts it down.
I completely agree. If you use Flatsoid's perspective and his understanding of 60 nautical miles per degree, you would
Yeah.
get shut down. You would die.
What's up, bro? Drink of Kool-Aid. You saw the same video I did in the past couple days?
Yeah, I laughed so hard at that video.
I'm gonna pull it
It
up
was-
right now. Yeah.
It was,
There was
It was so funny.
So he did the 2-hour debate, and then he had the 15-minute one where he just broke down the idea.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see Flatsoid's video. What was so funny? What was the funniest part for you?
The funniest part was when he projected a curved line and said, "This is a linear relationship." It was hilarious because obviously a linear relationship graphed out is a straight line, not a curved line. And the fact it was that blatant and in your face and nobody else caught it, he is great satire.
I had to come back for one more point. I'm listening, and it made me giggle because I want to watch some content.
Man, get out of here. You don't even want to have a conversation. You just jump in to say something, and then you're going to leave again. I don't care what you
And that's cool.
What's
and that's
up,
cool.
Jose?
And I think that's
What's up,
cool.
Jose?
There's nothing wrong with that. Unless
I'm
you
just
want to
saying,
shut
not
it
even
down like you did earlier.
You could
No,
jump
you
out.
can put
There
your 2
was a guy
cents
in
in.
here. You see, I tried to, dude, there wasn't even 5 seconds on you interrupting me, dude. We got to relax. If you want the conversation to go on, continue, and progress, you must allow people to talk. Now, my point
Go
is,
ahead, Jose.
I'm craving for content, and I want to watch where the globe got destroyed. I heard Flatsoid. Can you mention 2 or 3 more? Thank you very much. Shout out to Jeremy. So, boom, I'm out. I'm on my phone, and I think that the audio is bad, and I think if I keep talking like this, it's gonna be crappy. I'm about to be home, so I can pull the computer out. Maybe in like an hour, I might jump in, and if there's anybody here, I'll take my time and I'll talk later. But right now, I'll be just listening. Boom.
You're good.
Just
You're good. We'll talk to you.
list a few stuff, a few shows and stuff that I can watch where the globe got destroyed. That made me giggle. Besides Flatsoid. Boom.
Just remember, troll responsibly.
So you want to give Jose a couple more things, or electric?
He left.
No, we're gonna let everyone speak their piece there, regardless.
No, Jeremy, you misunderstood. He left the room.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just saying, like, we're not shutting anyone down. Everyone's free to speak their piece as long as they do it in a civil manner.
Yeah, Jeremy, but in that Flatsoid video, if you ever get a chance, check it out. He actually tries to explain the relationship where you move 60 nautical miles and the stellar observation changes 1 degree. You know what I'm talking about, right?
69 miles per degree, yeah.
Yeah, 60. I talk in real units. But
60 nautical miles, whatever.
right, he does that and refuses to move his location because he knows if he moves his location, everything falls. His way of addressing the question was not even bringing it up. And hey, Jose, if you're listening, check it out. The Golden Globe race starts in 4 days. Sextant navigation around the world.
I just think it's funny, like, if you look at the surface of water and you think of a boat, sailing really far across it, like, when does it start becoming a curved surface?
Have you never been at sea? It's not flat.
What?
The sea is not flat.
Oh, wow. Amazing.
Yeah. So when does it become a curved surface? Always. It's never flat.
Yeah,
What you?
I've definitely been in the water and looked at the ocean and been out on a boat and looked at the water. Yeah, I've done that, man.
Yeah. So you know there was waves and undulations and tidal swells and currents and all types of things that make the water not flat, right?
Yeah, I just don't know why you would think that makes it a sphere, though.
Oh, that doesn't make it a sphere. What makes it a sphere is the fact that we know the distances between land masses, and we've known for thousands of years as we've sailed.
Right, but when you're on the water and you're sailing a boat for 100 miles and you don't see a sphere being represented as if you're on a sphere anywhere, why don't you go by that?
Bro, we've already went through this distance thing several times. You know you can't
Yeah, I
prove
know.
the distances.
Except I can, and I do all the time, and it's fine. You wanted to say, I don't even actually. Shane St. Pierre had the best response. He mapped out the Vendée Globe on the moon. He literally ran to the moon with it. It was hilarious.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, his answer for how do these boats get around was to map it out on the moon.
Why?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Wait, who did that?
Shane St. Pierre. I don't
Never
know
heard
if you
of him.
know him. He
Never heard of
he
him.
doesn't display very
I
much.
know why he would do that. I know why.
Why?
I guess you would have to be able to consider. Well, I mean, I don't even know how to truly say what I'm thinking right now, but I'll try my best for you. If the moon were a reflection of the surface of the Earth, then the spots you see on the moon, if you can consider a ground position while you're underneath a certain spot on the moon or something like that, then maybe you could navigate. I don't know how to even say what I'm thinking, though. Sorry.
Yeah. So what this is, I'm not sure if you've ever heard of the Vendée Globe, is a solo sailing race where they start in Vendée, France. They travel south around the continent of Antarctica and back to France. So no moon not required. I mean, well, that's not entirely true. We do use the moon in celestial navigation, but besides that,
Why besides that?
well, because celestial navigation destroys the flat Earth.
Okay.
Find me one person who understands celestial navigation who's a flat earther.
Why does it got to be about destroying flat Earth? Like, what about just like basic understanding?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it works. It works all the time. Like I was just talking about the Golden Globe race. They are literally going to use sextants and celestial navigation and circumnavigate the globe. We've done this. This is a reproduction race done back before modern navigation was a thing. Race starts in 4 days. You got questions about it?
Yeah, I already asked my question, and it still remains. When you're sailing a boat across like the surface of supposed water in a container, like, and if water finds level in a container, no matter how much different waves is going on, I'm just wondering when can you assume you're on a sphere?
So distance over time gives you speed, right?
Yeah, that all got. I'm not about to subscribe to that stuff after watching all the information that I've gathered.
You don't subscribe.
During the conversation. Yeah, dude, I don't.
You don't subscribe to
I
the
don't need to just
definition
go
of
backwards
speed.
and take 10 steps backwards with you right now. No, I don't need to do that.
Could you define speed for me?
Why? What?
Because I defined speed and you disagreed with it. So would you please define speed?
Dude, I don't need to define speed for you.
And the distance The distance is what's in question. So you're about to use something that's questionable.
Distance over time gives us speed. The distance is not in question. The distance is measured. It is measured to within a
not.
greater accuracy than you measure the distance on your car.
You're measuring the distance by using the speed over time, though.
No, Jeremy.
Well, how do you
We
get the
are
distance then? How are you getting the
through
distance?
with the through-hole tachometer, measuring the actual revolutions of the water.
Yeah,
Which
over
gets
time. That's why
measurements
you
when
got
you.
MPH. Yeah, that's why you got miles per hour. Yeah, yeah, it's
Not.
over time.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So distance over time is speed, but you disagree with that, Electric. So I would like your definition for speed.
No, I didn't disagree with that. What was that about? What are you talking about?
When you said I disagree with that, and I'm asking you to define
Wait,
speed.
I didn't say that. No, I actually agreed that it's.
Dude, take
Yeah.
some meds.
All right, so you seem angry.
No. You don't know me very well. This is me chill.
I definitely don't know you, bro.
Yeah. So
How are you?
maybe don't assume things about somebody's character you don't know. Just throwing it out there as an idea.
I didn't insult you. You insulted me.
Cool.
That's what I don't get, bro. Globers are so quick to insult. That's all I see. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So do you have questions about how celestial navigation works and the fact that it only can work with concentric spheres?
You want me to ask you questions about celestial navigation? Okay.
What
What do you think celestial navigation is?
celestial navigation is the modern process by which we navigate using celestial objects through
Great. How do you do that?
primarily through use of a sextant navigational almanac.
All right. So when you look at a star, how do you know how far it is from you?
Inconsequential. Doesn't matter.
Oh, so why do you even call it celestial navigation if you don't even know where the stars are?
You know where the angle to the stars. That's the only thing we care about.
But that's not the actual distance.
Correct. It's the angle. That's the only thing we care about.
Don't get upset at my questions.
Once again, not upset, dude. Stop projecting. Right. So
Regular
we can
stuff.
get the angle, and we know where the GP is, and we have a distance, so that
No, you don't have a distance.
we don't know the distance.
You just admitted you don't know how far the stars are, dude.
We don't know the distance to the GP.
But you know, but you
different.
don't know what it actually is. And you want to talk about celestial navigation, bro, but you don't really know where the stars are.
Oh, I don't know what celestial navigation is. Interesting. I thought I grew up on a sailboat doing this every day, but
you don't know
tell me more.
Where you can stand to see it. It doesn't mean you know how far it is. That's just what it is.
Usually I would do it sitting on the deck, hugging the lifeline. But you tell me where should I have stood?
I'm gonna say what I said again. You know where you can stand to see it. That doesn't mean you know where it is. Period.
You know where you stood to see it, but you don't know where to stand. Okay. I appreciate your
That's what I consider. That's what I'm considering about this subject, bro. You want me to ask you questions about it?
Sure. Does it work?
Of course, it works when you're
navigation
navigating. When you see it, when you see it, when you're navigating, it's going to work. Yes.
Okay.
I understand. How does this prove anything? Do you believe the stars are moving?
Do I believe the stars are moving? I have evidence the stars move.
That's great. Okay, so do you believe you could see them moving?
I believe I can see the stars, yes. And I
Do you see them
believe that I
moving?
have evidence of them moving.
If you
So,
could look at the
yeah,
stars over a long period of time, do you believe that you would see them moving?
I'm not sure I understand your question,
It's
but
such a simple question. I got to
time lapses time lapses of the night sky are a thing. You can see star rotation in those. Is that what you're asking, or are you asking about proper motion?
say that again. Sorry, my phone cut out.
Are you asking about the rotation, or are you asking about proper motion?
Oh no, this was just a super vague. I didn't want you to answer in any super duper detailed fashion, just yes or no, if they're moving or not, and you can see them or not. And if you can see them moving or not, like you as a person. I know you don't like my type of questions, do you?
Yeah, vague questions without answers that prevent me from being
All right, here
specific
comes
about what
another
you
question
see
for you. When you
are
move
difficult.
60 miles, how fast do you need to be moving to not have to account for the stars moving when you want to figure out a ground position?
When you move 60 nautical miles, how fast do you have to be moving to not account for the stars to move?
To not account for the distance that the star is moving that you are depending on to assume your ground position? Or are you just staring
You
at the
would have
star?
to move. You would have to move instantaneously for the stars not to move. That's why we use a thing called a transit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because every minute, every second, the stars are moving. That's why you use your almanacs and you figure it out.
Almanacs.
Those, yeah, nautical almanacs.
So this ground position that you want to find, according to the star, that you're using your sextant to look at the star and then assume a ground position. Why do you need an almanac for that?
No. That's because that's not the way a nautical almanac works.
So
Nautical
what is the
almanacs
sextant?
are.
So what is the sextant
Hey,
for?
dude, I'm going to explain it to you, but you got to not cut me off, okay?
Mm-hmm.
A nautical almanac is a listing of GPs.
Oh wow, I knew that already.
Then why did you ask the exact opposite?
Because I'm walking with you to my understanding of what celestial navigation really is. I guess I'm just asking
Okay,
you questions.
well, rather than asking silly baby questions, maybe respect the fact I've been doing this my entire life, and let's move on.
So tell me something I don't know, sir.
60 nautical miles is 1 degree of elevation change. That
I knew
only
that.
works on concentric spheroids.
Yeah, it could also work if the stars were moving.
No, it could not.
Really?
Yes.
But the stars are moving.
Yes.
And what if the ground wasn't moving?
What if the ground wasn't moving?
And the stars were? Boom. What's the
The
issue?
stars are
You're,
moving, the ground
you're
is
saying
moving.
that
What
you
are
need
you
to be
talking
moving
about, dude?
instantaneously for your ability to celestial navigate using a sextant. Then you need to travel instantaneously and
No.
not with the stars moving, right?
No. Did you miss what I said about a transit?
What about a transit, dude?
Yeah, what's a transit?
No, I don't need to tell you what I think a transit is. I'll just look it up.
Cool. Why don't you look it up, and then when you're ready for not to argue definitions, we can continue this conversation. Until
Yeah.
then, I'm not going to teach you basic conversational skills. Please stop interrupting. You know what? Fuck off.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about what you're talking about. You ran away? Are you running away? Anyway, yeah, we could play this game where you just ask me a bunch of dumb questions and want me to go refer to what you're talking about, or you can say what you're talking about. Yeah, you can do one or the other.
Let's let people try to finish though.
No, I'm done. This guy's too insulting. I can't be bothered.
Well, I was willing to walk with you there, man. I'm actually on the page right now about transit and celestial navigation. So what is transit, Kool-Aid? The transit is used to measure the precise moment that a celestial object passes through its highest point in the sky. Used since ancient
Cool.
Egyptian time, the modern form of this.
You're looking at the wrong form of transit.
Okay, that's why I asked you.
Go read the Bowditch, section 5-2.
Why can't you just tell me what you know? You got me looking it up and reading different articles, and you're acting
Okay,
like
don't read an
you
article.
don't know.
Read the Bowditch, section 5-2. That's all you got to do, okay?
Say again, boating section what?
5-2.
Boating section.
Bowditch. I'm sorry. The official name for it is the American Practical Navigator. I believe they're on 11th edition, commonly referred to in the sailing community as the Bowditch. If you want a link to it, just search my name in this chat. I've posted it.
I got no problem finding what you said. I got the 11th. I got the 11th edition in front of me. No, wait, hold on. This is this is volume. Whoa.
Was I right? Is it edition 11?
2019 edition. 448 PDF.
Okay, close enough.
448 pages, dude. This is just a bunch of positions. Okay, there goes a whole bunch of coordinates. All right. And
no, that's not a bunch of positions. That's the manual on how to do.
You don't even know what page I'm looking at, dude. Relax.
You're right. I've never picked up the Bowditch. Yep, you got me.
I'm not in that section. I'm trying to find 5-2 actually. I gotta find the glossary. You really got me doing all this right now. You could just tell me what the heck you're talking about.
In simple terms, the transit is the time it takes you to move from the observation to observation, and the distance you have traveled in that time. That's the transit.
That's exactly what I read before, and you said no. Where are you getting that from?
It has nothing to do with the highest point in the sky.
And you brought up transit because I brought up how much the stars move between 60 miles and how fast you have to be moving for the stars to not be a noticeable difference.
Right. And now do you understand why my answer would be instantaneous? Because otherwise you have a transit.
Yeah, I caught that like 15 minutes ago.
Then why'd you argue with it?
You argued with the fact that the Earth is not moving and the stars are.
Okay. Completely irrelevant, and yeah. Brother, if you don't want to take meds, that's fine. Go to Scientology. Do something. Seriously.
Meds and Scientology. How productive. I'm sure that's what you think everybody should do, man.
No, actually, I'm anti both of those things, but I make exceptions for people who desperately need.
Yeah. I comprehend the idea of celestial navigation just fine, and I respect the fact that you work in the field, and you should respect the idea that there is a model that could also work. That's not a sphere. It's not the Earth being a sphere. You can accept that, right?
No, there's not.
Okay. Cool. We
There's
agree.
literally no other model. In fact, if you want to get into a history lesson, here you go. Nathaniel Bowditch,
Not
the writer
really.
of the book you're reading, he originally wrote that book because of the oblateness of the spheroid. And also some problems with the lunar sightings, but you know, those are
Do
the
you take
two main
meds?
reasons.
Just wondering, do you take meds?
Only if they're green and smokable.
You're just like me, man.
No,
Why do you think I should take meds if you don't?
because I have the ability to have a conversation and actually remember what I said 30 seconds.
I just think you're upset about some random stuff. Like, I think it offends you that it's possible that,
I
that it
will
could
agree.
be that
It
the
does
Earth is
offend me.
stationary and ground and water is flat and the stars
It
are
does.
round. Yeah.
It
And the
does
stars move.
offend me when somebody who's never picked up a sextant claims to know more about celestial navigation than someone who was taught from childhood. You're right. That does offend me.
Yeah, I agree. And me too.
Oh, that's too bad, man. I'm
It
sorry you feel that way.
it offends me when somebody wants to question the person who's using a scanning electron microscope by reading Wikipedia about what a scanning electron microscope is.
I think it's interesting that you have to bring up an almanac to talk about your ground position, yet you think that you use a sextant and find your ground position every day, but you need an almanac. What about that?
Who told you that? That is wrong.
You
No.
say you work in this field, right?
Yes, I'm a sailor.
Cool. So you use the sextant? You use an
Yes.
almanac? You find your
Yes.
ground position with the almanac or the sextant?
The almanac.
How interesting.
I have a question. Hey, can I ask Kool-Aid a question?
Yeah, what's up, boss man?
How's it going, dude?
Living the dream. Beautiful day at the park. No, I'm just playing. Did you have a real question, though?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
You might have dropped out. Say it again.
Oh, shit. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool, man. Hey, why is it that we can look up at the ISS, but when we try and look down, we can't see anything, like the size of the ISS? So, like, when we look up at the ISS and take its size, how come when we look down from the ISS, we can't see a similar size?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Not a space guy. I'm a boat guy.
I mean, the answer
Sorry.
is pretty simple. The cameras on the ISS, I'm pretty sure they're not zoomed in. Like, the cameras on Earth are when taking a picture of the ISS. Like, you can't take a picture of the ISS from Earth unless you're real zoomed in. So unless the cameras on the ISS are also doing that, you're not going to be able to see anything ISS size on the Earth's surface on the ISS cameras. All right, they would have to be zoomed in.
Yeah, we could see the ISS passing in front of the moon.
Yeah, but you have to zoom in for that, though.
But they can't see us?
If they were zoomed in, then yeah,
Oh.
they would be able to see. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Is this a common misconception?
Is it like humanly impossible to take some sort of telescope up there and zoom down? Because like for a long time in those stupid magazines that you guys jerk off to, like Popular Mechanics and Scientific American, you meaning I mean the Globers, that's like your porn magazines.
Okay, hurry up.
Hurry up.
Yeah, you're not really making a point. You're just beating around the bush. Hurry up.
Okay, don't you remember like all the scare tactics they would use, saying that
They would zoom in, and yeah, okay, I get what you're getting at. I mean, I don't know. I guess they could do that. I guess they could, zoom in. But I mean,
no, wait. I didn't finish my point. Remember
you're
that
taking like a mile an hour right now. Go
relax, dude. Aren't we just shooting the shit?
Yeah, but you're shooting it really slow though. What are you, constipated?
Man. Really slow. How fast do you want me to talk? You want me to talk like a fucking computer? I can talk like a fucking computer.
Just get the point across. Just come on. Let's do this. Come on. Hurry up. So yeah, the cameras from satellites can zoom in.
Yeah.
The whole scare tactic was that they can zoom in and like see people in their houses or some shit. That's the point you're trying to get at, right?
No, I was about to say something. Like, I was about to make a different point, but you didn't let me because you think I'm talking too slow.
My
but if you want me to, that's too. No problem. Ready for me to talk fast? Okay. Why is it that remember, like, okay, I can't talk fast for this, but remember they used to say that we had satellite technology that could zoom into people's windows.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
I guess so, yeah.
So whatever happened to that technology?
What do you? I mean, who said it doesn't exist or whatever? I mean, are you like what is your like argument here? Are you saying like we don't? You know what I'm saying?
Now, well, let me tell you what my argument
on the ISS or what?
Let me tell you what it is now. All the Globers will say that's impossible to zoom in because of the angular resolution of light. So they'll tell you that that's not possible for these satellites to do that. So why were they telling us that they could do this?
Well, let me real fast see. I need to look into this real fast because I know. Let me see. Google Earth.
It's not Google Earth. I was saying this was like in the. It's not Google Earth, dude. This was pre-Google
I know.
Earth.
I'm just trying to see if Google Earth.
2000s, and they would say, "Hey, we have satellites. Be careful, Big Brother has satellites that can zoom in and peek in through your window."
Okay. The reason why I was looking up Google Earth because I wanted to see if the images taken for Google Earth were from satellites. Because if they were, then this sort of now granted you would have to assume that these satellites are real and whatnot though. But this would be the argument though, where yes they do take pictures from the satellite and Google Earth would be that evidence. But I'm just trying to make sure that's the case though, because I'm also getting some stuff that's saying it's the pictures that they take is sometimes what is it? Aerial photographers or whatever. So apparently it might also be from like planes and shit. So, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't really know if satellites can like zoom in really good or not. But I think that's besides the point, because I feel like we're sort of getting off topic. The whole original point is why can't we see anything on Earth? My bad. Why can't we see anything from the ISS cameras? Like ISS size, whatever. And the main answer to that is just because the cameras aren't usually zoomed in, like we have them on Earth. That's the main thing though. But yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you why.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Not you, I was talking.
Yeah, I know.
My bad, I was hot mic. What up, Armbar?
Oh, what's up? But yeah.
Don't try to sound cool.
Anyway, I don't know who the other guy was talking. I think it was Flat Daddy, but yeah, I don't, or maybe it was someone else. I don't know, but I don't personally know, if satellites can zoom in crazy or not. But I don't really get the argument.
Hey, what up, Jeremy? What up, Jeremy? Can you hear me?
What up? Yeah, I hear you. What up?
Hey, do you remember like in the 2000s they would say, "Hey, satellite technology can peer in through your windows, so be careful."
No, they never said that.
What do you mean?
Unless you got a window on the top of your roof. They can only look straight down. Bro, you ever seen that movie Enemy of the State with Will Smith?
Yeah, that's where I'm getting all this from.
Yeah, so if you have a skylight in your house, sure, they can look through your window. They're not looking through your living room window that's facing the street, though. You can't do that.
Well, I mean, if
No, I don't think they've ever claimed to do that.
well, it depends on the zoom. If they had like, okay, in this hypothetical, if we had infinite zoom, that would be possible because then all they would have to do is, they would have to pretty much. It's hard to describe this, but basically, if they had a satellite that was like 90 degrees, like if there was this, okay, just imagine looking out on a horizon, right, and there was a satellite at the horizon, right. In theory, that satellite would be able to take a picture of inside your house, whatever. But once again, that assumes like really, really good zoom, though. But yeah.
No, there's no way. There's no way they'd be able to look through all that atmosphere and see through your
Well, that's a good point
your
too.
window.
True. The atmosphere is also.
If you were in a
good idea.
skyscraper, maybe if you were in like the Burj Khalifa or something, but
Fair enough. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. The atmosphere.
you gotta use your head, Armbar. Use your head.
What? Okay, jeez.
How you been? Where you been? What have you been up to?
Just busy doing stuff, and I'm like,
Been out banging bitches.
Yeah, sure. No,
That's what
I
you been
just
up to, banging bitches.
no, I've just been busy working on stuff.
You been gang banging? You got the block running?
What are you talking about?
Got
Okay,
them
look
doing
at this.
OT 7:30.
Hey, check this out. New satellites might be able to see a phone in your hand. Right on. See, I found it, dude.
Yeah, but what is the point of this, though?
Hey, look, here, I found another one. New satellites camera can see through walls of buildings and take crystal images of your house.
They might be able to get heat signatures. I don't know about crystal images of inside your house, but they might be able to tell. They might be able to tell if there's like a human being in there or something.
Maybe I can kind of see that. But what is I mean, is this more of a discussion than it is really just like a gotcha?
Well, this is just okay. If we can zoom into the ISS at same distance, why can't we zoom down from the ISS same distance and see a same sized object of the ISS, which would be about a stadium or an airplane?
I mean, we probably could. We just don't do it because there's no reason for it. I mean,
what do you mean? Every fucking astronaut up there would like to be like, hey, I want to zoom in and see my house.
Yeah, but even if they zoomed in on their house, though, once again, it would be really tiny, though. I mean, like when you zoom in on the on the ISS with a camera, that thing's tiny, and even then, it's
Yeah, but wouldn't like any of the astronauts be like, hey, let's take up a $500 telescope and we can zoom in and see like streets and shit?
Okay, I mean, I guess it's possible, I guess, but like, remember, once again, I mean, yeah, I mean, even with the zoom, you also have to worry about like the atmosphere and whatnot. Because I know when you take a picture of like the ISS, sometimes it's like a bit like I don't want to say wobbly because it's a single picture, but it's not exactly the clearest because you have atmosphere to look through too. So I mean, I don't know. I don't really think it's. I'm sure they can do it.
Live images, I don't see any problem peering through and seeing like whatever continent or country is there. I don't see a big problem. I just see vivid colors. I don't see the big problem here.
But I mean, I don't really see like
It'd actually be easier
point of it
because
though
you're not peering through atmosphere. You're actually looking down, and I don't see any atmosphere. Like when I see the images from the ISS,
Yeah,
they're
but yeah. So when we're so on Earth, we're looking through the atmosphere to see the ISS. But the other applies too. Where if you're on the ISS, you have to look through the atmosphere that the people and the houses and the roads are in. Like there is atmosphere, in the way, technically speaking. Because that's where the air and shit is on the surface. So if you want to see a building or something, you have to look through atmosphere for that. Like, yeah, the ISS isn't really in any considerable amount of atmosphere, because I'm not going to get into the whole definition of atmosphere, because there was that whole, thing where, the atmosphere extends to the moon. So I'm not going to get into that. But, where the ISS is, fair enough. There's not a crazy amount going on up there, but they still have to look through it, because that's where the people and shit are, the buildings. The atmosphere in the way.
why haven't they taken up a $500 8-inch, 10-inch, 12-inch telescope and to peer down?
Maybe they have.
Come on, man. Oh, they have.
No, I'm saying maybe they have, but they just didn't post anything.
Maybe telescope they're using. What kind of telescope is it?
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying maybe they have, and they just haven't posted anything. I mean, like, if it's just like a personal thing, like, I'm just gonna
So they're keeping it secret.
Not keeping it a secret. It's just they didn't feel the need to post about it. Post it or whatever. Like, I did this. Like, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, do you want them to like do this, then post it online? Like, hey, look, we got a picture of a house from the IS. Is that what you want? Like, I'm confused, or is this like a? I don't know. I don't really get this.
Why wouldn't you be able to get this? It's not that hard.
Like, what is the motive for doing this? That's what I'm getting at. Like, why would someone want to bring a telescope up there?
Motive.
Like you said, to see. Yeah, I mean, well, when I use motive, I mean like a reason to do anything. Like just a reason to do it. Like, what's the point of them just bringing a telescope up there besides seeing their house? And if they are seeing the house, why would they want to post that online? I mean, sort of doxing themselves at that point. I don't know. You get what I'm saying? Like,
themselves.
Not really, obviously, but you get what I'm getting at. The point is, there's no reason for them to do that. Like, it doesn't make any sense for them to like post this online.
This is strange, dude. I get how all you Globers get defensive when we come up with just some silly question like this.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't make any sense.
It makes perfect sense.
Okay,
there's nothing wrong with it.
So I want you to give me the scenario, right? So what is it? They bring the telescope up to the ISS, then they see a house or something. Maybe it's their house. Then what? They take a picture and post it online. Say, "Hey, I got a picture of my house." Is that what you want in this scenario?
How fun would that be? How awesome would that be?
I mean,
to be able to see, okay, well, here's the motive. When you look down and you can see, like, say an ant farm, right? Or say like different veins of a river, and you can like kind of zoom in and see rivers and like other formations of Earth. I think that would be cool. You're getting a different angle, different viewpoint.
Yeah,
that we've never seen before. So this motive that you're saying they don't have any motive for, that's just you're not expanding your horizons and open to seeing different views of the Earth.
It's not that. I'm pretty sure they've already done images like that already with better quality, not just like through a telescope. Like, I'm pretty sure there's like, images out there that claim to be satellite images. Like, this is the Great Wall of China from space.
Not satellite images. This is from the ISS because
so this would be an inferior.
Close. It's only 300 miles away.
Yeah, so wouldn't this be like? Let me see. Satellite images. of Earth's surface.
No, not satellite images, dude. Stop.
I just want to see what these images look like because I want to see.
ISS is 350 miles away.
Yeah.
So take a telescope from that far and zoom down onto the Earth.
I mean, it's not going to be much different than satellite images. It's going to look practically the same. I mean, at that distance, foreshortening is going to make everything look fucking flat. It's not going to
How do you know?
Because of foreshortening, how foreshortening works. When I say flat, by the way, I mean like there's no like you know how you bring your finger to your eye, it looks like really like maybe not warpy per se, but you know, or bring any object close to your eye, whatever, and the part that's really close to you is like really big, and then the other end, like a pencil, whatever, the other end of the pencil would be like tiny, whatever, right? That's foreshortening, right? So I don't know how to explain this exactly, but basically, the farther something is, right, the less of that warpy effect happens, all right? And so from that height, the ISS and beyond, things are like super like flattened due to foreshortening. So it really wouldn't change much if you have a satellite image versus an image taken from the ISS, because at that point it's all foreshortened roughly the same anyway. So I mean, I don't really doesn't really make a difference, like
The same distance, dude.
What? It's the same distance?
Same distance.
Let me just give me a second. I want to real fast see if there's any images. Images from images. Zoom from ISS. I want to see. Earth zoom from ISS. I'm gonna look up real fast if they have images in the ISS and shit, because I feel like I don't know. This isn't really fucking. It's silly.
What's wrong with the ISS?
Why don't you just Google telescope images from the ISS?
I just don't get the point of it. I mean, if it's a telescope and then there's a camera taking a picture from that telescope,
what don't you fucking get?
It doesn't.
What's so
it's fucking stupid. That's what it is. Because I'm pretty sure there's already satellite images that would be superior to that. So why would someone take an inferior image, from the ISS? Like I don't get that. It doesn't make any sense.
You want to know if there's a telescope on the ISS?
He wants
fucking not? Why not?
He wants someone to bring a telescope up on the ISS, then I guess, I don't know, zoom in or something on like a house or something, and then take a picture of that. I mean,
the resolution required for that would be an enormous aperture. Why would first off, it would be a larger
Why would
aperture
you need an enormous aperture? Why would you need an enormous aperture? Why couldn't you just take the same fucking telescope you viewed from from Earth up to the ISS?
Yeah.
350 miles. That's not far away. That's not millions of miles. I can look at Saturn with my telescope.
Yeah, I can see the ISS when it transits in front of the moon with my telescope too. So what?
Okay, so why wouldn't you want your astronauts to take up a telescope up there and zoom down onto Earth?
I mean, they could if they wanted to, I guess.
I said the same
Why do you
thing.
think they never done this?
What would? So I guess my main question is what information are they getting from doing this that they wouldn't have available to them with the instrumentation already aboard the ISS or the numerous other satellites that are pointed towards Earth?
Well, maybe it's just a different viewpoint. It's a different sort of experiment. It's like, everybody likes filming things and looking at different viewpoints, right?
Okay.
This would just be another one.
Okay, sure. I you know what? Sure. Okay. I mean, I feel like astronauts have used their phones before, and the phones have pretty good cameras on them. So.
Phone?
Yeah,
Did
a
you
phone.
just
That's the
phone?
thing you think too. Yeah, you know what a phone is, right?
I just don't really. I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't get it. It doesn't. I mean, like, like
Like you saw and explained, you're like, why do you want astronauts to take a telescope and point it at the Earth and look at the Earth? What additional information other than tickling your pickle does that do?
I think his argument is that we don't have images like that, so why don't we? And and because we don't.
You know what? People do a lot more experiments, but that one itself would be kind of fun because you'd say, "Hey, look, I can use my telescope from Earth to see the ISS. All right, let's just do it in reverse. Take a telescope from the ISS and zoom back down from the Earth. Wow, look, kids, this is what you get."
What experiment is that exactly? It's just an observation. What are you testing?
I know. I mean, look, you're trying to make it seem, you know.
I'm making it sound innocuous because I think it is. Understanding your point.
Uh-huh. Yeah, people film themselves while they sleep. People do a lot of innocuous things. But this one, I think would be kind of fun.
Okay, sure.
Maybe, but yeah, once again though, you still have to get really
cool
powerful.
Point you're making, man. Cool point.
Yeah,
That would definitely be something that someone could do.
But they never done it. So why?
Because I'm assuming they had more important things to do than the.
Yeah, what else type of bullshit are they doing up there?
I
They're
mean,
doing a
I don't
lot of
know.
horse shit up there.
They're going up there to do actual science experiments, to do repair work, I'm sure they do a lot more than just like, well, I'm going up to the ISS. I don't know why. Maybe I'll take some selfies and point a telescope back down at the Earth.
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
doing
they got jobs
they're
up there,
doing
man.
dick up there, okay?
Well, in any case, I still think it's a tall task anyway because even with the like unless it's I guess yeah, if you have really good zoom, I guess fine, but like even then though, like because like if you've seen the images of, like the ISS from Earth, like they're usually pretty blurry because not only did they
350 miles.
it's like 250 miles. Well, I guess it could be more depending if you're looking at it from like an angle. To that point, there's more distance on other axis. But okay, I don't know.
Maybe you're out of focus.
Well, it's out of focus, but I mean, I don't know. It's just there's also because like a lot of some of the images that I've seen anyway, it's like really blurry, but it's less out of focus, more so that it's just they zoomed in all the way and it was still tiny, and so they had to digitally zoom in, which is just taking the few pixels that they had already and just making those pixels bigger. So I don't know. You just need some really good zoom, and I don't know.
That's why amateur astronomers have. I mean, that's why the ones they publish of, hey, I saw a transit of the ISS is a little tiny black spot against the background of the moon, and not like a ultra close zoom up of it, because the aperture size required for that is beyond what most people are willing to spend as an amateur astronomer on a telescope.
I've looked up at the ISS through a tiny telescope. It was a 4-inch telescope. So cut it out.
Sure, it looked like a little dot.
No, it was pretty big actually. This guy had a star tracker on it and everything. It was normal size.
I guess your eyepiece was a very expensive eyepiece.
No, it wasn't an expensive telescope, but still, it was a 4-inch telescope. It was not a giant aperture. So that's
Right.
false.
Being able to resolve images is the initial aperture size and then whatever the reflector is in your eyepiece. So if you have a small aperture size, you compensate for that with a large eyepiece. Sounds like that's what he had. If you could see it
It
larger
wasn't
than
a
a
large eyepiece. It was a regular telescope. Wow, look. I just found, is there a telescope on board the ISS? Wow, June 29th, 2016.
Okay. How come you didn't look this up early before asking the question? I feel like you didn't really look into this.
The Celestron telescope is not stationary. It can be moved around inside the space station to look through any window. Great.
Yeah, it's like you should have looked
It is,
into this.
however, just used to observe the Earth, and the reason for that is the orbital velocity of the ISS.
Okay.
well, they are going pretty fast up there.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's another good
I
point
imagine
actually.
it'd be like trying to track a plane while it's flying.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, because technically speaking, yeah, if you were trying to like track something, it'd be moving as I'd imagine as fast as the ISS would in the sky to us, whatever. Because I mean, realistically, yeah, it's relatively speaking anyway, it's all the same in a way.
No, it says this is what makes it hard to focus on one part of the sky. Given the limited view from one of the windows, you can only observe a region of the sky for about 10 minutes. This does not mean that the ISS does not have equipment to observe the sky. It does, for instance, have the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Oh, here's another dumb glober. If they look straight down the surface, will appear to be moving at 7 kilometers per second, which is about 80 arc minutes per second.
Okay, what's dumb about that?
That's a lie.
Well, I mean, it's okay.
I wonder why only 2 people asked this question. So they do have a telescope up there.
There you go.
Oh,
See?
that's good to know.
It's like you should have looked this up before asking, the question.
Wow, they have a Celestron telescope up there, and they're not taking
It's an action.
images.
This is what it looks like.
I mean,
That's
Google gets-
okay. That's strange. They have a Celestron telescope up there. They don't tell anybody about it.
Except for the site you just read that said they had it.
Yeah.
They are really bad at hiding information. They just leave it all over the place.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe Flat Daddy, I would maybe just do some more research to see if maybe they have done what you've said. Like really dig.
Oh, look at this. Universe today. Astronauts on the ISS today are installing a new modified Celestron telescope.
All right.
So what are we talking about here? Telescope
A
on the moon?
modified
ISS?
Celestron telescope for Earth observation.
I don't know.
So they're going to look at Earth through a telescope with IS from
Doing
ISS.
flat Earth research.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
What's
Doing
up,
it
Lewis?
live.
What's good, Lewis? I heard you were going to do that, the concentric circle test measurement. Oh, Nidhogg.
Yo, what's up?
My bad. I thought you were Lewis.
Oh,
All you nerds sound alike. It's all good. What's up?
shows how much attention you pay to people's voices. Almost as much
I
as
honestly, I thought you were Snack. I was like, oh no, that's Lewis.
Here we go, Arma.
Alright, here we go. Serious.
So they got this new telescope, and what they're using it for is disaster analysis and environmental studies.
Oh, okay.
So that would be a good reason, right? You couldn't think of not one. Well, there's two right there.
Well, because it wasn't a big thing for me. If I was concerned, like if I was like, oh, you know, why don't they have it? Then yeah, I probably would have thought of some reasons, but I didn't have a motive to think of anything. So I'm like, okay, whatever. This is a silly argument, or you know, a silly discussion. I don't know, not so much argument, but yeah. But there you go, the disaster thingy, like you said. You know, they do stuff up there. It's crazy.
Any more flat Earth research you got for us? Maybe see if they eat food up there. I bet that's a burning question.
I heard they're gonna recycle the poop.
You're gonna eat that.
There's a lot of nutrients in poop, right?
Turn them into brownies.
They're already recycling the pee, so I mean, what's next?
Yeah.
It seriously did say they're going to 3D print the poop. You know that, right?
They're gonna 3D print the food
using the
or the
poop
poop
for 3D printers on ISS. That's a real story. Look it up.
Yeah, if you can get the nutrients out of the poop and then just 3D print a little clump of nutrients from the poop, yeah.
No, use it for building stuff, for like making stuff.
Oh, okay.
And for coffee.
With the poop?
Yeah.
This really came out. They said they're going to use the poop to 3D print stuff.
Yes. I'm not lying.
I feel like that's not a good building material.
Just leave it to the ISS.
I mean, what can you really make out of? What can you really make out of it?
Maybe there's
Jeremy's a shill.
What's up?
I think you're a shill, dude.
Why you say that, bro?
Why do you
Why would
try
you
to
even say that?
change the subject on telescopes from the ISS?
Bro, I don't know. We're talking about the ISS. You want to keep talking about the telescope? Go ahead. You're free. Go ahead.
What do you think about that?
Telescopes and ISS? I don't even think they're up there.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just posted.
I don't think there's humans on the ISS. What's up?
I just posted something in the chat saying that they are, because I had a question, and because it came from a thought. If we can observe the ISS from 350 miles away with a regular telescope, why haven't they, from the same distance, looked back down on the Earth from ISS back down on the Earth? It's just a simple comparison.
Yeah,
I think I've heard Jeremy ask that very same question like 100 times by now.
Well, what's more questioning is the moon, right? We could see the Tycho crater with your bare eye.
Okay.
You know, with just your eyes, you could see the Tycho crater on the moon. But when they were on the moon, I mean, the Earth was fucking. The pictures we got, Earth was a tiny little dot. Now you could say it's the focal length or whatever, but
It's probably a field of view thing. If I had to guess. Because the only way for you to definitively know for sure if that, if that's legitimate or not, is to get the angular size of that Earth. And unfortunately, there's no way to really gather that information from that image, unless we had some sort of
There's a picture of Earth
reference.
There's a picture of Earthrise from the moon. The Earth is clearly large enough.
Yeah.
I don't know. On the Apollo missions, it was a little teeny tiny dot.
Whether it appeared that way or not, we can't really say anything else. We had the, like I said, the angular size. That would be definitive. Unfortunately, teeny dot doesn't
we can
do
all
it.
the pictures that do show a nice big Earth there that you can see things though, right, Jeremy? Because one Apollo mission, one zoomed out image is all it takes, man. You're done.
They zoomed out. They zoomed out. So it was negative.
The focal set properly, so you get your panties in a bunch, and you're like, it's all fake.
Don't you remember that one image when it's like you see the moon's horizon, and then you see the Earth, and it's a gigantic ball?
That's the Earth,
I
right?
remember that image.
Talked about.
That's the one Nidhug is scrambling to account for.
Scrambling. I just called it the Earthrise image because that's what it's called.
All right, let's see it. Is it in the live stream?
Yeah, post it, Nidhug, because you know exactly which one we're gonna attack.
Yeah, post it. I want to see this so I can
Tell you what, I like
defend
them.
Globeside because I'm pretty sure it's fine.
Those leggings. I like those yoga pants.
There we go. That gigantic Earth right there.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Yeah. Now Tycho Craters.
Tino.
Tycho Craters
on the spot.
How is this an argument? You can't gather anything from this image.
Bingo.
Tycho
bango.
Crater.
No, this isn't an argument.
Tycho Crater is about 60.
Okay, you go.
Go ahead, Armbar. Go ahead.
No, it's like a lag thing. I didn't mean to go over you. You go. You're good.
I don't know where you posted it.
Tycho Crater.
Chat doesn't have.
Livestream 1. We're all in Livestream 1 text. Get it together. So Tycho Crater is about 60 kilometers diameter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Might be 60 something. I'm not exactly sure on the number. So point to something on Earth that's 60 kilometers big in that picture. Can't make out anything.
But real fast, Tycho Crater though, when we see that though with the naked eye, right? I mean, it seems to be still pretty like. Let me see. Yeah, I'm looking at this up right now. Okay, that's still pretty tiny though. I mean,
if you want to see something neat, go to Google Earth, zoom out as much as you can, and then look at Earth. See if you can make out something 60 kilometers big, and then realize you're not even zooming out close to the distance where you would be at the moon. You might be able to zoom out farther if you have the pro version of Google Earth. I'm not sure, but just from what you can zoom out in the regular version, you ain't making out nothing 60 kilometers.
I guess it really depends on, like, in this image here, we're not gonna be able to make anything out really because remember, all right, that the Earth is bigger than the moon, so to 60 kilometers would actually be smaller visually, on the Earth compared to 60 miles on the moon. So if I was to put them side by side, same size, or at least same scale anyway, a Tycho Crater would be visually smaller on the Earth if you were to side by side.
No, it would be the same size.
No,
it would
okay.
be the same size because 60 kilometers is 60 kilometers,
Yeah, no,
regardless if it's on a huge sphere. If it's on a huge sphere or a small sphere, it's still 60 kilometers.
No,
doesn't matter what
I
it's
know
on.
that. I know that. I'm just saying though, like in the image that Geo sent, right? Like because we have a small picture of the Earth here, right? How do I explain this where it makes sense?
Here's how you explain it. It's the exact same thing as before, where the focal length is way out. Click the image that I put, which is the exact same image without shitty focal distortion, and you can see it very large and very clearly. Geo just cherry picked one that confirms bias, like always.
Okay, post one that you guys got. Post an image of Earth from the moon. Let's see it.
Right there. Click my link. I don't have picture posting.
Click.
Right. I'll do. Hold on.
Bro, I'm not clicking your feet.
Well, I'll do.
Yeah, I'm not clicking your fishy links, bro.
Sure, whatever.
Okay, Flat Daddy, can you? God damn it. Okay, whatever. Anyway, the thing though, before Flat Daddy's whatever, I posted it. I think that's the one. That's a lot larger though.
Okay, now pick out something 60 kilometers in that image on Earth.
All right. Okay. Well, let me real fast. Let me bring this over to like Photoshop, whatever. Let me real fast. Let me first define, like, show you what 60 kilometers will look like on Earth.
Yeah, thanks, dude.
That would be a good way.
Sure, let's see it. Yeah, let's see what 60 kilometers looks like. Perfect.
It may take me a bit.
What is that? Australia in the bottom right?
I don't know.
What are we looking at? Is that Australia in the bottom right? What is it?
Pretty sure that's either Australia or Africa. I'm pretty sure it's Africa.
I don't know. It don't look like. If that's Africa, where the fuck is Europe? You're saying that's the bottom of Africa? Oh no, dude, that can't be Africa. Where's Antarctica then?
Where's Antarctica?
Oh, you know what? I think that's South America.
Okay, let me see something.
Dude, those clouds. Look how many clouds there are on the left side of the thing. It looks like there's a fucking some crazy storm rolling in there, huh?
Oh, that might actually be Antarctica now, because I think we're looking at Africa sideways. I think where to the left is the bottom tip, and then I think lower down would be Antarctica. I think that.
Bro, pick out something 60 kilometers.
Give me a second.
Pick out something 60 kilometers and show me on that picture.
All right, hold on. Give me a second. So let me see. Earth is 3959 times that by 2. So 7,918. Divide that by 385 pixels. So 20 pixels per mile. Okay. I might have done the math wrong. Give me a second. Also, I don't think I have the correct scale for this. Let me see. Oh, never mind. I do have the correct scale. Okay, good. All right. So from what I gathered, the Earth is roughly around 385 pixels in this image. So 385 pixels. I'm going to equate that for now to its diameter. All right. And like I said, the diameter is 3959 times 2. I'm going to divide that by 385, like I said, pixels. So that is 20. Okay, my bad. So it's actually 20 miles per pixel. Okay. So, and let's convert. You said 60 kilometers, was it?
Whatever Tycho is, it's about 60 and some change, maybe.
Oh, crater size. 53 miles.
Hold on, let's see how big Tycho is. Hold on, let's do a quick Google search.
Okay, so
Tycho crater size.
Yeah, I got 53 miles or so for a Tycho crater. Yeah, 53 miles. From if my calculations are correct, I might have maybe switched the thing backwards. But if I'm correct, that means 53 miles in that image of Earth would only be like roughly 2.65 pixels. Almost 3
So
pixels.
show me something that. Can you make anything out that's that big?
It's like 2-3 pixels. I know.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Well, that's not an argument, though. That's literally what you get when you mix those, when you put the numbers in. Like that's.
Bro, my argument. Listen, here's my argument. Maybe it wasn't clear. We can see the Tycho crater with our naked eye from Earth. When you're on the moon, though, you can't make anything out that's that small. That's that big.
Because it's not really.
Can you?
Because we don't really have a crater like that on Earth. That's why.
We don't have any kind of landmark that's 85 kilometers long, wide, anything.
Well, let me real fast send you what
There's
I
no
have.
island, nothing. Is there an island that's 50 miles long, wide or long or whatever?
Yeah. I don't know. Don't really think
Did
this
I
is
hear Arma make an expression and it was kind of funny? He went, eh?
Yeah, I don't. It's just there's no like the landmarks are like it's not with the moon is like that little that crater that circular crater, but we don't really have that on Earth. I mean, I guess there are things that size. Like I'm looking at the image right now of like Africa. There's like a bunch of like like green like I guess like vegetation and shit, and there's like some lines, and there's also like some weird shit going on. I guess those are roughly around a few kilometers or 53 miles. I don't know. This isn't really an argument, man. Not really an argument. Here, I'll real fast.
No, we can see Tycho with our naked eye.
Here,
all right, it's 85 kilometers wide.
Hold on. Well,
you can't see that. You can't see that from Earth if you're on the moon.
Here, look, check that out. All right, I'll show you. I'll show you what I have. So this is what 2.6 pixels, 2.56 pixels look like. All right, this is a little tiny red dot. Okay, that's how big it would be. So more or less, I tried to do like a weird shape because I was trying to account for that half pixel, and you can't really do that if you're dealing, with actual, solid pixels. Unless I was to blur it, I should have done like maybe like a weird transparent red pixel. But the point is that more or less that little red dot right there, okay, that little star, little shape, that's how big Tycho would be on Earth, okay? So
okay, and
so that little the darker line above it, there you go. That's around the same thickness. That's probably around 50, 60 miles or so.
If we need some kind of landmark that we can know what it is or something. Yeah, we can see a whole continent. Okay.
Let me look up Africa real fast.
You don't even know if that's Africa, bro.
I think
what continent is that?
It's probably Africa. I'll double check though. Let me see. I'll see if there's any.
How are you gonna double check?
I'm gonna go to like Google something, Earth or whatever, and see if it looks similar enough.
Yeah, go to Google. Why don't you just go to Google Earth, zoom out as much, draw a circle 85 kilometers in diameter, then zoom out as much as you can. Tell me how far you are and how good, and if you can even see that dot anymore. I think Google Earth will let you zoom out either 30,000 or 60,000 miles tops, maybe, if you don't have the Pro version. So now realize that you'd have to go back 200,000 more miles to and then how small would that dot be?
Let me see if I can first even figure it. It looks like it's Africa. I think it is, but I can't double check. But I think it checks out though. I mean,
bro, go to Google Earth, Armbar. Go to Google Earth. Draw a circle on wherever you want. That's 85 kilometers wide in diameter.
It's going to be exactly what I have here in this image with the red dot. But all right, let me pull up Google Earth.
Then zoom out all the way. Yeah. Right, see how far? I don't know how far. You got the Pro version or the regular one?
I'm just doing the one that's on the, on the what do you call it? The fucking.
The free. You have the free version of it, yeah.
The one on the the one that you zoom out
like. I think they let you zoom out like 30,000 miles. It might be 30,000 feet, dude. I don't even know.
It's not really. I don't really. Hold on, I gotta X out here. Let me see. Measure. Yeah, I might have to get the other version because I think you could. Wait, can you like draw circles or something on it?
Yeah, you can draw a circle with the free version. Draw a circle. Draw a line 85 kilometers long. Make a circle around that line so the two sides of the circle touch the line.
I don't know how to do that. I might have to. Someone else might have to do this.
Bro, come on.
I don't use Google Earth like that. I mean, back then when I was, little, I would fucking just go around and just like venture on it, but I haven't touched it in a long time. I don't really, and even then, the one I had, I think was like the actual downloaded version. I'm like using the one that's on you know, on the actual, like I'm using Google Chrome, so I'm actually doing it on that. It's not the downloaded version. So yeah, I don't know, but I'm telling you though, this isn't Jeremy. Trust me, all right. You're not gonna that red dot in that image, all right. That's how big Tycho is, all right. So all we have to do is confirm that this is Africa, all right. And once we do that, which I'm almost certain it is, I'm getting a lot of similarities. Let me see.
Dude, I'm telling you, the way to do this is draw a circle on Google Earth. It's 85 kilometers in distance. All right, and then zoom out all the way and realize you'd have to zoom out 10 more times, 10 times the amount and imagine how small that fucking dot will be.
Listen, all right, you're wrong, but be real fast. Pull up. Let me see. Why is this in kilometers for? I don't. 14, whatever. It's miles. Give me miles. Here we go. 53 miles. I'm gonna do a line instead. All right. Yeah, I'm getting more or less the exact same result that I got with the image with the red little dot that I did.
You're gonna need to do more than one line to figure this shit out, man. It doesn't work.
Well, I'm doing one line. I'm just seeing how like far apart that
I'm kidding.
the first dot and second dot are. So
You said you're gonna do a line. I'm like, you're gonna need more than one line, man. This shit fucked up, man. You're not gonna be able to do this.
Oh, that's okay. But anyway, yeah, Jeremy, I'm getting the exact same results. It's about the size of that red dot I drew. I don't know what to tell you, Jeremy.
And Google Earth is letting you zoom out all the way to the moon.
Oh, to the moon. That's.
Yeah, we're trying to see what it looks like from the moon.
Okay, but you understand though that once I zoom out to the moon, whatever, literally the angular resolution, right? Literally, it gets to the point where it's. Well,
no shit. That's my argument, dude.
No, but okay, when you zoom in though, then you're making it bigger again though. But if I zoom out to the moon, my Earth's gonna be really tiny to the point where it's gonna be like, it's gonna be tiny or whatever. And then I have to zoom in. I don't know. This isn't really. That's not how this works. Right in my head, man. Because the whole argument, the whole thing is that, it's
the whole thing is that the angular resolution of an 85 kilometer circle will be too small to see from the moon. That's the whole argument.
I don't know. It's not really. Let me see. Okay, so real fast, when we see the Tycho crater, right? I mean, you don't really see that in detail. You're just seeing maybe a white dot, like from just using your, no camera or anything, like just your naked eye. That's just like a little dot at best, right? Let's confirm that, because if you're saying there's detail, you can see detail, then fucking bullshitting me. All right.
Sorry, what'd you say? I was talking to someone at work.
I was saying that with the Tycho crater, when we see that on Earth with our naked eye, we usually just see like a little dot, like a white dot or something, right? We're not seeing any detail. So I mean, when at least with the Tycho crater, there's that that contrast at the very least. It's this white dot, I guess. And then, but versus if we're looking at the Earth from the moon, once again, there isn't really that contrast. We need unless there's like a dark, like I said, in that image, there's like a little dark line above my little red line, my little red dot. I guess that's kind of yeah.
Bro, have you ever looked at the moon?
Yeah.
And you think Tycho looks like a white dot?
I mean, with the naked eye, I mean, you could barely make that out. It's practically like a little white dot, unless you have some like eagle vision going on. Like you got like eyes like an eagle. Like you could just zoom in, like
Okay, so make your dot on Google Earth, zoom out, and let's see if you can even see the dot anymore.
Okay, let me see if I can.
Come on, man. You guys are supposed to be these computer genius nerds, man. You're letting your peoples down right now.
Let me see something real fast. Hold on.
Aren't you always fucking around in Blender and shit? You can't figure out how Google Earth works? Come on, man.
Let me see. All right, how about this? Okay. Okay, my friend screen that. So me real fast show you what I got here. It's very tiny. It might not even pick up, but here we go. So check this out. This is what I got. That's very hard to see, but the little, because unfortunately I didn't do a circle once again, but it's pretty much that yellow and white little line going on. That's how wide 50 miles is. And that doesn't change no matter how far you are. If you're farther out, right, where the moon is, that doesn't really change. Because at this point, it's already mostly foreshortened. So you're not going to really, it's not going to change much.
Of course it changes. Things get smaller. The angular resolution decreases with distance.
Okay, but the whole point is okay, but in the image, right? I'll send it again, all right?
I see it. I'm in the chat. I see it. Where's your circle?
Well, hold on. Let me send this again, all right? So you see here, I think I confirmed that it's Africa now, right? If this is supposedly on the moon, right? This image was taken on the moon, right? Then 53 miles doesn't change. That's how big it would be. My red dot. I don't get why this isn't the end of the argument. That's how big it is. All right. If you want me to prove this to you in a really weird way, I can find out how big. Okay, how big Africa is. All right. In terms of its length.
Oh, bro, you can do Google Earth, and we'll know exactly how big the circle is because you can put it in kilometers or miles or whatever.
Here. So Africa.
You're playing guessing games. Maybe it's Africa. Maybe it's not.
No, it is Africa. I got it's almost definitive at this point. Like literally look at it. I don't know any other continent that's doing that. It's got to be Africa.
Pretty fucking big, dude.
Yeah.
Isn't it the largest continent on Earth?
Probably. I forget.
Oh, hey, look at that. Google Maps, or Google Earth, rather. Looks just like Earthrise. That's crazy. Yeah, the flat Earth can't do something like that.
Hey, look at this. That citation I posted about they put a telescope on the ISS. This was pre flat Earth explosion of 2015. So this was in January 16th, 2013. And then if you read down further, it says look, they used the fork mount that comes with it, but they just removed the tripod and replaced it with a specialized mount to anchor and stabilize it on the ISS because it is pointed out of a window, and because the ISS is moving so fast, it would be difficult to align it with the sky and do any celestial imaging. iServe is the first of what is hoped to be a series of space station Earth observing instruments, each to feature progressively more capable sensors to help scientists gain operational experience and expertise, as well as help design better systems in the future. Scientists envision that future sensors could be mounted on the exterior of the station for a clearer, wider view of the Earth. How come they haven't done none of this? What are they stalling on?
Why do you think they haven't done any of it?
I don't see any of their experiments. I don't hear anything new in ISS today. I don't see any of their
when you say you haven't seen any of their experiments, you led this whole thing was predicated on you saying you didn't think there was a telescope up there. And after 5
Yeah,
minutes
when I asked you dumb globers, you're like, well, why would they want it up there?
after
That's
5
stupid.
minutes of Google searching, then you found it. So I don't think your ability to actually research topics is very well developed. So when you say where
You're
is
the
all this
one that
stuff,
said,
I would
oh, it's
say
a
it's
stupid idea.
probably requiring a little bit more than scratching the surface, which is what you tend to do when it comes to topics that you don't know anything about.
Well, you and Armo were the ones that said that that's a stupid idea.
Well, okay, so let's say it's stupid and more that doesn't really.
You guys
there's no
didn't
real
even know
motive
this
behind it. I
either.
don't think. The whole
You didn't know this either.
Look, the whole thing was that if there wasn't any telescope up there, right, and they weren't taking any images, zooms in, whatever, I mean, that wouldn't really. At least I don't think it would change much. All right. The point is, I don't think it was. I don't know. Like it doesn't really. Argument was weird, man. All right, that's all I know.
I think they try to bury this because this exact question, hey, we got the same distances. Why aren't we observing the same sort of sizes of the images that we'd expect? I mean, gosh, your telescope can zoom in on a planet millions of miles away. I know it's a lot larger, but still, wouldn't we get some sort of similar imagery?
Did you not understand the part where it said that the ISS was going so fast it was hard to track anything terrestrial? I mean, I do recall you saying it at least twice, but yet you're like, well, why? Why didn't they do? Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure even a basic understanding of the English language would have led you to the same conclusion I just drew, which was that they're going really fast up there, dude.
Okay, hold on. It also says that they pointed in a window and they have about 10 minutes field of view.
Okay.
So that's not exactly accurate. What you're saying is it's just moving too fast, so we can't see anything. So that excuse, that's wrong.
Well, hold on. 10 minutes of what? On one
did I say
object
they
or
can't
what?
See anything? I just said it moves really fast, so it's not very useful. Again, it's like tracking a plane flying in the sky. It's hard to do, and it's not very useful because it goes out of your field of view in a relatively short amount of time. But go on, keep beating up straw men if it makes you feel better.
I don't think they even did it. I think they said, "Oh shit, we're gonna." Huh?
I said, well, then good for you. You clearly, quote unquote, researched the topic, found that they did it, and now you're concluding that they didn't do it, despite you finding evidence that they did. Welcome to flat
but
Earth.
I don't see any. I don't hear daily reports about their Celestron telescope observations, dude. Kind of like they just fucking put it in the closet and doesn't want anybody to think about this one, dude. To be honest, they should be having a daily blog on their Celestron telescope findings, bro. But they're not.
How old do you think it's going to get after like the fucking
This was in
fifth
20
picture?
This is pre-flat Earth, dude. This is pre-wokeness. Now that everybody's woke and they're coming up with these questions like this one I just made today, how come it finally now it took me to come up with this one?
I mean, we went to the moon pre-wokeness. I don't see your point. I don't see the relevance.
The point is that when you just compare the same sizes, hey, why aren't we seeing it on the Earth?
Like here's a great question to ask yourself: if the flat Earth was real, and you're saying that this image or this document
It has nothing to do with actual flat Earth, though. Really,
you found a document pre-wokeness, as you just said. Well, you know, when we first sent men to the moon, it kind of dispelled the whole we could possibly be on a flat Earth thing, and we did that. And you guys dismissed that out of hand. So what evidence exactly are you looking for? You're looking for a blog? Oh, you're just going to dismiss it out of hand. Who cares?
No, it has nothing to do with flat Earth. It's just a simple comparison of, hey, I can see the ISS from Earth. From the ISS, same distance, what would I be able to see? but they haven't released any of these images. I would try. I would try to do the same thing. Did they just give up?
Well,
Did
why
they say,
not?
"Oh, it's not worth
Go
it"?
be an astronaut then. Go up in the ISS, or wait for SpaceX to take you up there. You pay a bunch of money so you can go point a telescope at the Earth and say you've done it. How's that?
Well, this guy's fucking posing with the Celestron telescope, and you know,
Yeah, and
it was probably a bad idea for them to do that though, because they probably realized
to do a thing and then document it for people to read and see. Because why again? Oh, because you just don't believe it happened. Period. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm like, I don't know. It's so confusing.
Like I'd say you have thin legs to stand on with this argument, but you don't have any legs to stand on with this argument. You're just claiming that they didn't do it, even though you found documents and evidence that they did. Like, you guys are
no,
so
I said I found a story pre flat Earth wokeness that would never have thought of this question, but now that I did, and now that I try and find, okay, well, what are they doing with this? There's really nothing to be found about this little experiment.
Again, you keep calling it a little experiment. I don't think you understand what an experiment is.
You're not going to try and straw man me.
Talk to him. Tell him what is an experiment. It's a good point.
Nah, why are you railroading? We don't need to do.
I'm not railroading.
This right
is it
now.
an experiment or not? Is it an experiment? Has to say it was an experiment, or are you saying it's an experiment? I'm just trying to clarify who's saying this is an actual experiment. That's all. I'm not trying to railroad you.
Yeah, fucking silence like normal.
Anyway, back to you, Jeremy, because your argument doesn't make any sense.
Can you see something that's 85 kilometers long from the moon on Earth?
I guess so. I mean,
well, let's see something. What do you got?
That little line above the little red dot in my image. I don't know what that is. That little line though.
No, bro, you need to do this on Google Earth, bro, or this ain't gonna work for you.
I did already. There's a little white and yellow line. All right, that would be the diameter of the circle. If you want, I could draw now. All right, circle.
And
on
did you
that.
back up all the way to the moon? Backed out.
If I backed up all the way to the moon, it'll literally be too small for my monitor to pick up. No. Listen, no. That's not an argument though, right? Because the thing is, we're running into an angular resolution issue, right? Angular resolution issue, right? Because no, that isn't an argument. I'm gonna tell you why, right? So, and the reason why, right, when I zoom out, right, and the Earth gets really tiny and shit, and I can't make stuff out anymore, is because I literally don't have enough pixels to make out what's going on the Earth. All right, so if I zoom out a whole lot, I literally only have like a few pixels to work with. All right, but the thing is, all right, if you have a camera, okay, and you had the same situation where you only had a few pixels to work with, if you zoom in, suddenly that image is now taking up a lot more pixels. All right, so there isn't that angular resolution issue anymore. Okay, and from my understanding, angular resolution really depends on the thing, whether it be your eye or the camera, whatever. Like it's a resolution issue. It depends on how many pixels or how many shit you have going on in your eyes. All right, and so this isn't really an argument. All right,
my argument stands.
No,
my
what I showed.
stands. You can't
no. what I showed in my picture with the little red dot, that is how big, okay, Tycho would be on Earth. All right, that's the end all be all. Right, that's literally like. Do you understand how I did that math for that? I literally took the size of the Earth. Right, I said, okay, 3959 times 2, right, to get the diameter, roughly 7,900 miles. Right. Then I took, right, because I know that image was roughly the image of Earth in that picture. Right, my bad. The Earth in that picture was roughly 385 pixels. All right. I did some math. I said, okay, if the Earth is roughly 7,900 miles in diameter, right, and the Earth is also 385 pixels in diameter in that image, right, then I can conclude that for every pixel is 20 miles, okay? And so I drew out that little red dot thing, right, which is roughly 2.5 pixels, wide-ish. I might have actually, now that I think about it, it might not be exactly 100%. But the point is, that's roughly 2.5 pixels wide, okay? And that is visually how big Tycho would be on Earth. There's no, if I was to take the picture, right, like literally that picture's an actual picture, right? I'll post it again. We'll fast find it. Hold on. All right. I'll post it. Here you go. In that image, right, Tycho would be as big as that red dot that I drew earlier in my image. That is the image. All right, we don't have a Tycho on Earth, so unfortunately, I can't show you a Tycho on Earth. But that's how big it would be, though. That little red dot. I mean,
do we have anything 85 kilometers wide or long or in diameter on Earth? There's no islands, nothing.
Maybe.
Nothing we can use for comparison.
That's not, maybe.
Well, you need to find that. This is where. You gotta
but
find
I don't
that.
even. But why do I need to find that? Though I literally drew you. All right, a red dot that is as big as Tycho would be. Like that should be the end of the discussion. Like I mean, I guess if you want something more definitive, unless me drawing it out, then fine. I'll try to look for something.
Do it on Google Earth. Google Earth will be definitive. Do it on Google Earth.
Well, first off, are there any other images like this of zoomed in Earth? So maybe one where the continents are more visible. Let me see. Images
there you go.
of Earth.
Too bad they always show cloud cover. Cloud cover all.
Because this argument should be just done already. This isn't really an argument, but
it should be. But since you guys faked all kinds of moon photos, it's not. Right? When you dance with the devil, you don't get to decide when the music stops.
Oh my goodness.
You feel me?
I don't know what you're talking about, all right?
Talking about dancing with the devil and you decide you think the music's gonna stop. But you don't decide when the music stops, right? The devil does.
Sure. Let me see if I can find landmarks. It's really hard because I don't even. Oh, okay, I found it. Okay, here we go. So, okay. Need real fast print screen this. Check this out, Jeremy. All right, check this shit out.
Is it Google Earth?
Yeah, it's Google Earth. All right, so check it out. So there is this little part. I'm gonna real fast show you what I have here. All right, in that Earthrise image, and then I'm gonna compare it to Google Earth because Check this out.
Bro, I don't need a Google Earth image compared to the Moonrise image.
Just check it out.
What I need is something 85 kilometers long.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that. I'm getting to that. Okay, so you see my image, right? That's in the Earthrise image, right? That's a little bit of Africa, right? There's that little. Now let me also circle it too, so you can see what the fuck I'm talking about. There's a little dark line. I'm gonna circle this in red. Check it out.
You just said this couldn't be done because of the pixels and the resolution of your computer. Now you're saying it can be done?
No, you're mixing my two things up. I was saying if I was to zoom out on Google Earth, all right, to the point where I was at moon distance, right, Earth on my monitor would literally be like a few pixels or so. All right.
So get a bigger monitor.
What kind of fucking? Come on, are you serious? Whatever. Anyway, just check it out. Right, it's not even an argument. Just check it out. Okay, so look, see what I circled? There's that little dark line, right?
All right.
See that? Okay, so now
what is that line? I'm
gonna show you right now. Okay, so here on Google,
what is it? What's the line? The dark line. What is it? Is it a canyon? Is it a conveyor belt?
Oh, I guess we'll find out. I'm literally discovering this with you. All right, so check this out. All right, so now on Google whatever, Google Earth, check this out. That little like next to what is it called? How do you pronounce that? Mauritania?
You're saying that's the black line in the picture we're looking at.
Yeah, because as you can see, that little look above it. There's that little indent. You see that little indent and whatever. That's got to be the same thing. Little indent.
I don't know, bro. That doesn't look like the same thing, dude.
Oh,
slow your roll, armbar.
It has to be the same thing. It's literally look the same indent. Look above that line. There's that little indent. All right, and there's a few other clues to suggest that it's the exact same. Come on,
dude. It don't even look like the same. First of all,
I swear you guys are fucking ridiculous.
No, this image of the moonrise thing is so fuzzy and grainy. I don't even know what I'm looking at here.
Okay, look. Point is, all right. Let me real fast look up the moonrise images.
You're saying this can't be done on Google Earth because we wouldn't be able to see the dot anymore, right?
Because it would be smaller than a pixel. That's why, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Jeremy,
my argument. You wouldn't be able to see it.
No, that's not an argument, though. If I did this in Blender, I could literally zoom in, though. I could literally show you this. You could zoom in, though, but...
Do it in Blender. Do it up.
Oh, my fucking god. This isn't... Okay, listen, all right? I will do it in Blender. I don't got the time right now, though, but I will do it in Blender. You'll just have... All I know is that if you zoom in, all right, you get the detail again. That's how it works, all right? You're making the thing bigger. The only reason why you lose detail is because it's literally smaller than the pixels you're working with, all right? That's
we
when you
ain't
start
talking about
detail.
zooming in, though. We ain't talking about zooming in. We're talking about seeing it with the naked eye.
Jeremy, I don't...
You have your homework. You have your homework.
This is
Kool-Aid, I want to see you after class.
This is such a silly argument, man.
Anybody else here, you have to zoom in and see it with your naked eye? Jeremy, does your naked eye
Armbar
zoom?
saying you got to zoom in, and I'm like, yo, but we can see Tycho with our naked eye.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure you could see the little, maybe the dark line on, Africa from the moon as well. Maybe if you really, really try to look at it, but I don't think it's the same thing though. I think with Tycho, it's that it's isn't it like visually like a white dot or something, like visually, like with your naked eye? It's hard to really make that out. Like, I don't know if you're gonna.
I can make it out every time. It's not hard. It's easy.
But it's like
I look
a dot.
At the moon, I'm like, oh look, there's Tycho.
But it's more or less like a dot, though, right? Unless you have like
not
eagle
a
eyes.
dot. Have you ever looked at the moon?
I have, but I mean, like, you could make out but so much, detail on it, though. I mean, it's your eyes aren't that good. I mean, it's like
one eye, and I can see. I can make out Tycho every time if it's a clear night.
Let me see something. Spending way too much time on this shit.
Well, what else you got to do?
It's work animation.
I know you got bitches to bang, but let's get our priorities straight.
Yeah, it's like probably like a dot or something. You're not really gonna make out much detail on that. Point is, all right. I don't even know what to tell you, man. All right, but hold on. You haven't even been on the moon to even know if you can make out anything. I mean, like you're going off of like pictures, all right, on a camera where the field of view is kind of up in the air. I mean, like, how is this an argument? You have to be on the moon for you to really make this argument.
You know what?
Otherwise, it's not the. Go on.
Another good point is when they were up on the moon, they took one picture of Earth. One picture. I would have spent way more time than that looking at the Earth. Like, oh, look, there's Earth.
Well, anyway, I'm just going to proceed with my argument with the Mauritania, all right, argument thing. All right, I'm going to see how large that is, and I'm going to end the argument there because obviously I'm not going to be able to progress with you. But I'm going to see how big it is.
Looking at.
It is roughly.
That's what we're looking at in that picture.
It's roughly 40 miles wide.
Bro, you don't even know if that's what we're looking at in the picture, and if that is it definitely doesn't match.
I bet you right now $1,000. That's what it is. All right. Well, let me go 500 because I want to. If I bet actual money, I don't want to.
If that is it, armbar. Relax, bro. Relax. If that is it, and it's smaller than Tycho crater, and we're seeing it that good from the moon, that's another problem. This doesn't solve your problems. You just have a new problem.
No, because this is zoomed in though. We can't even know what the naked eye how it looks like with the naked eye because we haven't been on the moon with our naked eyes.
Can we get a picture? Can we get a picture from the moon of Earth without any zoom? Do you have any of those pictures?
No, that's not good enough. You first need to match human field of view. Then you need to match human resolution, right? Our angular resolution, because we have a certain, we could just some things where if it gets too small, you can't see it. So we need to match that as well. We need to match everything. Okay, we can't just no zoom. All right, we need to match everything for it to be 1-to-1. All right.
All right, let me know when you find some pictures that match, and we'll continue this argument. Until then, you have no argument.
No, you don't have an argument because you can't even.
My argument stands.
No, it doesn't. I literally showed you that right there is big enough to where it can at least be resolved with the camera or some shit, and maybe it could be resolved, with the human eye. We don't know though, because once again,
yeah, you have no argument. We know you don't know.
You don't have an argument either because
you have no argument.
Neither do you because you can't even say if it's visible with the naked eye or not. You're just saying, well, I don't think it's gonna, like you don't really have an argument. I'm telling you right now from
Google Earth that you can't see the dot anymore. So.
Because that's with pixels. We're dealing with pixels, and also, but if I had a large enough monitor, it would be whatever. I would have enough pixels to work with. But also, if I did it in Blender, because of how it works, there's like a whole you could zoom in and stuff while also being far away. It would also be large enough to where
we're not zooming in. Okay, listen. Here's your homework. Okay.
Yeah, but field of view also
Blender.
It plays a part.
I understand.
I understand. Hold on. And also, pixel count. All right, the pixel count on my monitor does not compare to the amount of, cones or whatever the fuck rods and shit in my eye. That doesn't compare. All right. So if I was to do it right, I would seriously get something smaller than a pixel for Tycho on my monitor. All right. So this doesn't check out. I literally need a big enough monitor for this to work.
Okay, you've got to upgrade your equipment first of all, and then you can do your Blender
10,000 by 10,000. I mean, I have a normal. I can't even talk right now. I have a normal monitor, like a well, not really. I have like TVs for monitors, so I can't even say that. I have like 1366 by 768 or something like that. So, but even then, all right, unless I have like a 4K monitor, maybe. I'm still doubting 4K. I think if I had 4K, I don't think you'd be able to make out Tycho. But still, you'd need some pretty big ass monitors, man. All right.
Listen, go to your baseball stadium or your football stadium or a basketball or something. They got big ass monitors, bro. How big of a monitor do you need, bro? You can get a projector. You can buy a projector at Best Buy and have it take up the whole side of your garage.
Yeah, but how about this, Jeremy? We could actually
like $100. Bro.
Hold on. We don't even need. Hold on. We don't even actually need to do all this, all right? Because this is all unnecessary. All we need to do is do the math.
We're saying we needed a bigger monitor.
No. Listen, all we need to do, all right, is find out what the angular resolution is of the human eye, all right, and then we can do some maths to find out how big 53 miles is, how big that is in angular size at the distance of the moon or whatever, right? If we do the math there, all right, if we do the math, we would find out whether or not we can make it out or not. That's literally all we have to do. But you want to go through all this other stuff like, get a big ass, stadium monitor or whatever to do. No, just
dude, you were the one saying you needed a bigger monitor, not
it's
me.
not. No, no. I'm saying we need a big monitor to do what you want because it's fucking ridiculous. All right, but all we really need to do is just work out the math. All right, you want to do some stupid pixel shit, which isn't even necessary. All we need to do is just do the math. Just do the math.
Yeah, just do the math. I know.
So what's the angular resolution thingy for the human eye? Then do the math. How big 53 miles is in angular size, roughly the moon distance away. And
go ahead. How big is it? So we're talking arc seconds.
That's going to take me a bit.
You just said you're going to do the math. Bro, I
fucking
have
hell!
You're about to
I'm gonna do this. Hold on, I'll do it right now. All right,
you're about to fail this class.
This is goddamn it. Okay, angular size human eye thing. 0.0003 radians.
What?
I don't know what that is. Hold on, maybe I might be doing this wrong. Hold on. 1 arc minute. So 0.02 degrees. Okay, let me just get that number down. 0.02 degrees. All right. So all I have to do now is find out if that is whatever. So
How many arc seconds is that?
that's 1 arc minute. So that's going to be probably 60. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So let me
what?
real fast. Also, let me see. So 53 miles. Well, hold on. Moon distance
But
like
we
200 or
don't
something.
listen to me. Listen to me. You need more than math. You need to show me something from the moon.
2, 3.
Looking at the Earth, going, look, we see it.
I'm doing the math now, right? Screw that. Okay, I'm doing the math.
The math isn't going to help you.
Hold on. Yeah, it is. Okay, anyway, 9 and 3. No.
The math's not going to help.
Okay, here we go. So 53 miles divided by 2, 3, 8, 900. Then we're going to do arc. I got roughly 0.0127. Okay, so that seems to actually be smaller than what the human eye can pick up. So let's real fast see if we should even be able to see what was it
So
called?
you're saying we can't see Tycho from Earth?
From the looks of it, yeah. So I wonder now if we're
so your
seeing
math
Tycho
sucks because we can't see Tycho.
No, but that's the thing. Do we see Tycho in detail, or do we just see like a white dot? Once again, I'm trying to figure that out. All right, and you're saying, oh,
if I couldn't see it in detail, go ahead. What?
No, I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure it's a little dot thing. All right, because at that point, I don't really know the math for that, but at that point, yeah, the little dot thing is just like you can.
If it's smaller than the angular resolution, we shouldn't even be able to see it.
No,
and how can I make it out? How can I point to the moon and be like, look, there's Tycho? If it's so small, it's a dot.
No, that's what I'm saying. If it's like a light thing, like a light source, I know like lights are a little bit weird. I don't really, because I'm crying out loud, I'm not really expert on this at all. But I know lights are a little bit weird. Okay, whatever. Anyway, so I know that lights act a little bit weirder. So if it's like far, but it's still bright enough, you'll still get like a dot, like a bright dot of light, whatever. So, yeah,
stop with your dots, dude. It's not a dot. If it was a friggin' dot, you wouldn't be able to make out the fucking. And go, look.
You're not making out the fucking crater. Get out of here with that shit. All right, that's silly.
You can't look at the moon and be like, look, there's Tycho crater.
You'd probably be like, that's a dot. Like, oh yeah, that's Tycho crater, but it's like a white dot or something. You're not gonna.
Bro, you need to get your eyes checked. I have one eyeball.
No, I don't. All right.
I have one eyeball. Okay. I don't even have two eyes.
You have like one eagle eyeball. All right, get the hell out of here. All right. Fucking crazy.
Listen, you have your homework. All right, get on it.
Look. I'm doing the math right now.
Stay out of the streets.
0.01.
Stay off the streets. All right.
Let me see. Can we see Tycho?
Really? You're really googling that? Unbelievable.
Well, I want to see what the analysis, like what they say. All right. So with the naked eye.
Guess what they're gonna say? They're gonna say yes.
Visible to naked eye as tiny bright okay, so they're saying it says it's visible to naked eye as a tiny bright concentration of light just south of Mare Nubium. So they're saying like a concentration of light, like a little bright dot thing or whatever.
So they're saying is if I see a dot somewhere, maybe it's Tycho, maybe it's not. We don't know. There's a whole bunch of light dots coming from the moon. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, maybe. Let me just double check. Let me see. Infinity angular size 1 arc per minute, approximately 0.07. Okay, so this source is saying human eye angular resolution thingy is 0.017. That's still bigger than.
That's different from what the number you just gave.
Well, no, the original number I gave was 0. No, so the original number I gave was 0.02 because that was the rough number of it. But the actual more exact number is apparently 0.017. Now, of course, the number that I gave for how big Tycho should be is 0.012. So it's still smaller than, human eye, quote unquote, pixel. Let's call it that. All right.
So you're telling me we can't see Tycho? Tycho's too small angularly.
Well, hold on.
Make out from Earth. That's what you're telling me. That's literally what you're saying right now. And you want to stick with this math thing you got? Come on, Armbar.
Let me see. Hold on.
We can see Tycho, bro. This ain't even a silly shit. Have you ever looked at the moon?
Yes. Hold on. I have seen, but I have. You don't see those things in detail, though. That's what I'm getting at. Usually, it's like
yet you can. Sorry, it's not great detail. Not as good as if you zoomed in with a P900 or something, but you can see them nonetheless.
I don't know. Maybe you have, not everyone's the same. Maybe you have some really good ass eyes. Maybe you're fucking.
I have
shit.
one eye. I have one eye, bro.
Maybe you have one really good eagle eye, like I've been saying. Like maybe you have some, yeah. I'm just saying, man. I don't fucking know. Let me see.
I'll tell you what we got to do is we got to get Rumpus in here. Listen, Armbro, let me ask you a question on a side note. Forget all this Tycho stuff.
Uh-huh.
Can you use Snell's law? Can you use Snell's law to calculate refraction in the atmosphere on Earth?
I don't really. What Snell's law is? What I'm seeing the relationship. Yeah, I don't know enough about that to really, answer on that.
All
so
right, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's fine. You don't want to get wrapped up in this. We got a huge thing going with this Snell's law thing.
Yeah.
You're smart not to get involved.
Yeah. Let me see. I want to double check this size just in case. So, 3 miles.
Yeah,
so,
Google if we can see Tycho again, maybe from
No,
Earth.
I mean you're right. I mean, in terms of whether we should make out detail or not, it should literally just be a dot. All right, just like one little dot. That's what I'm saying. I personally.
How do we differentiate? How come when I look at it, I'm like, oh, that's Tycho, and I'm not looking at it like, that's a dot. I don't know because there's a lot of dots. That could be anything.
Because it's probably the brightest dot or some shit. That's why, or one of the brightest, and it has a location that's very familiar. Like, okay, it's at the that bottom part or whatever, and also the surrounding. Like I don't know, man. Like I said, it's probably just. I think personally, it has to be a dot. At least mathematically, it's checking out to be a dot. I'll next time I see the moon, I'll see if I can make out any detail, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a dot.
Yes, go out tonight.
If the moon's out tonight,
Right,
I don't know.
make a little observation. Where are you, on the East Coast or West Coast? You sound like you're from Canada. I'm not gonna lie. East Coast of Canada?
No.
Huh?
No, Canada, no.
Where'd you from? Like Virginia or something?
New Jersey.
Oh my God, with you New Jersey people. That place is a cesspool. I just drove through New Jersey. It smells so bad, dude. Why does your whole state smell bad?
Where in
I don't
New
know.
Jersey?
I don't know, like the South New Jersey. Southish.
Yeah. That's cesspool shit. North Jersey's nice. I've been to North Jersey. Looks like upstate New York. Beautiful, some parts.
Okay. Anyway, look, let's not get distracted, all right? Anyway, if anyone else knows
distracted from what?
No, from
dude,
the
you need a
thing.
picture. Bro, listen to me. You need a picture on the moon. Yeah, you need a picture on the moon looking at Earth in the same field of view or whatever fucking you need, the same way a human looks.
Look, the only mathematically from what I've seen, from what I've gathered, whatever, what will happen is it'll probably be like a dot or something. So you probably won't be able to make out anything unless it's a bright dot or something like that. Because if it's not light, then if it's not like a light source thing or like a really bright light thing going on, then I don't know. Shit gets weird. I that's all I know. All I know is that shit gets weird when it's not like a bright light.
Well, what's the reflective? The name for how reflective something is? I forgot.
Albedo.
What's the albedo of the moon?
The moon is like, I think it's like point. I think it's like 0.1. I think, or maybe it's like point. Let me see.
I thought it was like 7 or something.
Well, it might be 0.07. I think, but it's supposed to be about the same as like asphalt or some shit like that. Moon.
All right.
Moon. Come on, type it. Moon albedo. 0.12. Okay, so I was closer than you were. I said
0.12.
Yeah.
All right. What's the albedo of Earth?
Let me see. Albedo of Earth. By the way, though, okay, Earth is definitely brighter, but it also, remember, contrast matters too. But the albedo of Earth is 0.3.
So double.
Yeah, more or less. Well, yeah, more or less. But
more
remember,
than double.
But remember, it's not. It's the contrast though. It's the contrast of this bright crater, right, versus its surrounding, right? But with Earth though, we don't really get a whole lot of that. Everything's just really bright. If you can get something that has a nice contrast where it's like, oh, that thing is like bright, If how it fucking reflects shit or whatever, then you might have something going on there.
Bro, the only thing that's going to end this is a picture of the moon. Sorry, a picture from the moon of Earth as the human eyeball sees. Do we have cameras that can replicate how the human eyeball sees?
I don't know. Maybe
or anything close.
Let me actually real fast see what the human eye, like, if we had to convert it to a camera, like pixel count, how much that would be. Human eye pixel count. So this is 576. Well, yeah, because it's like a rough, like it's not like obviously 1-to-1, obviously, but it's like a rough
176. So your monitor's good.
No, 576 megapixels. That's like 576. I think 1,000.
Oh.
Yeah, I think isn't mega like 1,000?
So you got to go to like the football stadium or something.
Are you? I don't know if those.
What's 4K?
4K is that's only like
3,500.
No, that's not. I don't think so. Hold on, let me see. How much is a megapixel? I'm pretty sure it's like 1,000.
1,000.
Wait, 1 million pixels. Oh my god.
1 million?
Well, but then again, you know what?
We've had 5 meg.
But yeah, okay, hold on. So
we've had 5 megapixel cameras since 2 decades ago. I was in Radio Shack buying a fucking 10 megapixel camera, 20 years ago, before you were born, probably.
19. Hold on, let me see. 13 times 768. Okay, so right now my monitor's resolution is 1,366 by 768. So the total amount of pixels is 1 million. Right? The human eye has roughly 500 times more than that. 570.
500 million?
No, just 500. Just 500 times more. That's it. Because I believe when they say megapixels, they are referring to 1 million pixels, whatever. So if they're saying 576 megapixels, 576 million pixels in total.
Pixels, yeah.
Yeah, in total. So my monitor only has roughly around 1 million. So the human eye has roughly 500 times more than that, which is that's crazy amount of shit right there.
That's a lot, yeah. All right. Well, as it stands, you have no argument, and my argument stands. So
no, what are you talking about? You don't have an argument. You just have a guess. You don't even know if like.
I'm telling you right now, this thing can't be done. You're saying it can be done, but you can't show it.
No.
Yeah, I'm saying unicorns don't exist. You're saying they do exist, but I can't show you one. But they do exist. But here's the math for one. You got math for one. It's awesome.
Oh, goodness. Well, actually, my math. Remember, my math actually said no. My math said that technically it wouldn't pick up. Well, you wouldn't be able to like. Because let's not get.
Dude, your math said we can't see Tycho. Your math is worthless.
So hold on. Let me real fast clear it up though. So what my math actually says is that Tycho is smaller than.
Yo, don't walk up there. I just mopped that.
Okay, I'll wait for you to.
I'll be right back.
Okay. But let me clear it up to the rest of you guys, right? So you guys don't get the wrong idea. Okay, I know. So for the rest of you guys, right? My math doesn't say that Tycho wouldn't be visible. It's just that it would be smaller than, I don't know what to call it, but I guess like, if eyes had like pixels or whatever, it'd be smaller than a pixel. But that doesn't mean that your eye wouldn't still be able to pick it up though. Obviously when something is smaller than, a camera's pixel, whatever, it's still like kind of like half there. Like it's kind of like blurry, whatever, or it like kind of blends in with the other colors and whatnot. So your eye would still pick it up. It's just the Tycho itself would be smaller than your eye pixel thingy. Just so so you guys know. Don't think I'm spitting out bullshit, you know what I'm saying?
I just don't think Jeremy actually cares about this and he's just watching you jump through hoops.
Maybe.
That's my observation.
Possibly. But yeah, I'm just saying, because when I was doing the math, I was like, there's no way Tycho would have enough detail for your eye to pick up, like just from the naked eye,
Don't slander me when I'm busy. I'll be right back.
Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to check out the moon myself, though. Let's see if I can make out any detail. I'm pretty sure I can, because I've looked at the moon a couple of times or whatever, and yeah, just me personally, I haven't really made out any details. Like, I can make out like what are they called? Like the Marias? I forgot how they're pronounced, but like the dark spots in the moon. All right, I can make those out kind of, obviously because they're large enough. But terms of like the craters, no. I usually need like a telescope or something. So let me just double check what they're called. I think they're called Marias. Remember that being? I was like, oh, that's what they're called. That's a funny name. Called the Lunar Maria are large, dark, ballistic, not ballistic, basaltic. Okay, I was right then. They're called Maria. Maybe they're called Maria. I don't know. Anyway, I did my job. Did what I had to do in this debate. If anyone else wants to jump in, go ahead. I gotta do stuff. I mean, I'll still be in the chat, but.
So, can you summarize what you've been talking about exactly?
So the short of it is, Jeremy wants to know if there is anything on Earth that is as large as the Tycho crater on the moon, because apparently we can see the Tycho crater on the moon from Earth with the naked eye. And so the reverse should be true too, where if you're on the moon, you should be able to see something, the same size on Earth or whatever, right? And the thing is, this argument basically devolved into whether or not we should even be able to make out something that big with the naked eye. And my math says technically that thing would be smaller than what the eye can make out, but that doesn't mean your eye can't pick it up though. All right. So yeah, that's sort of the short of it right now. It's a little, we're kind of in a weird, What was that?
1 second. What becomes smaller about the crater?
Wait, what becomes smaller? Oh, well, no, it doesn't become smaller. I was just saying that like the crater is technically smaller than what the human eye can technically. Well, okay, now,
Smaller
I don't
based
know.
on if you're looking at it?
No. It's not getting smaller. I'm just saying it relative to the human. I don't know what to call it, but I guess I'll just call them pixels for now. Like, imagine your eyes had like the equivalent of pixels. All right, it's basically your eye has angular resolution. All right, there's a certain.
Yeah, it's just angular resolution. 0.02, I think, degrees below what they say humans can resolve.
Yeah, it's like 0.02. I think more precise from what I've seen anyway. It was like 0.017, whatever. But essentially, that is an angular size measurement, but given right there. So yeah, 0.017, whatever. And so if anything is smaller than that, that doesn't mean your eye can't technically pick it up. Obviously, it could still pick it up, but it'd be like kind of like how a camera would pick up something smaller than its pixel. It'd just be kind of, like half there. The color would kind of be half there, whatever. But nonetheless,
Is the term you're looking for resolve?
Yes.
Resolve?
Yeah. It's angular resolution. That is what it is.
Yeah, I guess maybe it is resolved. But yeah. So you're
What about observation you make with your eyes? Like you said that the crater appears smaller. Like I don't understand. Like you're looking at it, dude. What's gonna make it smaller?
No, nothing's making it smaller. I'm saying it's smaller than. Okay, so its angular size is smaller than the angular resolution of the human eye, is what I was saying. Not by much, but it is technically smaller than the angular resolution of the human eye.
Based on where you're standing and looking at it?
Yeah, on Earth. On Earth.
So you're saying that based on where I'm standing and looking at this crater on the moon, that it's not the correct size, according to if I were to stand where I wasn't looking.
No, he's just saying it calculates to be smaller than we should be able to see. Is what he's saying. But it is said that
seeing something else. What else should we be seeing? It's what we see.
No, it is said that we can make out Tycho crater, but he says it calculates be less than 0.017. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. When I
and
calculate
that's according to the Rayleigh criteria. Or What about just the perspective formula?
I'm not sure.
Why do you need a formula to alter what you're seeing?
Look,
You're
one at a
not
time.
altering what you're seeing. It's not altering anything. Yeah. No,
You're
we're not
claiming that
altering
something
anything.
is not the distance you're perceiving it as angular resolution. Bro, all right. You know what? I see what you guys are doing. It's all good.
What?
It's all good.
All right. Well, anyway.
I'm moving too fast right
All right. But anyway, the point is though, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't really know the details. I know like when it comes to like bright lights or whatever, like you could still pick them up even if there's like smaller than what your eye can whatever because it's a bright fucking light or whatever. So I don't really know the whole science behind that though. But I do believe though, yeah, you would still be able to, your eye would still be able to pick up Tycho crater, but it just it would be just like a tiny dot though. It would be like the smallest thing your eye can see though. Like I said, I don't really know. I don't know too much about this. So I don't want to talk too much
Well,
about
how did you come to that conclusion? What formula did you use to calculate that?
Yeah, so this is probably where I made some mistake, whatever. But all I did was I just tried to find out what the angular size was of Tycho by just doing some trig real fast. Although now that I think about it, I might have. No, I think I'm still gonna get a similar whatever. But yeah, I did some trig though for it though. But let me just I guess do it more properly. It's still gonna give me a very similar result.
There's the perspective formula that you could just plug the numbers in and it'll tell you. If as long as we know.
All right, let me see. Perspective angular. Let me see.
Bro,
I mean, I should be right.
You just said don't actually measure it, just plug in the number.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I must be crazy, but that didn't sound right, dude.
No, we have to use the given size. It's they supposedly know the size of it. You just plug the numbers in.
I want to know angle. Okay, distance. I'll do. I mean, I'm pretty sure I got the math right, but I'll do it anyway. So the distance is going to be 2, 3, 800, and the size is going to be 53. Well, let's do. I think it's supposed to be what the size is. Oh, okay. I could just put the full size in. Okay, 53. Yeah, I'm still getting the same number, 0.012 degrees. Yeah, because I mean, it's just trigonometry. You just you get the distance. Well, you have the distance. You also have the size of that object, and so you can make like a triangle, or whatever, and then you could run the numbers and get that angle. And that angle gives you 0.012. But just because it's smaller though doesn't mean your eye wouldn't pick it up though. That it's just like with a camera. Like just because it's smaller than the pixel doesn't mean your camera doesn't necessarily pick it up per se. It'll still pick up that light, but it'll pick it up with some other light around it too.
I'm not quite sure, dude. If I see something in the sky and there's an apparent size to this crater on the moon, what formula do you need to correct what you're observing? I don't get it.
I feel like we're having two different conversations here.
Well, why are you saying correct? We're not correcting anything.
Right. Well, apparently when I look at the moon, the crater is not the correct size based on my observation, right?
No, we're not saying it's not the correct size. All I'm saying is that you shouldn't, at least, according to the math, you really shouldn't be able to make out any detail with your naked eye. Assuming you have, once again, the average human, angular size, angular resolution, right? Because
you think we shouldn't
sometimes
be
mutations
able to,
happen.
but we do.
Make out detail though, like within that crater. I'm saying
With my naked eye, if I wanted to magnify the crater, I'm sure I could see detail. Yeah, why not?
How are you magnifying with your naked eye?
He's a fucking cyborg.
Cyborg
So you
eye.
don't believe in telescopes anymore? So what's a telescope?
What?
Not a naked eye observation.
Oh, that's interesting. So, yeah, it's looking at a mirror, right?
Right.
All right,
Multiple mirrors.
y'all have fun with your
zoomed
globe. I don't know what the fuck you're not.
Okay. What is this I don't even know. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't. Fucking hell, I don't even. But I will check the moon.
Yeah, I would like to. I'm always driving, and I can never do this. But what I want to do right now is get the perspective formula. There's a like arctan something size 1, size 2 divided by the distance between the two objects that will give you the angular size that should be.
Yeah, well, yeah, because what you do is you take the full size of the thing. You could divide that. You're supposed to divide it by 2. Although at a certain distance, that almost becomes negligible because at that point it's just whatever the angles and shit. But yeah, you're supposed to take the size of the thing and divide it by 2 because you want to make sure you're doing it from the center of that object. Then you're supposed to get the distance from you to the center of that object, and then also you're supposed to, so you're drawing a line from you to the center of that object, and then drawing a line from you to the edge of that object, and then that gives you pretty much half.
You're talking about the moon. Object is the moon, right?
We're just talking about measuring angular size right now. So,
but if you want, what's the difference? What do you say the distance to the moon is when you're doing this?
What?
Plugging in.
Can't hear you. Talk louder.
Whatever, bro. Then you don't get it.
All right. Anyway, so back to what I was saying. So you draw a straight line from you to the center of that object. A straight line from you to the edge of that object. That ends up being pretty much half of the object's height. So you take that height. All right. In this example, it's 53 miles. Well, it's half of 53. So it would be 53 divided by 2, 26.5 miles. And we know the distance to the moon is 238,000 miles, right? So you're supposed to take 26.5, divide that by 238,000. Then you get that little ratio number thingy. Then you go to the arctan, and you get once you do that, you get 0.006. Then you're supposed to double that, all right, because that's only half of the object's height. So then you double that, and then you get 0.0127. Yeah, so that's how I did it. That's I think how the site did it. From my understanding, that perspective formula, whatever, it just seems to be it's just trigonometry. Although when I did it though, I technically cheated because I didn't do the whole divide by 2 thing because you're supposed to divide it by 2. But like I said, usually like if you want to get like an accurate angular size, you want to do divide by 2. But if you don't divide by 2, then you get like a rough, estimate. Not rough estimate. You get like a rough number. It's very close, but it's not the exact number. So, I cheated. I believe I got like 1.27 something, but the actual one is 0. My bad, 0.01. Yeah, I'm gonna stop talking. But anyway, that's how I did it. Anyway, doing all that math, assuming I did it all right, I believe I have. It is slightly smaller, but the only way for me to definitively, say whether this math is wrong or whether science has been lying to us is if I go outside right now. Not right now, but whenever I go outside and look at the moon, I have to see if I can make out Tycho. All right.
Okay. According to your math, is Tycho big enough for us to see with the naked eye? Yes or no?
If it's bright enough, yeah.
Well, what's the angular size of it?
No, yeah, the angular size is smaller than what we can resolve, but that doesn't mean we can't make it out per se. It'll still pick up in our eye.
So you're saying we can see things smaller than the angular size allows?
Yeah, if it's bright enough, your camera does the same thing. If something is smaller than the pixels, it'll still pick up if it's bright enough. If it's bright enough, it'll just sort of, it'll just be weird. I can't really explain it, but your camera can still pick it up though. It just won't be resolved.
Weird, yeah. Sounds weird.
So I just done a little looking into this. Also, it appears that the Tycho crater is sitting on a highlighted highlands, which is generally mistaken for the Tycho crater, as the Tycho crater is too small to be seen by the human eye.
Oh, it's highlighted.
Aha! So you're saying we can see it with the naked eye? Okay. That's
Right.
interesting.
What we see is the highlighted highlands all around it, and we go, "That's the Tycho crater," but we're not actually resolving the crater.
That makes sense.
Well, you better call on websites. There's a lot of websites out there that are saying you can see it with the naked eye.
But I mean, I'm not really too knowledgeable on this. But correct me if I'm wrong though. If something's bright enough though, can't you still make it out even if it's like smaller than what your eye can pick up? Like, am I wrong on that or what? I mean, I could have sworn if it's
I guess if it's brightly illuminated, but like it's kind of like a light bulb that's putting out a lot of light, or like a flashlight can get far enough away that if the light weren't turned on, you wouldn't see it, but you turn the light on and you see the light.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because stars obviously would be too small. The angular size is way too small for our eyes to pick up. But obviously, because they're bright enough, we can still pick them up because of Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm not like going crazy or anything. Okay. But that's interesting though, Kool-Aid. That you brought that up there with the whole highlighted thingy though. So that's interesting. Another argument.
They're saying we can't see Tycho crater with the naked eye.
Probably not. No.
That's weird.
Although if it's bright enough, it might have like that star effect like I was talking about, where it's.
I would say you could probably see the place where it's at and like define that's where it is, but you can't make out any detail of the crater.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you be able to make out any detail if you could see it?
Because it's too smart. It's too far away.
No, you can't see it. Kool-Aid just said you can't see it.
Oh.
Which is weird.
This is the most
I can see
elusive
it.
crater I ever heard.
You can see it, can't see it. Yeah, no.
So one more time, you see the highlighted highlands around it, and you, like Left Lane said, you point and you go, "That's where it is," but you can't actually see the crater itself. It's too small. The bright highlands and that spoke pattern around it can be seen.
Because I imagine that is large enough, right? That part, the highlighted.
Right.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Sounds good.
And then all this goes out the window if you pull out a telescope and zoom in and increase your resolution.
Yeah. But yeah, what do you have to say to that, Jeremy?
What, that you can't see Tycho?
Yeah, technically, anyway.
I mean, see it.
Okay.
Have you ever looked at the moon?
Yeah, you asked me this like time. Come on, yes, I've seen the moon. Like, what do you want about?
You see Tycho crater.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't really paid attention to like the craters and shit on it. I just looked at it. I was like, oh, I kind of see a face in it. That's about it. I'll have to look at it again in the future to give you a definitive answer. In fact, the next time I see it, which probably not tonight. I don't even know if it's out right now.
People that claim we could see subatomic particles are saying that I can't see something that I can actually see when I look at it, and that there's no way to zoom in on it.
Hmm?
Jeremy, you remember the rockets that go up, that like the GoPro or Go Fast or whatever, and when they get up there, they can see the sun, they can see the moon, but they can't see any stars. So that makes me think that the stars are closer than the sun and the moon. It has to be.
Wait, hold on.
Even that astronaut, he said he couldn't see any stars. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so when you get up there, it's just darkness, but you can see the sun and the moon. So you've gone past the level of... So if you want to talk about celestial navigation, you've got a maximum height of where the stars should be. And that would be below where that Go Fast rocket goes, because when that gets up there, there's no stars.
There's so much wrong with that. There's a lot of things wrong with that.
The only way that we can observe the stars is from Earth or the Sophia inside that airplane, which is inside our atmosphere. Anything beyond that is just a joke.
If they were close like that, we would not be able to use them for celestial navigation.
Yeah, but you don't realize that you've mistaken these things as gas giants and rocks floating in a endless vacuum, whereas they're probably absolutely nothing that like you would imagine, and you could probably go through one without even knowing it.
Okay, well, whether that is the case or not, your whole thing earlier, your statement from earlier, where it can't be any higher than so and so height is, most likely wrong because celestial navigation works, and it would be really hard to get it to work with those heights that you know hinted at. I don't really know what height that is exactly. I imagine it's like 70 miles up because I know rockets usually go up that high. I think like around that 70-ish.
73 miles is the height of the Go Fast rocket.
There we go.
And how far below that would you say the stars are, Bob?
Well, they have to be at least 20, at least as high as 20 miles, because and by the way, this is just me, going along with his argument. I don't actually believe this, but in one of the videos that I've seen, in a high altitude balloon video, they went up like roughly 20 miles up, and there were still stars up there. So they have to at least be 20 miles up. All right, just keep that in mind. Whoever the flat earther guy was, Bob. It was Bob. Yeah. So they have to be at least 20. So it's between 20 and 70. So what is the height of these stars, Bob? Bob. Bob. Hello?
Do you want me to work the math out at 70 miles? We can see if it holds the 1 degree for 60 nautical miles.
Well, bro, here's what we would do. We would take a camera on Earth, get a camera that you can see the stars with, and then send it up and see if it could still see the stars or not, right? If it's something with Earth's atmosphere that's making you see them or whatnot, whatever, like, that's how you would check that, though, right?
Right. Or you could look at the time-lapse photos from the ISS. Lots of other ways to do it. I'm just really interested in the claim from, but he seems to have gone mute on us.
Bob realized they were wrong.
Yeah, sorry, I'm driving, but like, who knows? Like, okay, so everyone has their personal dome of perspective, right, to the horizon. That's a certain distance. Let's just say 3 to 10 kilometers, depending on your height above sea level, and we know the distances across the plane from country to country. There's kind of like an understanding that you could probably say, okay, just go like 20,000 kilometers. At the most, depending on what the stars are, if there's some type of a celestial sort of a spiritual translucent type of a entity or whatever it is, it doesn't matter. There is evidence that if I'm looking through a telescope at the stars from where I am now, and then I travel, 1,000 miles, I'll still be able to see the stars, and I've gone 1,000 miles. But you can only go so far, and until you get to the other side of the world, and that would be, I'd say, like the distance where the stars may be.
Where's the other side of the world?
Okay, so from continent to from country to country. So if you're looking at a flat Earth map, you're going from one as far east as you can to as far west as you can. That would be the distance up to a star. So why don't you just go like 3959, something like that? That would, I'd say that's probably the distance, around about 4,000 kilometers.
I don't want to straw man you. When you say flat Earth map, are you talking a A.E. Gleason projection map, or what kind of map should I be picturing?
Yeah, I'm just talking about with the North Pole in the middle and the Antarctica surrounding the plane.
Okay, a northern polar projection map? Okay. Yeah. Oh.
So it may be the case that we don't see stars when we get up to a certain height, for whatever reason, but there's no evidence that they've been seen beyond Sophia.
So I'm running into a problem here. If the stars have to be less than 73 miles, and the distance from the United States to Europe is much greater than 73 miles, but we still see the same star. How does that work?
Yeah, like I just said, like okay, so no more than 4,000. I'd say no more than 4,000 kilometers up. Yeah.
Wait, now we're at 4,000 kilometers, but I thought the Go Fast rockets were above them at 73
No,
miles.
because I don't know what the stars are. Nobody does, and no one knows how their attributes in reality. So
Okay.
they could be something that you could like optical that you could actually maybe you could go through, like you could go past them without even knowing it. They could just like appear and disappear on a different sort of on a different wavelength. Once you get up to a certain altitude, they could just like vanish. You know.
What is that altitude? Is it below 73 or above 300?
Take your pick.
Well, you've said both, and I'm trying not to strawman you here, so please, will you illuminate which one do you mean? Less than 73 or above 300? Or does your idea not work anymore?
So what I'm trying to say, the only observation of the stars are from here on Earth, or from like an airplane that has like Sophia, and so therefore it's within our atmosphere and it's within the realm of the distances between the furthest cities, and that distance would be what, you know, whatever that distance is, that would be the only evidence of how far they could possibly be. There's no evidence that they could be further.
Oh, okay. So they can't be further apart than New York to LA or Singapore to Hong Kong? What major cities should I be looking at here?
That's exactly right. Like, okay, the distance from Antarctica that they've gone south and the furthest that they've gone north, that would be the only evidence. They could be further, but that's the only evidence to show, because that's the only place you've been able to view them from is within that distance range.
I apologize. My internet dropped out a little bit there. You said from as far south as I've gone to as far north as I've gone. You know the same stars aren't visible in both of those, right? No? Oh well, maybe he'll come back.
Kool-Aid, here's a question for you. It's a little bit out of the blue, but it just popped in my head. It's a little bit of a slightly different topic, but I know it seems to be you're under the impression the Earth is a globe and all of that. So if you were to come to the conclusion that it's not a globe through whatever means, would you see it as a good thing for that truth to be widely known that it wasn't a globe?
Yes. Yeah. If I could get the one thing I've asked for since I joined this community, I would be the biggest flat Earth advocate you've ever met. And that would be accurate nautical charts involving all the sailable waters on the ocean.
You would want that, you're saying?
Yes. Well, I mean, I have that for the globe. I have Navionics and a couple other, Garmin and whatnot, but they all map to a globe. If those are wrong, I want the more accurate ones. And you tell me it's flat Earth. Well, you don't, but others in the community will say it's flat Earth. I want people to be safe and have the accurate charts. So I would be huge on getting those new charts in.
I gotcha. Yeah. Makes sense.
But the problem is there is no flat Earth nautical charts. Yeah, actually, Geo, now that I'm thinking about it, that's a safety issue, so it would be a moral imperative for me to become an advocate.
Yeah, but the ones that they have now obviously work enough in certain areas to be passable. So
Yeah, within a meter for all the charts I own.
yeah, within compartmentalized subset regions of limited breadth, and then linking those together. Yeah.
I got a couple questions for you.
I mean, like I could show you an amazing like blueprint of your home and then your neighbor's home and someone else's home, just because we have great blueprints of those home areas. And when you're in the home, you could be like, oh yeah, here's this room and that hallway and this bathroom's over here. You know, doesn't really mean that if I then gave you, oh, and these houses are all in this neighborhood or mapped out over these distances. I think there's a lot of assumptions that people take. They just sort of take that on for granted. That the rest of it, everything in between is actually all exactly what the local stuff is telling you.
This is where I would disagree. Nautical charts are not taken for granted. If they are wrong and off by where that pier is by even 20, 30 meters, now you're going to have ships on the bottom of the ocean. It's not a joke, that stuff's serious.
Someone else had a question.
Yeah, could you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you believe that they were using these ground positions based on celestial navigation like 100 or even 1,000 years ago? Like, are they using the same constellations?
So constellations change over time. 100 years ago, they were using celestial navigation in a form we would recognize it today. 1,000 years ago, we didn't have the concept. It wasn't until the late 1700s we figured out the ability to hold time. And sorry, what I mean by hold time is not like physically hold it, but maintain the same time scale that it is in London, no matter where you are.
Zulu.
Exactly.
Zulu time.
I actually was able to go to the Navy lab and see the atomic clock. That's a pretty cool tour.
I bring up the stuff about the constellations because heliocentrism suggests that we're flying and expanding and wobbling, yet we view the same constellations for celestial navigation for, you can argue how long we've been using the same constellations, but does the sky change that much?
Yes,
That heliocentrism would suggest?
Yes, the sky changes dimensions, as can be evidenced by historical naval almanacs, and the requirement in most civilized countries that your almanac is within 10 years is about the oldest I saw. If you walk up with an almanac from the 1800s, it's useless.
So, from what you know about all that, Kool-Aid, are you aware of any way? Like, are you sitting there in your mind being like, okay, so if the Earth is actually a planar surface, like, do you have any thoughts as to how they've done some of the fudging, spoofing, some of the fakery with the mat? Like, have you had any thoughts as to how they've done that?
Yeah, so I've done that. The only way I could see that is if our entire perceived reality is a simulation. And I can't prove it. We're not in a simulation, so
Why would it go to simulation rather than the information you were given might not be fully accurate?
because I verified I verified the information myself on multiple continents all over the world, many times without governmental approval or even knowledge.
Well, yeah, but how is that different? Like, for example, if I were to take GPS and, travel a couple miles or whatever it may be, that's a local area, and I'm using that GPS system, and let's say it does get me there. Or let's say I
Right.
measure between me and the grocery store, it's 10 miles. So, okay, 10 miles to the button, and I measure it exactly, and I verify that GPS is correct. Does that then just mean that the whole rest of the thing is just because that little part was?
No, not necessarily.
Right.
But I personally have used GPS on the oceans going as far south as Australia, as far north as Iceland, and all the way east and west. So, I don't sit in my little state and little city. I like travel.
So there's no way in your mind, from what you're thinking, that the Earth could actually not. I don't know what you mean by simulation, but meaning that it's just some virtual reality and it's all just changing. I mean, from the idea, like if we're standing in a room, as much as we're, in a sane, rational mind, and we're not schizophrenic, meaning if we're standing there, okay, yep, we're in a room, we can measure this floor, we can do this, we can boil water, we can, so in that sense, if the Earth is like a big room, a huge room, then in the same way we could say, okay, yep, this is what it is, and the surface and so on. So you're under the impression that from the information you've been given or the information that you feel like you've checked or verified or whatever, that there's no way it could actually be just a planar surface. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Like there's no possible way.
None.
That's your claim?
The only way that I can square that is if everything's a simulation and nothing is real. But assuming that this is the real world that we're living in, and we're not a simulation, because personally I think simulation theory gets us nowhere, then I cannot figure out a way where the Earth actually is flat or planar, or however you want to put it.
What's your contention with the simulation theory?
Well, I think what he's going on that is that it's like not actually a physical, consistent reality. That maybe it's changing, or it's something like that, like some kind of virtual reality headset or something.
Then none of this matters anyway, and it's all bullshit. So why are we wasting
So
our
you don't
energy?
think it's possible that it actually is a plane, and there's somewhere that you've either been there's like a loophole, or there's somewhere in the information you were given, whatever it may be, the charting or the maps or whatever you're looking at, that were faulty in some way. Like you would go with a simulation rather than just figuring out where you went wrong or where you were deceived.
Right. Well, you asked me if, given what I've done, if there's any way I can do it. And the most logical way that my brain comes to is simulation. Other than that, I do not see a possible way that the information I have collected myself and received from others could all be faked. It would have to be simulated at that.
Well, my whole thing is that these people, a lot of the people that have a thing with like the simulation, they also have this thing that they're under the impression that because, let's say we are a simulation, it's confirmed, that for some reason they also have the idea that our reality isn't important because of the simulation. And for that, I have to say is whatever our reality is, it is, regardless of whether we're the base reality or not. It is still real to us.
And
Yeah, it doesn't matter if we're brains in a vat or in a computer simulation or whatever. It's still our reality. I hear you.
And where I actually come down on it is if it's a simulation, then the point is to win the game or do something good. And in order to do that, you have to live this life as if it's not, as if it's the only thing that's real, as if it's the only thing that matters. So thinking of it as a simulation is counterproductive to actually playing the simulation.
Well, I understand what you're saying, right? In a sense, let's say this is a simulation. It would be counterintuitive for the simulation, for the results, to inform the AI that he's in the simulation, because it will probably make his he will probably act different, and it will probably skew the whatever results the simulators are trying to ascertain.
Right. Yep. But this, I also believe most people are chaotic neutral and do what's best for themselves the majority of the time. And what's best for you is to win the simulation. So you're going to do it.
Whatever that looks like, right? What winning the simulation? Because
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Us being light beings and just being, we're simulating pain, we're simulating material, we're simulating fear, we're simulating emotions. I don't got a problem. That doesn't bother me that much. It's okay.
So, but at that point, you do it the best you can and you treat it as if it's real and as if it's the only one, therefore making the simulation theory kind of circular and boring as shit to talk about.
what do you mean? Well, where is the part that it gets boring for you?
Because it all goes back to it doesn't matter. If it's simulation or not, we still have to do the best we can in this life.
Do you think your dreams matter or your imagination? Do you think those things matter?
Yes.
Okay. So this is my thing. This is my thing. Why not entertain the simulation idea, right? And do away with the whole thing of it doesn't matter, because regardless of the bigger picture, at this moment we might not be the bigger picture, right? But to us it matters. So the that's what I'm saying. The thing about being real, the thing about matter, it just because it might be a simulation and the whole thing of it mattering. I mean, if it is a simulation, it's more indicative of mattering, because if somebody went out of their way to create some sort of simulation, obviously there's some sort of results that person or persons really want, right? And it was really important for them to create the simulation. So to say that our reality doesn't matter because of that, I mean, it just doesn't correlate with me.
No, not our reality doesn't matter. The fact that our reality isn't real doesn't matter. Our reality is the only thing that matters.
What makes something real?
Right. Exactly. My definition of that is things that I can affect, manipulate, or observe, I guess I'd consider another one, and that makes something real. And
how about the rice experiment? Is the rice experiment real?
Therapy, the rice experiment is real and actually has some really fascinating psychology behind it.
How does one quantify this? Like, how do you measure the amount of love and the amount of time you get to a certain plant?
Right. That's immaterial and actually almost impossible to measure. Intention can be measured in a self-reporting soft sciences style, But what's really fascinating is the bacterial study that is found inside those different specimens.
So hear me out, right? Hear me out. A lot of people say that it isn't evidence for the simulation, but I tell you what, it seems that this place conforms to whatever we want, right? Maybe as individuals or as collective. Like, for example, if you really desire something, this place has a way of giving you what you desire, whether it be for your benefit or not. Whatever you tend to put your intention on, this place is it wants to oblige you, right? It seems that it's designed just for whatever experience we're having. So I don't go with the whole it doesn't matter. I doubt that at all. I think we matter very much. Maybe not in the way we think, right? Maybe we're not important in the way we think and we want.
No, I think we're still talking past each other. I agree that we matter. I agree that you matter. Whether or not you are a simulation or real, you matter.
Is love
that
real, and how would you quantify love?
So, love is actually a real and quantifiable emotion. You check out the CT scans on love. I believe it was done by Stanford. It's a really cool study. That's, of course, defining love as the chemical.
You said they quantify? It's quantifiable?
No, the amount of
Yo, what's a
time
love particle? Hold on, I didn't see a picture of a love particle.
No. What he's saying is that they most likely connect the person to some sort of magnetic device that picks up signals. So every time the person is in front of whoever the person that he loves, obviously the device is going to pick up signals because emotions, circuits start going off. Exactly, and it starts picking it up, and that's what it's interpreting as love. But hold on, but it can't distinguish, right? Let's say you're a man and a woman comes in with fucking double D tits. It couldn't distinguish if you're hard for the woman or you love her.
That's not true. We actually
I'm
can.
just wondering what kind of numbers they put to it.
It's a percentage of cerebral capacity, and if it's somebody you have an emotional and long-term relationship with, you have more of a cerebral reaction. Whereas if it's the hottie with the double D's, then you have more of a lizard brain reaction to it. We can actually see the different parts of your brain light up. Yeah, so for that, you also have to define love as that part of the brain lighting up.
What were you about to say about bacteria? You said that love could be quantified down to bacteria.
No, I was talking about the bacterium strains that can be cultivated out of the rice experiment. Do you know about the rice experiment? Electric, you might get a kick out of this one.
Was that talking dirty to the rice?
Yeah, Matrix explained it just fine for me before. Yeah.
Yeah. So after the experiment's done, you can actually take that rice to the lab and run tests on it. And what you find in those tests is not always what you'd expect. You actually can see cells that are damaged and unable to reproduce, or at least unable to accept nutrients.
Their receptiveness to the love particles.
That Rice experiment, man, the implications of that shit, that very interesting, bro. Because
But Matrix, why would you give that validity and still deny something as simple and easy to demonstrate as gravity? Say, just for instance.
I don't think anybody denies that there seems to be some sort of thing that attaches us to the. It just seems to be the rules of this place. Whatever you want to call it, you could call it dropity, gravity. I mean, the name is the rhetoric behind it that we don't follow. But we want to call it whatever, that force of things go down. Call it whatever you want.
Okay.
Excuse this analogy, but any of y'all 40K fans?
I am. I'm a 40K fan.
Is it like the orc magic? And if we all just think it happens, it will actually happen?
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, the orcs are sort of like the comic relief, and the whole story is they have basically this thing that's known as, it's like a sentient sort of like gestalt consciousness, or sort of like they call it the wog, and the wog is basically like whatever because like it's not to get too complex, but yeah, they basically they believe that they can. The color red, like painting a vehicle red makes it fast, therefore, they're able to like make it fast or whatever. And like, the color yellow is for something, and like all the other colors, like for something like to give them an advantage or give them an edge in battle or something. And it is so just because they believe it, that it is so. And no other race can do this, in fact. So like, even like everything, like their guns and stuff, and like all of their vehicles are literally just like piles of like bolts and like, scrap metal and stuff, and they just like literally believe it works, and it does. And like, if anyone else was to pick up like an orc gun, it just wouldn't work for them.
That's the interesting thing,
though. This is like the intention experiment, or the placebo effect or something. No one's doubting the placebo effect, right? That's mind over matter right there. Is that what you guys?
That's kind of what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, the placebo effect. That's that's hardcore shit right there.
I mean, the implications of it is very indicative of that. We're very much in control of this place, at least our immediate vicinity. If we desire it, it's more than likely going to happen. That's some tough implications.
Yeah, is anyone doubting the placebo effect? That's straight up. You basically can control matter. You ever heard the saying "mind over matter"? Kool-Aid? Well, I don't know were you guys debating him on this, or?
No, it's more like having a conversation.
I
No,
believe
Jeremy.
we even unintentionally speak things into existence. Even if we don't desire it, if we vocalize it, it becomes true. But that's even like, whatever.
I mean,
I'm not saying.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, I'm not saying you could like lift a car with your mind or just will a car into existence or something, but like if you put that energy out there and those thoughts out there, you can focus on it, and you can make something happen. You can make yourself heal without ever taking the medicine, just by thinking you're taking the medicine. So.
And they actually do that. If they tell people that they're giving them a cure, it ends up being a sugar pill.
Yeah, the placebo effect. Yeah, they get healed, and then they weren't even taking the medicine. They thought they were, though, and your mind thinks, your mind says, "Oh, I'm taking this medicine. I'm going to get better." You get better. Nothing to do with what you actually ingested. It's all about your mind. You ever heard of the hope experiment with the mice? There's a few different names for it. They put mice in a fucking test tube with water in it, and they were checking to see how long they could tread water for. I don't know if it was 15 minutes or an hour or something. Well, the guy was like, "All right," right before the mice was about to give up. He pulled them out, dried them off, let them rest for a second, threw them back in a test tube. The mice went for 60 hours on
I remember
average.
this.
Yeah, you know why? Because they had it's in your mind. They now are like, oh, I could get rest. What made them? They wouldn't have just given up before because they couldn't do it. They're gonna swim until they can't swim anymore. But now they have this hope. They have hope that the guy's gonna come pull them out again, so they keep going. It's mind over matter, right? It's another example of mind over matter. It's not like after 15 minutes or an hour the first time the mouse swam more, but he didn't, and he was just going to give up. Animals don't do that. They keep swimming.
I think animals might be more like us than we're willing to give them credit for.
I forgot why we were bringing up all this.
I don't know. I love that intention, mind over matter shit, though. I love it. There's actually a lot of big name people that are behind this. But one of them was a Nobel Prize winner. But they still say, "Oh, this guy got the Nobel laureate's prize disease or something," where you think you're too smart than you actually are. But there's a lot of people behind this mind over matter shit, and there should be because there's a lot of evidence for it.
Yeah, but in a world where we came from a cosmic accident, no real purpose, we don't really have any significance, so nothing that we do or say or think is gonna lead to any results other than. So that's what they tell us.
Yeah. Well, I ain't buying all that shit.
See, and I'm not that pessimistic about it. I look at what I do here as having great impact on hopefully generations into the future.
What are you doing?
I've done lots of shit.
Here in this room or
no
on Earth?
in my life. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
But
you do.
I hope some of that is good for the future. Especially like some of the training courses I wrote and things like that. I hope that stuff saves lives. But
Holy, are you a Glober?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
so
a
what you
big
were
time.
saying earlier? What you were saying earlier is the only way your mind could logically square up the flat Earth or its implications is in a simulation. That's what you were saying earlier, right?
Correct.
Oh, okay. It's actually a good way to think about it.
If we're in a perfect simulation, then we would have no way of knowing. But this place presents as flat, and this place is the only thing we can deal with, and we have to deal with it, and we have to do the best we can, regardless if we came from some cosmic accident, as you call it, or we come from a creator.
No, wait a minute. I didn't come up with that rhetoric. That rhetoric is coming from your side. The whole cosmic accident, that's an official nature of our reality rhetoric.
Apparently, you don't understand. I'm not an atheist.
I'm not accusing you of anything. The problem is you said my rhetoric, and I just wanted to correct you. It isn't my rhetoric.
You used it.
Because I was given that rhetoric. So I'm just repeating at this point.
Yeah, that's okay. But yeah, we didn't come from that. We came from an event, and that event moved forward. And I believe that there was a creator behind that event. Yeah. And there's naturalistic processes that take place that everything developed from.
I have a little bit of problems with that, with the whole cosmic accident, because the way I see things, if you have two elements next to each other, or one element, until another element comes along and presents itself in the equation, the elements are just going to remain the same. So how is it that something exploded, something with the same amount of energy, whatever you want to call it, potential, and then it morphed without nothing new being introduced? How does evolution happen when there's nothing new around and all there is the same? How does that happen? Doesn't there need to be a mutation? And for there to be a mutation, doesn't something different need to happen?
Yeah, what happened before the event, I have no idea.
Oh, dude, you were roboting real bad.
Chaos is needed.
Oh.
Chaos is what causes these tiny little differences.
Chaos, you say?
Yeah,
chaos has to be introduced. Listen. You probably threw it out there as an idea. I get it. I'm not gonna attack you, Arma, but even chaos has to be introduced, right? So let's say the Big Bang happened. Boom, we have all these elements, all these particles, everything expanding everywhere. That's all it's ever gonna do until something else is introduced that is gonna make it form. That's gonna make it turn into a galaxy, right? Because why would the particles just stop and decide, hey man, I'm gonna form a galaxy over here. Hey man, I'm gonna form a galaxy over here. Hey, I'm gonna form a galaxy.
That's true. I mean, but that's I guess it would be the laws of physics and shit. Like you got gravity, you got magnetism, you got all the other shits. So you have to there has to be an explanation for why those exist, like why those are the laws. But then it's I don't know. It's really hard to.
And they didn't stop. The galaxies are all still in motion. Nothing stopped and formed a galaxy.
What are they expanding into?
Maybe they're not expanding into. Maybe they're just expanding. Like you're just traveling away from each other. That's fine. They don't need to expand into anything.
What are they traveling towards?
Nothing.
Like I don't understand. Like what's on the other side of the expansion?
There is nothing. Yeah. There's nothing. It doesn't have to have something on the other side. It could just be that relative to each other, they're moving away from each other. That's it.
So what is it? So there's nothing.
Yeah,
nothing.
That's space is. Not, I don't know.
It's all good.
Anything.
Don't go too hard on Arma, right? But listen to what you're saying, right? This is what you want us to accept or consider. You want us to accept that there's a room, right? Let's say the Earth is a room, and you want us to, and rooms have doors, right? So we open this door. There is nothing there, but somehow there is more there. You want us to consider that somehow matter solidifies from nothing, right? That you could just keep walking and hypothetically it just keeps rendering matter. That I mean, so that's crazier than anything we could come up with.
So I will give you this, right? Yes, informationally speaking, right? Things traveling out into nothing, right? The only thing that's weird about that is that the space between the objects is increasing, and that space if you were looking at this like from like a information sort of thing, like a computer, if I was to program this, whatever, that space is a variable in a sense, all right? So that is increasing, but outside of there's nothing. I mean, like they're not really expanding into anything. The only thing that's really changing is the space between the objects. They're not everything outside of it. That doesn't even exist. That's to the objects. That's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's literally what it is. It's nothing. So you don't have to worry about that part. You have to worry about specifically just the space between the two objects that is increasing. All right, because when you have the universe expanding, that's literally the space between them that's expanding. Really.
Okay, I got you. So you remember the room?
I will give. That's like free. That's like free expansion right there. That's free. Something going on there. Something is happening there. Yeah.
You remember the room analogy that I said, right? If we hypothetically assume that the Earth is a room, right? A room has walls, right? Ceilings that have the floors, right? And obviously in that universe, you will have the walls to limit you, right? Hypothetically, if you could walk in space, what would stop you from just continuing to walk forever?
I mean, nothing. It would seem nothing would stop you, and once again, you're not really walking. If you walked outside that room into the nothingness, you're not really walking into anything. All you're really doing is you have to think of it in the sense that you're just really just increasing your space between you and the original room and that's about it. But I get what you're saying though. It is weird when you think about it, but yeah, you're just increasing the space between you and that room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying, which is, yeah. I'm glad that you acknowledge the weird of it, right? Because if we take the room example, right? Let's say we are on this Earth and there's a room, and we want to make another Earth, right? We would need space to construct this other Earth. There would have to be matter there. There would have to be space and time there.
Well, maybe not. Okay, not matter per se, but yes, there would have to be something dictating that space, like informationally speaking, anyway, because that is information, right? That is at least maybe not. I don't know what the word is, but yeah, technically, in a computer program, there would be a variable for that. There would be, well, kind of. I mean, there's technically objects. There's the object's position on a grid, and then relative to each object, they have their own. Yeah, okay, fair enough. The point is, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, there is some kind of thing there. So maybe there's like an ether, maybe there's space time, whatever. Maybe there is something there to create that space.
All of it is just wrong. Maybe it is all just wrong. It doesn't work
Honestly,
the way we've been told.
I'm really impressed, Arma. You being a Glover and willing to admit that there's something wrong with the model, that's good.
Well, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying that, like, you know, like, actually, how did you even conclude that? I never said anything. I never said anything was wrong with it. I was just, yeah, hold on. Yeah, what?
I mean, mainstream academia will peddle the idea of a Big Bang to you, saying that, matter is expanding into nothingness. And you don't agree with that, man. That's good.
Well, when you say expanding into nothingness, I mean, it doesn't really, like, I get what you're getting at, and I get what maybe, assuming that's what they say, I get what they're getting at, but it doesn't really make sense unless...
let's just say it's worth a second thought. How about that?
Yeah,
Listen,
sure.
if outer space is expanding into it has to expand into something, right?
No, it doesn't.
That
Informationally,
something-
it doesn't have to.
Yes, if you're expanding something like raisin bread or a balloon you're blowing up, the balloon's expanding into something. So if space is expanding, it has to be expanding into something. That something is called outer space.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're going to use a balloon or whatever the other thing was, then yeah, in those examples, it has to. But I mean, if you're looking at this from strictly, like, once again, like a computer, a program thing, or information wise, you don't really need it to expand into anything. You just need objects to distance themselves. That's it. That's the only.
No. If you have space, if something's expanding, like space, you need there to be something for it to expand into. Because if there's nothing for it to expand into, it can't expand. Duh.
I don't know about that. I have to disagree with that because I like to think of it this way. Like I said, like the space in between is what's expanding. It's not really not that
it's getting farther away, dude. You know about the redshift? We have a major problem in your model with the redshift with the galaxies on the outer rim. They're going double the speed of light. Anyways, if you have this universe that's expanding, it literally has to be expanding into nothing. It can't be expanding into nothing.
I don't know about that, man. I'll have to.
What do you mean? How do you have something? How do you have?
Because I'm looking at it from another point of. I'm looking at it from another point of view. That's why I'm not. I know, yeah, with the balloon analogy, that makes total, logical sense. But I'm looking at it from just like strictly, like information, like just strictly 100% information.
Okay, we have this bubble of space. We have this bubble of space, right? That we call outer space.
No. Let's not even do a bubble of outer space. Let's just do, like, in a vacuum, right? Let's imagine, I don't know, an object. Let's say a ball. And it's the only thing that exists, right? There's no space around it, all right? Because space is literally the space between.
And then the ball starts expanding, right?
No expanding yet. The ball is just everything that exists, all right? And that is it. Literally, there is no. It's not that there's space around it per se, because the ball is everything in that universe. It is just the universe is that ball, right? So you think of it that way, right? Like,
think of it that way. You have a ball,
right? Yeah.
You have a ball. Now the ball's expanding. Hold on.
Yeah. So when it expands, right? Here's the thing. It's not that it's expanding into anything. It's just that the walls of that ball, right? Those are just getting further and further apart from each other. That's about it, right?
Yeah, it's called expanding, and we know that if you have something
expanding into anything,
it has to. It's impossible for something to expand and not expand into something else. That's not even a possibility. That's illogical and ridiculous.
I don't know about that, but I'll be right back. Though I'll be right back to argue this. Give me like literally 5 minutes. I have to check my food. Real fast.
You're running away. You're scared. You're rage
no, I'm cooking my
quitting
food.
right
No,
now.
I don't want my food to burn. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. 5 minutes.
Rage quit on us. I know.
No, it's not a rage quit.
Space would have had to exist before the creator. If he's making material things out of nothing, nothing existed before the creator. And that's fucking wild. I can't even wrap my head around that.
How do you get bigger without the space to get bigger into?
Space. So space is the ultimate god and not the creator. Space came before the creator. Space was created before the creator could create anything at all.
Why would you say that? Why couldn't the creator create space? Why couldn't that be his first creation? He needed a place to hang us. He created space.
Well, you could provide to me an explanation. I'll listen, man.
I just did. The creator created space as a place for us to, for the universe. And then he put the observable universe in space, in that space, which we don't know anything about, so we don't ascribe properties.
So
in my opinion, that's the realm of
space is nothing. How do you create nothing?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, dude.
Space is nothingness, right? How do you create nothing?
No, space is a geographical location.
Is it immaterial or material?
Is space immaterial or material? Both. It's immaterial, but it reacts to matter.
How does an object interact with space and nothingness? Dude, actually, this line of question is kind of making my head hurt right now. Sorry. My bad, bro.
Yeah, if you think about our observable universe as expanding out into whatever we don't know of, we can't perceive because it's beyond our observable universe. And because we don't know anything about it, we don't prescribe attributes to it. Unless you disagree with that, Jeremy.
So you don't see anything wrong with what the Big Bang suggests?
What do you mean by Big Bang?
Well, usually when someone asks me a question like that, I like to just look it up and tell them the textbook definition given to us by the academics. But I'll just think that it's the idea that there was a singularity that started to expand and duplicate itself, or however you want to describe expansion from a single point.
Nothing duplicated. It just expanded.
So did it split itself or replicate itself?
No.
It just expanded. So it's
Right.
one particle expanding forever, and there's no separation.
Where are you getting its one particle?
Man,
It's a
usually, like I
singularity.
said, I would rather just pull up the textbook.
It's everything. It's not one particle. It's everything.
Oh my gosh, this is like pulling teeth. Don't do it.
Everything was in a singularity, and it moved forward from there. We can argue about how it got into the singularity. I still claim that a higher power did it, but you know, I don't have any evidence, so I won't push my religion. From that point on, we have evidence. One
So
of
why
my
don't you
favorite
describe to me what was before the Big Bang, during the Big Bang, and immediately after, like your understanding of it.
That's a religious question. Do you want me
I
to
don't
talk
care how
about the
religious it
religion?
might be, but we're talking about the academic peddled narrative. I'm not talking about your religion.
Well, you asked me what I believe, so what I believe is a religion. Would you like to hear about my religion?
All right then,
Well,
yeah.
yeah. I believe there was a creator, and he was having one hell of a party. And he started doing tequila shots because ain't nobody can handle some tequila shots. And when they hit his stomach, he vomited everything into existence. It entered our observable universe as a singularity. That's before and during. And then after,
What
which
about
is what we
tequila
have.
shots?
Right, that's where the universe came from.
Tequila shots?
Yeah.
Bro, excuse my language. What the fuck are you talking about?
My religion. The flying spaghetti monster was doing tequila shots and burst the universe into observation. Of course, I have no evidence of that, so I don't push my religion. You asked to hear it. After the universe got here, we begin to have evidence. And what we have evidence for is everything expanded from a singularity.
Bro, you can't be serious. I can't take you serious when you act like you're serious right now.
I'm deathly serious.
I
I'm
can't
an
take you
ordained minister.
serious. You said flying spaghetti monster vomiting tequila shots? That was the precursor to the Big Bang and expansion? Really?
Yes.
You're serious?
Yes.
Well, I respect your opinion, man. I guess.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't want to hear about my religion, don't ask. I reserve the same right when you start telling me about your religion, not.
What?
Yeah. After the Big Bang, we begin to have evidence, and we have lots of lines of evidence. One of my favorite quotes is gravity is a theory, evolution is a fact.
What? Yeah, you gotta know that sounds ridiculous, right? I can't take this serious. What do I do right now? I don't know what to say to you, man. That's ridiculous.
It's a well-known quote. Any biology high schooler probably reads, but definitely any biology major in college knows that quote.
What's your quote? You said gravity is a theory, evolution's a fact. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Wow. I jumped in here to hear that. I immediately lost brain cells, bro. I deserve reparations.
Yeah, can I get a refund on my life?
Yo, what's it? I
Bruh.
really liked your presentation, bro. Good shit.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, man.
Mic check.
Mike, are you all right?
10-4, 10-4.
Gio, what's up, my brother? How you been?
Yo, what's up, Austin? Been good, man. How about yourself?
Pretty good, bro. Just been driving for like 8.5 hours today. It's been pretty miserable.
Oh, damn.
Why are you driving so much?
We had to go all the way to West Tennessee from South Carolina for a baby shower to see my fam and pick stuff up out of my storage unit. So we're driving on the way back with the U-Haul attached to the Jeep. It's just been a whole ordeal, man.
Well, I drive more than that every day, so don't feel too bad.
I don't know how you do it, man. I hate it. You got like a comfortable seat, I just imagine.
Lots of practice.
Yeah. Discord
Honestly,
definitely helps.
like I got a good music playlist, and then when people aren't in the car, I've got I honestly I just kind of binge on YouTube and just anything I find just to listen to or watch or whatever.
Yeah. I'll like lurk around Discord just trying to spark conversation so I can pass time.
Yeah, I was just going over with good buddy right here about how the Big Bang was expanding into nothing if it were to
I meant
happen.
like I meant like actual intellectual discussion now. I'm just kidding. Sort of. I'm really getting to the point where I'm disinterested in talking to Globers about the globe. Like I don't know. I'm just so disinterested. I'm like, oh, how about we just rip quantum mechanics away from the Globers next? You know, like it's just over. The globe's so dead. It's embarrassing that we're still talking about it.
Something that's actually pretty interesting is I just signed up for Rockfin like a few days ago, and I've always been a fan of Iru Landucci, but the stuff he posts on there is really good, especially if you're on a drive or something. Like it's I don't know. I really like his take. He goes over like esoteric stuff and like secret society kind of stuff, and he ties it all in, which I think makes more sense, to be honest. So,
Dude, Iru ladles gravy, bro.
what?
So Iru ladles gravy. That's just what I call it. But yeah, Iru's my homie. I'm trying to get him to come
Yeah.
visit us in South Carolina.
Oh man, if you could, I'd fucking show up, man. Like he's I don't know, him and I think alike, I want to know what's on his mind.
And honestly, just like how witty he is and fast he is in English also is very impressive.
Yeah. He was on the news the other day, but nobody knows about it. He put it as far as I know, it's only on Rockfin, but he did like I don't know, maybe 10 minutes on a news station in his area and fucking demolished everybody and made them look like clowns. And he was really, really nice about it. Like he had manners like a god. It's great.
That's dope. Yeah, his approach is so A1. It's very hard to leave disliking him.
He's only gotten better too. I just wish he was more part of the community, like more vocal, more just, I don't know. He needs to be more of a force, to be honest. He's a very, very good asset.
Yeah, I think he does a lot in Spanish, so he has like a huge following in Spanish, and he throws like huge get-togethers over where he's at.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so he's on such a different time schedule that it's like even really difficult for him to do globe busters. I think that the
Right.
time separation and the time and language thing.
Okay. Well, I only know his new stuff on Rockfin. It's really good. I recommend it for everybody. And it's got subtitles, so you can follow along. And it's mostly Spanish, so you can kind of pick up on it if you can't read or whatever. So
That's cool. He definitely knows that atomism is retarded. That's for sure. Has anyone heard any rebuttals to the argument against the FED nonsense that I did? That Globers, basically it's Globers as well. So I don't know if any Globers want to pipe up and give me a rebuttal, but so people hate the ether and they say, oh, it's not scientifically provable and blah 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 blah. But atomism is actually a philosophy that says everything is comprised of little indivisible particles. It's by definition materialism, and nothing can exist unless it comes from matter or is a byproduct of or is matter itself. So atomism is a philosophy that cannot be proven, a conceptual model used to quantify presupposed physical sentiment. Can anyone here actually substantiate atomism or the atom or the subatomic particles of the photon and the electron? Or the Globers kind of just want to sit this one out? I haven't heard any rebuttals. I'm very dissatisfied.
Materialism and atomism are not the same thing.
They are derived of one another. So atomism is derived of materialism.
Okay, but the idea that material has to be matter to exist for there to be something is not the same. Like, that's a philosophical truth. You can't have nothing existing, right? You got to have something, some object. Now, to say that that object must be made of atoms, that's a fallacy.
No, to say that if something is not materially manifest, then it doesn't exist is a fallacy, and that's called materialism. And of course, atomism is birthed from that assumption. Therefore, everything must be comprised of particles, so you can pretend to separate them, but
you just said nothing exists. So now, so we have something, right? That's what exists. Now, if you're saying, yeah, well, not only does something exist, but the opposite of it as well. And I'm going, the opposite of something is nothing. And you're going, see, look at you, materialistic atomists. You're just, hold on, you're just pushing 100% your personal belief that something outside of a baseball, like the anti-baseball, you have the baseball and then the metaphysical baseball, which you'll never prove. It is just your beliefs, right? But you push it like a globe.
Yeah. Wow, you really intellectually destroy me there. I bet you'll have to interrupt me as I just absolutely eviscerate all that nonsense you just said. So actually, nothing cannot exist. That's stupid. That's the idea of the absence of something. So the point is that the metaphysical exists, and the material confinement of existence is not all that exists. That's stupid and retarded and dumb. So does intuition and consciousness exist?
Okay, so the opposite of physical is, are you saying the opposite of physical is metaphysical?
Metaphysical means beyond physical. You're trying to, give some dichotomy of an antithetical nature.
So is metaphysical would fall under physical or matter?
You notice how you couldn't actually answer the question? Does
okay, so if you're going to say that metaphysical is under the cloud of physical, right? Then physical. Hold on, but let me finish. Didn't you just say if you interrupt, you get triggered? Yeah, you do it. Okay, so going back, if
you're strawmanning me though.
Oh, but maybe let me get it out, and then you could I sat and listened to your bullshit, but you can't sit and listen to mine because you're triggered.
So talked right past it. Like
here he goes again, triggered again. I know you're triggered with it. Just shut up and listen.
You're like a Nathan Thompson.
Yeah, I know you haven't let me say my thing once yet. So get it. I'm going to give you some time. Get it all out, and then I'm going to get it all out.
Okay. You didn't respond to my actual rebuttal. Does intuition and consciousness exist?
Okay, first we're forming the framework of existence. Now I'm saying in order to exist, you have to have matter. Now you're saying not only is matter existing, but the opposite of matter, which is metaphysical. But then you'll say that metaphysical is just beyond physical. Now, is beyond physical connected to physical. Like if I'm saying this thing is beyond physical, is it still physical?
No, but the metaphysical interacts with the physical and becomes physically manifest. Can you actually answer the question now? Does
No,
intuition
hold on.
and
No, you're
consciousness
hold
exist?
on. Wait. Hold on.
He'll never answer it. He'll never answer
Well,
it.
but you're deflecting. So when you say metaphysical, right? Because you love to throw this word around, and a baller will throw around space-time. And I'm saying you're throwing around metaphysical in the same way a baller throws around space-time. So what is the distinctive difference? Because you're saying metaphysical can manifest as physical. That's an extension of physical, right? What is it? Where is this metaphysical when it's not manifested? Is it just it's nowhere?
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean by physical? Right the hand.
Matter, objects.
Matter, objects. So
yeah.
things can only exist if they're physical. Is that what you're saying?
If you can show me again, when we say exist, right? We're trying to find the definition of exist so we can separate which things exist and which things don't exist. And I'm saying, the only way that you can occupy space to exist is with a physical body. Now, if you're going to say,
it's not necessarily true, though. I mean, I can have something physically existent, but not physical, in the sense that it has like a medium or matter to support its existence.
Okay, so that
Is there any way we can just make hold on. The question?
The opposite of matter would be what? Like that you have matter. What's the opposite of that?
Immaterial.
Well,
okay, so
I would say it would be devoid of matter.
So nothing. So we're saying nothing.
No, nothing doesn't exist. So you just straw man. Does consciousness exist?
Okay, but here, hold on. Don't interrupt me.
He's screaming.
So the idea is that you'll have existence and non-existence. And now I'm trying to make that very clear designation, but what you're doing is throwing in a gray area, right? So I'm saying in order to exist, you need a physical body to occupy space so that it can exist. And then you're saying, no, existence is not a thing is not a requirement for existence. Therefore, hold on.
Does consciousness
I know
exist?
This is triggering. I know this is triggering.
Does consciousness exist?
You're just going on really long.
I trigger with it. I love it. I love how Witz is so smart and he's the best they got, but I can trigger him to just copy and pasting, repeating the same question. There he goes. Got to be triggered.
Hold up here, because I'm a little confused. Like, what's your argument exactly, Ghost?
He doesn't have one. He just wants to scream.
Can you like hear? I just want to understand because I'm sort of like, what's your argument?
He's trying to tell you that the antithesis.
No, don't tell me what I'm trying to say. I can speak for myself. I can speak for myself. Okay, so when you say existence, right? Now, existence is going to be binary. There's going to be non-existence and existence, because if you don't have that binary, right, and your existence is just whatever, there is no designation, then anything you imagine or believe or feel or just hope can exist. So we designate this distinction between existence and non-existence by a physical body, right? Because if there is no physical body to occupy and give information, then you're not going to get any information that there is a thing to exist. Without the physical body to hold the information that tells you it exists, there's nothing there to inform you of the existence of nothing.
Okay. Can we make him answer the question, please? Does consciousness exist? Yes or no?
Oh, so you're just going to totally ignore everything I just see? Again, we still have not, and don't interrupt me. I knew he was going to do it. Because Whitson is triggered. Now, he cannot have a conversation. All he can do is repeat the same question over and over in hopes of defending his position, which is held up by beliefs in straw man and duct tape. But I'm not confined to just asking like a parrot the same question over and over. Whitson is supposedly the smartest one they have. So what
memories exist.
Hold on. So before we can say whether something exists, now that's what ballers do, right? Before we define what existence means, they go, well, what about a magnetic field? Now, we've never defined what the qualifications for existence are. So we cannot answer the question of does X, Y, or Z exist when we have not first established what the criteria for existence is. Now, it is so fucking stupid, he'll probably just ask the same question over.
Okay, so I'm sorry that you're like a little girl, but the truth is that you're trying to find existence confined to materialism. Existence means comes from something else. Now you're going to say define something, because you're going to play semantical word games as long as you can to buy time to avoid the question, which destroys your whole argument. It's just a couple words. Does consciousness exist? Yes or no?
Wow, he parroted the same question he's been parroting for the past 10 minutes when we have still not gotten to what is the qualification of existence. So he will again state what it means to actually qualify something. He said thing, and hold on, triggered.
Oh man.
Triggered as you are. Now, thing, when you say something, thing is an object. If I have a thing in my hand, nobody's going to assume I have a metaphysical nothing in my hand. They're going to
Is a dream a thing?
Hang on. Witsit, why are you so triggered? This is crazy.
I wasn't even talking, moron.
You just get it all out. Hold on, I know
I
what
wasn't even the one talking.
So
You're the one
May I say something right ahead?
projecting that you're triggered.
You still haven't defined what it means to exist. You just asked me.
Hold on,
Isn't it?
I mean, not with it. I mean,
I want to say something.
Is a magnetic field a physical thing?
Isn't the
We
mere
haven't
fact
defined
that
it. We haven't defined existence.
Hey, guys, Silence trying to say something. Please let him
I
get it
just
up.
want to say right ahead. Isn't it the mere fact that we name things is because they exist? Otherwise, how would you name something that doesn't exist or doesn't have any presence?
What about a unicorn? That's a name.
Yeah, but we can also name nothingness too, and that doesn't technically exist. So
Yeah, nothingness is a concept. That's emptiness. Emptiness is just a qualifier of something being empty of something else. People often get confused with like light being the opposite of dark, which it's not. Darkness is just the absence of a thing, just like space being the absence of a thing. So to say that something non-existence is nothing.
Right ahead. You say a unicorn, right? I thought we were having a serious conversation where we're talking about actually things. Like
well, you said, but
and,
you said because you said if you name it, it has to come from a thing. And I'm saying, well, unicorn is a name, so where is the thing that it came from?
Well, we can actually draw the concept of the unicorn, right?
Well, because there has to be some kind. You can't just say
the
a
problem
word.
is right
This is the problem, that people are just saying a word like ether or space-time and then saying that it exists without the object, and it becomes like the unicorn. It is just something that they can describe with other things. Oh, it's like a horse, but it's not a horse because it has a horn, which is like a rhinoceros, but it's not a rhinoceros. It's like the not of.
I just want to say this one sentence to you. The absence of a thing doesn't denote nothing. Just
okay, hold on. Yes, it does. It does.
I think it does.
Hold on. When you get into the unicorn, because now it's like you're saying a unicorn can exist because it's the absence of a horse, but it's there with a horn. Like, no.
That makes no sense.
I know this is your argument. You're trying to define existence through the absence of something. You're trying to say, well, we can have space existing because it's just the absence of matter. No.
Space is not a thing.
Look, we first
not a thing of itself. Just like the absence of, just like a shadow. A shadow is not a thing of itself. That's a privation of a thing. Like you're getting confused. It's not my fault.
Don't tell me I'm getting confused. We have to look. Do you agree that existence is binary? It either something exists or it's a concept or whatever, and it doesn't exist. Is it binary, or are you believing in a white, black, and gray area of existence?
You have things that physically exist. You have things that abstractly, conceptually exist, and not materially existent, only conceptually, which denotes that consciousness doesn't necessarily have to be something physical if it can exist abstractly within the mind of the beholder. I mean, it's that simple.
Okay, so you process, right?
He's never going to answer the question.
So what you're saying, what you're saying,
the question.
What you're saying, so you just turned existence from binary into black, white, and the gray area. So you said we have existence of physical things like a rock, then you have existence of things that are not a rock, whatever that may be, and then you have nothing, right? Non-existence. So we have non-existence, existence of, so you have to be more clear when you say existence. When you say the non-existence, when you say a non-physical existence, what is there to exist?
Things that
make sure you. Well, okay, wait.
You asked that question. He's been parroting for the past 10 minutes.
Yeah, because you said that if it's not material, then it doesn't exist, which is probably sub 50 IQ. I thought I was going to guess. So I asked you, does consciousness exist?
Okay, but I can't answer that because
you said we define the word exist.
Yeah, we don't know what exists. We don't know what it, because you keep asking like you like a petulant child who hasn't got his way. He keeps asking the same question like it'll make a point, but you have stated the point of I cannot say whether X, Y, or Z exists until we define what the terms of existence are. Now, if you're going to say
The existence of something means that it can act upon something else or interact with something else.
And when you
so it
say
doesn't have
it,
to be physical.
Knew what your
but
little
when you say it,
remedial bullshit. Stop interrupting
I was
me.
answering his question. You interrupted me.
I have my wife beside me. She's pregnant. I'm gonna have to leave because we're
All
gonna let
right,
this
so
little
then go deal with your
douchebag
pregnant wife. Deal with your pregnant wife, not a fucking YouTube debate, you
Ghost,
fucking
why don't
moron.
you just stop talking so much for a minute?
Yeah, how about he just goes deal with his pregnant wife and
Guys,
doesn't deal with this fucking bullshit?
Let's all settle down. Let's settle down. I know this is intense.
Well, let me address the last statement. So he said,
Oh, now it's his turn to talk again.
yeah, well, because you got a pregnant wife to deal with. So when he said
come on, man. Come on, man. You're really just talking all over everybody. You're talking all over everybody.
You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. So you're being uncivil.
You're fixing to get muted. You're fixing to get muted.
But you're being uncivil.
Ghost, go on mute. Take a chill pill for a minute.
Yeah,
and come
but
back.
I want to get my point out. I want to get my
point.
point
You
out.
want everyone to wield. You want everyone to lay the wheel to your hands, but you're not willing to do the same for others, man. Like, how do you expect respect to be given when it's not mutually reciprocated?
I let everybody talk. They just parrot the same when they get their chance. Hang on, you're interrupting. You're doing exactly what you just accused me. Everyone who's talking right now, you're doing everything.
It's hot micing. It's hot micing.
You know what?
No one's interrupting. No one's interrupting you.
Guys, I was sick of that. I've only just come in a minute. So I've muted him. Someone else can unmute him if they want. But I just wanted to clarify. What I think Dyslo's point was, and maybe crystallize it in the idea of there being physical constructs, social constructs, and then nothing. Was that what you were saying? They're the kind of three.
Turn your mic off, Electric.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Yeah, it was audio chaos. I couldn't hear you too well.
Can you hear me okay?
Now I can. Yeah, it was just background noise from others. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, sure. So I just wanted to clarify and maybe crystallize your point. You were saying that existence has three branches, like physical constructs, social constructs, and then nothing. Is that how would you agree with that?
No, because nothing would just fall back into the concept of your social construct. Nothingness is just that. It's a concept. There's nowhere in the entirety of the universe you can point to that's devoid of everything and anything. Like, that's a concept. Unless you can showcase that to be evident, then we can't really go there. I mean, emptiness or nothingness is just a qualifier of something being empty of something else. Like, it's merely that simple.
So then, right the hand, and you were seeing things a different way. He was saying something either exists or doesn't. You were saying that actually everything exists, but either physically or conceptually.
Well, kind of. Basically, he was getting to the point of what existence is, and we were trying to deduce what that means. And he was leaning more towards the side of matter and physicality to support existence. Where I was trying to say that things don't necessarily have to be physical to exist, similar to like a magnetic field not being supported by particles or matter for its existence. This is pertaining to fields, which most people aren't well understood on because they weren't taught these things in high school or college. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, I'm going to unmute right hand.
Maybe I can say something before this happens because I will just leave. I'm saying that I'm sitting beside my wife. She's pregnant, so if I have to scream to talk, then I will have to leave because it's just disrespectful to her. So all I'm saying is, so he said if it's not material, it can't exist, right? And then he asked me to define exists, and I said, well, that means to come from something else. And I said, then you're going to ask me, well, then what is something? And you're going to say thing means it has to be material. And that's a semantical argument because there's no other way to present the idea than to say something. So it's a colloquial use. If you just say, oh, well, thing means matter, so you can't use that word, so ha, 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 I win, then you might as well just go play tag with traffic and act like you're smart. I don't know. The point is, I asked the question, does consciousness exist?
It's a process, yes.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. He's just concluded that exist is a semantical argument. So his argument, so we go, what is existence? And he says it has to come from something. Then he says, well, that's something, what is the thing? And then he goes, well, that's semantical. So when I said
Yeah,
Witsit,
you're beating around the bush like crazy.
Bro, hold on. So Witsit is saying that the definition, how he defines existence, is semantical. Therefore, it does not have a clear and concise definition. Therefore, there will never be any factors we can use to determine what exists and what doesn't. Therefore, he can then just say the ether exists because he wants it to. Congratulations. This is how he thinks.
Okay, so that was a huge strong man, but what I actually said was existence.
He's driving, guys, so he's cutting out.
So, can you give me 10 seconds to ask you a few questions?
Yeah, I don't know if Witsit knows that he's roboting though. So Witsit, you're roboting.
He's
driving. Roboting. Sorry.
It's not that people are talking over you; it's that you're roboting and no one can hear you. Sorry, go on.
All right, Ghost, can you hear me?
I just want to reiterate. So when I asked Witsit to get to the bottom of existence, we went from it has to come from something. Then the something, I was like, because he knew I would want to define something. He said, hey, hold on. He said, I can't use thing because then I can't say if it's, you can say it's a non-thing, right? But he can't say non-thing because that would sound ridiculous. So then he says, I can only use thing. Therefore, it's semantical. Therefore, I can never define what something means. Therefore, I can never define what it comes from. Therefore, I can never define existence. So in his framework, he cannot define existence without just saying semantics and thing. That's where his argument ends, at semantics and thing. He has never defined, hold on, he has never defined existence.
Consciousness exists.
Yeah,
Consciousness exists.
Yeah.
And no one answered because he knows that the consciousness is not material. So what he wants to say is that you can't have consciousness without the physical body to have it, and that consciousness doesn't exist. That's his argument.
Ghost, you finally feel like answering my question?
Oh, hold on. But do we understand that?
What? What the hell? What?
Well, because we have no idea what existence means. It's semantical. So
that's what I'm about to. Oh my god, man, that's crazy. You're crazy. Okay. Oh my god, for real. Let me ask you: do you consider a memory to have real-world application, or you could say, does it affect reality? Do memories affect reality?
Clearly, a memory is information, and that information must be held in some sort of body. It can't be.
It exists. The information exists. Right?
Well, hold on. Well, when you say information, it must be some sort of unique physical thing that can be distinguished from something else, and that can also be distinguished from non-existence. Okay, and this is the.
What?
If you can't distinguish existence from non-existence, you can't distinguish getting information from not getting information.
Yes, we can. We're doing it right now. So I'm asking you, does a memory exist?
A memory is information, and information cannot exist without a physical body to comply.
Information doesn't exist.
Information, listen. I said, you're not listening. You want to hear what you want to hear. I said, information cannot exist without a physical body that can give a unique sense that can distinguish that information from other unique information as well as from non-information, right? So
is it synonymous with the physical body that holds it?
Electric, do you mind if I pick off where you left off there? Or pick up where you left off, Electric? Or do you want to go ahead?
Yo, what's up, Fundy? Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so, my question is, I feel like it's totally appropriate to call, things matter. Material objects are things. And so, obviously, information isn't a physical thing. So, what word is a better choice to refer to information than thing?
Why is it not a physical thing? If you see a rock, are you not getting information?
Modalities, functions, and processes, protocols. I don't know.
But it isn't a rock information or a physical object. Isn't it information?
So is the information about the rock synonymous with the rock itself?
Well, how do you tell? The only way you can tell a paper towel roll from a rock is that there are different informations.
Yeah. So is consciousness synonymous with the mind that with the brain that interprets it?
Again, consciousness has to be some sort of physical process, or you're saying that nothing is happening. There is no.
So
thing.
that's what you're saying, because you're a materialist, which is retarded. But I'm asking you, since you say you can't have consciousness without the material body, I'm asking you: is consciousness synonymous with the material vessel that holds the consciousness? Is it synonymous with it? You keep saying you can't have it without it. So you're saying it, denoting it as something separate. So I'm asking you, well, then it's not synonymous if you're denoting it as something separate. And then you just loop your same stupid script over and over, but you don't address what I'm saying.
Bro, when you say consciousness, what define that? Life? What are you saying? Life? Being alive?
You don't know what consciousness is?
Bro, you're using the word, right? Like, so, and this, you're going to say it's semantical. Like, hold on. Because again, if your entire argument boils down to when we peel back the layers and I want to go know what you're talking about, and you go, well, it's semantical, then you don't have an argument.
I didn't say that. That's not what I said. So what I said was your argument is semantical whenever you say you hyper-focus on the word thing, because there's not another word and we're just talking, exchanging ideas. So then I even played your stupid game and I said existence means derived of. So I didn't use the word thing. Now you got no argument. You're destroyed again.
Well, with it, just look at his name.
You can
just look at his name really quickly. What is a ghost? What's a ghost?
Okay, hold on. But you don't have to use thing. You can use non-thing, right? You can use.
Sorry, one sec. I know you can hear me. Right. Can we progress this past the dick swinging? Maybe we can go to, I don't know, defining consciousness loosely as kind of like software and the body as hardware or something like that. So then we can actually progress this, because I just feel like this is going in circles.
Yeah, that's what he wants, though. So there you go. Software to the hardware, or sentience. Okay, go ahead. Is it synonymous with the physical body itself? Yes or no?
Yeah. Again, can I just right hand? Are you happy with that? That kind of summation, or do you want to alter it slightly?
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan. Like, because the whole idea is when you say consciousness, you can't show me. Like, that is a very vague. That's almost like space time, right? So when you can say consciousness, when you're going to say consciousness, what consciousness means? What? Speaking to a person that's alive. So if
what I asked you, like, are you okay with the idea that consciousness is like a software that is then applied to a hardware in order to make it work, i.e. the body?
But software would be a physical thing that you load up, that you interact with another physical thing. So you'd be proving my point. But so then, yeah.
Well, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just trying to get an actual argument to have.
I mean, can I just say one thing here about consciousness? I mean, from a medical standpoint, consciousness is something that can be evaluated as a person that's awake, senses, and responds to stimuli. That's about it. I don't know why y'all want to go into all this philosophical bullshit that complicates it.
So this is the objective truth, physical information that's transmitted on a software upload. Because he said it himself. He said you just put the disk in and it uploads. What do you mean by upload? Is there something physical?
Yeah, the disk has a very unique pattern on. I wish maybe people knew how floppy disks and disks work, but there's a unique physical structure, right?
So
come on, bro. So there is a unique physical structure. Like, you ever heard burning a CD? They used to burn a physical structure that was unique. And the computer would then, based on that uniqueness of the physical structure, know, quote unquote, what to display on the screen. So yes.
So can I ask you a quick question pertaining to what you just said? Does that disk weigh any less, or does the computer weigh any more after this exchange of information?
Yeah, a lot of times they weigh less when you burn a CD because you're scraping away material.
Okay, well, And
the answer
Bro,
is no,
you
guys.
this
You're
is how
talking
shit
about
works.
something
Sorry if it offends your personal beliefs, but this is
How
how
about a
shit
Because
wireless?
once you put the disc in, so it's
Tim,
already been
Tim,
scraped. You
can
put the
I just
disc in,
answer
and then
that?
it
They're like
uploads.
caveman
Can
itching
I-
numbers in a disc.
Cool, I'm
That's
going to
how
answer
a
that.
CD
So,
burn works,
right,
bro.
I'm going to
It,
need
it,
you
it,
to have
it's like a caveman
I'm going to
How
into
about a
the disc. Yeah.
wireless? How about a wireless
Tim,
data
Crypto's trying to
transfer?
talk. Crypto's trying to talk. He's just kind of low. Let Crypto talk.
yeah, dude.
Wireless data transfer. The
Oh my
wireless data
god,
transfer. Does a computer weigh more?
guys, it's not about 2 or 3 of you talking. There are other people who want to get in on this. So left lane's tried to talk a few times, been cut off. I'm not going to actually accept being cut off too many times. So just allow everyone to talk. It's really that simple. Now, I would say maybe burning a disk in that sense is a bad example. You could use a USB stick. Would a USB stick be way less after the data transfer? I think the answer is going to be no, right? So
Oh,
it's clearly
hold on.
Didn't finish. So clearly the scraping of information off of a CD is separate to the data transfer itself, making the thing way less.
Okay, but so when we're talking about the SSD, now there has to be some kind of change in a blank SSD to an SSD that has information. Because when I take my SSD, right, or a micro SSD card, and you plug it into your computer, and it says, oh, there's nothing on here, right? Now, when you take pictures and, quote, load stuff onto it, if there's no physical change whatsoever, how would the computer not realize it's the exact same thing? Nothing. No, there has to be some kind of kind of change to this device so that the computer can be like, oh, this is not the same as before. It's different. It's new information.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Oh, it should weigh more, right?
Yeah, hold on. You're wrong, and I'll explain. So, the physical change you might be imagining that would happen in a USB drive would be like a bunch of light switches arranged in circuits in different orders, physically changing from, being flipped to the right or left to represent those ones and zeros, ons and off. Except for that's not how it works. There's no physical change when information is encoded into a solid state hard drive or anything. It's actually that each of those transistors is actually given a positive or negative charge. So it's not even a physical change that's happening. It's only an energetic change.
See, now I got it. So if there's no physical difference, how does the computer know that there's new information? Because it can't be physical. So what? It's magic?
Because of an energy fluctuation, very organized energetic fluctuation.
What is energy? Energy is what? The ability to do work. That's the ability. You can't. That's what.
That's
This
not.
is. You're
That's
just
not
using a
what
word.
something is. That's what something does. That's not an explanation of energy.
Bro, okay, then you need to describe what energy is and what this computer is recognizing as different. Because you could just
we can go there, and that's fine. We can all go there together, but I'd just like you to acknowledge that there aren't actual little light switches flipping back and forth in their positions in a USB stick.
Well, I would also like to acknowledge that
there's no physical change.
Yeah, there has to be some kind of physical change. Maybe it's not the burning of a CD or the flipping of a light switch, but you can't just say energy and then leave it at that.
You said physical was just material, though. That's what you said.
Yeah, well, he's saying energy, and what is energy? So now he's just put the mechanism, which very well may be a physical mechanism, right? It most likely is, but he's going to say, oh no, it's energetic, and I'm going, well, what is energy? And now we have this. It's almost like semantical wall again. Oh, we can't define what thing is, can't define what energy is, so we just end the conversation.
Carry on, though. No, we can carry on. Okay, we can carry on. It isn't the end of the conversation. I do acknowledge the limitations I have with my vocabulary and stuff, but I'm not out for the count. Whatever. This conversation can still be pleasant and carry on. So even though I'll admit. I'm really not going to do a good job at trying to define this word energy, and I know the official definition, and I don't appreciate it very much at all. I think it is one way of looking at it, but I think it's has some blinders on it. However, I can relate what I was saying to something else, right? So you can turn like hematite, right? The earth mineral. You can turn hematite into a magnet, pretty powerful one, right? And during the process that converts this like non-magnet into a magnet, there's absolutely no physical change. There's no materialistic rearrangement of any sort within that lump of hematite that changes, even though now it has gained an entirely new property and ability, but nothing physically changed.
How do you know? Can you see, just because you can't see a change doesn't mean maybe there's a different alignment of the structure, right? So, but again,
what structure?
My question would be, okay, so
structure.
Hold on. So my question would then be, so before and after, it is exactly the same. It is exactly the same. But somehow it's different. To me, I'd be like, that's a contradiction. That sounds like double talk.
Its abilities are different, but its physical arrangement
hold on. So then it's not exactly the same. But you're saying it's exactly the same because you're saying it's unchanged. And this is where I'm saying,
its materialistic arrangement is
you're
unchanged.
saying your logic is falling apart because you're saying it is exactly like it was before. And I'm going, but before it wasn't magnetic. And going, yeah, but now it is. But I'm going, well, then it's not exactly like it was. There had to have been a change. And you're saying, no, there was. Hold on, dude. You're saying, no, there was no change because it's exactly the same.
There was a change. There was a change. There was a change. You hold on. Okay, you made your point. And it's not even a big deal. Okay, none of this is a big deal. There was a change. It gained an ability that it didn't previously have, but nothing was physically rearranged. Nothing was material. None of its material parts have changed their placement in any relation to any of its other parts. They're all in the same spot they always were.
Yeah, but
there's no quantitative change.
You're not seeing microscopically or
yes, you can.
Hold on.
But that's what you can do actually.
Okay, hang on, guys. Let me get it out. So again, there's going to become a point where like you can't, right, because of the limitations of the technology. So then it becomes philosophical, right? And we're going, okay, we can't see with our eyes, we can't see if there was a change, but it is now doing something completely different. So it can't be exactly the same. So where is the information change that went from it not being magnetic to it being magnetic? What new information did this object get so that it is now magnetic?
Well, they would say the official answer, because they also acknowledge, it's not just us, it's, the official response to your question, because it has been brought up, that even though there hasn't been any sort of matter that changed its like placement or location at all, they say, and this is just where they have to go, they say its domains have been aligned. Its magnetic domains have been aligned.
Well, align would mean to move something, and then something would need to move.
But magnetic domain is just a concept. That's his point.
Yeah.
Okay, but a concept cannot affect reality. So now the point. Hold on.
Yeah, that's my point, man. They failed.
Okay, no.
That's not true, bro. What?
Hold on. So that's my point when you're saying, well, it's a concept, and I'm going, so the concept is moving metal, and you're going, well, no, not. Well, then don't say it's a concept.
Hey, can I end the whole conversation? If nothing can exist if nothing can exist outside of the material world, then what did the material world come from?
Bro, one, I believe in God, right? So you got to understand, but the thing about God is he requires faith. Okay, he's faith because you can't sense him. That's the whole thing. That is, so if I'm going to put faith in something I can't sense, it's going to be God, not the ether or space time or any of this other nonsense.
Oh, but here's the deal. So, right, so some things are immaterial. You've just now refuted your whole claim that nothing exists outside of matter. Now you're changing it so you can't prove it and it requires faith. But this is the thing, right? Some things that are immaterial can't be scientifically verified because they're immaterial. So what we do in these scenarios is we apply logic. So the way that we know that there's some type of designer is because the necessary antecedent to creation is a designer. Like a design requires intelligent design. Like that's just redundant. So it's logic. Some things are immaterial, but we apply logical frameworks and logical axioms to them, antecedent relationships, right? And so we're using logic here because we know that there are things that we can't quantify, reach out and grab. You can't go grab a magnetic field. You can't grab a little particle of a magnetic field. You can't do anything like that. right? So we have things that interact with the material world, but they're not material. So therefore, a metaphysical realm exists because there's no other logical possibility. In addition, there's no such thing as no thing. Nothing can exist. Danso said there's a difference in no thing and nothing, but you're not there yet. So the point is that nothing doesn't exist. Nothing doesn't exist. So something predated as the antecedents to the material world. Therefore, objectively, a metaphysical realm exists. So you want to use the word exist and try to semantically divert away from the logical axiom. That's not my problem. So you've already contradicted yourself, and now you've changed your story to, well, I just have to have faith. Well, no, you just can't scientifically verify the immaterial, nor can you quantify it. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Okay, but, I mean, he's got a name with the ghost. It's the ghost, isn't
okay. Bro, that's it's just a fucking name, dude. Okay, so the idea that you're saying, first, faith, right? That's a religious thing. So if I need faith in the ether, then it's a religion, and it's not some kind of scientific anything. So once you
no one claimed it was science.
Okay, so it's faith, so it's a religion. Great.
It's called philosophy.
Yeah, Christianity is a philosophy, yes, which is of the mind, which is not physical. You're
religion is a man-made belief built upon the doctrine of men, but this is a logical axiom. But you cannot science or quantify the immaterial intrinsically. So to equate that to non-existence is logically bankrupt.
Why would I choose?
Hold on, a Christian will say that a God is logically right, is a logically outcome. And the other thing with the magnet, right? So you see metal move, and you can't see the mechanism. So because you can't see the mechanism, your immediate thought logically is there is no mechanism. Instead of I just can't see or sense the mechanism with my eyes. Right?
We can see it. We can see it with the contrast of a ferrocell. We actually can see it.
Oh, so
we just can't reach. Well, I'm sorry that you're really not following me, but what I said was you can't reach into a magnetic field and grab a little particle of the magnetic field, right? So it isn't material. The magnetic field isn't material. That doesn't equate to non-existence. That's logically bankrupt.
But
you can't even separate the poles of a magnet.
Why does the magnetic field have to be non-physical? Because you can't see it.
No. First of all, I just told you that you can see it.
Okay, but then why is it non-physical?
Well, I'm asking you. You're telling me everything's made of matter. So what's the magnetic field made of that's material?
What makes you think it's no matter?
Because we can literally put our hand right through it, and we know there's no matter there.
You could put your hand through the air. That doesn't mean there's nothing there. Again, this is your. Hold on. This is the personification of bad logic. Okay, now he goes. I can't. Hang on. Let me personify my point, and then you can rebut it. So
you're going to personify your point.
Oh, you're going to interrupt me. So he's saying, so if I was to wave my hand around and being like, I can't grab a handful of air, therefore, air is not physical. It's metaphysical. Now, that is the exact same argument that he is using for a magnetic field. Because he can't grab a handful of it.
Yeah, I'm not going to let that go on. He did not say air is metaphysical. He never said that.
Hold on.
It was just a very crude answer. So the point is that you're claiming the magnetic field is material. That's your claim, okay? Because you claim everything that exists is material. So you're making a positive claim that the magnetic field is material. So I'm asking you to verify that. What's the matter that comprises a magnetic field?
Okay, and again, since we cannot see down to what is making the magnet move, it is now philosophical. Now, your philosophical idea is that there is no mechanism. I don't know how it does the information transfer, energy field domain, but that's a concept, doesn't really explain how it happens. I go, there's a physical process, most likely with the alignment of the material and how it's physically structured, allowing certain magnetic properties to go through wood and other things because of fine changes that we can't see. So hang on.
Magnetic properties?
No, bro, hold on. Hold on.
Matter comprises.
Why did you interrupt?
Because you're strawmanning me and monologuing. What matter comprises the magnetic field? You're claiming if it exists, it must be material. We know the magnetic field exists. So what material comprises the magnetic field? You didn't strawman me and said something about some bullshit.
Okay, now. Witsit, you have this very bad habit of locking onto one particular phrase, whether it be what is consciousness or what is it. Now, I don't work in the very small confines that your very tiny brain has to work in. I expand my conversation and my horizons. Now, I'm going to say this point. Please don't interrupt me. Now, since we cannot see the invisible process that is moving the metal to the magnet. Now, you say we can see it when we put up these things and we see these lines, which would then be some physical thing, but then you're going to call them metaphysical, right? So if your entire argument is to ask me, well, what is the physical object that moves the metal? I would then just say, well, if you're going to say it's immaterial, then what is the immaterial mechanism? I'll just throw it right back at you. Hold on. I wasn't done. I was almost there. And so I would just hang on. It's 10 seconds. I would just throw it right back to you and go, well, if you're going to say it's an immaterial mechanism, why don't you explain that? And then we're going to show that it's just a philosophical debate.
He asked you what you thought, and you told him what he said. Is what I heard.
Yeah, so that was the whole point. The immaterial cannot be science, nor can it be quantified, so then it falls within the realm of philosophical. Your claim is that if it exists, it's automatically material, and it can be scientifically verified via material means because nothing can exist if it's not material. Stop interrupting me, dude.
Don't put words in my mouth.
You said if it exists, it has to be material. You said it 5 times, the whole room heard you scream over everyone.
I never said scientific. I never said scientific, though. You do that.
Stop interrupting.
But don't put scientific into my argument.
You had a long ass turn, dude.
It's so funny that if I had straw man me, you would have never got 3 words out. What's up? Can I please finish my point? Is that possible?
Right, he's just going to ask me the physical mechanism of a magnet, and I'm just going to ask him the immaterial mechanism of a magnet.
Okay, so you claim if something exists, it has to be material. So I said, okay, then what is the material that comprises a magnetic field? Now, instead of answering it, you shifted the question back to me, even though you're making the positive claim that exists, it must be material. So you don't want to fulfill the burden of proof. Now, you shifted the question back to me, which is shifting the burden of proof fallacy, but I can literally answer it, right? Now, you're going to, but what you're trying to do is make sure you don't have to answer.
You're breaking up. Roboting.
Asking me what the physical mechanism of a magnet is not proving or demonstrating that it's an immaterial mechanism. Okay, so you're not really making a valid point. I think you're just stuck at asking. You have nothing. You have nothing because it's either a physical mechanism or a non-physical conceptual, which can't happen, right? So you have this conceptual mechanism.
Can we inform him he was roboting, man? Can we just let him know? Because I don't think he knows. At the end of what you said, which at the very end.
Boy, am I back?
Yeah, you.
Sorry, I'm driving. I can't. Okay, so he's claiming that the magnetic field has got to be material. I asked him what matter makes up the magnetic field. He can't answer. He's shifting the burden of proof over to me. Anyway, so actually I would say that it is the conjugate geometric relationship of dielectricity and magnetism. 2 modalities of the same thing. Magnetic field is the loss of dielectricity or the dielectric field itself, which would be pure potential manifest into the form of energy, which is pressure mediation, not the ability to do work. That's something doing something or what it can do, not what it is. So now that I've given a logically coherent answer, can you actually fulfill your burden of proof that the magnetic field must be comprised of matter and tell us what that matter is?
Okay, no, I don't think you gave a logically coherent argument. You said pressure, you said field, you said energy, you said a whole bunch of words that don't. So can you give in? So let me explain it like this. If I had a rock and it was far away and I tied a rope around the rock, right? And then I grabbed the rope and I pulled the rock. You can see physically in your head how this is working. Now, with that jibber jabber nonsense you just said, I have no idea how a magnet works. You just said you said field, you said pressure, you said all this bullshit that's not really defined, very semantical words. So can you clearly and coherently, since you have this great logical mind, explain to me so I can see in my head how a magnet moves metal and not just say field, energy, potential, pressure mediation, because those are just words that don't really line up into a mechanism that I can visualize.
Okay, sorry that you're incapable of visualization and comprehension of words. That doesn't make me stupid. So I told you that it's the conjugate geometric expression. So you can think of a hyperboloid and a toroid. You got a donut in the interior drawing of that. So it's the pressure mediated within the movement of that. You could say centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence. The fact that you don't understand words doesn't mean they don't make sense. But we're going to go back to the first point, which is that you're the one making the positive claim that if something exists, it must be material. We invoke something we know exists, the magnetic field. We ask you to substantiate your claim that it's comprised of matter. For about 5 consecutive attempts, all you've done is shift the burden over to me. I've actually given an explanation, which I did to make the positive claim. You've yet to be able to fulfill it. You have been destroyed. I'm pulling up to my house now, so I don't know if you want to tell me what the matter that comprises the magnetic field is yet. We'll give you one more chance, and I'm just going to have to get out of here.
Yeah, so he said a donut, right? So when I asked him to explain how he thinks a magnetic field works, he brought up a donut, which is a physical thing. Then he brought up like graphs, right? So he was saying things that are physical.
Is that all you do is straw man everything he says, bro?
Yeah, I mean, at least he didn't say donut hole.
I wasn't done.
Donut hole.
I mean, I'm done.
I think you are done.
Oh, here we go. Uncivil. Gotta interrupt.
Yeah, bro. It needs to be
Guys, this is crazy. Relax, guys. Relax.
He's got to answer the question, Jeremy.
Let me speak. Let me speak. Okay, so he's trying to explain how a magnetic
We don't
field
care
works.
what Winston is doing.
Stop reiterating his words.
Yeah, we want your answer to his question.
Hold on. No, we're good.
Oh my
God.
God.
Hold on.
He said.
I know. Okay, I know. Now, he said that he can describe it without.
There he goes. He said.
Hang on. I know. Because he. Let me make my point. Maybe 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 don't interrupt.
Maybe answer the question about your claim, because I want to learn.
Maybe you could shut up.
Maybe
you shut your mouth. I'll talk.
Wow, yo, Ghost, you have plenty of time to make a point, bro.
Yeah.
You better do it now. Do it now.
Get it all out. Get it all out.
Yeah. Right, the hand's doing what he does.
Yeah, why do y'all allow it?
We will ruin
step
you,
in and look like jerks and disrupt.
I'm trying to answer his point. So my point was that the magnetic field has to be physical. Then he said, no, it doesn't. Then when he described how it works, he used a whole bunch of physical mechanisms. So I'm going, I don't really feel like I need to do anything when you just explained how. Hang on, I was almost there, bro. I know it triggered you. I was right there. But go ahead, have the field. I'll let you take it because I'm a better man.
Have you ever played with magnets? Have you ever moved a piece of metal close to a magnet and watched it scoot across the table and grab the magnet? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, that's irrelevant. Okay, I'm not going to entertain stupidity.
Did you see a rope? Did you see it? Did you see anything do that, or was there a rope or anything in that action?
Okay, when you see a sailboat, do you see the wind? Okay, so and again, now let me finish.
Whatever.
I know, whatever. Because this is his logic. His logic was you don't see a mechanism, therefore there's no mechanism. And then when you give him the exact same thing, a sailboat, well, I don't see the wind. Oh, well, yeah, but
hang on. Not what he said, dude.
That is exactly what he said. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Left lane. Did you say that because you couldn't see anything pulling the magnet, therefore there must be nothing pulling the magnet?
I didn't say anything of the sort. I asked you a question.
Okay, so just because magnets exist and you can't, just because sailboats exist and you can't see the mechanism, it doesn't mean that it's not a physical mechanism. So we can agree there, right?
I don't know why you're talking about sailboats.
Hold on. Okay, so let me make my point. Let me show you why I'm talking about sailboats. So when I see a magnet, right, I have a magnet in my hand and the metal moves towards the magnet. I don't see anything that made it do that, right? Just like when I see a sailboat moving across the ocean, I don't see anything making it do that. But hold on.
We know what the wind is.
I was just at the point. So yeah, I know, because you guys get triggered, interrupt. So just because you don't see the mechanism doesn't mean there isn't a mechanism there. And that's your argument. I don't see the magnet. I don't see a reason why the magnet moves. There must be no reason.
We're asking you, we know what blows the sail, it's wind. We're asking you what does it to the magnet. That's what he's asking.
Yeah, okay, so could you ever... So would you, if I said, okay, if somebody was like, no, there's nothing that moves the sailboat, it's just the field perpetuation of... Hold on, bro, guys.
Dude, you're just straw manning the fuck out of everybody.
I'm just trying to speak, and you guys just every time I get like a couple words in, you. But so I'm good. Every time I'm going to give the field up. I'm the better man. I'm making the decision to be the better.
I'll be the bad guy. You be the good guy here, because I don't know. I feel like at least I can say something of value to this topic here. So there is an atomistic official explanation for what what the side you're picking. I'm not saying this is how you'd explain it, but you're on a side. Maybe you might formulate your explanation some different way if you have one. But the official answer of like what is the materialistic, atomistic, physical sort of interaction between magnets. Now they do claim there is one. So you're on the official side. Whether or not you agree with every detail they say, that's a whole different story. I won't put words in your mouth or whatever, right? But they feel the same way you do, that there is a physical relationship. And so they would say that a magnetic field and a magnetic attraction is due to an exchange of particles. The particles are actually, leaving one of the objects in the magnetic relationship to each other, right? And being absorbed by the other. And so they call these virtual photons. And the reason they have to call them virtual photons being exchanged is because they don't have any of the indications that would lead you to think that photons are actually leaving anything, because you can stick a piece of you can stick a mirror between a magnet and whatever it's attracting, and all the photons don't bounce off the mirror like they normally would. You can't put your hand between magnets and have your hand illuminated by the photons. So they're virtual photons because the only connection they really have that they're even invoking photons for is because the response of something that enters the magnetic field responds to entering it at the speed of light, right? And so they say, well, if something is being communicated to, attracted to, right, two different things, and the transfer of force or influence or information, whatever you want to call it, is happening almost instantaneously, but at the speed of light, then it must be a transfer of photons, because nothing could have that effect at that speed. But even though it operates at that speed, which is their only basis for claiming it's virtual photon, they still have to attach that word virtual onto it, because besides the speed of the interaction, there's nothing that indicates that actual photons are actually being transmitted and received between the two things. But do you have a different sort of physical mechanism that, to explain the same phenomena that's better than theirs? Because I hate their explanation. Virtual, that's just dark matter, dark energy, make-believe stuff.
Does saying virtual photon, like if they say that, do you understand how the magnet works?
What do you mean?
Like
based on that one word?
No, based on their explanation. They go, oh, it's this virtual photon that pops in and out of it. Their whole thing. Can you visualize that happening? Or because a photon is already barely, it's nothing, right? Now a virtual photon, like they say a photon has no physical body, right? So a virtual photon, what the fuck is that? We're now twice removed from physical reality.
But they don't say that part. They don't say photons don't have
I didn't think so.
No rest mass. They have no rest mass.
So one thing about it that makes no sense to me is that if something is emitting a particle, I can't imagine how something shooting particles out of itself to another thing draws it closer. I would only imagine that something shooting things out would only push things away from the source.
I've never heard magnetism described that way.
It is in quantum field theory. It's a useful way to make sense of the Feynman diagrams. Those diagrams that make it look like what the interaction is actually happening. So it's not necessarily it's not that important to think of them like it could be the case that these are just useful models that make sense, but may not actually be what they're
there is something that I already mentioned that's going to be hard for any of you to address without using, what they offer you there with the virtual photons, because the influence of a magnetic field, permeates out from the source. Like say an electrical magnet, you flip the switch, right, and the electrical flow starts pumping through, right, and then the magnetic field is created around that. How fast does that magnetic field expand and start attracting something to it? Almost instantaneously, at the speed of light, in fact. So how can an object reach out and grab another object in the distance at the speed of light if it isn't using the only thing we know that is possible of going that fast? Now,
Constant
there is
connection.
What's that?
It's a constant connection.
Constant connection.
Yeah, clearly.
That is
something
is
that
not an answer.
So like this is how I picture it, right? It's again, so give me a little artistic liberation in this. So you have a chainsaw, right? Now, picture the chainsaw is like X-ray small, bunch of chainsaws lined up. Okay, now since they're so small, like X-rays, they'll go through your skin, they'll go through anything because they're just so tiny. But certain metals are very, very dense, and they have these little notches that these things can get caught on. And when they get caught, if they get caught going one way on the chainsaw, they go towards the object. They get caught on the other one, away from the object. I can see that working in my head.
Okay, so there's an issue you run into, though, because when it comes to, like I said, indicators that what we're dealing with are photons here, you can send out a trillion photons from some source, light bulb, flashlight, whatever, to your target, and a certain amount of them, which would correlate to like the strength of the attraction, would hit them, and then you can put your actual like human hand between it, and now light does go through your body. Like you're saying, you can hold a flashlight beneath your palm, and if it's strong enough, you'll actually see like an orange glow through the entire thickness of your fleshy hands, right? So yeah, light can go through things. However, the amount of diminishment of the photons that actually go through your hand and reach the other thing on the other side is greatly diminished. While a magnetic field that you have a magnet on one side of your hand and a piece of metal on the other side, your hand getting in the way doesn't affect it to any appreciable degree. So how can there be some sort of A to B straight trajectory of these virtual photons, and somehow they're able to go through your hand while normal photons can't?
I don't subscribe to photons.
No. I don't know that they travel that far. Like virtual photons aren't. I don't think they're around long enough to travel like that. I think that they only produce actions at very close ranges, from what I understand.
What are you talking, dude? You cannot be serious. We are surrounded everywhere you go in the entire world. There is a magnetic field. They go everywhere. They are everywhere. They don't like travel 1 foot and disappear.
There's also less than that. Like the longer they exist, the more they become actual particles. So, for them to actually be virtual particles, they don't exist for more than a fraction of a second.
Come on, man. This is so there was no particle, and then just a particle, and then it's gone again, like that. That's ridiculous.
That's the theory. Yeah.
That's the theory.
Bunch of hullabaloo.
Perturbation theory is as
Do we have like standards on the theories? Like they kind of got to be based on like some kind of reality.
Yeah,
I told you that part of the reality they're based upon, that you flip on an electrical powered magnet, right? And the thing that's 5 feet away is attracted in a certain amount of nanoseconds, the same amount of time it would take for light to shoot out from that magnet to the car. Like, you know, those really strong ones that they pick their cars up with at the junkyard, right? Car's like 3 feet below it. You flip the switch, car gets sucked up to the top of the magnet.
How do you envision that happening?
I envision it happening with a guy in this room, right, over somewhere to the side. He flips the switch, and then the car is below, like a big hockey puck lump of matter, and then it lifts off the ground vertically. That's how I imagine it going down.
Why would it do that?
Probably due to this thing that we call magnetism. What is that thing? What's going on there?
I don't, bro. Like, so you get to a couple questions like, does the magnetic field and air occupy the same location at the same time? That's
a magnetic field can exist in a near vacuum. So
yes, the magnetic field and the air are both exist at the same time, because you'd be able to take a pressure reading, or you wouldn't be able to breathe or something. Like, it'd be noticeable, right?
I'm saying so.
It's different.
In the same location. So they're taking up the same space, right? Like, and this is why a lot of people have to give the magnetic field no physicality, because how is it existing where something else exists?
It's got physicality. It's just not a medium. A medium and a field are different for the exact reason that you're saying. They can preside the same space, because a medium.
What's a field, Tosho?
A field would just be a property of the space itself, mainly the points in the space and values, magnitudes, depending on whatever the field is. So if it's a magnetic field, those magnitudes are going to pertain to both the direction and the strength of that magnetic field.
But that still has a problem, because now the field has to be in the same location as the air. Like, you're still having something. These two things, the two whatevers, have to share the same location.
See, he got away with it as far as what you're addressing, because all he said was properties, points, and strength, which does not define what a field doesn't tell me what a field is. You're telling me a field, you can be within or without a field, so there's locations involved with this concept. There are influences to different degrees and magnitudes of this topic or concept. What is this concept, though? You don't have an answer. You don't know what a field is.
Yeah, first of all, the points in the field, as you just said, those are the locations. The magnitude,
those are points
is
in
the value.
space.
Yeah, those are and then in the reference to the field, those represent different points where you can apply values for each of those points, and those values are going to be the strength of that field. And depending on what field you're talking about, is going to they're going to have different descriptions depending on what field you're talking about. A magnetic field is going to be different.
That everything you're saying it's so broad that you could apply it to anything, especially anything that isn't a field. You could say the same thing about a rock or a body or a tree or anything.
Okay, how would you say the same thing about a rock?
Yeah, so I would say that there's crust, right? There's like a soil sample, like when they take a sort of hollow drill and pull up like an ice sample, right? Do that with the soil, right? And say, oh look, I've determined that there are different points down into this matter beneath my feet, and it has different strengths at different points. But is dirt beneath my feet a field as you're trying to use that word? No, but all your descriptors fit it, and you didn't say anything more than, oh, it's a thing that has points with different strengths and properties. Well, that's the same thing that goes with the soil beneath my feet.
If you were making a model for the dirt, and you were making a model that had to do with the different densities, for example, of the dirt in different places, you could describe it as a field. That's perfectly fine. But however, a field and a medium are two different things, and you'd probably be more accurate to just describe that as a medium. Whereas a field, usually you save that for things that where you're purely talking about the space. But that doesn't mean that it has to only be space. It can be, that's why it's a general term. A field is not specific.
I've heard it called an area or range of influence.
You gotta have something.
Would you like to summarize all of your points just in that one simple sentence? But putting it so simply, really points out how unsatisfactory that is. So you don't know what a field is. It's okay.
All right, sorry, I'll be right back.
And on that same note, this definition of energy being an or the ability to do work, that's extremely practical to think about it that way. You can get some use out of, going about life imagining, it that way. But it's such a shadow. It's of what you're actually trying to talk about.
Sitting back and listening to this just put another nail in the atomistic coffin.
You're welcome.
I've said that the only definition for energy I've even come close to accepting is a property of matter.
Well, instead of a property, I think as long as we're not trying to get down to the very root of it, I'd rather call it a partner of matter rather than a property of matter. It takes, it's like it takes two to tango.
But it doesn't.
It does take two to tango.
But I'm saying it only takes one thing, right, to have existence.
Okay, so show me matter without energy present, right?
Well, what is energy? What do you mean?
Well,
so I eat an apple and then I'm able to move around. Are you saying because I can move around, there is therefore something more to the apple than just the apple?
Well, we call that metabolism, what's going on there. But there's just certain, like I said, I can't do it for you, man. I'm not gonna at any point in the conversation define energy for you. But when it comes to the definitions that have been presented, I mean, the reason I can't define it isn't because I'm stupid or haven't researched enough. It's because I don't think that's a word that any of us are really qualified to define. There are practical ways of envisioning it, just for a particular use. But, when it comes down to it, like the apple, it's all it does is sort of get dispersed in a physical process, right? And what was the apple? Nothing really disappears. It's just a sort of performance matter puts on, right? But
physical change, right? Like it's a
that's all you can see.
Physical interaction.
Yeah, all you'll ever see with your eyes is just matter bouncing around. But there's certain things we can notice or try to investigate. One of these crazy things is the concept of absolute zero, and thermal energy is defined as a very small fluctuations or molecular level vibrations in matter.
Motion of matter. That's
right.
quote unquote
and we give
thermal
that
energy.
Right. Yeah. And the thing is that
wouldn't that kind of tie energy to matter?
Hold on, please. I was just trying to finish the point about absolute zero as a concept. Is that we've never with all our advanced like cooling systems and giant refrigerators and freezers and whatnot, we've never been able to take all the wiggle out of matter. We've never been able to get matter to sit still. So that's why absolute zero is theoretical, because we've never been able to get matter to stop shaking or vibrating.
Wouldn't that vibration, couldn't you say the quote unquote magnitude of the vibration would be considered the magnitude of quote energy, right? So like if
Of
like
only one type, of only thermal energy.
Okay, so what are other kind? I'm sure any type of energy you would bring up, we could bring it back to the physical root of that cause of energy.
The physical. Well, like I said, the way I feel about it is that for the most part they're inseparable, except for light and magnetism, right? Those don't have any sort of physicality to them. You can get the brightest flashlight you could ever hope to create, shine it at a bathroom scale, and you can see that the light is being shot out of the source, bounces off of the thing, yet you'll never have a scale of any sensitivity that'll ever detect all of these things being shot at it that bounce off of it. So, and if they had any sort of materialistic sort of properties in that manner, or like weight, or what do you call it, momentum or inertia or whatever, right? Like that's the tool that detects that sort of stuff. But
well, maybe
you can't.
Maybe you're thinking about it the wrong way, right? Like instead of something hitting it, right? Like I don't think of the photon bouncing off my eye or bouncing off the object then to my eye, or coming from the light source to the object then to my eye. I don't see that. In my head, there's a constant connection, right? So whenever there's a change on the rock, I will immediately see it, because any change to the rock will change the connection, which will then dictate what you changed on the rock.
Right, but haven't you ever been at like a high school like band performance where they're out on the field and there's people sitting on the front row of the bleachers and there's people sitting really high up in the bleachers, and the people who are sitting in the front row bleachers, they see the people like using their fingers, blowing in their lungs, and the sounds they hear almost immediately correlate to the actions they see the people taking. But if you're in the high-rise bleachers and you pull out a pair of binoculars, you're going to actually see the guy, blow into the tuba, and then he backs up from the tuba with his mouth, takes a breath in, and then you hear the sound that he created. So there's like this delay with distance. So, they tell us light works the same way, just at a quicker rate.
I could see that as, the sound. Picture you have a rope and you kind of, you whip it, and there's that like hill that goes through the rope, and it, woo, you swing, you know what I mean? You get what I'm saying?
Like when you're doing the exercises where you like lift a rope up and down.
Yeah, exactly.
The sort of the peak of the crest of that.
It travels like a wave. It almost, the rope, that first peak travels like a wave from the top to the end of the rope, and I see that. That's how I envision the process.
Well, just a second ago, you were talking about more of an immediate thing, and the way that would happen is if
for sound. That's for sound.
Sure, for sound, but the way you're describing seeing the rock was more like a rope that has been frozen and laid flat on the ground, and you just kick one end of the rope and the whole thing slides. Yeah, like the person on the other side is going to feel it almost immediately because it's stiff.
So what if there? So you had, this is again pure theory, but so you have the wave, the motion of the rope, but what if the rope is also twisting, right? So now the twist, if the rope, depending on the material, like twist could become instant, or a pull, like that. If you pull it, even though it's got the waves, depending on the structure, if it's that maybe it's that particular formation. So there are ways to have instantaneous response from one side to the other. Again, in my head, with something other than a bouncing particle.
Yeah, the way they would respond to that is that if it takes like 7 minutes for light to travel, or 7 seconds for light to travel 93 million miles, is that if you were on one side of a rope and someone else was holding on the other side of the rope, and the rope was like infinitely like firm and stiff, and it had no like elasticity or give to it, that the fact that it's such a long distance means one person could pull on the rope that the other guy's holding, and he wouldn't feel the rope wouldn't leave his hand for an entire 7 seconds. So you could attach one side to a race car or rocket, travel 1,000 miles within that 7 seconds, and the rope on the other end wouldn't move an inch until those 7 seconds pass by.
A lot of whenever I hear them talk about the speed of light, I'm always it's the delay in electronics, right? So nothing in the electronics happens instantly. Like there's the sensors, just to the sensor to the readout to let you know the display. There's delay, a little bit of a ping, right? Like 5 ping. That's what they're measuring. Yep. Measuring the ping.
You're right. They are measuring the ping. But hey, sorry, I had to step away.
I was gonna say, if you had an instant connection, but you had ping in checking the speed, it wouldn't seem instant. It would seem the speed of the ping.
Yeah, you're right. Except for the ping in this case, it purely.
More importantly, they tell you that it's 0.003% in error. And the thing is when they tell you that it's 0.0003% in error, they also tell you that there is a delay when electricity runs through cables. The resistance of that is actually calculable. And that's what you have. So you have a resistance as it goes from one point to another point, and there's a time delay in that resistance. So you tell me, if there's a negligible error of 0.003 or 0.003% error, what are they telling you that error is from? The electronics resistance or time dilation?
What are you talking about, man?
I would see it as the delay. Like you have an instant thing, and then since your readout has a delay, you see that instance as a delay, right? So it goes from one side to the other instantly. Your readout says, oh, it took 0.0001 seconds. So you think that's its speed when that's just the delay.
The point is that if there's 0.00
refresh rate,
there's always going to be a resistance to any kind of conduit or any from point A to point B. So that's what they say in the literature, right? When you look at any electronics, there's always you can compensate for that stuff as well, right? So just saying, that's what you always have to put that in a calculation, like in awareness. But if you don't see that and you think that it's instant based on your math, well, telling you that there's error.
I hear you. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask. I mean, you guys are aware about like laser distance finders, and also like using radio towers to trilaterate a position and stuff like that. Like these are based on light having the speed, right?
Yeah. Well,
they're quantified and usable. It's just a rate of return, right? That's what you're talking about, a quantified rate of return. If you're going to have anything devised in convention, you have to have a rate of return based on frequency. So if you have all these principles, I'm sure that you can devise a numeric system to quantify the frequency between distances. So the rate of return is based on a constant you need for the speed of light, or else without that constant, how do you get a rate of return? You'll get a pulse, but how do you quantify that pulse?
Well, it's consistent. That's why you can use it to measure distances.
No, I know it's consistent, but you have to quantify the interval in between the pulse for the distance, right? So there has to be a rate of speed induced, right? Now, what comes first? The point of the signal sending and receiving, or your constant to devise a rate of return?
The constant would have to come first because you're using the constant to determine what that distance is. That wouldn't be a thing you'd be able to
Rate of
do.
return. The rate of return comes first, and how you develop the constant was applying reality to the rate of return. For instance, in radar, to determine when you're first devising it, to determine the rate of return on a car moving towards you, you have to experiment with that rate of return. I'm talking about the development of this, right? Not what we know now, but the development of it. So if you're sending out a signal, it's coming back to you at a rate, and the object's at a certain distance and a certain velocity, you're going to have that rate of return change, right?
No.
So how did they had to devise a constant to get that? So where did the first where does the first way of light come from? The first what's it called? I forget now. It's the
measurement?
No, not the first measurement. Well, the first measurement was done on the mountaintops, right? With a fucking spinny wheel and a candle.
Well, in
right?
the lab, yeah.
One of the first measurements. I'm just saying is that you have to have some type of device constant, and the pulse is already there. The frequency was already there. We developed a convention that works. We actually, the induction rate of light and time is a convention that we describe our reality. That's why I always say there's errors, because it's not real reality. It's just we've quantified the error. In the terrestrial realm, for sure, with radar, with triangulation, for sure, we've quantified the errors. Yeah.
To respond very quickly, I'm just saying that you can call it rate of return, or if you call it the speed of light, it doesn't matter, right? It's the same thing. There's a speed that pulse is happening. The rate, the pulse, they said pulse and the rate of return and all this. It's gonna be happening at a certain speed, and that's what we call the speed of light.
So it has nothing to do with the meter and the pendulum swing. Do you think there's no correlation between the duration of a pendulum swing and the length of a meter, and then the quantification of time? There's like no weird kind of and was it the pyramid too? The pyramid is also apparently the speed of light. What part of the pyramid is also the speed of light? Do you guys remember that?
I'm not sure if it's a pyramid. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I know that there's certain other constants in there, but
what I'm starting to realize is that there's obviously a field there, a field array, like a quantum man's convention of gravitational field or whatever, right? There's obviously a field there that a pendulum swing. So just looking at time in the beginning of time, well, a pendulum is apparently that frequency is at 1 second as close as possible, right? So you devise that 60 seconds out of that one pendulum swing. Do you know the correlation between that one pendulum 1 second swing in a meter?
If I remember correctly, I mean, I did this test out of a conversation you had with George. So I know the whole.
No. What I mean is so what I've stumbled upon is the meter. Okay, so you wanted to devise all this radar technology, right? What I'm saying is that older literature before any of this technology existed would be using sacred geometry to determine the speed of light. That's why I mentioned the pyramid. But not only that, researching further, going back down to the pendulum swing and the 1 second duration makes to make a complete swing. There's some sort of correlation for the meter, and what do we quantify speed of light as in meters, right? Right?
Yeah, but you can describe it in any unit you like.
But not only that, we actually describe light waves as physical matter in meters, right? So there's no coincidence that modern science likes to say that we've devised the speed of light because of all these observations, when sacred geometry was devising it earlier. So now it's either sacred geometry that they had the technology, or it's the field that we live in that we can quantify the phenomenon, which is that frequency pulse rate. And so we don't actually understand the rate of return. We're just quantifying it with a value so we can devise a calculation. And that calculation isn't 100%, is my point. It's an approximation. You still have errors, right? And so while it may be claimed to be the speed of light. It is not the speed of light. It's just a convention of that frequency field that we've quantified. And through algorithm mathematics, and because we have computers, we can multiply our calculations to get more accurate, right?
I agree with that last thing you said. Yeah.
Well, I'm just drawing parallels here between ancient time and sacred geometry, and the claim that the pyramids already have the speed of light calculation in it. It's just a little bizarre. I just think that modern day 2022, the Egyptians were right, when it's just a construct of a phenomenon that we don't devise or understand the mechanism. We just need a way to describe it. And whether it's 300,000 meters a second or 299 meters a second or 298 meters a second, there's always that error that we have to calculate for, apparently. So
I hate to do this to you, but it's only because you said it a couple times. But is there any way you can substantiate or elaborate on the pyramid and the speed of light thing? And then also, can you describe again how the pendulum is related to the speed of light?
So when I'm looking up at time, right? So the pendulum swing is quantified as 1 second. Well, if we're going to calculate the speed of light, we need time, right? I'm just saying that there seems to be parallels between the meter, in ancient times, how they used the pendulum to describe the meter, which is time again, the pendulum swing. And then in modern times, we're using speed of light to describe meters to describe speed of light, or we're using meters to describe the length of it, the frequency of it, right? We actually quantify it. The Rayleigh criterion quantifies light into meters. So all I'm saying is that this speed of light that we've quantified, what it appears like, is that, yes, there's a natural phenomenon around us. We don't know what the mechanism is, but we need a way to convey it. So you need basic constants, right? And that's the way I see it. We've devised these basic constants or the mathematical equations to quantify what we see. But in reality, they're full of errors, meaning, while they can possibly describe it, they don't entirely describe reality. And through the advent of computers and technology, we can improve those calculations, improve the guess. Now, obviously, we have better instruments and better transmitters and receivers and, better processing. So we can be pretty damn precise, all those straight lines and angles we use.
I think the precision that comes in from what you said is correct. I was actually talking about this earlier with some people about the constants and the units that we use. All the units that we use, or the 7 main units, they're all based on constants. And if those weren't constants, then we wouldn't be able to use those as units. You know what I'm saying? Like the second is based on that cesium atom, and the meter is based on the speed of light. So if the speed of light was some variable thing.
Well, look at crystals. Look at crystals. How did we quantify the vibration of a crystal? How did we do that?
Well, I mean, it's not just the vibrations. You
put light through it. You put electricity to it. You create it vibrates. So how did we quantify that vibration? How did we know that a crystal would vibrate at that frequency at every second? It would have that many oscillations every second. How did we quantify that?
Because it emits a photon every time it does it. So you can count it.
The crystal itself does not emit. What are you talking about?
No.
It's
The
vibrating.
crystal, I don't know what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. Crystal. The electron in the atomic nucleus.
There's no electron or photon involved in a vibrating crystal. What are you talking about?
There is, because that's what's vibrating. That's what's fluctuating is the state of the electron. It's going to higher or lower.
Could you show that to me? Yeah,
sure.
Where can I see the oscillating photon moving at that frequency? See, I'm just saying we quantified it, right? You can't show me that kind of stuff. But if you hit certain crystals together, they can produce light and all this other energy and stuff, right? Because there's obviously energy stored in these crystals. That's how watches work and so forth. My saying is, how did we get to the point where we can calculate a crystal oscillating at 360,000 oscillations per second? and we quantify that as a second. How did we get to that? Do you know?
They just counted real fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Well, I'm asking him, right? Because there's a really, like, I don't know, maybe if somebody could send me more literature on time. And it seems to be kind of like a mystery to some degree to find the origins and the quantification of it. Like, even the fucking mile, for the Statue Mile, there's the British Queen coming in, the Romans are coming in, right? So it's just really interesting that this would be just kind of like really easy find for me. And I'm having a hard time finding the actual, like the battle of time and how we got to quantify it. Because there's different calendars. I mean, the Bible says that God's calendar is 385 days. Then there's the 360-day calendar. Then there's the 365.4. And then there's the 365.2. So those are all quantifications of time. But I'm looking at the origins of it and why did we use a pendulum swing to quantify the distance of a meter? So how far you travel in 1 meter is 1 second, apparently. And this was like the ancient calculation for it. I can't describe who did it now. I forget, but they used to tile it on the floor at 1 meter per one pendulum swing, something like that. Anyway,
because time is motion, right? All clocks move.
I understand that. You're right. You're right about that. But that's what I'm saying. So there's no. My issue is that modern science is saying that, hey, we did all this. But if you look back, it's just surrounded in, natural phenomenon. And the constants that they devised didn't require any scientific method. It was just observing and reporting really what was going on. Because they weren't looking for the mechanism. Modern science comes in and is trying to explain the mechanism. They were just trying to quantify the phenomenon, not the mechanism, right?
I think they were, for time anyway, you're looking for something that's standard, right? That happens all the time. So two people, happens the same. So like with the pendulum, I guess if you start it in like a 3-foot swing, it depending on if you standardize the weight and whatnot and just let it swing, it should swing for, quote, the same amount of time everywhere you are. So you can kind of use that as a standard for, meet me here in 50 swings of the pendulum, and you'll kind of know how long you have.
Well, that's essentially the idea of the origins of time. It comes from a pendulum, right? But when you get into these oscillating crystals and the pulses and things, I just find it fascinating that I'm having a hard time really getting a solid picture of how it was devised further, because a pendulum doesn't necessarily swing in an exact second according to modern time either, right? So if you also change the weight, it won't swing at the same rate as well. So you have, are you basing when you base that 1 second in that meter? What was the weight? What was the length of the string? I don't know. I don't know what they used to quantify it. And I think even in Cavendish, he had to have a certain length string, and to reduplicate the experiment, you needed that exact length string. Obviously, that was important to how the calculations would arise after it was set up. Do you have any idea about time and how it was quantified? Because what makes the 1 second? I was taught 1 Mississippi. There's 1 second.
Yeah, it's like it's a frequency. Yeah, it has its own wavelength with that particular amount of time. It does seem connected to the sky as well. It's a portion of the movement of the sun.
Well, here's the thing. Apparently, that sequence that you talk about, there's a calendar of 385 days for God's calendar. That's apparently what it's written in ancient times. God's calendar is 385 days, which means they're adding 13 months. It's not 12, it's 13. So, do you break it down from that aspect and you'll get more information in time? I don't know. Does God's calendar? We'll check this out. Does God's calendar
of the sun and the moon make the foundation of the time cycle?
Well, here's the thing. You can quantify a second different various. In other words, we have a standard second, but there obviously is going to be discrepancies, or at least devising the 1 second and the intervals in between it had to be set upon for a constant, or else all the watches wouldn't, you wouldn't have watches have this pattern where you can tell time with crystals, because you'd have to have a set of vibration with the crystal. So they found out the quartz crystal vibrated at this pulse rate per second, right? That's the idea behind the quartz crystal watch. There's actually, pardon me, there's a tuning fork in some of them. There's a tiny little tuning fork in some of these fuckers.
I'm well aware of the piezoelectric, vibrations. And if you vibrate a crystal, it's gonna put out current. If you put current into a crystal, it's gonna vibrate. Because crystals are the one consistently, like, molecularly arranged geometry in the world. Like, they're the only example of that. And they're extremely consistent in their movements.
Okay, so here's my thing. For us to measure that, we have to devise the second first. So what if our second isn't, if our second isn't God's second, let's say, our second is a little shorter.
That's not true, though.
What do you mean?
True, though. So we can.
Well, how do you quantify the oscillate? How do you quantify the interval between the basically the frequency, the pitch of the frequency? How do you quantify it then? You need to have something to measure it against, right?
No, you don't. You're just there alone with wires in your crystal, right? And this has nothing to do with quantifying a unit of time yet. All you do is you say, I feed the current to this crystal, and I see that it vibrates. No concern with time yet. And you just say, all right, some arbitrary number. All right, it hits the left side, it hits the right side, it hits the left side, it hits the right side, it swings back and forth, whatever, right? It pulses. And you say, all right, 100 of those pulses. Let's call that a second. Now a unit of time has been invented. Units of time weren't necessary. All that was necessary was a crystal and some wires, and just counting just quantities, not time, not measuring time, just counting.
You have to calculate the quantity and the duration of that quantity to get the cycle. So you cannot. You
say 800 vibrations equals 1 second.
Well, a cycle over. So if I have a set, like if I'm saying I want to count 100 of these movements, I'm going to put it over. I'm going to time it. I'm going to just time it. I'm not going to set time. I'm just going to time it. And so out of the 100, I'm going to time it. Then I will get a cycle per second, and I'll figure out how many cycles per second are in that one quantified 100.
No, you can allow that to
period or whatever. It's finding the period.
Sure, but you can allow a certain amount of vibrations to be what the second is defined by. Now, the same thing goes for how it was originally created, perhaps, where we notice that there's more sunlight than darkness or whatever. We figured out the equinox, whatever. Still, no units of time. We just noticed that there is a time.
Cycle.
It's hard to avoid using these words. Sorry, but you can just say, all right, sunrise to sunrise. That visually happens, and then you can associate that with some sort of thing that can last all day long, like a giant hourglass full of sand. And you start it. You pull the switch, let the sand fall when you first see the sun rise. Stop it when the sun sets, and you say, all right, this sand hourglass seems to fall consistently, and so we're just going to say that if
you highlight my point, you highlight exactly my contention. The point is you've picking a beginning point and an end point to quantify the duration. You have chosen that, which means you've chosen the length, and that's my point exactly. So when
every unit is man-made.
Let me finish. When we try to quantify a second, I'm saying man second to God second may be different, and here's how. I'm saying. I'm giving you. If you look at God's calendar, it's 385 days, or in the Bible it says one day is 1,000 years, right? So there's a whole bunch of different calendars. Well, there's a whole bunch of different calendars, right? There's a 360-day calendar. There's a 365-day calendar. That doesn't matter. The point is
Yeah, but where were
these
you getting
calendars.
85 though? Where was that coming from?
I read that in. I'd have to go back. Esoteric Kabbalah literature, something like that. 385 days. That was God's calendar back in the day.
Hey,
I
Taylor,
got.
real quick, can I tell you something? Hey, I
Yeah.
think you're like the best flat earther, and I want to buy your book, and I'm your biggest fanboy, and I love you.
Dude, you're making me blush. Well, that's very kind, and you know what? Fuck you. No, just joking. Anyway, the whole point of this 385 days is the idea of man quantified time versus God. We have all these different calendars. So all these different calendars are based in time, whether they're the cycle of the moon, which is based in time, or it's moon cycle, which is 360 day, I think, or sun and moon cycle is 360. I can't remember exactly all the fucking. If you can help me out here, you can help me out. There's a moon. There's a moon one. There's a sun one. Then there's
star
the.
one.
Oh, I don't know about the star one. There's the God one, which is 385 days. And one of my point is that when we men choose a beginning and end point to quantify a duration over time, we've decided a convention that allows us to describe it. What I'm saying is that maybe our second is off from God's second because we can't quantify our reality, but we can find ways to work in it. And when we do that, we're actually missing out on the actual world we live in, right? Because we're cutting it short, or we're adding to it, or we're taking from it, right? Like the calendar, the Gregorian calendar. Yeah, so the Julian and Gregorian is 365 days each, but I think they added like another 0.2 a day or something onto the Gregorian or something.
You guys all make it very difficult to respond to guys. Besides, it's easier to just like leave some room for a response. Because I'm very quick response. I was just gonna say that this is what I said earlier.
Data will never stop talking, pretty much. So.
Well, that's why
you either have to interrupt him or mute him. It seems, or I guess right there he did kind of exhaust on his own though.
Let me just make this very quick point, because it's just I briefly said it a second ago that time is completely. So it's not the case that we decided to give the day or the year some arbitrary amount of time. We specifically use those things. We specifically.
Dang it.
You're cutting out, Kosho, or you're push to talk or something.
Does anybody understand my point? Is that we've chosen the duration of it, and therefore we can quantify that duration based on our mathematics.
No,
I'm saying
we divide a day. We divide the day into 24 hours. We divide the hour into minutes. We divide the minutes into seconds. That's how we get the intervals.
And again, if you emphasize my point, it's not a full 24-hour day. It's just shy or just over.
But we got it all figured out.
It doesn't matter. It's just shy or just over, which emphasizes my point again. If we quantified the second, where there's errors at the end of the day, in other words, it isn't a true 24-hour day. Well, what if we up the second? What if we slowed the second? In other words, the duration between a complete second is going to have different interval between it. Or amount of oscillation between it, right, to get the beginning to the end of it. So it's going to have a different impact.
But that would change. But that would change the minute and the hour. It would change everything.
I understand that. But the point is, this is what I'm recognizing in ancient literature versus modern, claimed modern science.
Hey,
right?
You permit me to finish my response? I had to go a second ago. I'm sorry. I appreciate
go ahead.
I was just going to say to you that just like I think Lachlan was saying, but it was the cyclical nature of these things that was a reason why we were compelled to use them. So we counted the cycles of the day, knowing after a certain amount of time, experiencing a few days, you're going to realize that this is about the same length. And same thing with the year; it was about the same amount of time, and the moon. And so you just use regular cycles to measure time. And that's the way we've always done it. And the only thing we've done differently recently was what Fundamental was talking about with the crystals. A crystal is, and again, a perfectly cyclical, because we understand the principle. They're perfectly cyclical, the oscillation of them. So, only over a long period of time are they going to deviate.
Coach, it sounds like a war movie in the background there.
Yeah, what are you at a party?
I didn't know if that was his angry roommate or what, but isn't everything in nature like cycles?
Well, that's
Hey,
what, look. I've been looking at the equation of time a lot, right? Which is obviously the clock time versus the diurnal motion or the apparent motion of the sun, right? When you look at the two, there's obviously a measurable difference between them, right? So when you look at that, well, what if we quantified time to match that? The days would be different, the calendar would be different, the months would be different. We add a day, I suppose, every 4 years, but point is, it would be different if the second.
It is. No, it's not. It's actually not perfect. Like added the leap year is not a perfect system, and over a long period of time, we're going to get deviation.
Yeah, so
Left
it
brain
comes down.
it's perfect, and we have it all figured out. But what I wanted to say real quick, and I'm not going to talk forever. I just wanted to say one thing. Time is only relative to us because on another planet, somebody is going to quantify time differently. So they're going to have different days, longer days, shorter days. But when it comes to time here, a day doesn't mean anything to anywhere else. It's only relative to here. So in effect, time doesn't even exist because we're just quantifying a second, but that second has no relevance to anything else.
It does have utility, though.
Well, that's the point. It's useful. Like Left Lane said, it has utility. That's why we needed the convention. I'm just saying, I tried messing around with time, like adding, one Mississippi, right? But one Mississippi, when you time that out and it's just a fraction of time, it actually compounds over a longer duration. It's just like any measurement. The larger the measurement and the farther the distance, the more error.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
look,
there's
in
error,
the
that's right.
giant universe, that time, that second, isn't even being factored to anything. Nothing's moving at at our speed. We're only seeing these things and saying, okay, that's what we think a second is. But no, the universe is not using our time.
We just called a second. We applied that to what we saw and witnessed in nature, like the pendulum and things like that. Tick tock, tick tock. We just called that a second. It's not a second. It's just the duration that we call a second.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that's my whole point is that it's if we change that just a tiny little amount, then the whole system changes as of what we know it is. And
You're
when I
fighting
look
nature if you change what that is.
well, no, just how we understand nature will change with time, right? But I'm also looking at, like, if you were in Copernicus days and there's no electricity, you have to do everything by candlelight. Well, and there's no telescope, so everything's by perspective observations. So you have nothing but imagination and mathematics. Well, if you're going to have a system, you could have this sacred system that's been handed down, which is all rooted in that 360, that divisible 360. And if you look at the apparent motion of the sun, apparently you can quantify it in a 360-degree circle, even though it appears to be elliptical or whatever. You could quantify the size of the Earth with time.
There's nothing about
so,
it.
So hold on. So when you look
How
at
are you going to talk again?
Well, I mean, it's been like 6 minutes since I've spoken up. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, no, I want you to talk. He started talking earlier.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. My bad.
He was talking about that just jumped in again, kept going. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that there's nothing about a circle at all that has any relationship naturally to the number 360.
Fundy, there was one. What was the thing that you were saying about the pendulum and the number 12? I remember that it was on.
Yeah. I gotcha.
I think at the time I had to go into a store and I had to my phone, I wasn't able to keep listening, but I was trying to, in my mind, I was like, oh, I should go back on the live stream and listen to that. If you don't mind maybe repeating that was interesting how the pendulum connects to 12 and then the 12 sections of the sky and how there's actually rhythm in that, like the way that the zodiac is split into 12 and the whole 360-degree circle.
Yeah. So, my name's Fundamental. So I want to be like a jack of all trades and maybe a master of as many as I can work out after that. But first, I want to set down a solid foundation for myself. And so I'm really concerned with all of these arbitrary, numbers that are the basis of systems. Like, I often ask myself, why do we go by a base 9 or a base 10 counting system? Why is 10 the first double digit number? You could have as many single digit symbols that then loop onto themselves. They call it a base, right? The quantity that we refer to as 27, we could have 26 single digit numbers, and then 27 would be written with the symbols 1 and 0. 10, the symbol 10 written would refer to the quantity of 27. And so then in that same way, because it all just seems like conventional and arbitrary and man-made, but I do respect that there's probably a clever, universal property involved in the design of these things we've inherited from our ancestors. Why do we count by tens? Why does everyone seem to agree across the world to divide the sky into 12 sections? So I try to correlate that to, what was going through their minds that they made this arbitrary decision of dividing a circle, the circle of the zodiac into 12 sections. How does that relate to anything? Is there something profound or related to some sort of universal principle, involved there?
Yeah, because I think that was the initial question I'd asked you. Like the number, there's a lot of interesting things about 12 that seem to be like a certain foundational frequency.
Yeah, but 12 isn't the number, dude, because 12, we have 12 hours and that makes one half a day, but we know that
But that's
this
arbitrary.
time, well, yeah, I know, but we know that the 12 is not perfect either. It's 13 is what's actually the number. Like, if
don't
you
get ahead of yourself, man.
Okay, I guess you want to interrupt me, right? But I'd rather listen to Data monologue. I'd rather listen to optics engineer.
Just say your point, man. You're on your own point. Say it again, because 13 is. That's why it's an odd thing. It's left out of elevators and things like that. 13 is they try and go against God's numbers or nature's numbers is a better way. That's why people leave out 13 a lot. But 13 sections of the sky is really what it is. The world goes with 12. 13 months.
Right, like
you're
right. The 13th floor, or like I think 13's the actual number. Because wasn't there a calendar that tracked the moon and used like a 13-month period and it worked perfect?
Yeah, it actually works perfect. You don't need a leap year. You don't need any, sacred
That's
Well, okay.
Yeah, that's just completely incorrect. What part of any cycle divides equally into 13 sections?
Never said it did.
364 does, because 13 times 28,
Oh, does 13 times 28 equal 365?
Yeah,
It's 364. It's 364, and then the way to eliminate any need for a leap year is if you just make the first, like, New Year's Day is its own day. It's New Year's Day, so that's basically like day 0, and then the day after New Year's is the first day, second day.
That's exactly right. And there's
364 then goes to 364.
Yeah. So
13 equal months of 28 days.
So the answer, the interesting question would be why. The interesting question would be, why did they do 30 days and 31 days and 30 days and 31, and then one month has got 28 days?
To get away from the 28 equal months of 13. It's all to lead you away from the creator, whoever your creator may be, nature, right? The creator of nature. Everything is made that is different from nature to lead you away from the creator, point blank.
You know that within 180 days, you're going to be celebrating Christmas if you have these things we call holidays, right? if you go by your 13-month, 28-day system, then you're going to start having holidays like Christmas appearing on the hottest day of the year very quickly.
What's wrong with that?
Well, that's
you're
not
equating Christmas to snow and Christmas trees. That has nothing to do with what Christmas is.
But were the people that were responsible for setting up the calendar, were they atheists? Would they actually be trying to get away from God?
No,
There's no
maybe.
such thing
By the
as
way,
an atheist.
what he said isn't true, though. You guys are arguing that's not true. It still would equal the same year, practically, the 365-day year. So if you start it in the middle of December on Christmas or whatever you want to start it on, it would take a very, very long time. If it's off just a little bit.
No, it only take 180 years.
If you're off by half a day.
No, if you go by it, first of all, it's 1.242 days that you're off, but let's just simplify it and call it 1, okay? So every single, if you set any sort of holidays associated with seasons, because the sun cycle and the seasons always line up. Now you guys want to go by a 28, increment cycle, which doesn't correlate.
28 equals 364. You're off by 1 day. He added it in the 1 by calling that one its own day. So that brings you back to the 365. Now you're still off by that leap year that we add, which is 1 day every 4 years. So you're still off by that leap year, but you're back to the same. You're back to the same cycle that we're already on.
But all you're doing at this point is having fun with a 365-day calendar and just for some reason calling one day more special than all the rest.
There's actually a calendar based.
You're just playing around like a bunch of little kids with this 13 and extra special day.
But that's the point: is why are we going to have February have only 28 days and then give it an extra one every 4? And this is stupid. This is ridiculous.
That's playing around. That's playing around with the calendar there in the months.
Yeah, and it's not a special day. It's just, for example, like in the zodiac, when you split it up by 12 signs, and each sign has 30 degrees. But the way that it works is like at the beginning of, let's say, Aries, right at the spring solstice or spring equinox, you have the beginning of Aries. So you start at 0 degrees, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. You start right at Aries, and then the first day after goes to 1 degree, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. And then when it gets to 29, it gets to 29 degrees and like 59, seconds, and then it just goes right to 0 again. So anyway, so it keeps going from 0 to 29, 0 to 29. But the thing about the New Year's Day thing, if you just start at 0 degree Aries and you call that day 0, and then the next day you're going to start counting, okay, after the New Year's Day, then it's day 1, day 2, day 3. So it's not really necessarily a special day. It's just the first day. And then that leaves that 364, and then that added day, the 365.
Makes it.
This has been suggested.
There's a big problem with that.
Yeah.
Well, no. Well, hold on, because it's not just that the 0 day every year, but then put a 0 day every month, and there'd be 27. So 0 to 27, and then you split those 27 days up into 3 9-day weeks. That way, it's perfectly consistent cycles all year, every.
There's politicians or groups that try and change it every year, and it gets shot down. It's just like the time zone things too, but the calendar and all that, it all goes back to religious beliefs or
It does. It does for sure. I just have a question though. If we're going to quantify the cycle of the the whole entire Earth cycle, that's how we get a year. That at 365 days is how we quantify that whole cycle, right? And we need that construct of time to get it. It's very possible that our second is off, and all we have to do is change the second. That we have that time variation, and instead of quantifying it with a pendulum swing, we have the technology to quantify that second, don't we? So can we? And another issue too is when we quantify the pattern. So in other words, it's at the equinox between the solstices, the completions. We have a 365 days, right? Well, what if God's day is the complete cycle, but then beginning half of the cycle? Like, what if we've picked the duration of the time to quantify a year, right? We've used the
No, the
math.
sun does. No, the sun does.
Well, the sun does,
The
right?
sun denotes that because if
Okay.
it goes from the Tropic of Cancer and then out to the equator, out to Tropic of Capricorn, back to the equator, back to the Tropic of Cancer.
Well,
So
I would say the entire
that
sky
takes
does
300.
that.
That takes 360 days.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm
Hey,
saying.
guys,
Yeah.
Well,
if it was in fact a perfect 360, like, okay, so it equaled instead of 365 days, if it equaled 360, that would be the the strange, because there's all these strange parallels, right? We see them all the time. But if it was
Yeah,
really
it doesn't do
360,
that.
but it's not.
There is a
That's the whole
$360. There is a 360-degree calendar or 360-day calendar, though. We do use one.
It's
Well,
wrong.
the sun makes its path through the degrees. Like there are 360 degrees in the sky, like in the zodiac, 12 signs, each one has 30 degrees. So within that system, the sun is moving roughly a degree per day. But of course, the circle's 360 and the year is 365.
But we do have 360. We have three kinds of calendars. We have four kinds of calendars. We have a 385 day.
Hold on, Data. But I'm equating the flat, that 360 equivocation is the flat map, right? The flat map is a perfect circle. That if it was 360, we would already pack it up and go home and say, okay, that's enough, like coincidences to know that okay, it is a fucking flat map, 360 degrees divided evenly, but it's not. So it's not.
That's what the sun does.
Great point.
I mean, when you see the 24-hour sun from the Arctic, you basically are seeing the entire sun circle you. It's arcing around you, so you can see the sun moving in its circular path through each degree, like you're describing.
Well, not only that, the Earth itself is associated with the arc minute, claiming that one arc minute is 1 nautical mile, and it's a linear distance. The problem is that even your globe, so if I base that information on that, then I can devise your globe. But the problem is your globe admits that over a period of time, that nautical mile and that linear distance it doesn't equate. So when you measure that 1 arc minute, 1 nautical mile, it starts to change over a distance, right? Because you have what's called the flattening effect in your model. So it changes. So if you're going to base your model off of that linear calculation nautical mile, but then it changes over a distance, then your model is just that small compartmentalized observation, right?
Can I respond to your other point, which it's fleeting from my memories at this point.
Coach, you have to respond to everything.
I'm trying to respond to this is why it's easier to just make one point at a time, because then we can respond to them, you know?
Well,
but
I know you were trying to get in on something before, so yeah, what?
Yeah. Is the first part of his point is like then another thing, but what was the first part of what you said? You said that. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, changing the second is not going to do anything about the. So let's put it like this: it wouldn't matter if we don't ever use seconds or minutes or hours ever again. What we're talking about is the cycle of the sun each day, the cycle of the moon each month, and the cycle of the Earth around the sun, or the stars' position, whatever you want to call it for the year one, or like Gio said, the solstice to solstice each year. These cycles are not like one doesn't. They don't fit into each other equally. None of them do. So it doesn't matter what units of time that you ever use, you're never going to have.
There you go. That's not. Well, it has some truth, but year to year, but it always resets. It always goes back, and to use the word cycle has to point to something, right? There's a reason it's a cycle.
Yeah. The thing is, it never perfectly resets, though. The thing about the moon
small. It could be us being wrong.
It's a continuum. We just reset the numbers, is all.
That's another point of mine. Is again, you're not really paying truth to time. You've just made that duration second out of the 60 by 60 by 24 system. And if you change that system, then you can change your calendar. right? And the equation of time shows that there's a different calendar that you can use based on the diurnal motion, based on the sidereal motion.
That's
So there
what I was
are.
talking about.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you can have calendars based off of this information that doesn't match the 365.
Nature
Right.
doesn't care about what
Data, you can't
calendar I
change that
make
there are
based on
365
nature.
and a quarter days.
Well,
I'm
Rakia
not
said
saying that.
reset.
I'm not saying you can change it.
Before
I'm
we get
saying
away
that-
from it,
I'm saying that we
Rakia said
quantified the cycle in the beginning and the end of that cycle. We quantified a time duration.
he's just talking.
dude.
Yeah, man. Rakia, you said something about reset. What do you mean by reset?
Well, it's a cycle, that may get off a little bit due to our methods of taking an account for it, but it's always comes back. It's
No, not
always
exactly.
Because
I
you have
mean,
leap days. You have leap years. That's why it comes back.
So the solar calendar, the solar calendar and the lunar calendar line up very close, not exact, and that is an issue that needs to be addressed because given a certain amount of time, they will not be how you wish them to be. If you want a simple
that's my whole
system.
point.
Hold on,
Not
yeah,
just the man-made system.
hold on. I'm not talking about man-made systems. I'm talking
Y'all are
about the
destroying my
actual
point, though.
cycle of the sky. Yeah, I will go ahead and destroy your point. So the solar cycle and the lunar cycle line up not exactly, but very, very close every 33 years. But not exactly. So you can just let one be one and one be the other and say like, oh, well, they'll line up eventually. So let's just have this greater cycle of 33 years that we keep in the back of our mind as the holidays go out of season. But it'll kind of line up every 33 years, but not exactly. Given 1,000 years, if you plan for your descendants to live that long, the system that you've laid out for them so simply, thinking that things do repeat exactly, will fail them. And do you want to fail your children? I'd rather not.
I'm not saying that I'm saying nature is perfect. Man trying to apply their time and their calendar to nature is what the problem is.
Right, because exactly like the cycle of the moon.
Point that you don't even know what I was making. You arrogant prick.
There's no perfect resets in any increment of time that occur in the sky. All of their cycles will be eternally out of joint.
Well, each cycle of each month is from new moon to new moon. So that really is just its own natural cycle. Like just the cycle of the moon as it goes through its phases shows us right there the months, and then the year is shown through the position of the sun in relation to the Tropic of Cancer, equator, Tropic of Capricorn. And there is the precession of the equinoxes, and I know what you mean. There is they call it a wobble in the globe Earth model, but I would say it's more of like an ether field effect of the whole the cycle of the cycles are perfect in a certain way, but there's also like a certain
on their own
frequency vibration that creates like the precession of the equinoxes and some of these components that make it fractions have fractional variations.
That's my point, Gio. Like it doesn't matter if 1,000 years from now December is our summer. That is because we've set the calendars that aren't right. Nature is nature. It's based on the sun cycle, not on man-made whatever time.
Yeah,
it's the cycle of the sun that sets the season.
Is it that the second is deliberately off time of what the perfect calendar month would be?
No, the second is fine.
Is it possible that we just have it wrong?
The second is fine. The second doesn't matter at all.
No,
I think it's wrong.
No way. Yep. It definitely can. Anything man-made can be wrong.
Yeah, but it's fine to the purposes we use it for.
Yeah, I agree.
No, it's not because we don't have or a year, perfect 360-day year.
Yeah, you can't change the length of a year. It's 365 and a quarter days. That's the answer.
The hell you can't. I make a year mean 600 days.
Do you guys understand why leap years exist?
You haven't heard, Ruhif? The speed of the Earth is speeding up.
Yeah.
That's slowing down, isn't it?
A million years,
Well, the rotation
trillion
was slowing
years
down
now.
yesterday.
No, yeah, that was actually something I was bringing up earlier too. It's kind of crazy. Did you see the picture I posted just now, Ruhiv? It shows that since we've been measuring since we've been measuring the rate of rotation versus the atomic clocks, it is true that it slows down. It's slowing down every year, it's slowing down. But that rate of slowing down, ever since we started measuring it, has been decreasing up until 3 years ago. It became 0, and then it's speeding up, and it's speeding up faster. So that to me, that's strange. I wonder what
Yeah,
Holy cow! Like
by a
6,000
degree,
years from now, it might slow
Just
down.
the natural cycle.
Yeah, exactly. It's nature, natural. Whatever it's going to do, and you can base whatever man-made time or calendar you want as close as you can to it, but you can't change the fact that nature is going to do exactly what it's going to do to keep its
Well,
cycle.
if we did keep that cycle, sunrise wouldn't be at 6 a.m. Sunrise would be at 8 p.m. one day.
Yeah, so what you're talking
based
about,
on
If you don't
man-made
have leap
clock.
years,
That's
That's
based
what I'm
on
just realizing.
man-made
I'm just
clock, not
I'm
on
doing
nature's clock.
calculations. You can add 0.016 of an hour every day for 365 days to compensate for the leap year, right? If you do that, then yeah,
but then your clock gets out of whack.
Yeah, then you're sitting there every day.
Just push the second hand back. Then it doesn't
I'm just
matter.
saying
When the
you can
sun
do
comes
that.
over the horizon, it's daylight
Boy.
in your area. It
A lot
does.
of people
It
in
don't
here
mean
have no
it's
idea what
6.
you're talking about.
It doesn't mean it's 6 a.m. It doesn't mean it's 6 a.m. It means the sun has risen. Don't y'all get that?
Yeah, but if you want to
I
have
think
regular
we get.
cycles,
Nothing else
go
matters.
ahead, Ruhiv.
Yeah, if you want your time on the clock to approximately match, the cycle of the sun throughout the day, then you just have to accept that you have to have leap years and shit like that.
No, we don't, though. We don't.
No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't. Leap
Oh,
years are
Jen's here.
man-made
Fuck.
monsters. Yes, leap
Uh-oh.
years are man-made. The
I mean,
sun
if we're
and
going to
the
get a
earth
great reset, can't we change the
celestial.
calendar too? Why can't we change the calendar if we're getting a great reset? Let's fucking change the calendar too. Fuck it.
Are you going to have the concepts of days and years?
Yeah, we should just bring it back to the way it actually is, like, because it's already built into the system. You don't really have to make all these 28 days, 29, 30 leap years. It's all unnatural. It's an unnatural.
You have to have leap years.
Yeah, there used to be 13
You
months.
have to have leap years.
All right, here's the thing.
If you think about
A day is its own
Hold on, Fundy.
increment.
Hold on,
of-
Fundy. You've been talking a lot. Sound like
All
you
right.
say something. Yes.
I literally haven't. But go ahead.
Well,
ahead,
if you think about what the actual months are called, I mean, September is 7, October is 8, and obviously those aren't the 7th and 8th months anymore. December should be 10. So, I mean, it used to be 13 months, actually.
That's
right. The names are stupid. The names are stupid, of course, because it's all the ones that refer, like, etymologically to a number are all off by 2. Now, there is no 11th named month that has the word 13 in it, unfortunately. So your reasoning falls apart there, but go ahead and defend that point anyways if you have more to say.
Julius Caesar, Augustus, they added these 2 months in there. That's why the Julian calendar.
So what you're saying is there was a 10, so what you're saying was there was a 10-month calendar then, not a 13-month calendar.
No. So
Well,
so
but I mean,
here's the reason.
but I mean, the thing is, the way it actually works in the sky is the sun and the moon are both moving between the tropics and over the equator, and it takes the moon 13 cycles to do one cycle of the sun. So, like 1 year, one whole cycle. The time it takes for the sun to do one cycle of that, the moon does it in 13.
That's
so
not true.
12, like 2/3 about. But regardless, the point I was making was about the historically. We have different cultures who use different measurements for these cycles. Some people would do days, some people would do weeks, months, some people would have these weird years. And it's whenever like the Romans, like they were a big group collecting together, they had to collect these models together, and you come up with this these cycles that don't fit into each other, and they have to come up with these weird rules, which they did again.
Well, the Roman Catholic Church changed the whole entire world, though, Kosho. It told us to worship things on Sunday, and it gave us our calendar.
Well, way later. That's
Right.
what it said. The Gregorian calendar in like 1600s or whatever.
No, it just
Way
switched it to sun worship instead of sun. S-U-N instead of S-O-N. It's the whole thing leading you away from the Creator. Worshiping the sun.
Yeah,
That's
that's
why
it. Yeah.
everything is based on sun worshiping. I want to sunbathe. I want to,
Well,
all these sun
Rakia,
gods.
have you
Alright, so I
heard?
want
Have you heard of the Jesus Christ rising in the south there? And I guess apparently they like to claim in the south, just around the equinox, or sorry, around the solstice, the sun sits delayed above the horizon, like it doesn't move, doesn't change size, doesn't do anything, right? For 3 days.
Yeah, I've heard of. I mean, there's all types of stories.
But
I
hold
don't
on,
know.
do you know that how does that work on the spinning ball model if the sun sits there for 3 days?
Please show us
at
some
it?
fucking evidence of that happening, dickhead.
I don't know how. I got a video of the sun not going down. Dickhead.
Dickhead?
Yeah, that's if you're gonna use.
Wait, why are we
if you want to
calling
use that
names?
word. Well, yeah. Why did Ruhif call someone a dickhead? Left lane.
Yeah,
You
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
The sun just stops in the
I'm
sky.
saying, let's all try
doesn't make
not
any
to.
sense, does it?
It's Ruhif's tactics. He does that
Yeah,
to
he's also-
hope, he doesn't really want to defend his position fully, so he'll say something with an insult, hoping it'll go into shit show insult
No,
territory.
he's asking
He's
us to
Australian.
explain
Yeah,
something that
that's
doesn't
right.
happen.
That's
The
right.
sun doesn't stop.
It's like you're,
He's
bailing
asking us
out of
to
the actual
explain.
discussion by doing that.
He's
So
asking
to
to
say
explain
If I
something
can
in our
just
model that
something
doesn't
matters,
happen.
if I
we
can
address
just
what Glenn was made
interject with
earlier.
if I can
There's
just
accounts.
interject.
There's accounts in written history of the sun stopping. Why don't you
Yeah,
believe?
Joshua 10.
Believe
Did it fucking happen?
Yeah,
No.
well, they wrote it down. It's on paper.
Oh,
Everything
they
you
wrote
think
it
is in a
down.
book is real.
I'm excused. They wrote it down.
When a bunch
On
of people
tablets,
enter
on
the room with
scrolls,
that
Incorrect.
and it was
conversation on top,
preserved
they
for
don't
thousands of
understand it's
years.
just what happens, guys.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, that's it. That's what I'm saying.
I'm
It could
sorry.
be a
Yeah,
story,
sorry.
right? But it's written.
I didn't
So if
realize
you
they wrote
believe,
it down,
If I
Rakia.
could just
yeah,
interject,
go ahead.
be allowed
I'll
to
talk.
interject.
I might
If
talk
I
when
can,
Ruhif leaves, because
right?
no one's going to be able to
If I
talk.
can, yeah. Oh
Hey
yeah.
guys,
If
can
I
you
can
guys
Sorry,
interject,
Rakia.
please,
I didn't realize they wrote it down.
for a
Sorry.
couple of seconds, if I can interject, tidy up. I think you can forgive people who are worshipping the sun. Those from way on back in gone times. They didn't have anybody come down to direct them, but they see this thing, the sun and the moon, and that's how they measured their day. And if they're giving thanks to the sun, they're giving thanks to the Creator anyway. The sun is dominant in their life. The moon is dominant in their lives. Yeah, and they've seen food grow. Do you understand? It's fertilizing and what's the word? Photosynthesizing the earth so that they have their food grown. So they've seen the power of the sun. It definitely has some power. And if they're worshipping the sun, they're worshipping God anyway. God
The
created
sun.
the sun.
Yeah, well,
Nothing wrong
that
with that.
goes back. The sun has no power without God. God is the life
But yeah,
giver.
we know
People
that. We
think
know
sun
that.
is the life giver. That's my point.
Yeah. I think
No, that's the
the thing is
distraction.
they see the sun.
hey, is
They
the
see
sun
the sun doing
actually
something.
Why
It's
is the
not. It's
quality
not.
of
It's
conversation
not
so poor?
disgracing God. If I can finish,
Hey,
it
are you
is
guys
not
looking
belittling of God's creation. It's not doing that at all. Okay, so
Hey,
let's not condemn them. I mean, that's something I think would be wrong.
Okay, well, can we
Okay.
keep continue with the conversation now? Because
Yeah, sure.
I
I'll
think
take it
when
over.
somebody
yeah,
said,
can I get in real quick, please? Like, if you look at the moon
I
right
mean, it's fine. I
now,
mean, I was going to, but you guys both requested it, so go ahead.
if you look at the moon right now, it's a crescent, right? It's been like this for 2 days. So what it's saying is the sun is giving light to the moon where I'm at. It's not a full moon, so the sun is it seems like it's under the moon right now, almost like at more of like a 45-degree angle. The way it's lighting the moon right now.
Yeah, so
You need like a geometry lesson.
You're just a prick, man. Yeah, he needs you to. He needs you to teach him something. Arrogant,
well,
man.
in
Too
terms
arrogant.
of
Here
I
we
know
go. We got the feature here, right?
Kosho was gonna respond to something as well before like this guy brought this up, but I will just say that just on response to that, because I mean in the heliocentric model, the ecliptic, which is the plane of the globe Earth around the sun, the moon's orbit around the Earth is tilted 5 degrees to that. Therefore, that's how they explain the different angles, like you're talking about, of the phases of the moon, whether it's angling down and to the right or like up and to the right, stuff like that, where it's angling. So that, because the kind of orbit of the moon, as it were, and then the ecliptic, the Earth's path around the sun, but on like a planar Earth type system, stationary planar Earth with the sun and moon above, that could still be the case, where the ecliptic would then be the plane of the sun above the plane of the Earth. That's what the ecliptic would be in this case. And then the moon would have its circuit, but it would be potentially tilted 5 degrees, which would then mean that sometimes it's a little higher than the sun and sometimes it's a little lower than the sun. And then when when they meet on the same plane, you get an eclipse.
That's my whole point right now, is because they're not on the same plane. So when I look at the flat Earth map and I see the sun and moon going around, it appears like they're on the same plane, but this isn't even close, because the way the moon is lighting up right now, it's coming in at a steep angle. Well, not a steep; it's like a 45-degree angle, I would say. So they're
Isn't
not
it
even
true
on the
though?
same
Have you
plane
have
right
you ever
now.
seen the moon though, where it's been lit up at a degree, let's say half lit up at a degree where it doesn't match where the sun angle is coming from? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You're assuming that the sun is lighting up the moon in the first place to even make your statement.
It's obviously lighting up the moon.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if that is true, right? I've seen the moon take an angle, like let's say it's half lit up, or three quarters, or anyway, almost half lit up. I've seen it at an angle pointing upward, where the sun was setting downward. So I've seen this before.
That's what I'm saying. So that's right. So the explanation for that, because that's what he was saying before, is like, so if the actual moon is actually at a higher altitude than the sun above a planar Earth, it would look like that. I mean, to you, they're going to be in your position. Like if one's setting and one's rising, they're going to be in that position. But that's what I'm saying. Like the actual moon would have to be either higher or lower. Now, I'm not saying that the sun is lighting up the moon. I think the sun is charging the moon. The moon fluoresces its own light like a crystal, and the energy in the position of the sun charges it, and then the moon fluoresces in the direction of the sun.
Billions and billions of self-illuminating lights in the sky, but the moon is obviously getting a light source from somewhere else. That doesn't make any sense. I mean,
I think it's the motion. It's the motion through the medium that it's traveling through. It's interacting with the medium, and if that's the charge cycle that it moves through, that medium stays there. That field remains there, and it just transverses through that field
on a perfect track every 28 days.
Exactly. So when
amazing,
and when it does that, you get to see it. So that's why I started thinking of that, because if I'm up at high elevation, what it would seem to me is that the moon was lower to the surface of the Earth, and the sun would be higher to get that angle. Now, of course, perspective makes the sun appear like it's going downward. We know that's not the case, right? It would be some point 90-degree parallel to the surface, 10 miles away for sure. So it's the junction point that we're looking at. The sun is not setting there, right? Anyway, the point is, I see this, and then I think, well, if it goes through a cycle, it must be traversing through a field, because it's consistent, right? And if we can see that charged field, and we can quantify that charged field, then we'd be able to predict the cycle of the moon, regardless of this claimed reflection of the sun, and causing the cycle.
Well, that's, I mean, first of all, that's a pretty
and that would also explain
model.
that would explain the new moon to me, because the field would be discharged. The field would be discharged, and then the cycle would start again. So that's what the new moon would be. So it'd traverse through its field.
Your second point, I was like,
hold on. I'm just going to go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to respond to your first point, and then your third one's even.
Hold on, man. Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember his first point now, man. But fucking hell, I can't remember his first point.
Every time you talk too.
I can't remember his first point because I was about to respond to his second point. And then he started making a third.
Maybe we could unmute the two people that interrupted you and confused you then.
Remind me what the first
Coach, I was
thing
trying
was.
to give you the floor because you've been trying to get in for a while, and every time you get overtalked, so I was trying to give you the floor, and these guys viewers just kept going. But
in just like 2 words, what was the first thing he brought up? I'll remember.
About the moon being on a certain track and being in a
Right.
field, which electrifies it.
Right. Well, yeah, but that moved into the second point. But I was gonna say the first point with the Terminator line, it's a Terminator line illusion. It's a well-known illusion, and it does work out such that it would appear like it would not be pointed directly at the direction of the moon, even though that it was getting light directly from there, just based on the how much further one is than the other. And the other thing about the moon phases is it's compelling that they are based on the sun, is because they're perfect. They happen when the moon and the sun are at the same orientation to one another each time. They happen exactly the same each time to when they're the exact orientation. So it's kind of, it'd be weird if it wasn't based on the sun.
right, but is the actual okay? But if the way I see it, the sun and the moon, the sun's position to the moon is what's related. It's the positioning. It's not the actual physical light that's moving. Like, for example, I mean, in my viewpoint, the sun and the moon circling Polaris, when the moon is on the other side, as it were, of the Earth, 180 degrees from you, and like, let's say it's a full moon, and then the sun, there's no light coming from the sun. Like, you're in darkness. It's nighttime. So there wouldn't be any light. I wouldn't see any way over a planar Earth that the light could somehow shine up there at high altitude and light it or something, even though you wouldn't get the light. It's just none of that would make sense. So
that's right.
It has to be that the moon was emitting its own light, and it's more like a capacitor and a charge system, a luminary that in some way, whether it's plasma, superfluid, whatever the compounds are that make it up, like, and that celestial field, that it's emitting its own light. And it just happens to be that in the position that it is to the sun seems to have that unique scenario where it does the phasing. So it's not
the
so
problem,
I can see why in
Gio.
the globe model I can see why the idea of the spheres
Gio,
and
the problem
light
is
fit in the
the
globe
problem
model,
is
but
Gio.
in the Earth's
Gio, the problem is that the idea that you're saying that it's emitting its own light is a problem with casting shadows. Now, if it was moving through a field, and the interaction between the field and the material that the moon was to, depending on the position of the moon and its pathway, it would be lit up at that section or that portion, right? And then as it moved along, it would eventually discharge. But you're talking about having an object emit light that has casted shadows in it. That's kind of.
It doesn't have shadows. It doesn't.
It does have shadows.
It does.
I don't see shadows. Moving in shadows.
Well,
Yeah,
let me phrase it. So if I take
hold on, bro. I wouldn't describe them as. I would say that they have to do with the way that in my viewpoint, the way that the fluorescence and the luminous energy is transferred between. Like, I think the sun charges the ether field, and then that ether field is what then ends up charging the sun. And for some reason, the position of the sun and the moon are directly correlated with those phases. And the shadow thing, I don't think they're actually shadows. I think it's whatever the moon is. I actually think it's a celestial crystal, and it only charges. Hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. It only charges that which is. Hold on, man. It only charges that which is in position of the charge of the sun. So the phases, it's only fluorescing that part. So if it's a celestial crystal, I'm not even saying it's physical, but let's just imagine there's like a little mountain on that thing. There's a part of the crystal that's behind that. If there's different like altitude layers in it in that way, there's a part of the crystal that's behind that. That part, it's like it doesn't have a direct line to the sun. So I can understand why that's the idea of a shadow, why that's happening on the idea of the light actually. But in this idea where the sun's charging the moon and the moon is actually fluorescing its own light, in that scenario,
I agree with what you're saying, Gio. That's very good. That's my sentiment exactly. What's going on?
Sort of like that part that's not positioned, like it's behind the thing to where it's not fluorescing. It's not that there's a shadow of light hitting it. It's that part is not being activated.
Gio, I was going to say, you yourself, you said that the moon, it cycles above 5 degrees above and below the ecliptic, right?
Yeah, because that's why the angle of the, and then that's why eclipses happen, because the eclipses are the nodal points, which is the intersection of the circuit of the sun and the moon. So those definitely.
right.
So if they're not always on the same plane, then definitely they're obviously not all the other times it's not an eclipse.
No, right. That's fine. That's fine. But that's my point, though. Is you're right. That's when the eclipse would happen. And if the eclipse wasn't happening, then that means that the intersection would be taking place. It means that the moon would be above or below the correct angle, and that the position of it, since it's not being eclipsed, it's going to get light from the sun. So you see what I'm saying?
I have a question.
Like
What effect happens when two crystals come together? There's a name for that, right? Because the bodies themselves have charge, right? The material itself. Do you know what I'm talking about? So they did the what? What effect?
Piezoelectric.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
Coach,
they did it. They did it
why,
back in the day where they take a whole bunch of crystals, throw it in a bag. They'd rotate the bag really fast. The crystals just slam together and basically light, right? The idea that the sun is a crystalline shell and that the moon is the opposition, or it is a crystal itself. They may have physical interactions, or the relationship between them is correlated because of the fact they are crystal related. That's what I'm thinking about that. You got me thinking about that, Gio.
Dude,
you got me thinking about that. But.
Yeah, there's a connection between light and crystals. An interesting crystal that emits light is actually LSD, lysergic diethylamide 25, like the LSD. If in crystal form, when it's very, very pure and in pure crystal form, and it's so potent, there's like thousands of doses within that, so it's very it's very, very potent. So I'm talking about the actual crystal, not when it's been diluted down. And if you take that in the dark and you shake it, it emits light.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? So if you have a crystalline body interact with a medium, and the sun looks like it interacts with a medium, it appears to be crystalline or crystalline or however you want to say it. I mean, when I look at it, it appears to be without a filter. You can get that crystalline edge, but when you throw a filter on it, it looks a little different, right? Do you know what I'm referring to? Like the way it appears to be crystalline or crystal? Have you guys ever seen that? If you stare at the sun, you get that nice crystal edge.
I keep fucking pressing the wrong button. Yeah. You're talking about like a hexagon shape.
I'm just saying, I don't know. It's not the hexagon shape. I'm just saying you can see the edge. It's almost like you're looking at a crystal shining light, and it's that edge you can see. I don't know if anybody's stared at the sun.
I think the sun has crystalline qualities too. I refer to them as celestial crystals. The moon is much more crystallar, has more of a actual like crystalline. Well, I think the sun and the moon they're a part of a system. So there's like the crystalline part of the circuit of the moon and the reflective, and then the sun is the actual like 0 point release of all of that emanating energy.
Did you know that there's an organization by the name of GONG, G-O-N-G, and it's a science institute that believes that the Earth is basically a big gong. It's vibrating at all these levels of frequencies, and the center part of the frequency is the body that's reverberated into its solid state. But everything else around it is the full spectrum of vibration, sound, light, energy.
Sounds like a bunch of assholes.
No, they just think it's like a crystalline gong. So it's a crystal that's vibrating.
Yeah, crystals is that's awesome, dude. Well, there's also crystal bowls. Crystal bowls.
Go look at the organization GONG. No joke. It's a scientific organization that claimed to have studied the sun, and they have a hypothesis on what the sun is. And apparently, if you keep digging, this institute photographed water vapor on the sun.
Maybe that's where the crystal ball came from.
You might be right about that. I have a bad memory, but I can remember briefly you flat Earth data. You bring up what's it called? Pseudoscience. Like you claim people are doing pseudoscience. I think that what you were just talking about, for you to call that science,
I didn't call it science. I'm saying this organization claims to be science, and it's Gong, G-O-N-G, and they claim to have done all this observation with the sun. I have theories and all this stuff, and it's apparently legit. Go take a look. I mean, it's your religion.
I'll take a look, but I doubt that it's apparently legit.
Well, you tell me. Go search it up right now because it's part of your science acumen, structure, universities, and so forth. They teach it. I'd say they don't teach it anymore because the theories have changed since then. But this is one of the theories that we're teaching.
I'm searching about it now.
So type in G.O,
Kosho,
G.O.N.G. You have to put the dots in between.
So, Kosho, if you were able to come to the conclusion yourself that there's absolutely no measurable curvature and all of that the Earth isn't a globe, what would you then start thinking about the moon? How would that shift your viewpoint of what the moon is?
That's a tough question because I'll be doing my best because I'll have to pretend. I'll pretend like
I'm saying going off the thing of
yeah.
let's just say that you were brought to a site where you were able to absolutely verify the lack of physical curvature, just that alone. What would that instantly then change about what you think the moon is and how it's working?
Dude, I would start wondering how I would start wondering if we're on a plane, like we must be on a plane. I'd assume at that point. So I have to wonder if the moon is actually going underneath this plane or if it's just going up and around the plane. And it would seem like going up and around the plane would make the most sense, but then it wouldn't fit my observation. So I'd have to think real hard. I don't know. I'd probably be geared towards that one though. Up and around the plane.
Yeah.
Like close and low.
Seems to be cycling over land. Yeah. Quite consistently. What I'm saying is that, I mean, at that point, would you not hold the idea that it's the sun's light reflecting off the moon? And then would you by default be led to a position of that the moon is emitting its own light? Because if we're on a planar surface like that with the sun only being local, it's not going to be able to light something up that's beyond its capacity to do so.
I'd have to drop everything I know about it and I would not make a conclusion at all because basically the way I understand it, that's impossible. So if I found out the Earth were flat, that would mean that what I understand is wrong because what I understand would be impossible. So yeah, I don't know what I wouldn't come to that conclusion, but I guess I would be open to it, I suppose. But yeah, because it's like the way I understand the moon and the sun to be as far away as they are and us rotating, it makes sense on the angles and how everyone sees it. But I would no longer be able to make sense of it anymore if they were circling close and local overhead on a flat plane.
Why do you need those distances for any of it? Just because those reify a model?
No, the 15.
Just because those reify a set of assumptions doesn't mean that that's.
No, it's a zero assumption. Remember, me and Litching were making that model. Me and Litching were making a model for flat Earth, and
What
this
I'm
was the
saying
biggest
is
problem.
that you see
This is the biggest problem.
You see a circle in the sky, roughly they're the same size, and they're in a position, like a degree position in the sky amongst the background stars. So what about distances of millions of miles is needed to just be able to understand that in your ceiling there's two circles that move across the sky?
Right, and then it's the cyclical consistency of the angular movement of these objects, which would be it'd be one thing if there was one place on Earth that you could see this, but it's the weird thing is that you can see it everywhere on Earth. This is the truth that all those objects, they move at a consistent angular progression, so they do 360 degrees in about a day, and the only way I can make sense of that is if I was on a three-dimensional object and I were rotating. That would be the only way I could understand that that consistent observation. I made a picture about this a long time ago, but I probably don't have it on me.
Rocky, are you there? Are you at your mic?
Yeah, what's up?
I was just going to ask you because a couple nights ago we were talking and we were about to go to the topic of this kind of a topic change, but why things fall down to the earth, because you were talking about the superfluid and we were talking about all of that, and we were going to get to that, but I don't think we did. I think the conversation went off in another direction. So I was just thinking I wanted to ask you like what your thoughts are on it in terms of essentially why things fall to the earth the way that they do and why some things rise.
Or down explicit. I don't think there's a coincidence. We call the earth, which is the land only in my book, ground. You're grounded. Pilots get grounded, right? It's some type of an electrical term. So I think hidden in plain sight type thing, some type of current is flowing down from positive to negative or to neutral or however it's doing. So the higher you go up, that changes. So it has a direction of down of its current.
There is a downward flowing current.
That's what I think it is somehow. I mean, who knows? Shit. I don't even know. You can measure that, but who knows if that's the reason, is what I'm saying. Of course, there's a current flowing down. That's some type of an electrical current, but I just see it like that. Like pilots getting grounded. I think it's all electrical. I don't know if they call it the electrical universe. I know there's people in here that, but that starts to make sense to me. There's so much energy in the sky. That current is coming down to the ground. I mean, it just makes sense. So also, you get the different temperature changes creates currents also, in water and in air. But as far as an object falling, I don't know. I really don't know of any object that falls until it's lifted. So you put that potential energy to get back to its equilibrium, which is also having to do with electrical. Oh, there you go. The layman's version. You have some magnetic properties. You have some neutrino, whatever. You want to go as deep as you can, like, who the hell knows?
Do you think it's like a static effect, like kind of like a static cling of sorts?
I don't think it's one thing, I guess is what I'm saying. I think it's just all like comes together to give that bias, because we know of static, we know of the electromagnetism, we know of the current flow, we know of thermal input, how that affects and how the ground absorbs things and attracts. And, I do believe in some type of attraction like that.
Well, then would you see it as the idea of like that it's its own spectrum or field? And if so, could we discover how to either tap into that or how to detect it more thoroughly? And that gets into free energy at that point.
Yeah.
Straight to free.
Know.
Straight
all
there. Roads lead back.
I can tell you how you can get free energy from that, but sorry.
I think certain things are hidden from us by, powers above. Like, there's always someone smarter than you or me or the person that's smarter than us. There's someone smarter than Elon. But to me, that points to intelligent design. That I'm designing things, I'm creating, I'm intelligent in a certain aspect. Elon Musk is more intelligent than me. He's creating things. Someone created Elon. They're more intelligent. Intelligent design is, if you're going to say there's intelligence and degrees thereof, then you're intelligently designed. Easy. How can you be random? All right, your existence be random and everything around you, all of nature be random, but you're intelligent? It doesn't add up.
Come on, man. I came out of a swamp. What are you talking about?
I eat mud bugs. But as far as the sky, you know, I don't even think we know what the medium is. You know, I mention the superfluid all the time, but just put a glass full of water and see things, you know, reverse and look different than what they do when they're not in that medium. And then you add some electrical properties and magnetic and static properties to that, and you can really get some funny looking shapes. So, you know, a rectangle can look like a circle through water. You understand what I'm saying? Put a glass of water on top of your rectangle phone, and it turns into a circle.
I'm gonna try that. But you know, actually, I think there is a way to get the energy from that, the electrostatic potential in the atmosphere. Because I was thinking about this, and I said this before to somebody, but yeah, because it's actually a potential energy. So I wouldn't say there's like I would say it's inherently doing much. It has to kind of be connected. So if you connect the two, then you get this greater potential for more energy to be current to pass. So you have to have a current that doesn't have any resistance like the air does. But if you did connect a superconducting wire, like if you somehow got an inexpensive superconducting wire which has zero resistance, zero electrical resistance, then you could capture, you know, all that potential energy from however
Yeah, I mean, it's
however
the
long.
highway. Yeah, like that potential, the differential. It's like the highway, meaning all the roads are built for the charge. All you need to do is add the charge. And I would say the ether adds the charge, like in lightning. You know, lightning is a perfect example of it, where that all of that space between the ground and the sky gets actualized in that very potent charge. It's like the highway's already there. All they do is once you add the charge, because it actually is a two-poled system. You've got the ground and then the sky above. So on a globe, you wouldn't really have that. You would just have an ungrounded, crazy thing flying with all this space friction, and you wouldn't have that. But if it's an actual two-pole system, like I'm describing, then that charge actually is a very real thing, like in a dipole setup like that.
Well, I think I mean they have a reason for that. You know, because of the you know, the Van Allen belts, and they keep in the ionosphere, and the ionosphere contains these charged particles, and the charged particles are going to give you a charge, and that charge being that high in comparison to the ground on an ordinary day with weather's, you know, fair, that's going to give you that 100 volts per meter or whatever it is. Yeah, I think it's 100 volts per meter. If you were to connect those two, it's because there's all that charge up there. But yeah, like I said, you have to connect the two to tap into, or connect any portions of the two. It doesn't have to be the complete distance. You have to connect two vertical points.
Well, yeah, I mean, like a Van de Graaff generator will pull static field right from the environment, but that's different. My understanding of the way that free energy works is with oscillators. There's this oscillator technology which Tesla was involved in, and others before him, I think, as well. I don't even think that he was just one of the last guys from the old world that still had the information before they squashed it all out, essentially with World War One. But yeah, the oscillator technology is what allows for the capacity to pull directly from the ether energy, and the actual energy, like when I'm talking about like electricity that we use like in our houses, like, you know, this level, the type of electricity that we use. And there's the oscillator technology, in some way it's able to take like a frequency vibration that the ether resonates at, and in a way, I mean, it's kind of a mystery how it really ultimately works, because this technology, I think, has been hidden. So it's hard for us to know. But it apparently it has something to do with the way that it oscillates with the actual frequency of the environment that allows for essentially like to actualize that charge, like the 100 volts per meter. You're able to actualize it and pull it directly out.
And they're wrapping copper around magnets and creating, you know, like, you know, I think I don't want to go too far into that, but like clouds. Have you thought of clouds in the electrical form? Like, what is that? Is that the like controlling the energy, the positive and negative charge, and then when it builds up, it has to release, so lightning happens. Less resistance. But what are
Yeah,
the clouds?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that the transformer? Or whatever. Like, what is it?
Well, yeah, it is utilizing that electrostatic potential, and actually, interestingly enough, like the 100 volts per meter, it's only that only exists when it's an ordinary weather day, like when there's no
Right.
little wind, there's no
No,
weather. Because on
static,
those days,
no storms. Or no electrical storms in the area, because that would be distorting it, right? Like that would be pulling it in different directions, the positive and negative.
yeah, right. So yeah, that's the way I think about it, which might not be correct, but just because I know it is potential, and it's like the potential, from because the two ranges have different charges, and if they were to connect, you'd get that, you'd have the energy. Well, I think that because it's using that energy, it's like it kind of is connecting the so it's like you said, like distorting the charge or whatever. It's making it so it's not they're not spaced apart anymore. Like they're much closer
What
together.
about the magnetic tracks? They can propel objects at great speeds using magnetics now. So by putting electrical charge in them, even does it quicker, right? So that's basically describing our atmosphere, I think, or our downward bias towards ground.
Like I said, and this is why I said the thing about the superconductor is because when I was looking into this electrostatic potential in the atmosphere, the one thing that makes it underwhelming is the atmosphere is such a resistor, such that ordinarily it's not going to there's not going to be that regular connection between these two areas of different charge. But if you had some sort of small resistive material, yeah, you could connect that. I forgot what your question was, but
well, y'all were talking about fields earlier. When you combine electrical and magnetic fields, what happens? Is that turbulence, or there's all types of things. What's the best way to distort electricity? Not have it properly grounded. I mean, it's just all adds up to me. I don't know how to fully explain it. As a whatever.
Yeah, I agree that the ground being the ground, like it's actually part of a circuit. Yeah.
So you call things on the ground in equilibrium, right?
I say everything is trying to reach its equilibrium. That could be below ground or whatever. I think water and things like that have different equilibriums and different phases. But like a rock is a rock. It's going to try and get to wherever it came from. Now it may hit something that resists it, but then you go again. It's another electrical term, resistance. So it slows down.
So if it got to where it came from, would it be weightless?
I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, I mean, philosophy, right? But it's meeting resistance just like electricity does. So when it hits water, it meets resistance. It slows down. When it reaches something as dense as it is, it's grounded. It's reaching its equilibrium. It resists more resistance. It can actually stop. It can actually go the opposite way when a current or some type of electrical charge forces it up, or pressure.
the part that's gonna. Sorry, were you saying something left lane, or are you still going over?
No, I'm good.
I was just saying the part that's gonna mess with you though, it's gonna fuck with you is I think left lane was kind of getting there, but I don't know. Is equilibrium, just like static. There's like the potential energy of the atmosphere or whatever. Any sort of potential energy or any sort of equilibrium has the implication that there can't be one force acting at a value that's not zero. Like there's either zero forces acting on this thing that's in equilibrium, or there's at least two forces acting on this thing that's in equilibrium. Otherwise, it's not in equilibrium. You know what I mean? If there's only one thing acting on it, then it's going to be influencing its direction, and there's nothing to counter that.
Well, you can make things hover with electricity, right? Or with air, with pressure. It's the same difference. It's pressure. It's that neutral point where it's positive and negative charge is holding it in one place. It can't move either way. You can do the same thing with pressure. You know, put a ping pong ball in a tube and blow at a constant pressure. It's going to go to a level and stay there. Because I don't know. Like I said, I don't have all the answers, but the electrical part makes sense to me, and because of the terms that they use for everything, they use the same exact terms.
Hey, sorry, give me 1 second.
When you come back, let me know. But I'll say there's so much energy in the sky. I mean, you see it with that what you're seeing in lightning is not an energy burst. It's a release of the energy that's there, and it becomes visual because it's not meeting resistance anymore. It's not contained. It's it's trying to get back to neutral, right? From not being erratic, or I forget the term now, like unequally charged. Like it's not equal, it's bursting. Energy is being released, static or whatever it may be. I think it's a mixture of everything. Cake mix. Static, magnetic, kinetic. When you can rub something on your head and create energy like that, it's everywhere. It's in everything.
Static.
Static. You don't think it's powerful, just wave a golf club up in the air. Stick something in the ground and hook a copper wire to it. That's why your house is grounded with copper 4 feet deep. There's so much energy being released in all your products and all the air around it. And you get an electrical storm, if it hits, something on your house, it's going to go through all your rebar in your house and blow out all your electronics. It's going to go through your copper wire. And that energy is going to backflow into your electronics or whatever. And whatever it hits, it's going to blow up unless you have a circuit breaker. Well, I think that, when you start studying clouds, clouds have to be a buffer zone or a breaker or something, transformer. I mean, whatever it is in that electrical system, the clouds are definitely playing a part. Rain, water is in different states. It's just at different levels it turns into different matter, but it's not stored in the clouds like they teach us. There's just no way that much rain. It has to be produced in the clouds.
Yep. The firmament.
Yep.
Everything, it's beautiful waters upon us.
Well, the whole sky is water. Air is water. It's just different. Not in its liquid state anymore after, it goes above 33 feet. Here's that number again.
Yep. They had to convince people that the water cycle, well, I do think there is a water cycle of sorts, but the way that they describe it in the heliocentric model, they have to describe it because water's not going to be coming from this vacuum of outer space. So they have to make the whole thing happening on Earth rather than there actually being an interrelationship between the sky and the ground.
In its atmosphere, right? Like at a local level, like right there. Those clouds are not that high. I mean, the water cycle is definitely a thing, but all them telling me all that water is stored in the clouds and then it gets so heavy and gravity pulls it down in the raindrops. That's a bunch of baloney. It's being produced in the clouds. as it's
Yeah, and
drawing up.
it can even be produced without clouds. Have you seen where it's raining and there's no clouds?
Yeah, well, that goes to my point of the water is just in the air.
Yeah.
The clouds have something to do with the electrical properties that help help that cycle along, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Move excess water around or whatever it's doing. I mean, I'm just spouting off, but whatever that natural cycle is, the clouds play a huge part in that. They're a mystery, right? Nobody really thinks about it. The clouds are a mystery. It's like the moon.
Yeah, they're incredible. The different like textures, and it's unbelievable. It's almost like a living being that can like camouflage itself and put itself into these infinite different varieties, from the wispy bright ones to the dark heavy ones. Like, it's incredible.
We go seek them out, right? When we go flying, we don't go to the blue sky. We go to the clouds.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to.
Not yet. You'll get me up.
One of these days, Howard's going to be up there by himself. He's going to be like, fuck this. I'm going above the clouds. You're
Got to get that IFR, baby.
Just go off the beaten trail and just get up there.
We don't have to talk about this, but isn't there a thing where they have to make clouds to make it rain in certain areas?
They say NASA's producing cloud. They have cloud makers or whatever, or other agencies have cloud makers. There's companies that, for your wedding, if you want this, that, and the other, they can produce that type of weather in your area. It's kind of weird.
Like, what's the difference between an artificial cloud that's to, like, help preserve the land or whatever they need it to rain for, and a real one?
One's man-made and one's made by nature. I think they're made out of the same stuff.
Yeah, so how about this question in a similar vein? Tornadoes are okay. Here's the questions: are tornadoes natural? First of all, are they naturally occurring? Number two, can they create them with other means, weather modification? And of the ones that we've experienced, which are which? Like, what are the natural ones, and how much damage do the natural ones do versus some weather modified version of a tornado? What do you guys think on tornadoes?
I don't put it past them. Like, there's some smart people out there, right? And to be able to harness that energy or trying to produce that energy, I think they've been trying to do forever. Now, manipulating which way a hurricane goes, I definitely think they can do that. 100%.
Well, first of all, they do things as little as cloud seeding, which does a lot if you do it, correctly. The supposedly the biggest winter storm ever in China was caused because of cloud seeding. But also, so that's one thing. That's mechanism. It's just them cloud seeding. But then there's the thing that DARPA supposedly was fucking with. Like, the dude said that if he had more energy, which he didn't have, but he said if he had more energy in Alaska, he was going to set up this array of I guess it was like antenna, and they were going to shoot like a laser at the ionosphere, or at one of the fucking atmospheres. Anyways, that was supposed to be able to just like create like any kind of weather anywhere he wanted in the world.
What's funny, Coach, is like a year and a half, 2 years ago, when I would mention weather manipulation or cloud seeding, I won't say you because I don't remember it being you specifically, but this type of group would like ridicule me. And now it's like, oh yeah, cloud seeding, yeah, they do that all the time. Yeah, of course.
Well, for instance, I know water.
Yeah, dude, I remember that. Yep, years ago, people were throwing flack for talking about any of that. Yeah, just full on, and now they're like, "Oh yeah, of course." Yep.
Well, like I said, curved water. He's been aware as cloud seeding as well, because I've been aware of it for 10 plus years or whatever, and I don't know how long he's been aware of it, but ever since But I think the problem he has is just cloud seeding versus chemtrail.
Well, just weather modification, just sprays in the air used for weather altercations and modifications. I mean, chemtrails is like a very generalized term. I mean, they even admit to spraying things like that too, like barium to help the military to transmit signals long distances and to strengthen the signals that they're sending. So I mean, there's already admissions of even some of that, but yeah, I mean, it goes darker as well in terms of I think what they're actually doing with him. But yeah, I imagine you're just saying he's or whoever you're talking about was just saying they don't think that they're actually purposely spraying chemicals.
It's not just chemicals though. They're like he was saying, they're putting these antenna fields and putting that energy into that area and creating weather.
Check
You
it
know,
out.
moving
I captured
clouds
it on
around.
camera. I captured on camera where I live in the north. I've been filming the skies almost every day, right? And time lapsing it for like hours because I just hook it up to a battery and it just fucking records like all day. And I caught a weather pattern change where you literally see the field come. So the wind is going in one direction. All of a sudden, you see this field, this ripple come, and all of a sudden it changes opposite direction as soon as the field comes. And I got it on camera, dude. So whether that's I don't know if wind can do that, but it looks like a frequency pattern. Like it looks like you would, you know, if you simulated even sound through smoke, it would show you the vibration, right? So do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get it. Everything has its own frequency. So if you find that frequency of smoke,
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I got on camera a weather pattern change, and what the only thing that appears to change the weather is this radial beam that has a wave pattern to it, and it's quite amazing.
Yeah, I mean, all they would need to do is just mimic the charges and the processes that are happening. I'm not sure they even invented it. I mean,
Why would they have to? Why would they have to? Why would they have to? They all have to do is seed the cloud with stuff, right? And if they have the cloud weighted with stuff, if they have this electromagnetic that you claim the cloud sits in, well, then why can't they manipulate it with these pressure waves or whatever you want to call them? I would look at it as a form of pressure because you're dealing with clouds and wind. So
Yeah,
if you're
no,
sending
they can.
you're sending this frequency, you're sending a pressure wave.
I mean, I don't think they necessarily even invented a lot of that. I think they stole it from the old world because they had those abilities with knowledge of the ether and
energy.
yeah.
I mean, if you're pushing out a large amount of energy in one direction from one particular point, it's going to push the air, right? That's how I see it. Like a
It's
bullet moving through the air. It's
like a huge fan for the earth.
I mean, we're having some weird weather patterns in my area for the last 3 years. It's totally changed now. It's what I would call climate change. If it's not being manipulated by humans, then it's just natural climate change. I get it, right? That's going to happen.
Yeah,
But
notice there's been no hurricanes in the Atlantic this year.
yeah, well, last year there was like 10 by this time. I ran from 7. I know that.
Same with the proposed wildfires. There's haven't been very many in California. Last year at this time, everything was smoke beyond. It was just a chimney everywhere out
Well,
here.
do you notice one pattern difference? I do.
Well, I'm wondering
weather.
if
If you
they're
just
gonna-
go to the record, just go to the record right now.
I think
and
they
look
were
at the
testing,
average.
It seems like for a couple of years there, they were testing their equipment to see what.
No, just go look at the average temperature. You'll see that it's just been overcast mostly. Right, that's the anomaly. That's the anomaly that's increased, and in fact, they've actually changed the word for it. I think they even changed the phrasing of this weather pattern. I remember reading because you have different cycles, right, of clouds and so forth. But the overcast, you know how they say cloudy day and partially rainy, sunny day. They've added a new thing to the weather, is what I'm saying. And does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Now, Gio was saying something else about wildfires. Kind of
Well, I'm saying is that they're adding to the lexicon of the weather, like they have a word for man-made cloud, right? Something homogeneous Cyrus or something like that. Like something strange like that. Like they have names that are coming into weather patterns, but if you look at the record, there's been a lot of more overcast days than anything. And if that's the idea, then cannot they make it appear more humid, right? By blanketing it and then seeding.
Yeah, who knows all the different ways they do it. I imagine what they've even released to us
Well,
about creating clouds.
well, think about it. If you want to make it more humid,
technology.
right? You blanket the heat in. The idea is that they're claiming that they're going to
Oh,
see.
you just talked all over him again.
Yeah, man. I mean,
It's like they waited for him to start talking.
Geo starts into saying something, and then you just take over what Geo's saying with what you're saying, and we don't get to hear what Geo's saying.
I didn't hear him talk. Sorry,
That's all right.
Well, I think I was just saying, yeah, I mean, all the different technologies they have. What I was saying is that whatever information they've released to us about cloud seeding and the limited information, what I was saying is that my sense of it is that that's just a small portion of the actual technology that they have to be able to create, things like even hurricanes and different clouds.
Okay, so how about this? Remember I told you I filmed that footage? I filmed you know what's really unique about the footage? There's this fucking gray shadow or this black line shadow that goes across the sky like 2 or 3 times, like this massive, I don't know how to describe it. Maybe I'll post a video for you guys. And right after that, you see that wave pattern come. Like you see cartoon waves of it, right? Like a ripple in the water. You see that wave come across, and then the weather pattern changes.
I'm just going to go ahead.
I don't think these guys that have it now, I don't think they even invented it. They basically just stole it from the old world. I think they already had these what we refer to as directed energy weapons and these ways.
Well, look at the towers. I wanted to know
the ether. Like when you look at things like the pyramids and also like star forts, I think they were building circuits and already using this energy.
Yeah, but look at the 5G towers. I'm just thinking, how do I get to witness something like that? That has to be within my vicinity to see a signal in that nature, right? It has to be. I mean, it has to be local or at least in a vicinity that is close to me. I mean, I'm witnessing something that's emitting it, and it doesn't last long. It's only for, I mean, it's time lapsed. I'd have to go back and calculate how long it's there for, and then the weather pattern changes.
If you haven't,
the only thing that I can think about is the only thing that's new is the 5G towers. Now, could the 5G towers send a signal? I don't know. Maybe they're too low to the ground, perhaps. I don't know.
if you haven't gone up to a tower like that, go look at one and see how much electrical power is going up to those things. It's crazy.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, that's the only thing that I've noticed that's happening around us. And while that's happening around us, I captured an anomaly. And I was like, well, I've never seen that before. What's possibly around me that could emanate that kind of frequency or that pulsation that you see, like dropping a stone in water, right? Well, you got those towers. That's the only thing that I can think about, unless there's something else.
You remember the cartoons, and they would have a radio tower, and they'd have the pulse going out, and they would show the wave.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I saw that, and what's really crazy is there's this swiping effect that happens first. Like the whole frame is swiped with this, like the clouds. It's like a shadow's passing over top, and then it happens. So here, I'll try to dig it up and I'll try to post it. Discord, they won't let me upload a large file, so.
So, Geo, you were talking about the energy weapons being stolen technology from ancient times. What makes you think that?
Before he answers that, what about copper and vinegar producing light? How is that not used today, and why?
I don't know.
Well, you just need two solid material. You don't need to add anything to it. Together, they create a chemical reaction, right? But we have to have a other system to generate work anyway.
This whole time I've been thinking about how we were talking about this the other day, waters above and waters below. Where does it mention land or dirt or rocks when he's talking about waters below? It's kind of unrelated.
What do you mean? Like how land is related on that scale, or
Like, are we putting land under the umbrella of water?
well, that's making me think of like in terms of just a huge basin, like a planar surface of water, and then the land coming up out of it. It's like, what is the foundation? Is it the water or the land? Like what is it? Land that's in? Is it land that's in water, or is it water that's in land?
Because remember the other day we were talking about where Rakia is in Genesis. I have the page pulled up right now, and I don't see the word land in any of these translations. It's waters above, waters below, and the firmament between.
It doesn't use land; it uses earth.
It does say that the land stands up in the water, right? Or
Yeah.
the earth stands up in it. So, and the earth is all the encompassing of all minerals, matter.
Earth is the dirt. Water are the seas. Waters. They talks about waters below and waters above. It's been taught to me that the waters below are the seas, basically lakes and rivers, and then the waters above are the waters in the heavens, above the firmament.
Well, Rakia, have you ever thought why it's blue up there? Why do you think it's blue? They describe it here as Rayleigh scattering, right? And they claim that as light moves away moves towards you, it's blue, and as it moves away, it turns red, right? I forget what that's called. What's that called again?
Book I read,
red shift, blue shift, right?
Could be blue.
What's that?
It's crystal-like, so it could be a blue crystal, or it could be a crystal that with waters above it could look blue.
Well,
But
here's
it also
the thing.
could be
Here's my
energy-
logic. Here's my
energy.
logic. Well, here's my
Well,
logic, right?
that
When you
idea
look at
that
oxygen,
the blue is actually a crystal. That is awesome.
well, how I look at it is
wow,
oxygen.
that is so cool. I'm just thinking about that right now. Like the sky is like a gem. That's amazing.
And then you get the crystal, you get that vibration and lights that come through crystals like that and all that.
Well, oxygen is the founding thing of life here. Water and oxygen, right? Without water and oxygen, there'd be no life, right? And when you look at super cooled oxygen, what color is it? Do you know what color it is?
Blue.
Yeah, it's blue.
Yeah, but
So
all
I'm-
types of things are blue. Like a lot of things are blue that could be up there. I agree with
but
you.
in general, I'm just looking at it like, because water is very important, but oxygen, without it, well, what we construct as oxygen and what we quantify as oxygen is blue. Like at a super cooled state, oxygen is blue. And I'm just thinking, our creator, if he was to survive, wouldn't he surround himself by the same light? Like if he was made of the same thing, he would be surrounded by the same thing, which would be oxygen, right?
The
And
book
water.
I read says he's in dark waters.
Yeah, there you go.
Black
So
water.
dark waters are dark, but can you not have the essence of water? Essentially is blue because it contains oxygen in general. That's the over large bodies of water look blue because I believe oxygen is in the water, and therefore you're going to see a hint of oxygen over a larger quantity, right? And the reason why the sky is bluer, well, just as blue as the ocean, is because of the same factor. It contains oxygen. It's just the logic I'm
This
looking at.
debate, we had this, like, you go out to blue, I call it blue water when I go fishing, but if you lift that water into a container, it's not blue anymore. So, but I'm like, yeah, but you're changing the oxygen content. Like you're taking it. It's like a fish out of water, right? You're changing it. You're taking that water and putting it somewhere else, so it appears differently. I'm agreeing with you. You know what I'm saying there?
Well, I'm just saying that's what I'm looking up above. It looks like oxygen because of what we just described, and what life-giving food for us and plants and all the beings in this world is oxygen. What we constructed as oxygen, and but the reality behind it is that it's super cool. It's fucking blue, and over large quantities, it's fucking blue. And tell me how Rayleigh scattering affects the blueness of water. I mean, I guess it's just the redshift, blue shift, the quantification of the shifting of light, plus Rayleigh scattering gives you an idea why it's blue, but it doesn't tell you the underlying thing that oxygen is blue, right? So they're saying that the light is causing it, but maybe it's the absence of something else causing the blue, right? That's the idea of Rayleigh scattering. I don't know, man. It's just life-giving. Waters above is life-giving. And waters below, I think, are life-giving.
Yeah, that's like so interesting. Also, kind of underneath the same topic as the moon being a crystal, right? Maybe.
Well, it's not necessarily crystal. I'm just saying that as it moves through something, it has a charge. And I know on this earth, if you have the sun and the moon and the idea of the crystals, and you have these two crystals here, they'll generate light if they're obviously touching each other in this case. But it's just speculation, brother. Who fucking knows? I don't know. I just found it interesting. There's a company that, or a science university that did a paper or did a study, and they called themselves Gong. And when an object emits light from itself, how does it produce shadows? Right? It's kind of hard. It's kind of a conundrum there, right? So I think as it's moving through a field, it's interacting with what. I'm smoking weed and speculating of how the sun moves above the body of the earth that we're on and how it produces this illuminated surface, and then it disappears during the new moon. I find that absolutely. How would you ever prove that?
Wow. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, though. I actually caught all that.
You want to speculate on something?
Yeah.
Check out the pictures I posted it. And I'm having fun with Doofus and the guys. You know when there's an eclipse, right?
Do you know why I say a field? Because even ourselves, even our.
Sorry, go ahead, SE.
Thanks. I was just
Sorry,
wondering.
I had to temporarily mute you, man. You were just been interrupting and going on. And SE, yeah, go ahead, SE.
Yeah, I was just wondering everybody's opinion. I'm asking Doofus and NASA here. When we see an eclipse, right? The picture that I posted there. I'm asking him where the moon is. And he draws a circle, right? So I asked him to reproduce it, and look what he showed. He put a ball against the window. 1 minute past the hour.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, but you see the outline there, right? Of the ball?
What, on the second one?
On the second one, yeah.
I guess so, yeah. It's a little dark, but.
Is that the same as when we see an eclipse? We don't see nothing there. We just see the outline on the sun, right? But we don't see anything else around it.
Oh, yes. Now I actually see what it is. I had to kind of see it better. Okay. Yeah. No, it's a great point. See, actually, this is perfect. Dude, does Doofus realize what he just did? because
No,
he's showing a ball blocking light, and you can see the light coming around the ball.
exactly my point.
Whoa, hey, that's what we've been saying all these years. Oh my gosh.
That's what I've
But
been
I don't
saying.
get it.
And laughing at me. Yeah.
Oh, you
I
don't
don't
get
get
it,
it.
Show? Dude, look at it.
No, I don't understand why it seems so profound.
You can see the outline of okay, he's holding a ball. You can see a ball. You can see the light coming up on the top, on the bottom, around the edges. There's a glow to it. You can tell it's a sphere. So if you're trying to claim the moon is a sphere that's intersecting, it doesn't appear that way. There's all we see is a black, like almost like a complete absorption of light in the case of a solar eclipse. There isn't.
So let me tell you something.
There's no.
Yeah, sorry.
The light should be coming up around it, reflecting off it the way that it does in his picture. He just demonstrated it.
The one where Doofus is in his window with the ball, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then look at the next
I'm gonna
one.
let Left Lane break it down for you, dude, because it's pretty obvious.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I didn't want to feel like I don't want to hog the mic.
SC was kind of finishing what he was saying as well about it.
But you have more to say?
Oh, that's it. I'm anxious for an answer. Like
who's Doofus's picture, because obviously Doofus has his fucking flash on. He's got fucking light inside his house. So you'd have to take that light away in order to get an observation that you could kind of claim was comparable.
Well, you said you were going to recreate it as well, if I remember, a couple of months ago.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was in here that you said it.
Recreate what? I don't understand.
Well, recreate that scenario for me, where you can have a bright light, have an object, go be seen, just like the scenario of the eclipse, right? We never see the moon. Everybody's aware of this, right? When there's a real eclipse, you never see a moon. It's a sunny day, right? You look up, and then all of a sudden you just see a blockage, like part of the sun missing. You never see the moon from the side, but somehow it blocks the whole sun and makes day night. And then when it leaves, you don't see it from the side ever. It just becomes daytime.
Did you know, SC, that China has an explanation for that, and it isn't the moon that does it?
Well, I've heard many explanations, but no, I'm not aware of the Chinese one. No, what is it?
I'd have to actually get you the name, but there's nodes that they calculate, and there's a node for this one too, but they give it some sort of dragon name.
Yeah, it's called Wong. It's called Wong theory. It's a second part of Wong theory.
A Wong Gong
That was.
I mean, what else could it be, though, guys? What I mean, there's obviously
the thing is, though, to reiterate, I hear you on that. That's a whole deeper question. I don't think are you talking about what happens at a solar eclipse?
Yeah,
I don't think that's the moon at all.
What do you think it is?
We all had welding helmets during the last one, and dude, that was the thing because when I got into flat Earth, I asked everybody, "Where's the moon? Where's the moon?" They're like, "I don't know." And then we put all our fucking welded helmets on to see the eclipse happen, and nobody saw where the moon came from. All of a sudden, it just appeared coming up from the bottom and across it.
I do the same thing every month.
Yeah, Howard, you can see the moon in full daylight. If you put a welding helmet on, you're certainly not going to see it.
It doesn't matter. I can't see it. I can't see it.
Well,
period.
But this demonstration that he did, he took a little sphere and then he blocked it with the light, and there's light reflecting around the edges of the sphere. So we don't see that during any eclipses. Like there's no indication that there's a moon there. Okay, here's the claim I'll make. During a new moon cycle, let's say roughly, especially within 7 degrees on both sides, but even as much as 15, but for sure 7, the moon is just not visible. It is absolutely invisible and just isn't seen. And never, as far as we know in the history of humans, unless, get into some other concepts or other ideas, but it's like during a new moon, it just isn't visible. So an eclipse, of course, is during a new moon. So that's already the case. And I've never seen anything that has indicated that it actually is a sphere or a rocky sphere. Meaning what we actually observe is this just black hole, like literally, it's just like a black circle.
It's Is nobody going to mention the second set of photos I posted?
No, but the one shows the light reflecting around the ball, which that's what Essie is saying, and I would agree. Is
No,
that
the second set,
as
Gio.
the moon would be approaching, you would see a sphere approaching. It would be very evident.
Yeah,
No,
to
the
Doofus's credit, he
second
did
set of
better on the
photos,
second
Gio.
attempt. To Doofus's credit, he did better on the second attempt. Now, Doofus, now what you gotta show is like the actual thing, right? Show the ball
Yeah, I did.
coming there, disappearing,
Oh, I see.
right? Blocking. Now
Yeah,
you gotta
I
do the
showed
whole
you
thing.
what I'm using to do the blockage, dude.
The second attempt was good. I gotta hand it to him. How did you do that, Doofus?
I got outside because the window was not diffracting, was moving some of the light around. Obviously, the window was part of the problem on the first go round.
Yeah, but you have to have a light that's as bright as daylight.
Standing
that's
out.
what was my next thing.
Standing
Yeah.
outside, I'll go ahead and finish. Now, standing outside, I don't have the problem where the window pane is redirecting some of that light, and you can see that the ball is, like was mentioned earlier, that black void that's causing part of that obstruction.
No, you did
Okay,
good.
so
Kudos. I give you credit. You did better on the second one. But the thing is, you need a real bright light, like the sun. And you got to do make the ball come towards it, go in front of it, block, and then leave.
I showed you where the ball was, SE.
Yeah, I think.
But
Okay, so I thought.
you just took a picture of one scenario, which I'm giving you kudos. You did good, right? But,
Yeah,
I
and I
want to see
showed
the
you what I'm
whole.
blocking the light with, which is a ball.
That's
I
all
turned
right.
it
He's gonna
on in order
finish.
to show you the
That's
object
all
that
right,
I'm
Doofus.
using.
Doofus, don't worry about it. Essie will finish later after you cutting him off.
No, like I was saying, very good. Now recreate it properly. Get a really big light and a smaller object. But the main thing, a bright light, and make it come from the side. Like the whole bit from the side, block, and then leave.
Right,
If
because
you
it would
can
have
do
to be.
that, bro, kudos.
Yeah, because it would have to be a
So
light that is
the
essentially
photo
Let me
that
just
you
say something real
showed.
quick. Hold on, let me just say something real quick. It would have to be a light essentially that is as bright as daylight. Because when the solar eclipse happens, it's usually in the broad daylight. Of course, if it's cloudy or something like that. But if it's not excessively stormy or cloudy, it's daylight, and then this huge rock that you guys claiming it's a sphere out there approaches it. So it'd be very different. Like the second one you did, yeah, you went outside and it's a very dim light. That's really not comparable because we're talking about a sphere that is having as much of the light of the sun blasting on it.
Yeah, it has to be really bright.
Let me go ahead and address that. Let me go ahead and address that. What Essie showed was a photo of a very low exposure photo of the sun, obviously because the sun is not overblown in the photo. That is equivalent to taking a picture of a less bright light because he's lowered the exposure on his camera. That makes the two scenarios equivalent.
No, I didn't. It's a solar filter.
In addition, the photo that he showed is of one static scenario where there is some blockage. I reproduced that blockage, but now I'm being asked to reproduce more than what he produced.
No, I have a video. You want to see a video of that same scenario? Hold on. I'll show you a video of it. I don't ask you that's something that I haven't done. Hold on, let me find it.
You did ask to recreate the photo. I recreated the photo.
Right, and I gave you kudos for it, did I not? Now I'm telling you, if you can recreate the solar eclipse scenario, because I don't think it can be done.
That I need to do more than what you asked me to do. Yes, I understand. That's exactly what you're telling me to do.
Yeah, I gave you did what I asked you. Would you want a lollipop or something? I'm telling you, thank you. You did it. Bravo.
Right, but you issued a challenge. You said, I challenge anybody here. Reproduce this.
and he's saying
there it is.
you.
Challenge successful.
Man.
You met it. Yes.
Well, but what he's saying is true, though, is that you haven't actually recreated the scenario. You've done something. It's a start. It's
Oh, don't bullshit me, Gio. Don't
It's
say I
something
didn't
that
reproduce what he photoed.
compare with other things, but we're talking about actually producing a very bright thing and an actual sphere. Because what will happen is
the
the light
exposure
will
thing,
be
Gio?
It's okay. Gio will finish right after you're done interrupting. Maybe complain about being
It seems
interrupted
he's
again.
not listening to the exposure explanation. Why?
Yeah, I think we heard you, and we all thanked you for what you did. It's amazing that you did that so quickly. You just can't accept the praise and move on to a new thing like, can you reproduce this? If you can't or you don't want to, that's fine. But just to over talk and act like a little baby is weird.
Just move the goalpost, Rocky.
And then to move the goalpost,
I didn't move
is not
anything.
like a baby.
You did too. You did exactly what you asked for, and now you got
That
to move the
wasn't
goalpost.
me. Again, you don't know what you're talking about. That was SE paid NASA Shield. You're an idiot.
Well, you basically took what he did and said, "Oh, that's not good enough. Let's move some goalposts and do some more work for me."
That wasn't me, idiot.
Yes, it was you. I just heard you say it.
All right, listen, I can only speak for myself. I definitely was hearing what they were saying and seeing what they were doing. And I definitely, I don't know whether I was the first one to say it or something, but I definitely said yes. Now, to actually create it, because we originally were talking about what is the solar eclipse? What is that black thing? If it's not the moon, what is it, etc.? How does it all work? We're talking about all that. And then this idea that it's a sphere means that a sphere has to actually approach, it's called a syzygy. It's when three things are all in alignment, three celestial object, a syzygy. So once that syzygy occurs, and before it occurs, that sphere of the moon would be right in between you and the sun, and it would start approaching. So there would be physical and observable effects of an actual rock sphere, and there isn't. And that's where we're getting into that part of it. And so for him to recreate it, that's what would need to be done. Like we're saying, like a very bright light and an actual sphere. Of course, it's still going to be impossible to recreate the scale of it, but that would at least be closer to it, rather than what he did, which is went out in the middle of the night, had some kind of little light in the distance, and just put a ball between it. That's not the same thing.
Right. You conveniently left out the exposure explanation again. Thanks, Gio. Fucking honest conversation, my ass.
Well, the way conversations work is I say something, and then someone else says something, and then someone else says something. So you were interrupting over what I was saying. I was just saying my piece, and when you have the floor, go ahead and say whatever you'd like about exposures.
Okay. I already went over it, but we'll do it again, since Essie produced a photo that had its exposure turned down very far, or it had a filter, most likely.
He had a filter.
That is
He told you he
equivalent to
did. You just
recording.
wasn't
That is
listening.
equivalent to recording. That
Well,
is
that's okay.
equivalent to recording.
Lucas can finish when you
that is
get done talking
equivalent
over
to
him,
recording.
Rocky.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no problem, Blue. Hey, don't talk over Doofus, Blue. That's rude.
That is equivalent to recording. That is equivalent to recording a lesser light source. The amount of light that it is capturing is the same in both scenarios. And also, I uploaded
It's
another
not
3.
the same, bro. It's not. I use the solar filter.
Yeah, to reduce the amount of light reaching the camera, which is the same thing as recording a lesser light source.
And doesn't pay NASA Shield for like an idiot now, knowing that it's SC and not Rakia doing this test.
Also, I did upload 3 more photos. If anybody wanted to see the goalposts move after that, go ahead.
There's no goalposts that are moved. This is not NASA doing his thing. Let's forget about him. Let's have a decent conversation. I gave you compliments. First, I was laughing because we saw the thing, right? Then you went out, you produced another picture. Now, what did I say on the second picture? I said, way to go.
You said I need to do more.
No, I said, way to go. You produced it. Now, it wasn't under the right circumstances, but I still gave you kudos. I was nice. I was polite. Now, the whole thing here is the solar eclipse to recreate the moon coming, not being seen from the side, blocking the sun, and then leaving. Don't you understand that, man? Like,
Okay, so I produced another 3 photos. They're still there, Essie. You can look at them at any time.
you want me to give you another kudos? Like, how many? When can
Right,
you
but you're
accept
asking for something
what
I've
job
already
well
provided.
done? What does it take? Like, I don't understand you, man.
Right, but you're asking for something I've already provided.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not asking for something you provided. You provided a picture, right?
Right, and that's why I
We're
said there's
talking
3
about the
more.
solar eclipse, bro. Not just a
Yeah, that's
picture of
why
it.
I said there's
The
3
whole
more, Essie.
scenario.
The 3 additional
Egress.
ones I posted. Right,
Forget
the
it,
3
man.
additional
Forget
ones
it.
I posted.
Whatever.
It's okay. Go ahead, dude.
The 3 additional ones I posted
somebody
was to satisfy your request for something coming in from the side unobserved and continually blocking more and more. That's what those 3 photos are doing. They're satisfying that request that you're making.
All right, now don't interrupt when someone speaks and let him actually respond.
Congratulations, right? You did well on the picture. Now I'm asking, not you, forget about you. You did your thing. I'm asking anybody else if they can recreate the whole scenario. Like, I repeat, when we see a solar eclipse, it's a clear day. We see nothing. Then all of a sudden, we see it getting darker. Why? Because we see something blocking the sun. But all we see is a shadow. We don't see the rest of whatever that is. And then we see a complete blockage. We see a dark circle. Then we see that circle moving away, but disappearing and leaving part of the brightness. And then when it goes away, right, this big, huge rock, supposedly, there's nothing there. It's just clear daylight. This is what I want recreated.
So you want Doofus to do this in the day, or you want an actual
You're not-
hole to cover the sun? Or I don't
To do
understand.
it during the day, you would have to do it outside the atmosphere.
No, it's actually
Right.
a good idea. Just do it in the daytime. Use the actual sun, and just have a couple of big spheres.
That's the
Right. So the
Yeah,
So
but
that's
how
the problem,
how would
that's for
Doofus
sure.
or anybody be able to create something big enough to block out the sun and turn the whole sky black?
No, let's
Like,
not run now. I never said the sun. Use a light bulb, a real bright light bulb. Use
so like
whatever
a
you
light
want.
bulb in a room, and then cover it with something so that the whole room turns dark.
How about a massive spotlight outside?
Mhm.
They even have those, like, have you seen those, like, world's brightest flashlights? Yeah, those are really, like, if you
Yeah, don't blind yourself.
yeah, if you put it like 5 inches from paper, it just lights it on fire.
Yeah,
But anyway,
yeah.
some kind of
Okay,
very, very, very
someone
bright
should
light.
use that.
Yeah, have a
Uh-huh.
very bright light like that, and then have maybe the biggest beach ball you can find, or maybe one of those
Uh-huh.
big balls, like, those balls where you can, like, get in them and roll around and stuff. Anyways, get
Mhm.
some big, huge sphere like that, and then recreate it. Yeah.
Okay.
And then use that sphere to cover the light so that the whole room you're in turns dark, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's your theory.
It's your thing.
No,
Do
but
whatever,
I
whichever
need
way.
to clear up.
that's what you guys
I
are
need to
asking
clear up
for.
something real quick, though. If your request is for some sort of bright light source, Gio, would it interest you to know that that's a high pressure sodium lamp? It's not like it's just some 40-watt house bulb that I'm using in this example.
Awesome. Kudos again, man. Hey, what is the explanation why we don't see the moon during the day during the eclipse?
That is the solution to this situation. Is a good solid explanation why we don't see the moon during the daytime.
Yeah,
Is it
I've never
because
been.
of too much?
Because it's too close to the sun. It's the same reason we don't see stars. But my question is now, how is what Doofus did not enough to satisfy what you guys are asking
It
for?
is. It is. We praised him for it. Maybe you're late.
No, I heard all of that, but you guys still want more, right?
Not more. Different. Not more.
Different.
This is different.
Okay.
Yeah, was
Oh.
that explanation of why we don't see the moon correct? It's too close to the sun during the whole part of the day?
Well, that and the fact that the atmosphere is between you and the moon.
That's the atmosphere. It's like
Yeah,
the
but
light is saturated in such that you don't see the moon.
Okay, so it's the sunlight saturating the moon is why we don't see it?
Well, the main thing I would think would be because it's actual relationship between you and where the light's coming from. Since the light's coming from behind where the moon is, it's unlikely for you to be lighting up any part of the moon that you'd be facing.
Yeah, the part of the moon that you see is not lit up by the sun, and the thing in between you and the moon is bright blue. So in the daytime, you don't end up seeing that very dark thing through the very bright blue sky.
And it's
Not reflecting any light because of the angle. I get it. All right. The whole day it's like that. The whole day it stays so close to the moon. So close to the sun. It's not eclipsing yet, but it's so close at that angle. It's saturated.
Isn't it also solar eclipses happen during a new moon? So,
Yes.
or am I wrong?
Always,
Only a new
always.
moon.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
So
asking. What's
when
the
there's a new
explanation
moon,
for
you,
this?
you can't even see the moon.
Well, that's what I'm asking. What's the explanation, the full explanation of a new moon? And they're telling me it's saturation. You know,
It's not the direction that the sun is not able to hit the side of the moon that you could see if you could see it.
You want me to tell you the actual scenario of the new moon?
But that's it.
The moon is in front of the sun, and it's 5 degrees off. That's the explanation why we don't see it.
At the
Not
most, the
always.
max. Yeah, it's not 5 degrees, probably rarely ever, but it is sometimes 5 degrees. It's as much as 5 degrees.
No, it is 5 degrees from what I remember. Not sometimes, not whatever.
That's the range of
the
its.
number.
That's the range of the difference between the plane and its orbital plane, but that's the maximum difference. So,
But it's actually
the same way that it's.
It's 5 degrees on both sides, though, of the
Yeah.
of the center.
Still going to be a maximum of 5 degrees. Yes.
So now listen to the story they've told you. They told you the brightest thing in the sky that gives us all that we know, blinds us in the daytime, and the biggest rock that they say is in the sky that we see clearly at night. Well, the only time we don't see it is during the day when this huge rock is like 5 degrees next to the brightest thing in the sky. Yeah, that makes sense.
It does if the moon is in
It
front
does.
of the sun. Yes.
okay. We wouldn't get Earth. We wouldn't get any Earth shine off that side of the moon, like reflection of the sun from the Earth to the moon.
You can, in fact, if you get some very sensitive photography equipment, you can measure, or you can observe the surface details on the moon. They're very, very dim compared to the sky, so it's very hard to pick them out.
I don't think that exists.
You got any of those?
Picture.
What,
Sorry,
Earth shine on the moon during the day?
Right before an eclipse, yeah.
But it has to be right before an eclipse?
No,
Why
I'm
does
just
it have to
asking.
be right before an eclipse?
Okay, or any new moon, which would be pretty much the time of an eclipse. It's just not going in front of it. It might be going below it or above it, right?
You know what I just thought about? This is actually interesting. So, like in the zodiac, like I don't know why I've never thought about it this way before, but you have degrees, 1 degree, 2 degree, 3, etc. So during like a solar eclipse, for example, there'll be like 4 things that are all lined up: the sun, the moon, and then the north node and the south node, the nodes of the moon. So those are all lining up. But basically for like that, because the sun and the moon, they don't move that fast. I mean, the sun is like roughly 1 degree per day. And of course the moon is quicker, but essentially they're in what's called orb, like they're within a degree or two for like a whole day. But the eclipse is very brief. And because what they're saying is that those two things are actually lining up in a perfect line, but in reality, they're actually just within like a degree or two range for the whole day. So it's kind of an empty picture as to how they're describing that, like, oh yeah, they're basically just within a degree in the sky, because they're not always exactly lined up either. Like sometimes they're like, when the eclipse happens, they might be a degree off, even as much as 2 degrees. I mean, it has to be lined up with the nodes, so that whole thing has to be lined up. But it's not like it's not like to the minute. That's not how it works. But the eclipse itself, the solar eclipse, is fairly short lasting. So basically, in a nutshell, think about having like the hour hand and the minute hand are both just like within a degree of each other. They're not passing over each other at the time of the eclipse. They're just there next to each other, in the degrees in the sky. And then just for the time of the eclipse, we get that event that happens, the darkening of the sun.
But you have to remember that the moon phases happen because the moon is going around the Earth constantly, and so you're not just seeing the fact that the orbital planes or the orbital plane is lining with the ecliptic plane. You're seeing the moon's passage, around the sun. So that's just how long it takes for it to pass in front of the sun.
Well, for example, Coach, just real quick, I just posted a chart. This is for the Great American Eclipse 2017. It was that big one in August. check it out. See, the moon is at 25 degrees Leo. The sun is at 28 degrees Leo. So, and then you see the north node that looks like a little horseshoe. That's at 24. So basically the nodes are at 24, the moon's at 25, the sun's at 28, and the eclipse will just happen within that period. It's not right when this moon gets to 28 right on top of the sun.
Well, I was about to say that you said 25 and 28 because
they're exactly they're even the same minutes on this one. 25 degrees 39 minutes, 28 degrees 39 minutes.
Well,
what happened to those special eclipse glasses that we all used to have to wear?
I stopped wearing
remember
mine.
those. Yeah.
Remember when we were growing up?
We still need to wear them.
Yeah, if you want to directly observe the eclipse, you can get something that's essentially the same thing as like SAU Montreal used, like a solar filter, except for your eyes.
But Kosha, do you know what I mean? Like looking at that chart there, just to finish that point real quick, like if it was the moon coming in front of the sun, then you would expect that at the time, if it's the heliocentric thing, you would expect that at the time of the eclipse, it would go from 25, 26, it would actually be right. It's called a conjunction. It'd be at an exact conjunction during the time of the eclipse, but that's not what occurs. It's just generally like within a couple degrees, and the eclipse is just a short lasting thing. So that doesn't match with heliocentrism.
One moment, sir, because just 1 second, because I see this as 6 a.m. Like I said, San Francisco time, something like that. What I'm trying to tell you is that the moon and the sun, they go around the Earth at about 3% difference per day. So if 3% or 3 degrees. Either way,
24 hours, 50 minutes.
No, you're right. We should. I don't know if the time on that chart is correct for when that, but we'd have to look at the exact time.
Well, that's not when the eclipse happened. I know that.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. When did the eclipse happen?
I think it was like 3 hours after this.
It was in the afternoon here in the Eastern time zone.
Yeah.
I was in the
right. So there's
totality.
There's no way that the couple hours would make the moon move 3 degrees.
No, that's what I'm saying to you though. In a given day though, not 3 degrees, but 3%. It'll move 3% slower than the moon. 3%. 3% is what 9.
I don't think you get what I'm saying, Coach. Okay, imagine like the hour hand and the minute hand on a clock. Now, what you guys are claiming happens during a solar eclipse, essentially, if we're going to pretend like the sun and the moon are like hour hand, minute hand, when they all line up, the hour hand and the minute hand are right on top of each other. It's the alignment of the 3 spheres, and then boom, you get that eclipse. But what I'm telling you is that in this scenario, like in that eclipse, imagine the hour hand and the minute hand, the sun and the moon, are now 3 degrees apart. Now you're claiming an eclipse is happening, even though they're actually 3 degrees apart.
What I'm claiming to you is that I'm trying to do 3% of 360. I think it's about 10 degrees. Let's just call it that. That means that in a given 24-hour period on that day, even though they're going to be at one point during the day, they're going to be at the same, position basically. It's going to be as much as 10 degrees away from the moon 24 hours later. So.
That doesn't explain it, because I mean the whole degrees that I'm talking about are the actual degree in the sky amongst the fixed star background. So that's the actual position of them.
That's what I'm talking about too.
Yeah, the moon relative to the sun on each day will be offset by almost 13 degrees every single day. So from one day to the next, the difference is 13 degrees or so. So if it starts the day at 3 degrees difference, you're damn sure they'll actually be able to encounter each other over the course of the day. Do 360 divided by 28. See what you get.
See, that's the thing with me. During a solar eclipse,
that doesn't really describe it, because you have moon. Go ahead, Howard.
I'm just saying. I mean, if you track the moon on a daily basis. And during a solar eclipse, the moon is exactly where it's supposed to be, blocking the sun. I mean, that's where the moon is supposed to be. I don't see how we're getting around that.
Right.
The moon is, yes, we see the moon approach the sun and then disappear. So as far as one would assume, it's there. And it always comes out like a new moon, as it were. It comes out the other side, but we don't see it when it's there. But I hear what you're saying. What I was talking about is that, I mean, I don't have to repeat it again, but the degrees don't match up. Like I said, if you have like the hour hand and the minute hand, and they're actually 3 minutes off, that's when the eclipse happens. But if it was really because they were lining up and it was a globe Earth, you would expect that the eclipse would happen when they both get to the exact same degree and minute.
But Geo, if you're having an issue with, well, if you're having an issue with a 3-degree difference, remember, like if you just take 360 degrees, divide it by 28, that's how much separation per day the moon is supposed to be able to cover that ground. Okay? Now, over the course of one day, the moon can make up 12 or 13 degrees worth of ground. So if it starts the day at 3 degrees different, it will be able to make up that ground.
That's just a non-answer. It actually doesn't address what I'm even referring to.
It does.
When I'm talking
3
about
degrees
degrees,
difference.
these are actual degrees in the sky. So like if you're standing on the ground, you're looking up at the sky, the whole 360 degrees. So 1, 2, 3, etc. Now the sun and the moon are supposed to be up there. Well, they are. They're in a conjunction, so they're very close to each other. So what these things do is it's called applying and separating, are the technical terms. So basically, as the moon approaches the sun, it's called applying. So it'll go from, let's say, 7 degrees down to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then 0, and that's called the conjunction. So that's right when they line up precisely. And then after they're done lining up, then the moon will continue on its way, and it'll then go 1 degree, 2 degree, 3 degree, 4. It'll start growing in degrees. So it's approaching and separating. And what I'm saying is that if it were heliocentric and these 3 balls, that's what it would be. Those 3 would be lining up. And what I'm saying is that what should occur is that the degree should match with the timing of the eclipse. So when it's 5, whatever the time is, of the day, but as we could just look at the degrees of where they are, and what should happen is that let's say the sun's at 28 degrees. As the moon approaches 28, the eclipse should occur right when it hits exactitude, because that's when all 3 balls are lined up. And it should only happen when those 3 things are lined up. And then it should separate and continue on its way. What I'm telling you is that the actual position of the sun and the moon in the degree in the sky are, let's say, 3 degrees apart when the eclipse happens, and they're not phasing over each other. They do that very slowly. It takes days for that to occur. That's not happening in seconds the way that, so it's off. It just doesn't.
Right. Using the terminology that you just provided, applying, the moon can apply at a rate of almost 13 degrees per day. If it's off by 3 degrees, it can make it over the course of a single day. This isn't really that hard.
I understand the exact pace that the moon moves. I'm aware of the exact degree progression. That's true. But the thing is that the exactitude of the degree alignment of the sun and the moon, there is an exactitude. Like, that does exist. Like, meaning every time there's a new moon, there's a point at which it's exact, meaning they are at the exact same degree, exact same minute. That doesn't correlate with the actual time solar eclipses happen.
Okay, can I get an example of that, since you already mentioned that the one that you posted was not the exact time?
Well, I've looked at hundreds of charts over my life, so I mean, if not thousands of eclipses, to see that it doesn't, but we could look at as many as you'd like. Yeah, just give me times and dates of eclipses. I can pull up any one we want. You can just look in the ephemeris. I can pull it up on mine. So yeah, you'll see it doesn't correlate.
Well, of course, there is no exact time of the eclipse unless you give a specific location.
He's talking about syzygy, when they're perfectly lined up. There is an exact time for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the center of the Earth.
But no, Blue's right. It could be slightly different.
The 2017 eclipse started out south of the Aleutian Islands and went all the way over into the mid-Atlantic.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, the syzygy would still be one specific time. It's just that whatever direction the Earth happened to be facing at that time is where that solar eclipse would be observed at syzygy. There would be one intersection for that.
Right. So why doesn't the eclipse, if the eclipse is caused by a syzygy, like let's just say you're in New York City, just to give an example, you're sitting there, you can, with an ephemeris, you can understand where the sun and the moon are in terms of their degree by either tracking them previously or understanding, etc. So you know what the degree is. So you're there, and you pull up a chart or your ephemeris, or you verify it yourself for your location. So we're not talking about like somebody that's somewhere else. You're in New York. If it's the three balls lining up, then the eclipse should occur when the sun and the moon hit the exact same degree. But like I said, that isn't how it is. The reality of it is that during a new moon cycle, the sun, the moon, and the north node and the south node are within a range. Sometimes 1 degree, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, 4. And that's why there's partial eclipses and total eclipses, etc. But my point is that those are always like several degrees kind of spaced out, and they're all unique and they're all different. It is connected to partial and total eclipses. So clearly there is like a correlation on that part of it. But when the eclipse occurs, the sun and the moon might be 1 degree apart. They might be 2 degrees apart. It might be 3.5 degrees apart, a range. So what is your explanation for that on a heliocentric model? If it's actually three balls lining up, why isn't the eclipse happening when the three balls are actually lined up, when they're actually in a syzygy? Why is it happening when they're just randomly like 2 to 3 degrees apart?
Not
That's what we need to verify.
Oh.
Here, I got this for you, Theo.
I mean, it also doesn't really fit with it being the moon on a planar Earth either. Like if you were to say, okay, the sun and the moon are in their degrees of 360 degrees above a stationary planar Earth, it also doesn't correlate for it to be the moon. It's both.
It always correlates, Gio. You might
Like the
think you
sun and
found some
the sun and the
observation
moon
that
are,
doesn't fit.
they're both in the same part of the sky because it's a new moon. But when the actual eclipse happens for those actual minutes, they're not at exactitude.
Okay, try the date and time that I've posted for you. You may have to do some time zone conversion because in that case, CDT is off by 5 hours from UTC.
Oh, you pulled that one up.
Yeah, it's posted.
Yeah, to see that track across the United States, it makes me realize how lucky I was to be at the right place at the right time that I got to witness it.
All right, and I believe that point that it's pointing out there, the central location, that would be where the syzygy was.
Okay, so tell me, I'll pull up the chart and then I'll post it.
No, syzygy is
I'll show you it's not aligned. What is that? 125 Central, and what does that mean? Like 125 p.m. Central or something?
Central Daylight Time, yes. So that would be 5 hours off from UTC.
All right, what is that in Pacific? Or
that may not be syzygy, by the way.
Never mind. I'll just do it in that one. Never mind.
I think greatest eclipse point is when the moon is perfectly in the center of the sun.
Right, but the point on the ground at which they can observe that should be in line with the center of the moon, ideally. Or at least a line that passes through the center of the moon.
Okay, so you said that is PM?
Yeah, that's PM.
125 Central Time. And then what's the location there? Just like a city name or,
I don't know, it's like Ohio or something. Or Indiana or something. Indiana, Illinois border somewhere. I don't know. That's too far south. It's in there somewhere.
Well, because I'm pulling up a chart for it. I'm going to show you how it doesn't line up with the sun and the moon actually being aligned.
If you can do Southern Illinois or something, or
just give me a name of a city. And what's other? Kentucky, Tennessee? I can't really tell. It's not zoomed in. Give me something there.
Madisonville, Tennessee, according to Carnivore.
Oh yeah, right on the border. Okay.
I caught about 1 minute and 30 seconds of it on my back deck.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Tell you what, it was an experience, man. It was chilling.
Yeah, literally chilling.
Yeah. 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 Very strange.
Yeah.
So, Blue, if you don't mind me asking, you ever going to have that debate with Mobius or what?
If he ever quits running from me, yeah.
Yeah.
He ain't running from you, man. Come on.
He's totally allowed
I've been
on
waiting. Listen, I've been waiting on him for months, Jesse. He knows
So
where
it's
I
a
am.
go then. Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah, Mobius has been informed that he's totally invited to be on Blue Marble Science's server.
So the date was set then?
He will never set a date.
Mm-hmm.
He told you he can't. He has a crazy schedule, and I understand. I'm a bit like him. But the fact is, you accepted, and it's going to happen. So, okay. You just have to wait for the right time. So I guess you're going to do it here on Geo's?
That's you guys making up stuff.
Okay, where is this going to happen? We said, okay, how about Rumpus?
Nothing's been said. I'm telling you, nothing has been set up.
Okay, how about Rumpus? Well, we can do it on Rumpus's, inaugurate his new channel.
Does Rumpus have a Discord?
Are you talking about Blue with Mobius, or is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Blue with Mobius, yeah.
Is this like a particular topic, or is it just like an ongoing beef the two of you have? You're just kind of, is that what's going on?
I don't know. He's the one that challenged me, Gio. We'd have to ask him. I thought he wanted to talk about LIGO.
I'm sure
has been one.
The topics for sure.
Well, I'm just wondering why. Like, I mean, a lot of people have all kinds of discussions. I'm wondering why this one with you two seems to have so much. It's like a whirlwind. I'm just wondering why it's a whirlwind. why can't you just talk if you want to talk, or set up a stream, or do whatever, just if you want to. I just don't see why there's like
Well, what I've seen of it, Gio, is Mobius is claiming that Blue is running from him, but Blue's actually accepted his challenge. They just haven't set up a date yet.
Yeah, they're both claiming they're running from each other.
you got a case of the runs.
From what I heard.
Can I get a mic?
Well, I mean, at what point is it like excessive drama versus just setting up a call, and if people want to listen in, they can listen in? I mean,
well, it's hype before the fight. UFC, the two fighters. I'm on this, I'm on that. That's one of those.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pluck your eyebrows. I'm gonna break your neck.
How dare you?
No, I'm just messing around. I'm looking forward to this. It's gonna be good.
I don't even know what we're talking about. I was literally just hoping that my mic worked.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, it sounds pretty clear.
Nice. It better.
It sounds good, dude.
All right, cool.
I can actually hear you with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like an actual mic.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's way more clear.
Yeah.
It's a Shure SM7B, so it better be clear.
Oh yeah, those are good mics. Those are like classics in the field. SM87s and
Yo, maybe I can jump on FED now and actually be heard. I'm just kidding. Sort of.
You can't defeat the mute button.
Yeah, but I can get the fundy mute. I can beat the fundy mute button. What was this fight you were talking about, Montreal?
It's Blue and Mobius.
Yeah.
Big time scrap.
Debate of the decade. according to Biff.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, would you guys be in support of of Oakley and I debating on MDD?
As if Oakley's going to go anywhere.
Yeah, no.
I'd watch it.
Yeah, I know the Glovers would eat it up, bro. Flat Earthers infighting.
I think he's run out of Glober guests, so he needs to start some shit internally, I think.
Somebody made this incorrectly. It doesn't know how dates work.
What are you going to debate him on? The ether, I suppose. What's it?
That atomism is a philosophical worldview derived of materialism, and it's just as philosophical as the ether, yeah.
I won't be tuning in for that
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Sorry.
Sounds interesting. Now that's going to be a debate of the century, decade.
It'll never happen, let's be real. Did you guys know that they said that the photon can turn into an electron and vice versa?
An electron?
Yeah, yeah. That's literally like how a photon is defined. It can turn into
Or
an electron.
and a positron.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Well, the
fucking
photoelectric
magic.
effect, right? That's what
Well,
I guess you're talking about.
partially. I mean, yeah, that's one example. It turns into a quote unquote photoelectron. But dude, the stuff they say about a photon. Bro, have you ever seen Dragon Ball Z?
Sorry, so that it turns into a photon?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's your belief system.
Are you sure they're not describing it going down to like the electron going down to a lower energy state and emitting a photon?
That's the photoelectric effect. That's right. That actually is. The other thing is, but the other thing, photons can turn into electron and positron.
Okay, I've never heard that.
Bro, because most people have never heard what they believe in. I didn't know this either. I'm not going to pretend I did. I started researching. I'm like, it's worse than I thought. That's called pseudoscience, fellas.
Love you too. That's nothing compared to what the quantum stuff says. I mean, that's like tame compared to superpositioning, for example.
Well, yeah, but this is the thing, Montreal. They have a cop out with superpositioning, right? Like, I can make the Globers' arguments better than them a lot of the times. It's the same thing with this. So, superposition is mathematical. Kosho, take some notes. I'm helping you out here. So, a lot of people get confused with superposition. They're like, well, it's just something we don't understand and blah, blah, blah. And people think it means things could be in two different places at once. But here's the little caveat. It's mathematical construct. So, if I sent you a red watch in an envelope and I sent you let's say, a blue watch in an envelope. So I sent them to two different locations. As soon as you open the envelope and you saw the red watch, you would instantly know that the other envelope has the blue watch. So it isn't that there's literally two watches in two locations simultaneously. It's that you can immediately deduce information about the other one once you figure out about the first, due to probability distribution. Most Glovers don't know that. I mean,
Yeah,
like
it's
I
a little
said,
bit more screwed up than that as well, because what you just said now. You want to go, Coach?
No, I thought you were going to say Bell's test, because Bell's test shows that that's not the case. There's no hidden variable.
No, the crazy thing about superposition, it's not that it can be in this, that it's all possible. This is the crazy thing about it, you know? It's in all possible positions.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not just
So
left or right. It's left, up, down, this way, that way, all at the same time. And
well,
when
they
you
have
witness it,
cop outs
that's
for
when
all of it, though.
it's like insane.
So they say with the whole, it can be in multiple places at once thing. Well, it's just once you look at it, it's there. So they say the same thing about electron cloud. It's simultaneous positioning, but only theoretical because we can only know the radius once we view it to measure it. Of course, they also say you can never find an electron, but trying to keep up with their nonsense is impossible. They do have to claim some actual superposition, like with the double slit.
Well, that's a cop out with the atom, because they used to think that the electron was in an orbital situation, and now they changed it to what you said, the cloud, that they superpositioned it. In other words, it's anywhere and everywhere in that cloud probability around the neutron and the proton. And when you look at it, it's like insanity. Like, come on, really? I don't know. I don't buy it anyway. I don't buy this stuff. At best, it's guesswork.
Thank you, Bandy.
Work.
Sorry.
Yo, Essie, have you heard of the plum pudding model of the atom?
Plum pudding? No, I haven't heard that one, bro.
You ever heard of it?
No.
Okay, you should check it out. It's pretty interesting. It's the first model of the atom that J.J. Thomson came up with.
J.J. Thomson?
Let's hear it.
J.J. Thomson, yeah. Basically, for him, he, at that time, they didn't know about protons and these other elementary particles. They
What a
only knew
kind,
about
people.
electrons.
Poor kings.
He discovered
Come
the
on, jump on my stream.
J.J. Thomson.
Ruth, you're interrupting him.
Sorry, I got quad kings.
And just for poker commentary. Come on. What were you saying?
Quad kings.
Yeah, so basically, I don't know if you guys have seen plum puddings before. It's like raisin pudding, but they just substitute the raisins with plums, with dried plum pieces. So basically, according to him, an atom was a huge positively charged ball with these negatively charged electrons in it. It was pretty interesting.
J.J. Thomson originally said that the electron was the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction. He didn't ever say anything about negative charges until many years later.
I don't know what you're talking about, but that was the model J.J. Thomson had.
talked about. Alright, well, he's attributed to the discovery of the electron, J.J. Thomson.
Yeah, J.J. Thomson, that guy.
Yeah. He said that the electron is nothing more than the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction, like a little gap in a dielectric field, like field lines.
I have no idea what that means, Winston.
A little gap in a dielectric field line. I have no idea what. There's an electron that's 100 million times smaller than an atom that's matter, but we can't find it, but we can get a probability of where we might find it, but it can never ever be found, and it's actually never at rest, but we'll make up a rest mass, and actually it's technically a cloud of possible negative distribution. I have no idea what that means. So
yeah,
that's the mainstream story, right?
Mm.
Yeah, it's called pseudoscience.
Yeah.
But that's okay, right? So some things are philosophical. You can't science everything. The problem is when you claim it's science.
Yeah, I was just trying to share something interesting with Essie, because I mean it is funny that he called it the plum pudding model.
Yeah, I never heard it referred to it as that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But bro, I'm just curious. Like, would you agree that atomism is philosophy?
Atomism?
Yeah.
Yeah, atomism is a philosophy, right? Didn't the Greeks come up with that idea that everything must be made of particles, and you can go to break it down and break it down and break it down till you reach the smallest type of particle? Yeah, that is a philosophical idea.
Yeah, close enough. Yeah, Democritus, 5th century BC, atom means indivisible. But I'm saying, like, even in the modern application, like photons, electrons, like quantum mechanics, subatomic particles, that's just philosophy. It's like a conceptual, theoretical model. It's not like actually proven or anything.
I totally agree with that. They haven't been proven to be real because science doesn't prove things. And definitely, particles, atoms are models we use to help us understand the world around us. I totally agree with you, Whitson. Because at the end of the day, as human beings, we don't have the whole picture. We're just able to make these very crude models that help us understand the world around us, a world we didn't create, a world we were just born into, so it helps give us grounding in this world. Obviously, we know it's not a true, accurate representation of reality, but we hoping that it becomes more accurate over time, but we still fall from having something that really, really tells us what's going on. I totally agree with you.
I would say though, when you say we all know that, that's not true. When I challenge the photon and electron, people lose their mind, dude. But anyway, so my question for you is, what do you do when you are forced to realize that the model's no longer viable and it doesn't have the ability to explain what's going on? Do you trash the
You
model
try
or?
come up with a better model, which is what we're trying to do right now.
Yeah.
That's why the models of atoms have changed. We went from the plum pudding model to the ball model. Now we have this electron cloud model. I bet in 100 years it's going to be totally different. It keeps changing because we're trying to come up with something better that gives a more accurate picture of reality. But we're not there yet. We're still quite far off.
Just the idea of something being massless is against everything that that makes sense.
Montreal, check this, bro. So the atom has never actually been seen. Okay, so a lot of people claim that you can take pictures of atoms, but that's not true. So anyway, they claim the electron is 100 million times smaller than the atom. And in fact, that's just a guess because they're actually without volume or size.
Is that the claim? 100 million times smaller?
Yeah, roughly 100 million times smaller. Think about this. They say, but it's technically a point particle, so it doesn't have volume or size, but it's matter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How is something matter but doesn't have a size?
Yeah, like I said, when I hear the word massless, it just, yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Well, they don't even claim electrons, so they claim that photons are massless, right? But they claim that they just can't determine the resting mass of an electron, but they claim it is matter. So, but it's without size at the same time. These are the same people, of course, that claim a single photon can go through 2 slits at the same time.
Yeah, that's don't get me started on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, most of the electron's mass we calculated based on its charge, number one. Number two, when you're trying to count the mass of an atom, you don't even take the electron's mass into consideration because the proton and neutron are so much more massive. Electrons are really small things.
They're literally not real. Like, they're not little physical particles of matter that's just made up.
No, they are real, man.
Oh, they're real pieces of matter. So you just said that it was a model, and we can't prove it, and we're pretty sure we're wrong. But now you're positive that they're real.
Yeah, we can't prove it 100%, but we can prove it to a really high degree. 99.6%. Like, that's real enough for me. That is real enough for me.
How do you do that?
By detecting it and measuring its mass to charge ratio. By manipulating it, by running it through a current and generating some sort of electrical current.
That's a reification.
That proves it's real. It's real to me. I ain't got to see it or touch it with my own hands and eyes.
So if I tell you that shooting stars are actually flying angels, and then we go outside and I say, look, there's a shooting star, therefore flying angels are true. Is that gonna?
But how have you verified that? At least when someone says an electron is real, it has mass. they can show you how they verified that. If you say a shooting star is an angel, what have you done to verify that?
How'd they verify the mass of an electron? Because I just read Harvard saying they literally can't do that.
By determining its mass to charge ratio. That's why the mass of an electron is not even measured in kilograms or grams. It's measured in a totally different unit.
It's literally not measured. Resting mass of an electron cannot be measured
Why not? Why can't it be measured?
because it's never at rest.
It can be measured, and it is measured. There is a number for an electron's rest mass. So to say it's never or can't be measured, I don't know where you get that from, man.
Stanford.
All right, show me. Man. Show me what Stanford is.
Okay, so we arbitrarily determine a speculative guess about the rest mass of an electron because they're never at rest.
Yeah, show me.
Okay. Do you think that electrons are at rest?
Show me what Stanford's saying, please.
Okay, just a second.
Okay.
Hello.
What's up, bro?
It's playing some bugger.
Hey, Ruif, are electrons ever at rest?
My understanding is no, but I'm not the person to ask.
Do you agree that if something's never at rest, then you could only ever guess the rest mass?
I don't know. I'm not the person to ask.
Obviously, the answer is yes. You have to be at rest to measure a rest mass.
All right, man.
Dude, why are you laughing?
You don't know what rest mass is.
It has nothing to do with being at rest.
That's
Rest
interesting,
mass
actually.
is just the
Yeah.
mass of something independent from the overall motion of the system. It doesn't necessarily mean the object isn't moving or it's at rest, you know? You could be moving at a constant velocity and be considered at rest. It's just invariant
what?
mass.
Yes,
Really?
dude. First of all, that's just wrong. Secondly, electrons
That
don't
is.
move at constant velocities. So
What's wrong about it?
electrons don't move at constant velocities.
No, what I'm saying is if an electron did move at a constant velocity, if you didn't accelerate, it would be moving, it would have a rest mass. It's when something is accelerated that you start saying it doesn't have rest mass. That's why we say photons don't have a rest mass, because you can't accelerate a photon. It's always moving at the speed of light.
Okay, so I'm about to drop it. I'll have the PDF.
All right,
Electrons
cool. Go
never
for it.
decay. Left alone, they last forever. And it's explaining the uncertainty and the determination of many characteristics of the electron.
Ready when you are. Okay. I thought you were just going to take a screenshot of thing. It's a whole file I got to download, all right? All right, all right, all right.
See if I can get you.
Which page is it on?
I have no idea.
Oh, come on, that's a bit unfair, right? Like I'm tagging you with actual quotes and posts that you can just look at. To just give me a whole document and
Okay.
so I got to
I
read
just
the
won't
whole
give
thing.
you the Stanford one then, and I'll easily tell you that you don't know the rest of it.
I thought you were going to give me the Stanford one. Isn't this it?
Yeah, but now you have a problem with it because I'm not re-looking through the PDF to find it for you. So I don't.
Oh no, I'll read it. I'll read it. No problem. I don't mind reading it. I just thought you had something we could discuss right now. Because in order for me to read this, I'm going to have to exit, and come back later. You get what I'm saying? I can't read this in 20 seconds.
Well, no, of course.
But I'll read it.
I'll find something else for you.
I'll read it. Don't worry.
Okay, so here's a physics department of Illinois. There aren't any quantum states of electrons that are completely at rest. So I'll just drop that for you.
Yeah. When it's in its quantum state, it's not at rest. But once we look at it and we interact with it, it's not in a quantum state anymore, is it? When we measure its rest mass, we cause it to leave its quantum state.
Oh, so once you look at it,
Yeah.
it freezes there and just stops moving?
Not that it stops moving, it's that it loses its superposition, right?
Why can't electrons be observed? According to the standard model, the electron has no extent, a radius of 0. As such a particle never be observed. So when you said you looked at it, what does that mean if it can't be observed?
It means we looked at the interactions it has with other particles or other forces. I totally agree. It's not like we looked at it with our actual eyes. I'll give you that every day of the week.
Okay. So they may just not be what you think they are.
What do you think we think they are?
I think you think that they are pieces of matter that are 100
They are.
million times smaller than that. Okay, so quantum field theory, right? There are variances of quantum field theory that claim that the photon and the electron are the same thing. They're just different energy levels of the same thing. So when you say that we know what they are, you disagree with like modern quantum physics.
Yeah, that used to be the common theory back in the day when people didn't know what the proton was, when the electron was the only elementary particle we knew about. A lot of physicists, during the 40s, 50s, 60s, Dirac and them, they just thought that a proton was a positively charged electron until they realized, no, a proton is way more massive. It's a totally different type of particle. I don't think any particle physicists or nuclear physicists today really that still hold that idea. There might be, but it's few and far between, I would say.
Okay, so they claim the atom is 99.9999999% empty space. They claim
Who claims that?
Oh my gosh, bro. Am I gonna have to teach you everything?
You have to teach me these things because I've never heard this before. Who claims it's 99% empty space?
Everyone.
Really?
Yeah, I'll get you another link.
All right. I'm going to post links from everyone saying this isn't the case, all right?
Well, wait a second.
Not even
Isn't
links.
it? Isn't it?
I'll do screenshots.
Isn't it
to
the
make it-
tiniest particle that has no reflection of light? That's really what it comes down to.
It doesn't exist. That's what it comes
I understand that, but what I'm just saying is that they're claiming that it's something so small that doesn't reflect light, the dark matter, dark energy, whatever you want to call it. That's their idea of it, right? It doesn't reflect any light, but it's there. It has energy, it has matter, it has mass, it has movement.
What they say now
Say that again.
virtual particles pop into and out of existence within vacuums. So technically it's not empty space because there's no such thing as entirely empty space because a virtual particle could pop in there at any point in time. Although virtual particles, their existence is questionable at best, according to Richard Feynman. And it's just a mathematical construct used to make the equations balance out. So it's basically just a endless black hole of doublespeak nonsense. It's Richard Feynman, so I'm guessing that Discord knows more about quantum than Richard Feynman, who also says anyone who doesn't really understand quantum doesn't know what quantum is.
Yeah, I hear you, but Richard Feynman, was prominent in the 70s. Today, we have a way better understanding than what he had. And yeah, with virtual particles, it's a bit iffy because we can't actually detect them. The problem is when an electron, for example, jumps from one energy level to another, the shift in energy doesn't match what we've predicted. There's a bit more energy that we end up measuring. Then this is called the lamp shift. And because we can't detect the particles that create this additional energy that we measure, it's attributed to virtual particles. But the energy is there. There's this extra bit of energy. We don't know what particle creates it. So we just say it's virtual photons and gluons and this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
But, the lamp shift is a real thing. You should look into it. I don't know if you know what the lamp shift is.
Is it possible that you're just wrong about your theory?
That is a possibility, definitely. Yeah, we could be
Hey,
wrong.
real quick, Winston, your mic's kind of low compared to everybody else. Just to let you know, the mic sounds good, but maybe you just turn the volume up or get
All right,
closer
cool.
or
Yeah, I
something.
turned it down because I didn't.
Yeah, I got him up at 200, and I could still just hear him.
I'll turn it up.
Yeah, but I don't think Wits is trying to wake people up, man. I can hear you just fine.
No,
but yes, listen.
No, he doesn't need to be louder,
likely
but just
are
compared to your
wrong.
voice and everybody else's, his mic is low. So it's like I'm listening with my headphones. It's like blasting when you talk, but then when he talks, I can hardly hear it.
Is this any better?
Way better.
Yes.
Actually.
Yeah.
But Wits, I'll give it to you. We most likely are wrong. The fact that we measure this additional energy content, but we don't know what it is that causes it, and then we just, attribute it to virtual particles, it is kind of a hack. We don't have the full picture there.
Well, what about the idea that space is bumpy in the quantum world, but in relativity it's smooth? That's a major issue.
What do you mean bumpy in the quantum world?
That's what I read in an article in Quantum Magazine. A major problem in understanding the world around us is the equation for space-time and how it predicts versus how the quantum realm and how it predicts. They claim that the quantum realm is bumpy and space-time is smooth, so the calculations don't agree with each other. You can't combine them. There are limitations to both. And if you were to put quantum in the relativity world, it wouldn't work, and you put relativity in the quantum world, it wouldn't work. Right?
Yeah,
The
but
idea.
that's a known thing, right? That
That's what I'm saying, but it's a major problem because it means all of space-time equations are wrong. Because if quantum physics, if quantum mechanics says that space-time's bumpy, and there's all these other bits in there that do other wouldn't things. expect
them as a layperson. I wouldn't expect them to be the same.
Well,
That means
I would
relativity
say-
doesn't exist on the smallest scale. So
exactly.
And quantum mechanics doesn't exist on the relativistic. I would just
Which
say
means
that
they're
it tells
both retarded.
That's what I'm
both
saying.
theories are incomplete. Yeah, I don't know if I would say they're wrong though, because they
But listen. All the magazines that I pick up, all the quantum magazines that I've looked at. Now, I'm not as versed in the world. I mean, when I'm reading, I just have to read it 5 times over to grasp some of the shit. But the common theme is that there is literally there is nothing new. There's no theory that's new. There's nothing that you can't go past what they're at now. And I think what they've done is what did they calculate now? They found the fifth element or something. What were they saying recently? They discovered another element or something. I can't remember what they discovered now. I'm having a brain fart. A new force, right? So they're claiming they could discovered a new force, right? But then it's not emergent, and there's no way to detect it. So you tell me, man.
this is what it actually is. There's a background medium. There's huge fluctuations of energy. There's no such thing as positive and negative charge. There's just charge and discharge. They claim that the discharge is something called an electron. Their predictions within this model are consistently proven wrong, and the energy levels don't match the prediction. So to make the equations balance out, like with electrostatics and magnetism, they have to create virtual particles. By the way, this thing that you cited that says in reality atoms do not contain any empty space, did you actually read what it says? It says the electron actually spreads out to fill all space. Yikes. It spreads out to fill all space.
Yikes.
You think that's legit?
How can they measure the size of that?
That's one way you could look at it. Some other people say it's not the electron, but it's the electromagnetic field itself that fills in the space between the electron and the proton. Some people say it's the weak or strong nuclear force fields that fill the space in between the protons and neutrons, but to say it's empty space, I don't think anyone really chives with that idea. You might find that idea being spoken about on Quora and whatnot, but that's about it, man.
Well, it comes from the original model of it being little physical material spheres, and if that's the case, with the amount that's in there quantified, then the vast majority would be empty. They've now changed it because of observations debunking that spherical material electron model. So they've updated it to things like, the cloud and infinite density, where it's simultaneously in different places until we decide to look at a particular area. But it's just ad hoc band-aids. So like when you say that the electromagnetic field, like, is that field comprised of particles as well?
The electromagnetic field? No, it's a force field. It's energy, right?
So it doesn't have particles?
It does have particles, photons.
They claim the magnetic field is the exchange of virtual photons.
Yeah, but it's also the exchange of real photons as well. It's just like I said, due to the Lamb shift, when an electron changes from one energy level to another and exchanges electrons with something else, there is an additional amount of energy recorded. We don't know what particle causes this additional energy, so we attribute it to virtual particles. Look into the Lamb shift, Whitson. You should really look
It's
into
called pseudoscience, bro. If you have to make something up that you've never seen, it's never been the output or input of any experiment, their existence are questionable at best. They're just mathematical constructs to balance our equations out. That's called ad hoc pseudoscience. That is not because you observed it, you made it up. I don't have a problem. Not everything can be scienced. Like, right. I don't have a problem with philosophy and logic. I have a problem with bankrupt logic. Okay, and when you're constantly shucking and jiving, making stuff up, and then invoking contradictory explanations, you do not have a viable explanation. The ether is viable. The ether explains all this. Doesn't have a problem explaining any of it.
Really? But the ether hasn't been detected either. Isn't that also pseudoscience? Like, why don't
Really?
you give the ether the same levels of scrutiny that you give popular science? Like, no one's ever detected ether, but all of a sudden, ether is fine. But these other things that no one's ever detected are pseudoscience. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
First of all, the ether is postulated to be immaterial. Okay. So the point is that it's
just
a
magic.
viable-
Well, photons, right?
Hey, Left Lane
Photons are
says it's
also
magic,
immaterial.
but virtual photons isn't magic. Really soak that in for a
Which
second.
it's the same thing. It's a philosophy nonetheless, right? You have
Okay,
to
I
realize
just said that. I literally just said that.
Well, it's the same thing. It's a field array.
It's not the same thing.
It's a field array, and then it's quantified either space-time or quantum. It's all based in this field that has
No.
a particular arrangement of magnetism, light, sound, energy,
Wrong.
magnetism, all that stuff. And it also has the unmanifested within this field. Now, you want to call it space-time field, you want to call it a quantum field, you want to call it the ether. It's a field at the end of the day with an array of magnetism, sound, light, energy.
Define field.
A field makes up. I have a definition. I read it off to you earlier today, or the other day. I'll give you a definition of it.
You're going to give me a mathematical description. That's what you're going to
Well,
do.
that's what the word field is good for, is
Wrong.
because it describes it. Because the word field can be used in mathematical sense. It's why it makes it a great word, because it can be mathematically explained using the word field. But more importantly, here's a statement of what a field is. It's marked by the presence of particular features such as light, sound, pressure, magnetism, and non-manifested. That's the field as I describe, in the sense that what you're talking about in space-time, you're talking about quantum field theory, you're talking about the ether. It is all related into a field, and that field has properties that we've quantified and we've developed constants and conventions from. But essentially, it is a field array.
We're going to pretend you're going to sit here and teach me about the ether right now. So the truth
I'm not teaching you about the ether. I'm saying that your ether is pseudoscience, and when it comes down to what we can quantify to be real and tangible is a field array. The field array is what we can use non-manifested material to calculate mathematically, because it's a field. We can use those equations inside the field to do it. We can calculate magnetism with it. We can calculate pressure. We can calculate all those things because we use the field to do it.
Okay, let me know when
this ether that you describe
is an ethereal, manifested pseudoscience, just like space time, brother.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's see
damn.
if I can. Let's see if I'm actually going to get to talk, but I highly doubt it. Okay. So, pseudoscience is that which falsely claims to be science. So, if I say the ether is a philosophical framework of interpretation, it isn't pseudoscience. Now, quantum field theory and relativity and space time claims to be science, but it's actually philosophy. So, that is pseudoscience. Now, we'll throw that aside as just objectively wrong. Now what we have is a determination of which philosophy is the most viable. Okay. Now I said the ether can explain it. You then went on a monologue about pseudoscience. That was a non sequitur, though, because I'm not claiming it's science. I said it's actually viable. For example, it can explain magnetism. It doesn't claim that it's a field and field is just math and it's virtual particles. It claims that magnetism is the conjugate geometric expression of dielectricity and the magnetic field, two modalities of the ether. And the magnetic field is the dielectric loss or dissipation of dielectricity, and that the dielectric field is the magnetism in the manifest form, and that the dielectricity at rest is pure potential. Now, this is not science. It's just philosophy, but it can actually explain the phenomena. That's my point. One of the philosophies is masqueraded as science and is logically bankrupt. The other one is admittedly not science because it's immaterial. It can't be science or quantified, and it's actually viable. So it isn't quantification of fields. Ether claims to be immaterial, which can't be quantified. Okay.
Now you're on the same level as imagination station, right? Which is the same as the globe model. What I'm trying to do is make it practical in the sense that when you describe something that you can calculate mathematically, but plus describe verbally in whatever action or whatever motion or whatever description is happening within this phenomenon. So when I say field array, you're saying to me the ether doesn't operate within this field. It's unique to its own. It doesn't have a field that it works within. There's no way to calculate it. Like, how would you calculate the ether? What
I just said
principles
that
would you use?
you can't quantify the immaterial. So stupid humans want to count everything, including things that can't be counted.
You can better describe things though, and you can have better philosophy, like you stated, and you have a two option philosophy, either the ether or the heliocentric perception of it, I suppose.
That's right. And
But-
atomism
yeah,
is
but
been
here's the thing.
falsified at every
What's
turn.
the commonality? What's the commonality between both of them, though?
They're both
Besides the fact that-
philosophical and can't be scientifically verified.
But how are they described mathematically, and how are they? Well, how are we familiarized with how it's described now?
Yeah,
right?
that was the foundation for
they have-
electrical
it's a-
field theory.
It's a scalar system and a field scalar system, right? So they can describe vectors, motions, directions. So they
Those
have
are characteristics within the ether that are quantified, not the ether
That's right.
itself.
So it's
Right.
the same thing. It's the same
not
thing,
the
right?
same thing.
Well, it is the same thing because it all is based in that field and how we look at the arrangement of it. Right?
One defines a field as the self-autonomous, self-governing exchange of energy. One defines a field as purely a mathematical construct comprised of virtual particles. Okay.
That's why it's a great word, because it highlights what I'm discussing here. Is you're claiming that there's two options, and I'm saying no. I'm saying that pragmatically it's just one, which is a field array. How you look at that field array is your philosophy. The actual function of it is done in a scalar system, and it's based in fields. Now, whether it's mathematically or the other one, then we're still dealing with a field array. And that's how I look at it.
Yeah, we have Maxwell's equations, for example, right? Electrical field theory does have math, but it is not quantifying the ether itself because it's immaterial. It's attempting to quantify characteristics within, and that's cool or whatever, but that's not reality. Math does not equate to reality. But my problem is people love to poo-poo on it, but they don't offer any explanations. So they just want us to ignore the most prominent phenomenon in the world, including magnetism. So what you're offering to the table is nothing. You're not actually addressing it. I'm not claiming I know the answers. I'm claiming there's only one viable framework currently postulated. You're just ignoring the phenomenon. Like, it's an easy position. If I was claiming it was science, you would have a valid point, but I'm not.
Well, I'm not saying that you are claiming, so it's not needed to bring up. What I'm saying that you're doing is you're saying that there's only two options, and I'm presenting a third, which would be a combination of the basic pragmatic understanding of both, which there's a scalar field array system in quantum mechanics, in general theory, all that, or general relativity. It's all using the same base underlying system. It's just the philosophy on how it's interpreted. And I'm saying pragmatically, why does it have to be an ethereal, unmanifested ether as you described, when a field array could be also unmanifested material within that field array? It's just whatever construct we've, or whatever concept we've decided to name it. In this case, you use virtual particles as one, and you'd say ether is another. So it's either virtual particles or ether.
Yeah,
right?
they're not the same thing though, because ether doesn't claim virtual particles because that's ridiculous. Like you keep saying ether is the field array. That isn't true though. Okay, so you
Well, I'm
keep
saying it's a
that.
combination. No, it's a combination of both. Like it's the to me it's taking a concept of space-time, ether, whatever, and combining it into what I look at how they I suppose break it down mathematically and break it down in description. If for motion or direction or whatever, they're using a scalar field array. Like that's what they're using. So if you could use that in all the models, then why wouldn't you throw away space time? And you would go back to, because couldn't let's say if you had a magnetic field and you had weight in it, or even better yet, you had sound vibrations. So a lot of objects can float in sound. So if you had that known information, you'd be able to calculate that field of vibration, whatever weight would float it. I'm just giving an example of something we can demonstrate. I can't demonstrate the celestial bodies, right?
We're
I
not
can't do
talking
that.
about celestial bodies though. We're talking about magnetism on the Earth.
But that's what I mean. What can you demonstrate other than a phenomenon of two attracting or two repelling, and then something falling to the Earth, right?
Magnets don't attract, so they accelerate to the null
Oh,
pressure point in between them. They don't
Pressure
attract.
modality, yeah, sure, yeah.
So I'm just saying that they're different frameworks. My point is that one of them can actually explain things. It doesn't mean that I know that it's true or that I can prove it. It's the only one that can explain things. That's the point. The double slit experiment is easily explained with the ether. Okay. It is not easily explained with any version of quantum.
Well, you're saying through the ether, it's because you're changing the observation, so therefore the interaction changes. Like, okay, because the way we look at it now, or the way that they look at it now, is that it's the which path of the knower, which means it changes based on the observation. So we don't observe it in one format; it produces an interference pattern. We observe it in a different way; it produces a different interference pattern, right?
That's stupid. So
What do you
like
mean?
okay, so they all go into the observation with the same assumption, which is that the light travels from point A to point B. Okay, and then they go watch a single photon go through, which they just made that up. They don't actually isolate a single photon. That's literally made up, but they think they got close enough to where it's good enough. Then they say that a single photon goes through two slits and gives you a wave interference pattern on the photographic plate. Then they try to detect it. Now, you don't take a camera out. You don't walk over there and look at it. You use electronic manipulation to detect it. And once you do that, the interference patterns goes away. So what they say is that the photon is sentient. It knows it's being observed and then decides to elude our grasp Okay, and that it can actually.
Yeah, I understand. So what you're saying is that the plate they're using is absorbing potentially, this is the idea, is that the plate is interfering with the actual single photon. But
No.
well, how else? Because it passes through the slit doesn't change. The double slit doesn't change. It's just the observation from the second.
The observation is electronic, though. So there's no single photon. Like this is what I'm explaining. The framework is actually viable. So in ether, light is a modality of the ether. So light doesn't have a speed. It doesn't travel from point A to point B. It's a disturbance in the ether. So it's already at the plate. You're just seeing it manifested where you create a disturbance in what's already there. Once you introduce another electronic disturbance to detect it, you shift the medium, the ether. So you are affecting the disturbance by adding an additional electronic manipulation. So that's why you keep messing up the wave pattern, because the whole medium is connected. Now that actually explains it. The other one says that a single photon goes through two slits. It's a particle and a wave duality, which dualities do not exist in nature. That's retarded. And then that the photon's sentient and can transcend time and alter events that have already happened. So which one's more logically viable?
Okay, so if that is true, then you must believe in the superposition, because if the particle is supposed to be at 2 points simultaneously, like we discussed earlier, like a branch or a root. In other words, everything is connected that way through the ether as you describe it, right? So you could have 1 point here, 1 point there, but they're connected in that what do you call that?
There are no photons.
No, I understand that, but that's how we're describing it. I'm just saying that it's a pulse of electromagnetism, right? That's what's being measured.
Yeah, like if you have a rock in the ocean and a wave is going to the rock, it's going to get broken up by the rock, and then the water's going to merge back together once it gets on the other side of the rock. Okay, so that's what we observe. That's why they say it's a wave-particle duality, because it acts like a wave until we try to observe it. But it's because they think electrons and photons are different things, and they think there is no medium, and that there's actually nothingness and emptiness outside of it. Okay, so that's their stupid, logically bankrupt assumption.
Well, that's reductionism, right? Because that's a form of atomism. Reductionism is the idea that everything works inside the void, but in true essence, the particles and material are non-existent. I understand. That's called reductionism. That's what they're using to explain their model. So
it's retarded.
Well, sure. I can see how you'd want to go to the ether model, but then again, what would work? The ether model would have to have a field, essentially. If you were to describe it, you'd have to use a field for mathematics, and then as a description, if you were to like have a diagram of this field of Earth that would have this description, you would draw the pathways of this field right over the body, or what you would assume would be the pathways, right?
Well, it's just a disturbance in the ether. So it's like if I scream at you from down the street, it'll take a second to hear it. Humans seem to think that physical particles travel out of my mouth and go all the way to you. That's not what happens, though. You vibrate. That's what you do when you talk. So you create a vibration or disturbance in the air. So it's a disturbance in the medium. In this case of sound, it's air. Now, in the case of ether and light, right, you're creating disturbance in the ether, and that is light. That's why Tesla said that it can be nothing more than a sound wave in the ether. These are two different frameworks. They're both logic, but the point is that logic's important, right? Like that's how we understand the world. Like if we can't scientifically prove everything, so then we have to determine which one's more logically viable. There's only one that's even slightly viable.
Yo, what's it? Quick question. What about nuclear forces? Is that also the ether?
Yeah.
Okay.
So according to the ether model, all fields are nothing more than modalities of the ether. Different modalities, different versions, different states.
You mean the field array?
Well, field array is specific to mathematical description, so.
Yeah, but it could be described as that and applied and
Hey,
rationalized
look at
as
that.
right?
You don't need math.
Are we made of ether as well?
Well, are we made of ether? Ether is non-manifest. So, I mean, if you want to talk about is your consciousness within the ether, that's a decent question.
My body, is my body made of ether?
No,
or
your
not?
body is materially manifest. Now, I mean, some claim that matter is a version of the ether, but that's a deeper question. But your body's materially manifest. The ether is non-manifest. It's in the pure potential state prior to becoming materially manifest.
Gonna lose
So,
this,
no.
right? Yeah, I know. I'm in trouble.
You're hot, Mike.
Go straight.
Ruhif, you're hot mic in your game there, buddy.
I'm not hot mic, Jeff. I reckon I fold. Fold the set. I know my comment on her is that she's crazy, so
You're hot mic in there, buddy.
Nah, he was doing it on purpose. He didn't care. So anyway, my main problem, right, that this has all come up because we have flat earthers screaming their script about science, but turning around and claiming atomism, which is a philosophy derived from materialism. I don't care if you want to believe that, but don't pretend it's science. Yeah.
Well, I brought that to QE today on his show. Hey, I said to him because first of all, they straw man me anyway, because they didn't get my point. It was about the unseen, using atomism to quantify the unseen. And then I tried to get them to discuss, like I tried reaching out about reductionism, just to prove a point that it's actually calculating something in a void that's actually not really there. And what they do, because they even mocked it, right? Like how they projected to me is like, oh, you're going to call me a materialist, are you? It's like they were just straw manning me left, right, and center, dude. The point is I don't believe either concepts. That's my position, and I'm starting from scratch and looking at the roots of it all. And the roots of it all says that it's an array, and in that array there's fields. Now, whatever you want to call that fucking operation, quantify that thing, the root is those two things.
But you have to define what a field is and what is the field within. Right?
Okay, so I told you. I'll say it again to you. I gave
what's
you
the
a
field
description.
within data?
A field is marked by the presence of particular features such as light, sound, pressure, magnetism, and the non-manifested. That's how I would
question, though. Like we're trying to figure out what those things are.
Well, yeah, but so we're obviously standing on shoulders because we've quantified, or we have conventions to describe magnetism, because we have conventions to do all that. Then we also have fields that allow us to describe motion, direction, and things like that in that nature, right? So I'm just looking at the bare bones of it, and the thing with ether that I find is there's a lot of esoteric nature with both models, in fact, but particularly the ether. There's a lot of earlier scientists, particularly Christian scientists, that were all into telepathy, right? Because there's this idea that the ether itself can contain memories within you, and as you recall a memory, this telepathy that you go through is transferring yourself through the ether, through that memory, right?
Maybe there's a spiritual realm around us, data.
Well, that's of course, but I'm just saying that there's many ways that people throughout the century have described ether. And so what I have contention with is the globe model as well is based in sacred geometry, like distance to planets. Particularly if you take a 108 number multiplied by the diameter of the moon and the sun, you get a distance to it. I mean, that's just not science. So when you see a correlation between these philosophies, that there must be a root that's inspired both of them. And that's what I'm aiming at.
This is what happened. So people used to understand that science was connected at the hip with philosophy, and philosophy itself has been bastardized as a field of study nowadays, but people understood that science can just show you information, but without like a logical framework of interpretation, then the information is useless. And only in modern times have they forgot this. Also, back in the day, everyone knew that there was a metaphysical realm. Now, we have people today who think that nothing exists outside the material world. I mean, it's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. Even Democritus, who proposed atomism, he thought that everything was created just without a purpose, and he believed in emotion. He just thought it was comprised of particles. So he was the first one that was really stupid, but he was still much more founded. So anyway, my answer is, yeah, there are esoteric connections because it's an acknowledgement of the metaphysical realm. And within these esoteric circles, you're not even let in if you're an atheist. They consider it the lowest level of intellect that exists. And if you're not an atheist, then you have to acknowledge the metaphysical realm. Now we have all kinds of people making claims about it. I'm doing this as an intellectual argument because I think it points to the creator. And I think that quantum is Kabbalah rewrapped. And people don't realize that yet. But it's just stupid.
Atomism is okay. So atomism is Greeks, right? Well, the Greeks apparently, inspired the mysticism of the Cabal, right? Apparently, so you have correlations because it's all about the singularity and the infinitesimal. Those are the two fundamental principles about atomism and quantum mechanics.
Which is why it can't work with relativity. Sorry, I'm sick. That's why it can't work with relativity, because relativity can't be applied to singularity. So it's all philosophy, bro. The point is that they're brainwashing people with philosophy and telling them that it's science. And then we got people in the chat saying stuff like, you couldn't do chemistry without this. So it must be real.
Well, in the real world, you can quantify and call it atoms because you can look at something you want to describe. So we created a convention at it, but I've always made a position that there's a convention we can describe as atoms that's tangible, but the unseen, there's too much correlation to religious belief and quantification of the unseen in a world where God doesn't exist and it's a mathematical abstraction.
See, that's what I'm saying. So no one's claiming that, bro. No one's claiming where God doesn't. Some people maybe, but atoms aren't seen. That's not real. They use motion sensory, so that they use electronic manipulation and motion sensory to contrast and render an image based on pressure mediation. So that's how you can isolate electrons. It's more so the area of charge, because the areas around it have pressure being mediated relative to the discharge. The phenomena isn't fake. The claims about it is what's fake. Right, and that's what's being challenged. It's important because all these people that will ridicule you, all these globers and some flat earthers now, they don't even know any of this. They don't know any of it. They're just believing it because that's what consensus told them. And dude, if you can't think for yourself, then you might as well just call it a day, bro, because you're not even a person.
That's the fun part about it, isn't it? Is how far can your mind go? How elastic is your mind, right? I mean, ideally, this is the exercise I think political sciences are doing, is just seeing the elasticity of minds. Because me myself, taking just some verbiage from the debate and applying it to reality, you can see people have their brains stretched out to the idea and then snap right back to their conditioning, if you will, right? So we're going through the same process, I imagine. You must do you not find it odd that you are having an affinity to coming and debating with people who are fighting against flat Earth? I mean, it is kind of bizarre in a way, isn't it?
I'm over debating globe earthers about the globe because I think it's kind of embarrassing. I had like an epiphany of sorts. So now I'm ready to separate the flat earthers. Like, I don't even care anymore. There's a group of people that are choosing to wake up from lies and realize they can think for themselves, and we don't know what's going on, and we need to come together and try to figure it out. And there's a group of people that are full of pride and ego, will never admit they don't know things, and they're no help to us. I think we're in a crazy time in history, dude. They're about to come out with really crazy deceptions. So there's really not much more time to waste.
I'm actually kind of excited because the Gaia thing, what I've been hearing through the grapes, like this is, I don't know if you ever followed the finances, but oddly enough, I've gotten a lot of fucking heads up from the crypto guys and the business guys, like as far as like what they have planned with technology and all this other shit, right? I lost my point here. I got distracted, but
yeah, there's crazy stuff on the horizon. which is
Oh
apparent.
yeah, for sure, man. The guy. Oh yeah, that's what it was. So you've heard of the Gaia thing, right? Like the center of the Earth. There's fucking hybrid lizard, human beings in the
Yeah,
center of
yeah,
the Earth.
yeah.
All this shit. So apparently, and I have to dig into this a little further. There is a billionaire cult group, right, that believe in Gaia. So I was kind of blown away. I was like, holy fuck. So you've got flat earthers who believe the Earth's flat, right? And you got the Globers, and you got the fucking whoever, the endless plane earthers, whatever you want to call it. You got a list now. But it blew me away to find out that there's this thing movement going on with all these billionaires, and they want to. This is the new religion they want to push is Gaia. And I slowly see the growing advertisements and all this stuff. So maybe this is what it's all for is like Obama said, when you flood the town square with enough information that slightly may be true, you eventually get people not knowing anything, and they'll beg for answers.
Well, this is the question. How do they transition everyone? So quantum has slowly but surely been conditioning everyone to accept a new paradigm. So if you go talk to any of these Globers, they'll tell you, we don't know everything. Quantum showed us that we don't know everything, and we are way off. It's inoperable. We don't know what's going on, and it looks like there's energy that comes from nowhere, and we don't know exactly what's beyond us. So the way that I see it is they will not absorb flat Earth. They will say it looks like we were wrong. The Earth's actually geocentric. That way they can absorb the ether and merge it with quantum findings. This is why ether will not save you, just like flat Earth will not save you. But that's why I'm getting out in front of it, because if people don't understand what's going on, they're going to be deceived and they're going to absorb the ether. I talked to a quantum physicist a couple months ago. He said, many of us know the ether exists. It's just a bad word. We can't say it. So some of us just call it different stuff. You can get, Globers can get triggered about it. Like that's what he said, right? So, and it's subjective. You can just go read their writings. They'll tell you there's something else there. That's what virtual photons and particles are. And if they're virtual and they pop into existence, but we can't see them, where do they come from? And if there's a vacuum chamber, but energy's in it, then where's that at? See, they're going to absorb it. They're claiming superposition and potentially instantaneous action at a distance, and they are absorbing the metaphysical. But they're not going to do it and be like, hey, you guys are free now. They're going to deceive you with it.
But in all fairness, if you look at the photoelectric effect, that's the inspiration behind it, that light has some type of influence, whether it's vibration, mass, energy, whatever. They can't actually prove any of that. They just have to, develop a construct to explain it.
Well, the photoelectric effect is funny, dude. So in layman terms,
it exists, and you can control it with wavelengths of light, right? So it's something that we can actually control and we can see. So how do we develop a construct? Like I've thought about that too, right? I mean, it's there. How do you describe that? I mean, Maxwell's demons is entropy, old school entropy. So
what's the cause of entropy?
It would be pressure.
Well, we never really can tell anyone what the independent variable for entropy is. I would agree with you, actually. It would be pressure mediation, but it would be etheric pressure mediation, and that can't be manipulated. So, like, the second law is not science; it's just an observation. We don't know the independent variable for entropy, but anyway, my point is that people are just misguided with the entirety of the conversation. Like that's the macro here, and it's very obvious that they're about to come out and trick everyone. It may be 10 years. I don't know. It may be 5. It's not going to be tomorrow, but they're going to come out and say there's an earth-shattering discovery.
Well, yeah, well, that's what I'm excited. I'm telling you, like when you go through it, you can't believe it in the beginning. You're like, why would they lie, right? And then if you're not very religious in the beginning, which I'm ashamed to say that I wasn't, you slowly make this inquiry, and you're like, well, that's a little odd, because I've seen this before, but I've read it before, but I'm reading it different today. So there's that kind of interesting psychological thing. I don't know if you encounter, like for instance, if you ever read Genesis before and then read it again after somebody said, hey, did you know that diffraction of light here is a real thing? And and you're not told how to observe things properly over here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want to say this. So the photoelectric effect, it happens in the dark as well. Okay, so because what it is things discharge. So if you take a balloon and rub it on your head, and then you put it on top of a metal plate, it'll have a charge, and it'll maintain that charge for a long time. It'll slowly lose its surface charge, but it'll take a long time. But if you shoot light at it within a certain frequency, it'll discharge the energy faster, almost instantly. So there's some type of interaction between a certain frequency of light and that charge on the metal plate. Now they claim that a physical photon comes and hits the atom, dislodges an electron, an orbital electron, and then transfers the rest of its energy to the electron once it's free of the atom, and then morphs into a photoelectron. And they claim it debunked the wave theory of light because the energy was not proportionate to the intensity, meaning like if it was a wave, no matter what frequency, it should always discharge the energy basically. But it doesn't do that. Only certain frequencies do. So it's like if it was a weaker frequency, it would take longer, but it would still do it. So they said, oh, this debunks the wave theory of light. Now, waves are not things, they're types of movement. It requires an ether for light to be a wave, and quantum's retarded for not understanding that. But that's not really the point. The point is they're just wrong. Even within quantum, actually the intensity and the current would naturally fall out, and you would get little electron dot patterns. Now, that's within the quantum. It doesn't prove the photon. But the truth is that the photon, the electron are the same thing, different versions of it. It has a surface charge, and then a certain disturbance, or what we'll call a frequency, a disturbance pattern in the ether affects that charge, or more distinctly discharge on the surface. So it's like it has to have enough disturbance in the ether to affect the discharge and to make it discharge faster, meaning it won't make it discharge faster because it's too weak. Anyway, the photoelectric effect isn't that hard to understand, and it happens in the dark as well, right?
Well, yeah, because
So
you're looking at infrared, invisible light as well, which has a vibration, right? I think what's happening, the photoelectric effect, it's not particles or molecules, like apparently that's the claim. It's discovered, is the discovery of particles, right? That's the whole point of the photoelectric effect, the molecules and particles. I think it's just a vibration and creating a pressure differential, and if it's a metal or whatever, it's going to charge that metal and maintain the pressure as it dissipates. And that
Hey, Data, your mic's real quiet now for some reason. Just to let you know.
Okay, can you hear me now? Anyway, what the photoelectric effect was supposed to prove the particle exists and molecules exist. That's the idea. Am I not mistaken by that?
yeah, that's what they said. But I'm explaining. The reason they said that was because it was thought it was a wave up to that point, and if it was a wave, then no matter what the intensity of the wave, it would still create energy. It would discharge energy and put it into the air, because it would just slowly absorb the energy from the wave. It would just take longer. But it doesn't do that. Only certain frequencies do it. Now, that's actually wrong, though, because it does it in the dark, right? If I do it in the dark, if I put a balloon on top of the plate in the dark, it will lose its charge over time. It'll just take a while. So they say, oh, well, it takes a while. We'll just say it doesn't happen. So they just reified the photon. That's all they did.
But wait a second. You're affecting matter, right? Through this wavelength of light, right?
The charge on top of the matter.
Well, the charge on top of the matter. Well,
Yeah.
it would be a vibration, right? It would be an electromagnetic vibration that would come through. That's the bare bones of it, right? What we would describe as an electromagnetic frequency.
Well, it's not just the surface, to clarify. There are certain things you can do to create substrates, and it'll go through the translucent beginning to the bottom, so it can absorb in the metal plate as well. But yeah, it's just frequency manipulation. That's all
Well,
that
I'm
it
just looking at
is.
I know, but I'm looking at bare bones, and what it would do is it would create a pressure modality as it moved through space, right? This current would create a pressure modality, be it
Yeah, everything
small and
does.
probably that's what the photoelect shows me is a pressure effect due to this electromagnetic flow. It has a pressure modality, and that's why each frequency has a different pressure modality, and why it doesn't work through all frequency. I don't know why it doesn't work through all frequency, but
It
apparently
does.
it doesn't work through all. I
Well,
haven't
they claim it
obviously
doesn't,
tested it,
but that's what I'm trying to say. It actually does. It's just when
well,
the
that's what they
frequency is
told.
so weak, it just takes longer. So it takes longer, so they say it doesn't happen.
Well,
What debunks the photon?
Here's the issue, though. Faraday did the same experiment, right? Faraday did the same experiment with gold leafs. Now, this is what I'm confused about, and I think it's on page 52 of volume 1, or 57 on volume 1. He did the same thing with gold leafs, and he didn't have any reaction.
That's
And
right.
he
So
was
what they
using
say is because it's a metal, and so that's a conductor. You have to have a half metal that's a semiconductor to have the photoelectric effect. But what debunks it is you can have a
Sorry, whoa,
semiconductor.
whoa. Say that
Uh-huh.
again. Say that again. So what did you say?
So they claim it didn't happen because gold is a metal that is a conductor. In order to get the photoelectric effect, you need a half metal, which is a semiconductor. But if you have an amorphous metal that's a semiconductor, majority of them don't give you the photoelectric effect that debunks the photon.
Well, here's my issue with that Faraday experiment and then the photoelectric effect is because if I view it as a pressure modality, this electromagnetic current that goes through to the object and affects the object by charging it with that vibration, if you will, creating that pressure. That's why you get the movement. How would that work with other metals? So then again, it's only the frequency is only specific, or the vibration is only specific to the material. Because gold, you can't do that with gold. So does it pass through it? It doesn't charge it. Like it doesn't have any pressure effect on it. Like it's really
Gold is the most, seemingly the most conductive metal. Its magnetic permeability is through the roof. Certainly monatomic gold. So
why
you're
doesn't
not
it
going to be able to
move?
alter its energy state. It's already got so much energy relative to anything that the disturbance that light is would ever do to it. That's all it is. But they claim all kinds of nonsense. They claim kind of the same thing, actually. They claim that the atom's energy, the electron within the atom's energy is so strong that it can't be overcome. But it is debunked because you can use amorphous metals, and it doesn't happen. But according to the photoelectric effect being a physical photon, it should happen with amorphous metals. You won't find this in a textbook, though, for obvious reasons. But feel free to try to prove that it happens with all amorphous metals. Now, I've found that they claim that they got the very small photovoltaic effect with a certain type of amorphous metal, but it was very, very minor. But it should happen with all of them if the photon is real. So you'll never ever hear a rebuttal. I've been waiting for 5 days. You're never gonna hear a rebuttal. There isn't one. The truth is, I don't know all things. I'm just some dude. I'm not even claiming that I'm like incredibly intelligent or some genius. You just have to find it. It's just been hidden. The truth is already there. All I'm trying to do is give people the info. They can do whatever they want to with it. They were lied to about it. That's for sure. And that's the important
What
part.
blows my mind, though, brother, is that I'll list you 10 top scientists back in the day. They're all Christians, evangelists, Catholic, Protestant, you name it. Like I can give you a list right now of all Maxwell. Planck wasn't. I think Planck was an atheist. Bernard Riemann. Fucking obviously Newton. I mean, the list goes on.
Quiet mic again, Dad.
Oh, okay. So I was just saying, just funny enough that all these Christians are the ones that devised all these models, right? Like all these equations. That's what I find quite amazing and fascinating is that the globe is somehow synonymous with Christianity to some degree or another.
Yeah, modern, deceived Christian.
The Western world, right? The Western world is a representation of the globe, right? And who founded the globe? Well, it was the Christian nation. The United States is a Christian nation.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting conversation. If we take history at what it claims, because the Greek story is very sketchy, but technically the Greeks came up with the globe. They
Well,
claim.
yeah, they're the originator. Well, they were always debating it anyway back in the day. I learned something new about Aximenes and Aximenes, because Aximenes was a flat earther, right? Or well, basically he thought everything revolved around the North Polar Star. But I find that the Pythagorean and Aximenes argument carried throughout, like as they handed down. Each scholar, as they handed it down to the next scholar, or whatever, next mentor, each mentor handing down to the student, you could slowly see the transition from this Platonist attitude towards life to a Hellenistic writing, like as you know, it progressed, right? Like you talked about Democritus or whatever. That came after all. Yeah, that came after all of it. But you can slowly see the transition from it. And the funny thing is, we held on to this. Apparently, we held on to this Euclidean environment for 1400 years, and then all of a sudden you had like Copernicus come out and create the scientific revolution, apparently, with his heavenly rotation of the heavenly bodies or whatever. You just see it like come in literature and in writing, and it's a transition. So what's happening now is we're going back again, and it's kind of crazy weird, because they had to have a transition from Platonism to Hellenistic. And if you read how that was, it wasn't very nice. The Platonist and the Hellenistic hated each other. So,
Well, I would just like to clarify. So, just like Kosha was saying, they actually claim that like all material substances that contain electrons have the photoelectric effect. You just won't be able to measure the effect. And that's just a cool story, but anyway, which actually goes back to, oh, well, light could be a wave. Right, what that means is light could be a wave, but what's important about this is waves are not things. It's like I've been saying it at the top of my lungs, as has New Perspective and Die Slow and Fundamental and Geo.
yeah, but hold on. You look at a guitar string, right? And you pluck that guitar string, it has a vibration, right? So we've taken that tangible, applicable, demonstratable guitar string, and what does it do? It does this oscillation.
Yeah.
What happens when we drop water? Like we have these patterns, observable phenomenons that have a consistent language on their own, a default, if you will.
Yeah, that's a guitar. You don't have the waving without the guitar string. You don't have the waving without the.
You need a medium. The guitar string is the medium, yeah.
Like so, I wave my hand, but I can't hand you a wave.
No, because you're trying to quantify the unseen, right? But that's the beauty about the empirical realities. We have these patterns and tails that we can deduce we can use these patterns as examples and descriptions. And so while I'm not partial to whether it's a particle or a wave, it operates at that level. It operates at both levels, metaphysically and physically in the real world, to the point where we have these abstract calculations because of that indeed phenomenon that we're trying to quantify.
It never operates as a particle, though. So, like when I shoot a laser,
that's the
glass,
photoelectric effect. That's what the photoelectric effect is saying, though. It's quantifying.
But it's wrong. It's wrong. Like even within quantum mechanics, the intensity in the currency or the intensity in the current would naturally fall out. That's what I'm trying to say. People just read Quora or whatever, but I like in my presentation, I cited like top level quantum textbook that says the photoelectric effect does not prove that light is a photon, but all observation shows us that it's not a photon. If I shoot a laser through glass, it slows down by roughly 30%. So does a physical photon break through the glass, slow down, and speed back up, breaching the conservation of momentum We have all kinds of observations that are impossible if light's a photon. That's why they claim it's also a wave. But they have to claim it's a photon for relativity. That's what Einstein did.
Well, essentially, it's just radiation, right? And so this radiation, like X-ray radiation, gamma radiation, it's just a radiation that we, in this particular case, we can see because it's visible light, and we're basically making it as coherent as possible. So in the demonstration, right? Because when you're harnessing that light, you're taking it and making it coherent, not incoherent, right? And when you're doing that, you're changing the structure. So I suppose if you're going to change the structure of it and you're going to shine it through things, it's going to change. Because natural sunlight, when we look at it, we don't see it slowing down through the pane glass window as we look through it. We only look through it when we take an instrument, or we only see the change when we take an instrument that we've constructed. We have to intensify that beam, because how are you going to send visible light through the pane glass? You can't. You have to make it more coherent.
Yeah, but so it does. Okay, so like Coach was saying, for example, the reason light slows down is crazier than you think. Well, your explanation is crazy, that's for sure, because you're starting to do mental gymnastics because it is falsified with the conservation of energy and momentum. But in the etheric understanding, light doesn't travel, so the glass is just an additional medium. So like that's why light looks different through water, because it's an additional medium. So it's an additional impedance to the medium that is light. See, ether's always hyperlogical and intuitive, while quantum mechanics and particles are always antithetical to common sense and Occam's razor. And that's the main point.
Is it because it has to give it mass, and when you're trying to quantify mass, that's when you run into problems? Like it's trying to quantify it as a material mass.
Quiet again, David. David, we can't hear you.
Is it just because they're trying to quantify it as matter, and that's where they run into the problem?
Well, they don't claim that light is matter, right? They claim it's massless, it's just energy, but energy and mass are interchangeable, so that they can claim it turns into electrons, which are matter.
But wait,
Mass is
what I understand
quantification.
but what I understand quantum mechanics is that it's the tiniest substance, if you will, that's non-reflective. That's what they describe it as, apparently.
Sure. Quantum meaning the smallest unit, and if you look at the etymology in German, it means to count. So
But
if
it
you
doesn't
want to
reflect
count
light.
things, you got to claim
They're
it's
actually
particles.
saying they're actually saying this tiny little particle, whatever you want to call it, is there, but it doesn't reflect light.
Well, like photons are claimed to be light. So, but the point is that the claim of the photon doesn't work. We have observations that debunk it. We also have observations where things go 3 times the speed of light. Also, something as simple as Chernobyl radiation, so like what they call nuclear radiation or reaction, right? It has this blue glow around it before you can even detect any type of transmission of light. And that's just me using their terms, transmission, emission. This is all BS, but they can't explain that. They just do mental gymnastics. Light's already there. It doesn't travel. It doesn't travel.
Yeah. No, I agree. See, that's what I agree with it. It's already a field, and what's happening is that field has a radiation charge in it, right? A discharge, if you will, of the frequency of visible light, and that's what's in the field. So it's just there. It just needs to be excited, right?
Yeah, well, the medium gets excited, then lights up. And you can call it a field. I call it a medium because a field has to exist within something. It's a field within what? Exchange of energy within what? But it's an illumination rate, absorption, rate of induction, and the speed of light is a useful convention. So the rate of conduction is pretty consistent. So we can use it to measure distances. We can use it for lots of stuff, but it's not actually a constant speed. We have transmissions up to 200 meters through coaxial cables that go 3 times the speed of light. Speed of light debunked. The heliocentric model needs the speed of light, though, because relativity needs a absolute frame of reference for everything to be relative to.
You've debunked the speed of light. What's it?
I didn't do it. Yeah, pretty easy.
Wow.
Do you know what Chernobyl radiation is?
Yeah, but that doesn't debunk the speed of light. Sorry.
How's it work then?
Well, I mean, It debunks the speed of light. If you've debunked the speed of light, why aren't you way more famous than you are right now?
I think you know the answer to that question.
Why aren't you way more famous than you are right now? If you've managed to debunk the speed of light.
It's not
So
even
you're
about me.
presuming they just acknowledge the things they don't want to acknowledge because
I gotcha.
why?
Yeah, that's the way science works. Hiding shit.
Yeah, exactly. Skypush, watch this. Hey, if we have transmission of information over 200 meters through coaxial cables up to 3 times the speed of light in a vacuum,
Not happening.
can you explain it? Can you explain it?
Yes, it doesn't happen.
So if it happens, you agree that heliocentrism is automatically false.
No, it has nothing to do with heliocentrism, but okay.
Well, you need relativity, which needs the speed of light.
No, actually not. The heliocentric model is known long before
Relativity. So yours would have no mechanism for heliocentrism.
You don't need relativity for heliocentrism.
Yes, you do.
No, you do not.
Why do you think it was proposed then?
We've known about heliocentrism once again, long time before.
Why do you think relativity was proposed?
I don't think he understands.
I understand the question, but once again, like I'm saying is that we've known about heliocentrism quite a while before we've known about relativity.
You understand?
And he wants to get, and what was the error in Mercury?
If
that
there's
they
a
were
need
concerned
for something, there must be a reason for that
about?
need.
What was the error in Mercury?
Why would you want? Why would you
The
want
elliptical
to have?
orbit of Venus, I'm pretty sure.
No, it was Mercury.
Okay.
What was that error? Do you know?
It
Oh wait,
wasn't
is that
right.
before they claimed Vulcan caused it? Are you telling me that
Right.
when,
What
when
see,
Vulcan was the cause of the Mercury?
You see, well, they actually did propose Vulcan. Actually, they did propose Vulcan because it works so well for describe the errors in Uranus.
And Vulcan was a planet that existed, but then they found out it didn't exist.
Well,
right?
no, they proposed it. They proposed it. It was a hypothesis.
wrong,
Do you understand what a hypothesis is?
NASA, why are you so toxic, bro?
Well,
because you're toxic. Because you guys are getting toxic back.
You had no way
You
to
guys don't
explain the
understand-
retromotion, and so you blamed it on a Vulcan planet.
Retromotion?
No, check
no,
it out.
wait.
We're speaking esoteric.
First of all,
We're speaking
Mercury,
esoteric. Where does Vulcan
Mercury
come
doesn't
from
have
now that we brought it up?
Mercury doesn't have Mercury doesn't have any retromotion because it's interior to us.
It's another. They had it. They observed a planet's retromotion. They used Vulcan as an
Nope.
excuse for it.
Stop. Not retromotion. You're using the wrong thing. You should actually look things up.
I could be wrong, but they had the motion of a planet that was they tried to equate it to something else, and they said there must be something else.
That's called a
over
hypothesis.
Here,
That's correct.
and they called it a Vulcan. But listen, what
when they went to look for Vulcan?
Well, you see that he tried to change the subject, though, right?
No. What happened when they looked for Vulcan?
We say no, but you literally changed this.
What happened when they started? Excuse me, 1 second. This is important. This is important. What happened when they had a hypothesis? Let's get through it now. He brought up Vulcan.
You
so we have to
brought
go
up
through
the
I didn't bring up Vulcan.
Of
I didn't bring this up. Someone else brought up Vulcan, so let's go through the whole thing. Hypothesis
you brought up Mercury, bro.
Let's bring up. You brought up first. So let's go through the whole thing. Let's go. Hold on a second. Stop. We talked about Vulcan, and the hypothesis was that there has to be a planet interior to Mercury to do the errors they were seeing. So they had a hypothesis that there was indeed a planet interior to it. And they went to look for what happened when they went and looked for it.
Don't take the bait.
What happened when they went in to look for it?
Look, when I finish the point, then you can talk about your stupid.
No. This is important. What happened?
It's not important. It's not important. That
you changed the subject.
I didn't change the subject. He started about Vulcan. What happened when they went looking?
NASA, what
Excuse
happened
me, this was a hypothesis.
No, wait a minute.
Hold on. Stop.
Relativity was needed for heliocentrism. You said no, it's not, and then I said, do you not even know why it was proposed?
What happened with Vulcan?
This one reason.
What happened with Vulcan?
And why they needed relativity buddies because
Vulcan didn't work for their example of the retrograde motion of planets.
No.
They need it for a lot of
Relativity has
things, but the
shit for
primary reason was
retrograde.
Michelson-Morley, actually. But so you're gonna say?
Hold on, wait a second.
Nuh-uh,
Retrograde has shit to do
Well, that's the true
with
origin is the motions, right?
retrograde
no
motion
explanation
has
optically.
shit to do with relativity.
Can you calm down though? Because
No, you guys are telling lies here.
Hold on.
You're really
Hey,
killing
you're just
the
talking
vibe.
over everyone, man. It's
Well,
not,
bitch, they're talking over me. We're talking about Vulcan, and they decided to change the subject away from it. But saying the fact that when they went and looked for Vulcan, they didn't find it, so that hypothesis was rejected. That's what
Okay.
happens in science.
But just to
So why come we
clarify
couldn't
for
get
the
to that point?
okay,
just to
say your,
clarify for
point,
the
and then
room,
say your point and then pass the mic and be muted for at least 35 seconds. Try it.
we were actually talking about the speed of light is needed for heliocentrism. You said no. I said, well, you need it for relativity, and
We don't need the speed of light for heliocentrism. That is true.
can you
We've
stop
known-
interrupting, please?
We only got
Well,
four,
no.
you only got 4 seconds in, dude.
Well, hey man, if he's going to lie, I mean, sorry, if he's
Yeah,
going to
I'm
lie for 4 seconds.
I'm recapping the conversation. Okay, so I said that you need the speed of light for heliocentrism. You said, no, you don't. I said, well, you need it for relativity. And you said, you don't need relativity for heliocentrism. And I said, why do you think it was proposed? And then you changed the subject to Mercury. But yeah, we needed it to explain Michelson-Morley. Here's a quote from Einstein. He said, if the Michelson-Morley experiment had not brought us into serious embarrassment, no one would have regarded the relativity theory as a halfway redemption. So you did need it.
No, actually, we didn't need it. We've known about heliocentrism for a long time before we knew about relativity.
That's a non sequitur.
No, it's not. When did we know? When was heliocentrism proposed and by whom? Do you know?
Non sequitur. Michelson-Morley.
No,
Michelson-Morley debunked it.
Stop. No, Michelson-Morley didn't do shit for heliocentrism. Heliocentrism existed before Michelson-Morley.
But Michelson-Morley debunked it.
No, it did not.
It literally did.
It literally did not. Michelson-Morley disproved aether. That's what
Okay,
Michelson-Morley
so you disagree with Einstein, though, because I just
hold on,
read.
stop. You've misinterpreted Einstein once again. You seem to be good at that.
So what am I misinterpreting when he says, if Michelson-Morley experiment had not brought us into serious embarrassment, no one would have regarded the relativity theory as a halfway redemption? What am I misinterpreting?
And what were they embarrassed about?
The fact that the ether didn't show a phase shift.
The ether didn't know. The fact that they disproved that ether existed at all.
Yeah, that they had to automatically throw out the current ether. Now Einstein said that there does
What do you mean
exist
current
an
ether? There is no ether.
For electrical field theory at the time, there was a current postulation. Einstein said that there does exist an ether, of course. He said space-time must have physical properties, and in this sense, the ether does exist. In fact, space without the ether.
You understand that Einstein was actually a classical physicist, right? The last of the classical physicists.
You only use red herring fallacies? Is that what you
No,
do?
this isn't a red herring fallacy. Once again, you see, you literally misinterpret Einstein and twist him to however you want. Michelson-Morley disproved aether. We've, in the 130, 40 years since Michelson-Morley, we've done the experiment again and again with better and better equipment. And we found it's gone from like 30 kilometers per second of the ether that we couldn't find to like 2 centimeters per second.
Okay,
so there is no aether.
So you just don't know what you're talking about. So
There is no aether.
There's no 30 kilometers a second of ether.
That was the error in the Michelson-Morley experiment.
No, that's the supposed orbital motion of the Earth, and they assumed it to be going through an ether, and it debunked that either there was a stationary ether or that the Earth was moving. Now they didn't
do either, actually. We knew the Earth was moving long before Michelson-Morley. Michelson-Morley went to look for the aether. They didn't find it.
They went into the observation with the assumption that the Earth was moving and that there was an ether. So they threw out the ether because they kept their assumption that the Earth was moving.
See, we know the Earth is moving by other means, That's okay.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do, actually.
No, so Einstein talked about this and said that
if
if the
here we
sky's
go with
moving...
Einstein again.
Yeah, because that's who brought you your world.
Yeah, that's because you misinterpreted Einstein once again. You have a good time at doing that.
You're kind of like Brenda, bro. I'm not trying to insult you, but you're very similar to Brenda.
This is pretty hard to listen to when you're just literally talking over everyone.
If he would stop lying, he basically every other word out of your mouth is either a lie or a misinterpretation.
That's your opinion. It's not really relevant.
No, sorry, it's not an opinion.
Yeah, you're the only one that's personally attacking people. Nobody is attacking you. You're just doing that and interrupting.
I'm not personally attacking him. I'm telling him he's wrong. There's a difference. I've not called him a single name. I've not told him he's bad for believing what he believes. I'm just telling him that he's wrong. Everything he said so far is wrong.
Don't you agree though, to have a productive conversation, both people have to like present their argument?
Right. And you just shouting "you're wrong" is not really a productive or a mature way to have it.
He knows. You know what the argument is? It's basically everything. The opposite of what everything Witsit says? That's the counter argument.
I'm just quoting Einstein though, so
You're misquoting Einstein.
I'm literally not though. He said Mickelson morally embarrassed them, and they had to come
Why?
up with a new theory.
Why did it embarrass them?
Because there was supposed to be a phase shift relative to the
Because it was supposed to be. There's supposed to be an aether.
Kate, I'm just going to temporarily mute you, man, because I cannot even hear anything Witsit's saying because you interrupt him literally every time. Just give him 20 seconds and then you can respond. It's not that big of a deal, just a back and forth. It's like playing tennis. It's like playing tennis, but like you're not hitting the ball. You have like a pile of balls and you're just smashing them across the court. It's like not.
And it's not even a really a hit where he's smashing it. He's just saying, I'm right, you're wrong, my opinion's right, and your opinion is lying.
Yeah, you're not even hitting them on the court. They're hitting them up in the air.
He's hitting them in the stands.
Throwing them into the stands. Yeah.
Then he's touting victory when they land.
Right. Exactly.
So anyway, Einstein said that Mickelson morally brought them great embarrassment, serious embarrassment. It's because there was supposed to be a phase shift based on the orbital velocity of the Earth, and it wasn't observed. So then he proposed the theory of relativity, which attributed a constant speed to light, and special relativity, and then general theory built upon that. And special theory said that time physically expands and slows down, and space physically widens or contracts, and that the matter itself contracts because of motion of the orbit. Therefore, you didn't detect it. And he dismissed the actual phase shift that was measured to instrument error. So that's what actually happened. Yeah.
That's correct. There is no aether.
That's what he got from it. That's correct. There is no ether.
There is no ether.
Okay, actually, one of the things I just posted says something kind of interesting. What Einstein said in 1905, Einstein says, "I was of the opinion that I was no longer allowed to speak about the ether in physics. This opinion, however, was too radical, as we will see later when we discuss the general theory of relativity. It does remain allowed, as always, to introduce a medium filling all space and to assume that the electromagnetic fields and matter as well are its states. Once again, empty space appears as endowed with physical properties." And then he goes on, and there's another part where it says, then the guy that's writing this is really great. You guys got to check him out on Core. But I'm making like comps with screenshots of his answer. Anyway, it says space is ether. Specifically, space is the magnetic part of ether polarization. The other being the dielectricity representing counter space. As special relativity is a theory. What?
That's not.
But it's not according to your opinion. Einstein also says, according to this, 1920. No, that part isn't. Einstein, 1920.
Einstein never
said the guy that writes this then says, you're not listening. Then he quotes Einstein in 1920. According to the general theory of relativity, space without ether is unthinkable. For in such space, there would not only be no propagation of light, but also no possibility of existence for standards of space and time, measuring rods and clocks, nor therefore any space-time intervals in the physical sense. Then there's one more part where I wanted to point out, since I'm reading right now. He talks about Nikola Tesla saying that nature has stored up in the universe infinite energy. The eternal recipient and transmitter of this infinite energy is the ether. The recognition of the existence of this ether and its functions, and the functions it performs, is one of the most important results of scientific research. And then the guy writing the article says, once people realize that that we are ether beings with infinite potential, repressive governments would lose their power as well as their meaning. In this
Who's
new
writing?
world, we would have no place any. They would have no place anymore.
Who's writing this?
Says the general. You can look him up, but anyway.
Who's writing this?
In general, his
You're
name's
saying
Michael
the guy-
Brenner. Michael Brenner.
Oh,
It's on
God.
Quora. Look up Michael Brenner, Quora.
Well, you always appeal
Anyway,
to
so-
credentials. This guy has credentials, so why you have to?
Yeah, he does have credentials. He's let's see, what's his credentials again? Yeah, he is. Let's see.
Study mechanical
He studied-
engineering and comparative linguistics at
Mechanical
Vienna
engineering,
University.
linguistics.
technology.
Vienna
Fact check
University.
you.
Mechanical
technology.
engineering at Vienna University
Yeah,
of Technology.
that means he's good. Yeah, another guy.
Well, better than your
Well, he's
credentials.
offering an opinion, and his opinion might be right, and yours might be right. But declaring your opinion is right, that's not really the place. That's not really a conversation. If we always want to declare our opinions about things is the correct way, and everybody else is lying, that wouldn't be a conversation. That would just be a mess. That's what you're making.
you
us.
see, the problem is
But not only that, I made a claim against this guy, and I said to him, the retrograde of Mercury.
Mercury doesn't retrograde.
The motion of Mercury, pardon me, wasn't calculable until Einstein it came up with his relativity. You denied that response.
What was the error?
Okay, so it wasn't predictable. What they did is
It was
they claimed
predictable.
Vulcan. No, it wasn't. They tried to
Yes, it
claim
was.
Vulcan was a planet that caused the motion of Mercury, and
Yeah,
they were wrong.
That's correct.
They couldn't
Very good.
predict the motion of. They couldn't predict the motion of Mercury.
They predicted it pretty well, actually.
Okay, so there is. Okay, so they claim that. The point is that they needed relativity to accurately do it. Although they do claim that one other astronomer used a calculation to get it. And I'm just trying to get his name here. But a general relativity was used to calculate Mercury's orbit. Prior to that, they said it was Vulcan. So that's why I brought up Vulcan. They weren't able to do it until Einstein created up his relative motion shit. And then the way they describe it, you can go look.
Because Newtonian mechanics didn't work.
Well, that's essentially.
What was the error? Do you
What,
remember?
that's essentially what they used. It's the retrograde motion is going back.
No, it's not retrograde motion.
It's the elliptical orbit.
Stop saying retrograde motion.
Well, that's what I'm calculating here. Sorry.
No,
Well, that's what actually what retrograde would. Isn't that what it would be if we were going with well, I mean, not with what you think the model is, but other people do think there's retrograde.
Well, it's orbital motion essentially. They're correct. I keep saying retrograde, which
Elliptical
means
orbit, yeah.
Yeah, it's an orbital motion problem that they couldn't quantify with Newton's mechanics. So they came up with a theory of fucking Vulcan. That didn't work until relativity came along, and then apparently relativity can explain it. That's what their claim is. And you denied that shit earlier, dude.
No, I didn't deny that. I didn't deny that at all. What was the amount of the error?
I told you that relativity was the only thing that could explain it, the motion of Mercury. I just said retrograde is a mistake, but it's just the orbital motion.
So we read about how Einstein said that space-time must have physical properties. In this sense, the ether must exist. In fact, space without ether is unthinkable, for there would be nothing for propagation of light, so to sustain the propagation of light, nor would there be any type of time interval for measuring rods and clocks. And then he goes on to talk about how Tesla explained the ether has to exist because he obviously knew Tesla was way smarter than him, which brings us to what Tesla said, which is any attempt to explain the movement of celestial objects in the sky without acknowledging the indispensable field of force, and more so the immense field of force and the indispensable role it plays within the phenomena, is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. And we now have psychopaths trying to claim that there's emptiness and nothingness and virtual particles within it.
That's what we got.
I know. You
That's
can
what we
mock
have.
it all you
People
want.
that are just declaring that the ether doesn't exist. When actually,
you
it's
can mock
the
it all
most
you want.
important thing. It's not only something that doesn't. I mean, you're saying it doesn't exist, but it's actually the most important thing in existence, and that's the irony of it.
No, you can't find it. Where's the experiment that proves it exists?
Hey, do you think you're smarter than Tesla?
Where's the experiment that shows that this ether stuff exists?
Ether's immaterial, cannot be scienced.
Oh, so you just believe in it like a god?
Can we
like
all
how you believe in
agree that
electrons?
Electrons are real. We've proven electrons.
When did you prove the material nature of electrons?
We've proven electrons actually.
I think somebody else trying to talk. Can we let him talk?
Shadow, what's
Shadow.
It's okay. I was just trying to get that across. Can we just agree that science is really just theories, like the big part of science?
No, it's not. Science is the opposite.
Really?
Science
Relativity is a fact.
Science is the opposite of religion.
Holy shit.
Relativity is one
Not
of the
even
most
scientists believe
tested theories in science.
It's
Yeah, no.
But science doesn't prove things, right?
Let me.
Science disproves things.
I want to
That's
respond. I want
correct.
to respond.
If science separates from religion, why can I use sacred geometry, which is part of some might consider religion, and come up with the
Geometry
same
is
answer as
religion?
science? Well, I'm just saying, what are the odds that I can use sacred numbers and come up with the same numbers? that
Sacred
Euclid
numbers?
science? Sure, yeah.
What's
Right?
sacred
That's
numbers?
what they're called. I don't make
What?
that name up. That's what they're called. So if you
Yeah,
if you never heard
but
of
wait,
sacred numbers
wait. Are you
before,
trying to say that?
maybe
Are you
type
trying
it
to?
in.
Are you trying to say sacred geometry is science and like a religion? So that kind of makes it.
Well, according to the Masons, the geometry is the fifth science, and Euclid has his axioms are based on
Let me ask you a
Well,
question real quick, guys. Come on.
The point we're making though is scientism. They made science into a faith,
gonna wait
and it
20
became
minutes just to ask my
scientism,
question.
and it's full of complete lies, based on
Yeah, but
lies. And that's why
here's
he
the
thinks
thing,
we're lying because he believes the lies.
Shadow,
I'm
go
trying
ahead.
to, I'm trying to
hold on a second,
ask
stop.
him if his religion
Science
is
is not-
based in
science is not a religion.
Why can I take these sacred numbers and get the same
Yeah.
What's
To be
sacred
fair,
numbers?
Shadow was trying to talk.
Then thank you, Whit. I
What's
wish more
sacred
flat
numbers?
earthers were more like you guys, where you let people talk. That would make a huge difference. My question is, do you believe that relativity is a fact?
It's not a belief. It's a scientifically theory.
Is it a fact? Yes or no?
A fact. See, theories are not facts. Facts are not theories. So once you figure out the difference, get back to me.
Well, I'm not going to play these word games.
Well, no, that's all you play.
Let's just say it's a theory, and that's it.
Okay, fine. It's a good theory. You know what theories are?
So your answer was no.
I didn't say no.
That was.
It's not a fact.
Well, okay. So?
There you go. So your answer is no.
Well, is it a fact? No, it's not a fact. It's a theory.
For the record,
go. That's all you had
NASA,
to say.
or whatever the heck, every scientist will tell you that these are just theories. Every smart scientist would say that.
Stop. Just theories is not a theory. Is a high level thing that can give you facts. Can give you facts. Can give you
High level.
predictions. Can give you high level. It's way
So,
above.
okay, so if it mathematically
It is not. Hold on a second. When you say just a theory, it shows that you don't understand what a scientific theory is versus the common use of the word theory, which means some wild ass guess.
Okay, so
Well, we
according
just
to your
don't agree with
scientific
your
theory,
evaluation of it.
it means that's mathematically viable and can quote unquote predict, which is
Well, I'm
actually
saying
every
it's a
single time. Every
scientific.
single
Hold on a second. You guys are going to be pedantic here.
I'm trying to make a point. So, if that's what you think, then wait, let me just say this. Well, within quantum mechanics, there's like many competing theories, right? Like that's what Shadow's discussing. He's just being honest that the actual people that do these things know that they're just theories, the best we have at the moment, and they're philosophical for the most part. So, if quantum field theory and then many other quantum mechanic fields have different opposing contradictory theories, and all the math works out, they're not all like definitive and as close to fact as possible. So your entire argument is logically bankrupt.
Of quantum theory. The Copenhagen interpretation is the most well known. There are many others.
I think he just talked right through you. I had him muted, but I don't think he listened to anything you said anyway. So
Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, you had me muted?
We don't. Yeah, I had you muted because you were just talking over people, and you continued to talk while he was talking, and then you were talking when I unmuted you, like as if you weren't listening to what he was saying, which is not a conversation.
I'm listening. I'm totally
No,
listening.
you're not. You're talking and listening at the same time.
I'm listening. I can listen and talk at the same time. I can do two things
Well,
at
that
one time.
doesn't help us because we can't hear
I
him
know
when you're talking over him. That's why I had you.
Yeah,
muted.
so did you have a bad day, bro?
I can hear him when he talks. I can talk when he in the
You need to walk on the earth with your shoes off or something.
It's something, man. He needs to be muted for now. Shadow, you were trying to contribute to the conversation. I feel like we should get you in here. Maybe a little back and forth. What were you getting at with the? Were you trying to question NASA Schill on his theories, or what was it that you were trying to get at?
Oh no, I already finished what I wanted to say. What I want to I already finished it. All I said was that he's practically, and this is true. He's disagreeing with every scientist because every scientist will tell you that these are really just theories at the end of the day. And to argue about what theory is fact or something, you're just being an idiot at that point. Not that I want to
Well,
insult people, but
yeah.
But
What's interesting about this subject, though,
every smart scientist will tell you. Every smart scientist will say that these are really just theories.
Yeah.
well, yeah. And the thing is that the theories, some theories are actually substantiated, like we're talking about, and the ones that are actually made to cover up that substantiation are the ones that he believes in, and that's what it's a big point. If what they're calling space-time is the ether, as well as a lot of these other things that are just basically ether motivated or propagated effects, whether it be even the Cavendish or even some of these other things, if there's a swirling ether to some degree, right, or whatever you want to call it, it's the background medium, right? It has to be. It's like you can't paint a picture in thin air, right? You have to have an easel to paint on. It's like, how could matter exist within something without it being something to exist within? Waves, any kind of energy, but that isn't that a cool write-up that guy does? Wit?
Yeah, that dude's crushing.
Isn't
Yeah,
he?
you could write a book about it, but also get the fact. Listen to scientists too, because this is just obvious. Even a child can understand this. That everything, every theory has to be through you hypothesize, you test it, you observe it, and then you build upon the hypothesis. Which is ultimately what science is. So the theory of relativity, there's not much. I don't really think there is much test for that.
Well,
or evidence for
one
that.
part here. Let me read this other part. He says no technology
But I'm not going to
operates
argue
on
this topic though. So.
Oh, sorry. Did I talk
No, you
over
guys
you?
are fine. Oh no, you didn't.
I was just going to say,
I think I talked
what
over
he
you.
says, what you
apologize.
said, there's
Go
no
ahead.
practical demonstrate or practical test for the ether. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm just
ether.
talking a little. I'm just
Okay,
talking
well,
about the scientific method. That's really.
oh, okay, I got you.
Well, if you
Sorry,
wanted to
talking about the topic.
technically claim the manifestation of the unmanifested, you could take a vacuum chamber and shine light through it and say that is the ether.
Well, it's not about trying to say, like, it's not about winning an argument or just trying to say something to show something and prove it somehow. That's like, it's like it's more basic than that. Like, okay, so let me just read this other part. No technology operates on the basis of the negation of ether. The entire field of electrical engineering is nothing but the engineering of ether polarization. That people are unaware of that is just because schools are manipulated into teaching an etherless world.
So
Oliver Heaviside and Carl Podius Steinmetz should be household names, but they aren't. Why? They are, after all, the fathers of electrical engineering and thus the fathers of our electrical civilization. They are kept in obscurity because they teach ether physics and a broad awareness of the potential of the ether is the greatest threat to power monopolies who thrive on the control. That is the scarcity of energy. Tesla hits the nail on the head. One more sentence. Nail on the head when he points out the infinite energy reservoir that the ether represents. And then I read the other part.
It's essentially the opposition here would be the atomism is that it's a void and the ether is not. Is that kind of the contention between
like the atomism says that there could be places where nothing exists, like there's nothing, there's just a void, yeah, like you're saying, and then but according to the basic laws of common sense, I'd say there has to be something as a constant right there.
What is the definition of an ether?
I read that earlier, kind of what he was talking about, at least that.
It's pure potential, unmanifest. It is the energetic background that sustains electromagnetic phenomena and energy that acts as a medium.
Yep, and he says space is ether. Specifically, space is the magnetic part of ether polarization, the other being dielectricity representing counter space. And I've also heard him describe it as magneto-dielectricity.
Are you guys going to keep this guy muted. Can you mute him?
Okay, I'll open him up.
Yeah, let him talk.
He's just gonna say, "Oh, you're wrong. You're wrong. What I think and what I've read must be right, and that's all I'm here to do
So
is say
what? I want to
I'm
play
right
video
and you're
games in the
wrong."
back. I want to play video games in the background while I'm listening to this.
Oh, you want some popcorn,
it's
huh?
really
Okay.
it's really a low vibration. NASA, I think maybe we'll give you a chance, but can you try to respect people and have a cordial adult conversation, please?
I'm sure he'd be very respectful as long as nobody called him PNS.
Well, it was nice.
Are
while
you
it
gonna mute
was.
him,
Yeah, it was nice talking while we had a chance. Now we get to
So, who said all that stuff about counter space and stuff?
Counter space and stuff.
Yeah, the new perspective was
I was reading
this
from
guy.
actually what Michael Brenner wrote.
Yeah, we told you his name, Michael Brenner.
He studied mechanical engineering and comparative linguistics at Vienna University of Technology.
I'm sure that makes him an expert in
No, I
quantum
didn't.
dynamics.
I don't know. That's the problem. The reason we have these talks is because we realize that the experts have been bought and paid for,
No, the experts.
including you, probably, according to your name.
Michael Brenner is.
You really live up to your name, like more and more all the time. I mean, it's brilliant. It's choosing that name because then it gives you an excuse to act like a paid NASA shill.
No, Skypush. No, Skypush is because you told me last time I was here, Witsit, that gravity is not a pull from the ground; it's a push from the sky. So that's why I have that name.
There is no pull. If you don't know that there's no pull and there's only push,
Well,
you're
there's
just,
only push.
you're just not.
Yeah, Skypush. Yeah, that's what my name
I
now.
didn't say
Well, no,
sky push.
there
I
is
said
no pull.
Einstein himself said there would be a translation of motion to the interior of a system. There would be centrifugal and Coriolis effects. The only difference is they'd be absolute as opposed to fictitious, and then you would get the same type of effect. So it would effectively be push in layman terms. That's right.
Yeah, Skypush.
If
Push
that
don't
makes
know
you
how it works.
If that makes you feel better.
Yeah, I know it's gravity doesn't exist, so there's no pull down, so it has to be a push from the sky. So that's why I call myself Skypush.
Well, we have an
It's not-
electric gradient on the Earth. Yeah.
You have an
What you think gravity is caused by is the thing. And gravity, it's not about the acceleration not existing. It's about your interpretation of it.
There is an acceleration, though. We've noticed since
We
Galileo.
don't dispute acceleration.
I see.
Because we're
Hey, you don't
we're
dispute
not
that we
within your
can.
strawman.
Oh, well, it's not strawman though.
It literally is. He said before you interrupted, we're not disputing the acceleration, and you said acceleration does exist, though.
We're not disputing the acceleration. You just don't know how to explain it. Gotcha.
Incoherent dielectric acceleration.
It only works when there's no electricity around, too.
Everything that is made of matter is intrinsically electrostatic. Purdue University, all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
Yeah, look. That doesn't mean that they get tracked.
No one's okay. So you don't
So
understand.
according to you, then why don't positively charged or negatively charged articles fall faster than neutral items? In fact, they should fall at 3 speeds. You should have positively charged items falling at 1 speed, neutral items falling at the 2nd speed, and negatively charged items falling at the 3rd speed, depending on whether they're
It's non-specific incoherent dielectric acceleration. It has
non-specific.
Yeah, it's not point specific. Yeah, it doesn't have any specific.
Well, then how does it work? If it's
I'm trying to explain it to you, but you don't understand.
dielectric,
Yeah, so
something.
there's an electric gradient on the Earth, so basically that's what creates the up and down. But you know, there many other things are much stronger than that, like the buoyant force, for example, which is also intrinsic.